it's really important for us to win.
We'll do everything we can to beat them.
We are here to be first. We're just playing our game and we're gonna go to Worlds.
They're on to the Nexus! Can they win your game? The Nexus! The Nexus! They've done it! Alliance take down Fnatic!
When the pressure is on us, everyone from us is actually performing very well.
They've stolen it! They've stolen it! It's Jankos against the steal!
Now we just need to win one of the two BO5s and we are going to Worlds.
We have been working 8 months for this exact moment.
I don't even want to think about not going to Worlds.
Four-man shockwave balls in! SK Gaming is just wrecking them in the pit!
It's your life on the line as a pro gamer. You want to win and you want to go to Worlds.
Now it's just up to us to actually prove that we're the best team in Europe.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series Summer Semi-Finals, coming to you live from Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. And at the end of the day, we will know 2 of the teams will be heading to Worlds to represent Europe. I'm Evie, your Shock supporter, joined here by Lee Demon-Smith and Trevor Quickshot Henry. And today, Fnatic, Roccat, Alliance, and SK Gaming will battle it out on our stage. But first, let's take a look at yesterday's matches. We had the International Wildcard Final with Dark Passage emerging as the victor and grabbing a spot at Worlds. And well, guys, Dark Passage, just a little speed bump there at the very first game they played, but then a clean sweep and 3-0 in the final.
Yeah, they dropped that first game to Legacy and did not look back from there on out. In the final, they absolutely demolished the Australian team. And Dark Passage definitely worked very hard towards their goals. Every single interview, every single video, the team is just saying they've spent the whole year focusing on the wildcard tournament. They've got the spot and we'll see what they can do on the international stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And after that series, the Super Hot crew took 5th place in the summer split, and Millennium will head to the spring promotional tournament. And Millennium, sorry to say, but they didn't really show up, and Super Hot crew was very prepared coming into this one.
But Millennium, they're on 11-game losing streak going in towards obviously the relegation for them. But Super Hot crew looked fantastic. They finally turned it around. They were disappointed. They said themselves, sorry for not performing against Roccat. They did deliver. And we'll see how they go next year for them.
Yeah, and the LCS Summer Playoffs continue today as we move into the semi-finals with 2 best-of-5 series. First, Fnatic will face Roccat, and immediately following that, Alliance will take on SK Gaming. Now, the 2 winning teams will play on Sunday for the right to call themselves the 2014 Summer Split champions, while the losers will duke it out on Saturday in a crucial battle for 3rd place and a final spot at Worlds. So, the first game we have coming up here, Fnatic versus Roccat. In the season, Fnatic's up 7-1, but this is a whole different ball game.
It really is. Roccat looked fantastic in the quarterfinals. They really did deliver. They showed up. I think as a team, Roccat are their own worst enemies. If they are down on themselves, if they doubt their ability, they underperform. But if they bring some confidence to the table, if they bring some gusto, maybe led by Jankos, who knows, they could surprise Fnatic.
Yeah, well, that is the problem, though. They are up against Fnatic. Fnatic, the 3 times reigning European champions, dominating the scene every single time they reach this stage. This is their stage right now, and they look really confident out of the back.
Yeah, they do. And of course, the next game coming up here today after that best-of-5 series will be Alliance versus SK Gaming. Alliance closing out the regular season in the 1st place, and SK Gaming looked very dominant in the quarterfinals.
They did. The problem for me, SK only looked good in the last 2 weeks of the split. They really were shaky. It was 2 different teams, and SK would either smash or get smashed. I want to see what level they bring against Alliance because it's going to be tough. I feel like these teams have similar play styles, but Alliance just edges them in individual player skill in each role.
And the problem with SK is they're effectively mini Alliance. They are Alliance but lesser. That's how it's worked out this season. Of course, Alliance have 3-1'd every single team this season. Remember, they beat SK inside 20 minutes. It was a 20-minute surrender. Fantastic stuff. And they are very confident coming into this. Alliance, clear favorites to reach the final.
There is just one thing to note. During Super Week, Week 11, SK did beat Alliance. SK also beat Fnatic. You can't discount the fact that both of the teams had locked their spots into the playoffs already, so whether that meant they weren't necessarily as focused, or whether that meant SK was good enough to beat them, we're going to find out later today.
We will, and whatever happens, let's hope we get 10 games here today. All right, for more info, you can head over to lolesports.com, and while you're there, check out the schedule where you can vote on the team that you think will win each series. And now we want to hear from you. Head over to Twitter and tell us which European LCS semi-final team do you think would perform the best at Worlds and why? Difficult one.
It really is a difficult one, and I think Alliance probably would be one of the better teams because I feel like they are very reliant on their own abilities, and if they are performing well, they can compete with the best. They've got great mechanical play, they have a good understanding of where the competitive scene is right now, so I'd say it's Alliance.
Honestly, between those two teams, Fnatic or Alliance, both have it in them to reach and go very, very far. Fnatic have already won it in Season 1, got 3rd place in Season 3. Can they best themselves again? But Alliance, this is a super team. Froggen said at the very beginning, the moment they got knocked out of Gamescom, this was his plan. Let's see how far he can go with it.
Let's see it today. Now tweet your answers to @LOLesports using the hashtag LCS, and we'll read your responses later in the show. We're ready to go, so let's send it over to the desk to get things underway.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm Joe Miller here with Martin DeFiscio Lung as we begin the European LCS semi-finals. First up is a best-of-5 series between Fnatic and Roccat. Now, Fnatic come into this game as the big favourites, having peaked really at the right time towards the end of the split, including a very solid 3-1 Super Week. Let's first take a look at the lineup. So starting in the top lane, as Soaz and Xaxus go head-to-head.
Yeah, and we have two of the most innovative and versatile top laners in Europe right here. They've both brought out multiple new champions in the top lane and are clearly not afraid to do it when it really matters. So if we do look just at the split itself, then Soaz has looked a lot stronger, in my opinion, in the later stages where Xaxus had some issues, but he looked actually very good in the quarterfinals, so let's see what he can do.
And then in the jungle, we have Cyanide versus Jankos, two very consistent junglers, and the interesting fact about this one is that Jankos currently has a higher kill participation than Cyanide, which just goes to show how important Jankos really is for Roccat as a team.
He's pretty much the star player, to be honest. Onto the mid lane, a tough task awaits Overpower. He's the mid laner who gives up the highest amount of CS in lane to the opponent, and he's now facing a farm machine in FLICKR. Remember back to week 7 where the 300 CS record was set by FLICKR? That was against Overpower. And we might see the same happen again, unless Roccat can help him pressure FLICKR in this mid lane.
Going to be an interesting one, and Overpower might bring out something special. We've seen it time and time again from him. In the bottom lane, though, we have the AD carry role for these two teams, and there's a stark difference if you look at the stats. Rekkles has an incredible 11.26 KDA over the split, pretty much carrying his team to a lot of those victories. On the other side, Celever is just not as impressive, hitting 4.02 over the split. That's a big difference, and probably and possibly will play a big role in this best of 5.
But we have to give credit to Celever. He's been looking very, very good in the last few weeks, especially in the quarterfinals. He was my MVP from Roccat, actually. The supports, of course, let's not forget them. They are the important ones as well. Yellowstar and Vander are two of the most active supports in terms of warding and keeping control of the enemy team. However, they can do more than just wards, and they've both shown great individual play. Vander, he favors the defensive supports right now, while Yellowstar, he still loves to bring out the Thresh to create some big plays.
And both of them really loving Morgana recently as well. It's going to be very interesting. And as I said earlier on, Fnatic are the big favorites for this game, but Roccat have showed us last split that they can really turn up and do the business when it comes to best of 5 games. So with that in mind, what are we expecting for this one?
Well, I expect Roccat to do what they did in quarterfinals. Full focus on these teamfight comps and then fast pushing the towers early with Jankos moving into the lanes. Because Fnatic is a team who focus a lot on ward control and set up picks, and we often see them deep ward to spot where the jungler is. It doesn't matter if your jungler runs straight into the lane, which Jankos likes to do, and just pushes down a tower. So I expect Roccat to follow the same strategy they used last week.
It's going to be a brilliant game, that's for sure. And both of these teams feel like they know their opponents heading into the series. So let's hear how they've been preparing to face off.
I think Roccat is a bit different than the past week that we played them. They are getting stronger and stronger.
At the start they were really shaky, and then they became slightly less shaky, and then they became actually good. Yeah, I think we are just Alpha from Poland, so our communication is very good. Also, we are pretty good at the game, so I think we are just overall good.
They are consistent, but at some point I feel like they are not the best in closing out games.
I think we improved our early game a lot, and I think that's
partly thanks to Fnatic, because on scrims against them, they're really like focused on early game, and thanks to them we caught up a bit on this part.
We already kind of knew that the early game is sort of their strength, with Jankos in the lead.
He's really aggressive, especially early. He's known as being the one that get the first blood.
I don't feel that there is a best player. I just feel like we are as strong as the five.
I think what we have good is that people trust each other, and if someone makes a call, we just go for it.
Jako drużyna gramy coraz lepiej, poświęcamy więcej czasu na grę. Myślę, że z czasem jeszcze będziemy lepsi. Na mistrzostwo świata będzie chyba ciężko nam się dostać, ale jestem pozytywnie nadzieją.
They're here for worlds, they are really hungry and we will have to fight against them.
The pressure will be on us and on Fnatic. I think they will manage it to be fine with it because they got so much experience in playing in such a huge crowd. But I'm happy that, you know, so many people will be there and they will be watching us.
Yeah, the most exciting time is pretty much right now. When you're playing the playoffs and winning means that you are a step closer to Worlds.
We heard it from FLICKR. They're possibly the most exciting time of the season when you get closer to Worlds. We have to say that Rocket have already shown us, they said it themselves in that video, best of fives are an under pressure best of fives is where Rocket really shine.
Yeah, they seem to enjoy being the underdog and just going in and surprise people in that sense. Because if Rocket lose here today, where Fnatic are the big favorites, it's not like people are going to look at them and say, oh, they played really bad. They're going to say, they got to the semi-final, they still have a chance of making it to Worlds, and they are a very, very good team. I just talked with Veggie, the coach, just before. He was like, yeah, you know, the guys are a little bit nervous, but it's good because then they play better as well. And I feel like we have a strategy ready to counter the Fnatic pick-com style. And I do hope it's somewhat the same used in quarterfinals, because it could actually work really well against Fnatic.
Going to be a great game, and it's now time to check in and see what you guys think about this series. According to LOLesports.com, you picked Fnatic with 79% of the vote. It's been a reoccurring trend over the course of the entire season. Fnatic, of course, got a lot of fans, but Rocket have certainly been winning more and more fans as they've gone along. Of course, it's almost strange to think that a team like Rocket, who've come in this year only, could possibly go to Worlds.
It is scary, and it really also shows as a team how good they are and the teamwork, and how important teamwork is, because Janker said in the pregame here, we don't really have a star player, we just 5 people who played really well together. And when you do look at Rocket and you look at like the numbers, they actually have some of the lowest numbers, pretty much all the players except for Jankers, if you just compare it to the rest of the league. I mean, like Overpower, Celavar, 2 of the carries, have like the lowest KDAs, lowest amount of kills, and yet Rocket managed to win games. They managed to beat Super Hot Crow in the quarterfinals, to be honest, which was very one-sided. It was just Super Hot Crow who won 1 game after 67 minutes, otherwise Rocket was controlling the entire thing. So it's weird without having a star player, yet they just work so well together. And Zasus as well up in his top lane. Then he's pulling out Alistar in the quarterfinals. I love the way they always find the new picks, and they're always so fast at adapting to the new patches, which often gives them some very good wins.
Let's talk about Champion Select, because we're going to be heading into our first game here shortly. What are the hotly contested picks in this one? We already mentioned support role specifically. Morgana's been a big pick for both Yellowstar and Vander.
Morgana's really been the top support, yet we don't actually see her being banned. People often leave it open, and yes, you can first pick it, but often goes to like Maokai, Alistar, these kind of picks for the first pick, and then Maokai kind of goes to the red side, from what we've seen in the last 2 weeks, we could say. I wouldn't be surprised to see it actually banned away here, because both Vander and Yellowstar, like the top support for them, are Morgana, so it's of course going to be early picked in every single game, if not banned. Then we can look at Alistar. Zazus was the guy who pulled it out first here in Europe. It worked out really well. I'm sure Swords has either picked it up himself or prepared some kind of counter. Because the thing about Alistar is, he will lose the lane matchup to pretty much anything. He's just insanely good in team fights. So as long as you get past the laning phase, you will do fine. And therefore, Swords could pick, let's say, a Zac, like Myama did yesterday, against it, and try and shut him down the laning phase and be stronger in these team fights before Alistar really starts kicking in. Wouldn't be surprised, because Swords is also a guy who loves to bring out new stuff.
Exactly, and that's the thing that we always wonder about Soaz. We always think, has he prepared something new? Probably has prepared something new. Had a good amount of time actually just to prepare for one very specific best of 5. Obviously, they'll have had the time to watch the quarterfinals last week, and what I've heard from Fnatic is that their practice has actually been going really, really well, which also worried them as well, because they said, when we do well in scrims and in our practice schedules, it doesn't usually work out for us on the stage after, but I mean, it's Fnatic. They've won every single split of the LCS in Europe so far. It's kind of hard to count them out at any stage.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they have shown that they can lose a lot of games in a split, and yet as soon as we get to the important parts, the playoff parts, they will always deliver. They will always be a top team. So I'm really looking forward to see what they can do here.
Well, we're going to find out how it goes down because we are moving into Champion Select here for our first game in the best of 5 to see exactly what is going to be played. And see, first out of the gate there from Fnatic, Elise, the first blood machine for Jankos there. Champion that's done so well for him. Maokai also taken away by Fnatic here, so obviously not planning on having that. Know that Xaxus would quite happily take it. On the other side, it's fairly standard, I would say, in this one. The fact that Kassadin, of course, red side ban, standard stuff. Orianna, we already mentioned, week 7. Peke farmed all day long, got that 300 CS record, and he's not the first person with Orianna to do that against Overpower, so they obviously don't want that style creeping through today.
And it is a champion Rocket plays themselves, but they often actually end up banning it just because it is so strong in the laning phase, and Overpower is a very passive laner. So you don't want to have this farm machine champion who can just get completely out of hand. And that's not Morgana. What's going on here?
Well, it's not Morgana. It's in fact Nami here as the first pick in for Fnatic. So wasn't expecting that, I have to say. Nami first pick, funnily enough. We saw that yesterday, a first pick Nami, and you were like, wow, not seen a first pick Nami for a long time. Funnily enough, first pick in the semi-finals.
So that really shows to me Fnatic want to go for some strong laners here, because Nami is one of the best, if not the best support in standard 2v2 lanes, where you could take a Morgana who could roam around instead if you want to do lane swap. So this really signals to me that Fnatic could be looking for some strong 2v2 and one-on-one laners here, and simply just try and beat Rocket in the standard laning phase. The Elise ban I really like as well from Fnatic, because that was the champion Jankos used to fast push these towers, which was the tactic I talked about Rocket could use against Fnatic, where you kind of dodge around the D-boards because you just walk straight into the lane anyway and push the tower. Now being banned away, of course. Could also destroy Rocket's tactic just a little bit, but Kha'Zix is one of the junglers you can do it to on, or you can also do it on, because you have this long range poke. You can poke them out of the lane, and then as soon as they get recalled, you go and take the tower.
So first pick then for Rocket, taking the AD carry, and Kha'Zix here by the looks of it for Jankos. And Kog'Maw was the big champion really when it came to the quarter-final games for Celiber. Ended up with a 14 KDA with that champion. A good pick for him.
Yeah, it was open the first 2 games against Super Hawk. He picked it both games, and he just carried them. Then it was banned by Super Hawk the remaining time of the quarterfinals, because they had to respect this pick here from Celiber. And Rocket as well is a team who's not afraid to early and blind pick the AD carry. They trust so much in Celiber and his laning phase, which is actually very strong. He's one of the best AD carries in terms of pure laning, of getting like the average CS at 10 minutes and also denying farm from the enemy AD carry. He's one of the best. Of course, there's also a lot of credit to Vander, who's a great support in the lane, but they're not afraid to early pick these AD carries here.
On the other side for Fnatic, Cyanide, his old trusty champion, Jarvan, stole many a dragon and baron with Jarvan. And we also see Syndra coming through. Funnily enough, you aim 3 bans at Peke, and he still somehow gets on Syndra, which is one of his best.
Yeah, and champion we've seen him play 4 times in the LCS. Been some good performance, but also had some shaky ones. It's very hard in teamfights to position yourself correctly on Syndra here. But once again, Fnatic follow the trend now. Strong laners. What is Syndra? She's a lane bully. She's supposed to win her lane match of one-on-one here. So once again, Fnatic here, aggressive early jungler who can set up a lot of ganks. Strong laners already. And the Jarvan is of course a response also to Rocket early picking an AD carry without a jump, because is your flash gone? Well, Jarvan is going to get to you, and then Syndra is going to follow up and burst you down.
Surprised here to see from Rocket Thresh rather than the Morgana pick in this. I mean,
especially against Syndra.
Especially against Syndra, you can stop Jarvan, you can stop Bubbles. Is it all about the lane here, though?
Yes, it is. It is all about the lane here. Nami is a lane counter to Morgana. Therefore, Vander doesn't want to take the chance. Simple as it is. He wants to take a lane away, he can actually deal with the Nami. Yes, okay, you won't have the Black Shield now for Syndra, which would have been very good. Instead, though, you have a Zillion's ulti, which kind of works somewhat the same. Use it to protect your AD carry and make sure he stays alive, or if he dies, comes back to life here. Still Zilean in the laning phase against the Syndra will get outranged, which could be a big issue for him. And again, Overpower is an insanely passive laner. If you talk with the mid laners here in Europe, they often say he's actually just straight up easy to play against. And he often needs a lot of help from Jankos if he wants to win his lane matchup. So therefore, Fnatic can really set up to, or Xpeke can set up to have a lot of pressure and dominate this mid lane.
So then, final 2 picks for Fnatic. We'll be seeing Alistar coming out for Soaz in the top lane. A final pick, which honestly I didn't expect him to go that far down the picks before being taken, but Soaz happily get his hands on that one, and Twitch for Reckless. Another scary champion for him.
Yeah, and Fnatic really going, or not even going back, just sticking to the same style we have seen pretty much all season long. A lot of pick potential here. You have the burst, single target burst from Azendra, you have the bubble from Nami, Alistar of course to CC people as well, then Twitch just sneaking around here, finding people out of position. So much pick potential from Fnatic, and even a decent team fight because you have Peel from Nami and the Alistar to make sure Reckless and Xpeke can stay safe in these fights here. Twitch Nami is a fine lane, but Twitch is not one of the best laners, so we could potentially see Fnatic swap around, also because Alistar is so good in a lane swap, and Nidalee on the other hand won't be able to bully her one-on-one lane. If you lane swap on her, you will delay her Trinity Force as well, which is very important for her to reach if she really wants to become this split pushing machine. So now I actually do believe Fnatic wants to lane swap it anyway, even though they start out by picking this Nami.
Won't be able to do the bullying in lane, but should have a bit of an easier time there in a 2 versus 1 with the range of the spear and everything, and the heal, of course, to keep himself in that one. Going to be an interesting one here, game number 1. And I want to know from your guys' side who you think actually comes out stronger in this one, which team has really emerged with the stronger lineup. All you have to do, tweet hashtag FNCWin or hashtag ROCWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll figure out how that vote is going to develop. Obviously, Fnatic almost goes without saying at this point of the season. We're the favorites from the LOLesports.com vote. What are you thinking, though, Deficio?
Well, looking at the comps here, obviously Rocket, they want to focus on split pushing with Xaxus on the Nidalee. But if he can get to the point where he can one-on-one the members from Fnatic and really start split pushing, in terms of pure like pick potential, definitely in favor of Fnatic here. And the mid lane can be a big issue with Zilean into the Syndra. Yes, okay, you can avoid dying because you have your ulti, but Xpeke should be able to pressure this lane, force Overpower out unless Jankos comes in to help him.
Which means then that Cyanide might just have more free time to help out across the map and get involved elsewhere. Let's figure it out though as we go into game here. It's the first match of the best of 5 semi-final here. A winner, of course, will secure a spot at the 2014 World Championships. The loser will drop into the 3rd place playoff, which will be happening tomorrow, where the 3rd and final spot then will be up for grabs. Gonna be a fun match to watch, and we'll see whose preparation really brings them out on top of this one. See there Soaz on your screen playing the Alistar. We already know that Soaz is a man who pretty much can pull out and will pull out anything when you're least expecting it. Xaxus going in for a Nidalee. And if we think back to the Nidalees that we've seen so far, just this week at Gamescom even, there's been some scary Nidalees.
She is so strong if she gets the one-on-one lane. Like, she's supposed to win pretty much every single matchup in the early game. She doesn't have the same level 6 power spike she used to have because you don't instantly get your Kuka form. Like, you have it from the start now, which means at level 6 you won't get it and hit the power spike we saw from the old Nidalee. But she's just all around so good in one-on-one. Once she picks up Trinity Force and some tank items, maybe even a blade, she just becomes this split pushing monster that is very hard to deal with, especially also for an Alistar. Still, we do see boots coming in from Source, so looking to roam around, I guess. Oh, Yellowstar!
Oh, gonna get flayed back from this one. The first bomb will come down. That's a good bubble onto Zilean. Can they keep going with this one? Yellowstar falling low, but is able to just walk away from that one. Didn't use his flash or his exhaust there.
That is keeping it very cool from Yellowstar here. A lot of players will just instantly a flash.
Yeah.
He popped the bubble, hit 2 members, and he just ran to safety. So no flash used. And we do also see now, look at Reckless moving on your minimap, going towards the top side. But Rocket, they're expecting this one, so they're gonna swap to the top side as well. So we will get the one-on-one now in the bottom lane. Nidalee versus Alistar, and Rocket as well, invading in onto this blue buff. Might be too late, however.
Coming in from the side here is Jankos. Actually walks in there a little bit too slow, and that Cyanide will be able to smite that one away. And Jankos putting a lot of pressure in early there.
And this is not good for Soaz here. Fnatic are actually forced now to send Yellowstar and Reckless back to this bottom lane because there's boots on Soaz, so he's not very strong in the lane, doesn't give him any combat stats, and at the same time he would have been so delayed at getting to the lane here. Xaxus is already there, picking up some farm. So Fnatic now swapping back to this bottom lane. Reckless joining in now. If Xaxus actually started pushing the lane, Reckless should be able to freeze it. Doesn't seem like he pushed it too hard, therefore we'll actually push up towards Xaxus now, and he should be able to get some XP.
We're happy with that one. We'll see exactly what Soaz does. For now, it's a bit of a buddy system going on. We can actually see Fnatic looking to secure a third buff, moving in towards Rockat's blue. That's already been started off there by Yellowstar, and Jankos down at half HP, just doing his red. Means that he's not going to have a blue for the start.
Yeah, and that's a big deal here, because Rocket was so late in the invade onto the blue buff. Fnatic can now deny him his own buff and also set him behind. And when you do want to beat Rocket, Jankos is often the guy you want to target and shut down early on, so he doesn't have the impact we normally see from him. Getting 2 blue buffs at level 1 is a good start, especially also because it means it's going to be even harder for Jankos to just sit and farm in the jungle. He won't really have the mana to do it, while Cyanide can get his level 3 on this red buff here, and instantly Jankos is like, okay, well, I'm done jungling. I'm just going to go top lane now, start pushing it, because down this bottom lane, it's being pushed as well.
He just got turret aggro there as well. That definitely wasn't planned in from Roccat. Took 2 hits from it and went a little bit too low. That means that he might be forced to start backing away. In fact, he has already backed away towards the brush to recall, so not an ideal start for him here. However, Roccat doing some good damage onto this top outer turret.
And down this bottom lane, Reckless and Yellowstar pushed it into the tower as well. Took good 25% of it, and now looking to freeze the lane. So they basically just wanted to take the wave, bounce it into the tower because he was already pushing towards Xaxus. So they bounced it into the tower, reset the wave, build it up a little bit, and now it's pushing towards them, and Reckless can freeze it if he wants to. Soaz and Sana just trying the classic Alistar gank at level 2 in this mid lane. Again, one of the reasons for the boost, so Soaz could roam around here in the early game. And they're still sitting around. There's Flash and Overpower, and he's staying very far back. Remember the long range from Pekka, though.
Oh.
There's stun!
Oh, stun coming in. There is a flag and dragon. They're going to try and go through. Headbutt pulverized combo comes down, and first blood will land with XPK. Brilliantly done, and that's the danger. Even if Alistair's shut down out of the lane, he's got boots and he's roaming.
Yes, sir, and he's one of the best top laners, if not the best, at roaming around early game and setting out these ganks here. Just remember a few years ago where Alistar jungle was a thing, and you always had to expect the level 2 gank. You always had to be afraid. And Overpower was staying pretty close to his tower, but he got hit by the stun, long range stun from XPK, and ends up dying.
Tower going down though in favor of Roccat. So that initial, we talked about it earlier, the fact that they have in recent times gone for these earlier tower pushes, try and get themselves a little bit ahead on that front. That's certainly working their way so far, but first blood for XPK means real problems for Overpower in the middle lane. Charlie's going to be in there. He's got boots now as well as a few wards. See Fnatic with the amount of wards. If you look down the items that they've got, there's a lot of wards there. Is it going to be a possible early dragon?
Fnatic is the kings of wards. They will always get deep wards in, find out where your jungler is, which simply means XPK and Soaz can then run around on the map and do whatever they want. Same goes for Reckless on Twitch now, because they know where everyone from Rocket is, and it's just what Fnatic always does. They put so much focus on buying all these wards here. We'll just see once again XPK with their range advantage, poking onto Overpower, who's actually been farming okay in the lane. He did die, fell even further behind. And we do see now all here. 5 members from Fnatic down on the bottom side of the map. They're really setting up for this dragon. Silva's in the top lane, so it's going to be a dragon for Fnatic here.
AD carry nowhere near that one. 4 men from Roccat will come down though towards the dragon area, so they may still look to put up some kind of fight for it, but it would be a 5 versus 4 if they decided to get involved with this one. There is a trap down, which they're just making sure that they can try and get around there. Ward in the tribush, as Fnatic are hoping to maybe catch someone out. Meanwhile, Peke and Overpower once again in that mid lane, and look at that. Ulti comes out from Peke, it leaves Overpower with nothing. Crucially, doesn't pop the ultimate, which would have actually given Overpower more health back if he'd have come back in. There's a hook onto the minions though, trying to defend that turret, but again, Peke just dominating this middle lane.
So because Celebar is freezing the top lane, Fnatic doesn't have to instantly rush the Dragon. They know they have time to push down this tower first with the 4 members. There's not enough members from Rocket to actually defend it, again, because Celebar is just sitting up in his top lane and freezing it, so he's not going anywhere for the next few minutes. So Fnatic takes their time, get a tower, then they can go Dragon. Overpower doesn't have ulti now for the next fight, and Xaxus is going to be a lot weaker than an Alistar in a straight-up team fight at this point. He's also slightly behind, actually, in terms of XP.
Speaking of XP, Xpeke in the mid lane, 66 to 46 ahead, 20 CS and the kill there. Almost dropping the ultimate of Overpower, certainly forcing him to use it, but not quite finishing off. And there's a flash from Vander, not wanting to be involved there. That's a good hook fight though. They managed to pull in Soaz, not level 6 yet, which means he's going to go down. Vander will get the kill. That was all a little bit disjointed from Fnatic.
So, while Fnatic did delay the Dragon, this actually means they're not going to start it at all now, because Soaz walked in and died. They did force a flash from Vander. He quickly responded, and an easy kill on Soaz, who only had boots. So, still a very squishy cow before he gets his ulti here. So while they did get the bot tower from Fnatic's side, they didn't actually take the Dragon. They should have just gone for it with 5 members. No ulti and overpower. Xaxus was only level 4. Decided to play it very, very safe and actually end up being too aggressive and die.
So, blue buffs then. What's going to happen with that one? Actually, I think the camp was still alive there, if I'm not mistaken. They actually went in for it and had to kill it off. Obviously, at level 1, Jankos did force them away from it. Let's see how that one all develops. Blue buff did go over to Overpower, at least for now, over on Rockat's side of things, but look at this, they're going to go in once again. There's a stun coming down. Reckless appears out of the stealth, and that's all the damage again. His ulti gets popped. Question is now if they can lock him down. A bubble after the flash from Yellowstar. Amazing.
So much focus on Overpower here. His flash is up in just a few seconds. And this is also what you can do when you have a Twitch. You can just sneak around and stuff. You had this lane swap, the bottom tower is already dead. He's coming from base. Long range stun once again. Overpower gets stunned, killed by Reckless. Oh, sorry, not killed by Reckless actually, but died, and now Fnatic starting the Dragon. Starting to take a lot of damage from it. And there's 4 members from Rocket coming in. They want to fight.
This is actually really, really dangerous. Peke going low.
Behind
Yellowstar, Jankos coming in. Manages to get the kill on Peke. Yellowstar might go down as well. It's a double for Jankos. Can they get any more here? Soaz is actually trying to bully them away from it. Ulti running, flash away from the spear. Well, Jankos still moving forward on this. And they get 2 for nothing and force Fnatic away from Dragon. Might not be over yet. Soaz going to get jumped on. He has to flash.
So right here, 4 members from Rocket managed to not only stop Fnatic from doing the Dragon, they even killed 2 members. Sanad was very low tanking it, and also Xpeke was standing outside the Dragon Pit. He was the first target they jumped onto. And this was also because Celebar had actually joined in. He wasn't there earlier if they had done the Dragon. Now he was part of the fight. Let's see if Reckless wants to pick up some more kills. He's all alone though. The Cow's not much help when he's down to 40% HP.
No. Ulti already used at the start of that one, and that leaves Rockat with a decent lead at this point. 1,300 gold in their favor. Of course, mid lane having a few problems, which is scary stuff because Peke is obviously going to get to a strong point a lot quicker here than what Overpower can match. Currently working towards that Athene's Unholy Grail, so not exactly gone really massive and just gone, okay, I'm going DFG first, and we might as well really get this party started. But on the same token, if you look at Reckless's CS, after that entire time that Celebar was alone in the top lane, froze it out for ages, Reckless has really clawed back in terms of the creep score.
Yeah, he was actually about 15 CS behind just before the gank in the mid lane, and then also the Dragon fight. After the fight, Celebar went back to base, while Reckless just walked down to this bottom lane and picked up some farms, so managed to almost even it out. Celebar, however, is sitting there in the lane now. Gonna pick up a lot of minions, so he's gonna retake his quite big goal lead, or CS lead, early on here. And also after Dragon, so looking very good for Celebar once again, who has really shown he is an AD carry, who has stepped up, improved, and can now really carry the games. Also why Rocket loves to build these comps around him, where you take something like a Zillion and you simply use him to protect Celebar in these fights.
Not like they were having a go for a red buff steal there, but Jankos had already been around, took himself that away before Fnatic could actually get in there. And they've put a lot of focus on these buffs as well, we have to say, at the early stages. Of course, the blue buff steal from level 1. or maybe level 2, but very early on in the game, which stopped Jankos getting a hold of that one. However, Jankos is still 2-0-1, still ahead in CS as well, so that Kazakhs could be getting a little bit scary for them. Meanwhile, though, we are seeing Reckless and Yellowstar push out the top lane. Selva will be joined here by Vander, and they're going to try and take down the bottom outer tower.
And Jankos as well, joining to this bottom lane, like we always see from Jankos when he plays these junglers where he can push out the waves, where he can join in to take the towers. He will do it early on. He was part of the top lane, now he's part of the bottom lane dying as well. And it's also one of the reasons he always picks up so much farm, because he takes a lot of lane farm, which hopefully is very good for him. And he's actually going to keep pushing down here. Cyanide and FLICKR moving down towards this bottom lane. Overpowered joining from mid lane as well, or going back to farm actually. Rocket's still staying, they want to keep pushing this tower.
And why not? Look at the line of wards that they've got basically from the blue buff. They've gone pink ward there, and 3 wards all the way through the jungle. Means that they can actually see if anyone does come down from that middle of the map to try and stop them pushing on this turret. They've already got a few auto attacks off on it as well, and there's another minion wave coming.
And always one of their weak points about an Alistar is you can't really clear your wave. I mean, you can be. It's very hard to dive an Alistar because of his ulti, but he's not really able to just walk straight in, clear the wave while you're actually there sieging up the tower. So we saw him and Cyanide both stay back and just wait for the minions to dive from the tower and try and last hit them, which meant Rocket at least got a little bit of damage on it. The very small siege down here. Reckless was sneaking around this top lane, looking for Xaxus. There's no blade just yet for Twitch. Once he gets the blade, we can really start seeing Reckless try and make some plays.
No blade for him, but there is a Trinity Force on the other side for Selva already. Obviously maintaining his CS lead, but that's been fluctuating and staying rather close in these last few minutes. Top lane, there is a big advantage for Nidalee. You should probably expect, considering the fact that Soaz was roaming for these good 5-6 minutes maybe right at the very start, also helping them secure that first blood. But that's 58 to 36 CS. Phage in there first for Zaza, so Trinity Force for him. And also see that a Sheen coming out for Soaz.
Yeah, and Soaz also lost a lot of farm down this bottom lane because Rocket was taking the first tower and pushing into the second one, where we just talked about how Soaz can't really go in and last hit the minions. He has to just stay back under his own tower, which means Xaxus up in his top lane could just sit and pick up some farm and then wait for the massive wave. And oh, Soaz, you might be in trouble.
Oh, actually, you know,
who am I kidding? It's Alistar
underneath the tower, yeah, and they managed to get the headbutt back. Soaz, despite his ultimate on, getting rid of 70% of the damage that was done to him, he still falls to less than half HP. Vander went incredibly low from everything, the minions and all of that, and the tower hits as well. It was causing him a few problems, but they're going to keep pushing on this one. Now that Cyanide's there, I think that might be a signal to retreat somewhat here for Vander. Dangerously low.
But we really have to give a lot of credit to Rocket and all the wards in the jungle of Fnatic here, so they can safely just keep pushing this bottom lane, keep denying farm from Source on this Alistar, and get some damage on the tower every single time. Because they have all these wards, they can see whoever is moving, unless it's like Reckless moving from the base in stealth. That's what the thing they have to worry about. Otherwise, they can see every single member from Fnatic moving around. See, they just spotted Cyanide. Every single bush he went into, there was a ward. Okay, he just warded Dragon, he's moving up here. Even more wards from Rocket to spot everything going on here. So been very safe. Celo have been picking up quite some farm down this bottom side. Same can be said about Reckless up in the top side, however.
And that's the funny thing from Fnatic, a team that you expect to have good wards down, having very little on the map. Obviously, that trying to change that one. We just saw Cyanide come in to ward a little bit. Yellowstar is actually on his way up there as well. So he's going to be utilizing that Sightstone. Got a pink ward in as well, and we'll be scanning out just to make sure that they maintain some kind of control, especially around this Dragon area, because that's just spawned in. Jankos not there, though.
He will be able to join very soon. Rick is sneaking in here. Red buff. Maybe want to pop an ulti from overpower. Not this time around. He's staying too far back too close to his own tower. The rest of Rocket is still around this Dragon here, but Fnatic now taking control, clearing the pink wards. And the pink wards from Rocket actually still on their members. They haven't placed them just yet. So now they've actually lost the control around the river. Fnatic looking to land some poke.
Rocket, though, basically just forcing their way into that river area. Soaz, of course, is in top lane. Teleport available for him. So they may be forced to deal with him here. That might force a recall from Xaxus to go and do that one. Or they might just get the cow joining the fight a little bit later on. Dragon is going to be pulled out here by Vander. That is a start for Roccat then. Let's see if they can actually get this one finished off. Fnatic not going to give this one up easily. Trying to just poke as much as they can with those Nidalee Spears, with Cockmore hammering away at Wraith. There is the TP coming into the Death Brush. Alistair going to join the fight. If anyone's going to start it off, it may well just be Soaz to dive right into the front. Towards Xpeke, he's going to flash away. Tidal Wave going to come through. Zillion's at the back. He's got the bomb onto Xpeke. Is it enough to finish him off? Yes, he will. Even with the Summoner Heal coming out. And now the chase is on. Soaz's ultimate is gone. And there's a hook from Vander. Back range. They get themselves 2 kills. Can they get any more from it? There is Cyanide forced off by Jankos. 2 kills. Going to be a dragon as well for Roccat.
Very, very nice setup here. Xpeke was trying to land the stun, so he stayed actually as the front member from Fnatic here. Nice hook landing from Vander. And then an overpower just coming from the mid lane. Double bomb and ignite onto him, killing him instantly as the fight actually started. And then Rocket can take Dragon, win the fight. And we talk about how Rocket in these team fights, they are so strong. They love to make these comps here, which can really put up a lot of damage in these fights here. And Celebar is just staying completely untouched. Let's see it again here. Xpeke trying to land a stun. Actually does land on Jankos, but at the same time, hook comes in from Vander, onto him, force the flash over from the mid lane, double bomb, and Xpeke is dead. The rest of Rocket now chasing. One of the good things about Kha'Zix's jungle is you have this massive slow here, you can land it on multiple members and just keep chasing up, and just another hook from Vanderlife.
Vanderlife, that we've not seen for quite a while. If you remember back to Spring Split, we were singing nothing but praises with Vander on Thresh. I kind of got a little bit quieter. He moved away from the Thresh.
He was saving it.
Not having massive success, but he has been on point this game so far. 1-0-3 with that Thresh. We also have a few more items coming into this one. So the Morel and Nomicon actually picked up by Overpower. So just trying to negate a little bit of the healing power out of Alistair and Nami. Oh, Xaxus. Wow, he is out of position there. Actually does get headbutted back, and then we'll just jump into Cougar form.
He's not safe yet.
Over the wall, there is Xpeke coming in. Ulti is going to be used. Xaxus is going to go down, and Peke will pick up his 3rd of the game.
So while he did actually try and flash and jump away, Xpeke just walked straight up to him, picked up an easy kill here. Still, looking back at that last team fight, it was all about the engage. On to Xpeke. He was staying in the front, which meant Rocket could win the team fight. They do have to send someone up and defend his top tower, otherwise it's gonna die.
Well, it is gonna die. There's
and they're gonna keep pushing in.
4 men for Fnatic. Roccat have only got 3 down bottom. Peke will come to try and slow them down, but that inner turret will fall. They have to defend now, though, on the inhibitor turret, and that probably goes from both sides. We see one recall from the top side. Jankos taking a bit of a blast. They're gonna go for Peke. Can they land it?
No flash on him.
Vision. The hook doesn't land. As you mentioned, no flash for Peke meant he was vulnerable. They forced him away from the tower. Fnatic are now recalling back in, but are they gonna be fast enough to save that inhibitor tower? I don't think they are. Jankos steps forward, gets the kill onto Peke. Here comes the cow out of the base, but Soaz needs to be real careful as well. Has to pop his ultimate. Flayed back though, and there's a lot of CC coming in. There's the hook. The box goes down. Meanwhile, Xaxus has to use the ulti there out of Overpower. One more hit will kill off Soaz, and Reckless is being bombed as well. Xaxus going to dive forward. Where's the spear? Flashed away from. That will leave Yellow Star open as he throws down his tidal wave. And 2 kills coming in, and it might not be over just yet.
Inhibitor 2
having to go away, and the inhibitor is taken down by Roccat. Wow.
Fnatic just standing there one by one, dying. They lost the towers, lost the inhibitor. Yellowstar in his top lane here. He might go down as well.
Exhausting the
just
slow
from
Reckless, yeah.
No, they're still chasing.
Oh, no.
You got the Zillion speed.
Again. Gets away from the spear. The bubble will force Xaxus to turn around. And, well, Roccat, a team that, let's be honest, have not impressed us for a lot of this split with decision-making, especially later on in the game. They really stuck to their guns. They'd obviously made a call there, stuck to it, executed it brilliantly.
So they simply made the call saying, we don't care about the 4 members in top lane because we have Xaxus respawning and we have Overpower there, so we have 2 members to try and stop it, while Fnatic only had Syndra down this bottom lane to try and stop the push. And because there's no flash and Xpeke used in the last team fight and there was no ulti either, Jankos felt like he could just jump him instantly, got him low, second time around they jumped him again, killed him this time, got the tower. Source joined in all alone, ended up dying, and inhibitor went down. Overall, just very, very good call by Rocket here. Even though it looked like they were going to lose a base race, played it very cool and said, you know what, we can take this one. If there's only 1 member here, we can jump him, we can kill him. And we're going to win this base race here. So inhibitor down. And now instantly you see Rocket moving in towards this bounty, and oh, Cyanide, you might be dead.
Hook onto Cyanide, he's going to actually slide away, but how far is he going to go? Overpower speeding in. Cyanide actually flashed there just to get that extra distance away from the bombs. Xaxus, meanwhile, has been pushing this top lane out, and Fnatic need to hurry up and try and defend this one. Reckless is just having a bit of a walk inside of mid there. His Soaz diving in. He's going to pop his ultimate, but again, they just hook him up. Ulti being forced out. Celeber gets hit by the bubble, but there's no follow-through there from Fnatic. And with Alistar's ulti down now, that is an opportunity for Rockout.
Yeah, and whenever Fnatic decides to engage, they never seem to target Celeber. He has Trinity Force and Blade completed already, and he's the guy you want to kill. Now they will target him. Where's the Lantern?
Well, Rockout have left him all alone, but there is a Lantern. And Vander pulls him to safety. Gonna say calculated there out of Rockout. Vander knew he could keep his AD carry alive. Meanwhile, Overpower just finishing off that outer turret in the mid lane. And look at that, straight onto the inner one. Peke at half HP. Overpower starts to sting now with that Morella Nomicon with the Archangel staff in there. Those bombs definitely do a lot of damage. And the super minions, let's not forget, with that bottom inhibitor, already hammering away on the Nexus turrets, 23 minutes in.
We also just saw another reason for Vander not picking Morgana in the Champs League, where we talked about it. Having the Lantern against a Jarvan when he jumps your AD carry or whatever member without a jump from Rocket is just so good. And also meant the Vander kept it really cool. He waited for the ulti and then he gave the Lantern to Celeber. He just wanted Cyanide to pop his ulti in, actually think he could kill him. And Rocket, at the moment, in full control. Overpower still though, is taking a lot of damage in his mid lane.
He has to use his ulti, doesn't actually die in the end. Pretty much the second time that that's happened, and I think the damage that they've done to Vander there may just open up this outer turret in the mid lane, although Xaxus coming around as well. That might be enough to deter Fnatic from sticking around. Jankos actually trying to flank in. Celeber joined in, and Rockout managed to hold on to that outer tower.
And credit to Overpower as well for showing how manly he can be, even though he dies a few times in the early game. The fact he didn't build Athenes against the Syndra to get the magic resist, instead wanted the healing reduction, and also just the base AP you get here from the Morella Nomicon. It does give more AP than the Athenes, so he just wanted some straight AP. He wanted to stay in the backline anyway for these team fights, so he shouldn't be the target, or shouldn't actually be possible for Xpeke to kill him if he's just staying in the back and letting Jankos and Xaxus do the frontline tanking, which of course is not ideal considering the fact that they haven't actually built a lot of tank items yet. But it doesn't matter for Rocket at the moment because they're just poking and rotating between these lanes, taking down towers. Every time we see an engagement from Fnatic, they never really seem to hit Celeber, and therefore he just stays alive and just keeps hitting everyone and killing everyone from Fnatic.
But that old question mark over Rockat's head that's kind of haunted them this entire season long. They're ahead in a lot of games. They go into the late game. Sometimes they struggle to close it and manage it a lot later than you'd expect. Sometimes, to be brutally honest, they've thrown games away. Fnatic are a team that if you make a single mistake, they're definitely going to punish you here. So Rockat need to keep up what has been so far this match. Sublime calling and execution of that as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Into this late game. That's the real test for them here.
And we also have to remember we have actually only seen one real team fight around the Dragon, where we had the nice 2 hooks actually from Vander, setting up the 2 kills for Rocket and the Dragon. Otherwise, it's been about, you know, the tower pushing and the small fights up in the top lane. Nobody actually went down. It's just Rocket moving up, hitting the tower a little bit, and then Lantern, Celeber out to safety. So we haven't actually seen more than just one team fight. Fnatic is very far behind in gold, so the next team fight will be even harder for them now, especially if Vander can keep landing these hooks here to engage him, because he's going to be the main engage. Jankos jumping in and landing slow is good if you want to chase, but that's not a main engage. It's all about Vander landing the hooks.
Cyanide, this is your time to shine. Is he going to be able to get in there? Actually, Rockat decide, let's stop the Baron here. We need to move away. Peke had gone around the backside with the vision that they'd got over the wall then. Was able to do some decent amounts of damage, and Rockat start to recall away. Fnatic not going to directly pounce onto that Baron. Rockat then sending 2 men back. Will now have to defend it with 3 just to stop Fnatic saying, okay, they've just all recalled, let's just rush that Baron down. It's not going to happen here though. In fact, Overpower, I actually think this could be a little bit dangerous for him, showing himself down the bottom lane. Yes, he can speed himself up over and over with the rewind. But look at Fnatic, they're going to move in, and all that work that Rocket had really done there to get the vision control goes to waste.
Lost the 2 pink wards there. They still have 1 ward outside the Baron pit to actually see if Fnatic will start it. But just because Overpower is going to this bottom lane, he needs to farm. He wants to complete his death cap before the next big team fight. Meant they had to give up the 2 pink wards. Still, it is a trade Rocket can be fairly happy with, just because they want to get the death cap here on Overpower, so he really starts doing a lot of damage on the bombs. And also, once you use his ulti, you come back with almost 100% HP, which is going to be a big deal. So now they're in this jungle here. Another pink ward placed by Jankos and Vander. No, 2 pink wards, we should say instead. It's actually funny because we always talk about Fnatic and their ward control. Jankos and Vander are the support and the jungler who places the most wards in the LCS if we count the quarterfinals games, where they of course have 4 more games than Yellowstar had and Sanad had to place the wards. But those 2 together put so much focus as well on getting all these wards down, and pretty much the entire game they have just been 1 step ahead of Fnatic by putting down all these wards in the jungle so they could push these side lanes safely and always get some damage on them and also take the right trades.
Oh, big stun there from FLICKR, landing onto 2 of them. Rocket obviously just trying to get in, kill off this inhibitor once again, so that they can have the pressure of those super minions once again working in their favor. As I said, the last wave that came in did manage to get a few hits off onto those Nexus turrets, but for now, that will all be regen back up. But it's more of the pressure from, you have to send someone back to defend against those super minions, which then means you can either push top lane, obviously Baron as well becomes a lot easier. Overpower there, getting stunned up and actually used his ultimate, so that is now down, and you can see with that Rocket decide, no, it's too risky now.
Yeah, this was enough for Fnatic to force Rocket back. They didn't actually have to kill Overpower, just force his ulti, so he couldn't use it on himself or Celavar in a potential team fight, and Rocket will go back to base here and wait for it to be red again. Look at the cooldown, however, because Overpower, late game Zillion, you can just spam your W. It's going to be ready in just a matter of seconds now. And then Rocket once again can group up, potentially go down to this bottom lane and look for a team fight if they want to, or look to just take down the inhibitor. But Fnatic seems like they want to go straight towards this Baron here, set up their own pink wards, and see if now they can catch someone from Rocket out of position. If Vander walks into ward all alone, he will die. Well, he kind of has to walk down to them, not just around the jungle.
Actually doesn't, which is a wise move, you know, with the foresight that we have been able to see the wards and positions of both teams. Fnatic just looking for that cheeky pickup. Single kill at this point would probably mean that a Baron would be started off. Reckless, though, quite happy to get himself some extra farm. Ghostblade, of course, was added into that Blade of the Ruin King. Also, a lot of magic resist coming in here as well for Fnatic, picking up those Negatron cloaks. And there is Jankos. I'm not sure he specifically wanted to take that blue buff there. I think that was meant for Overpower.
Well, actually, I don't think so, because Overpower at the moment is sitting on 40% cooldown reduction. He has enough mana regen because he has his Tia and Morello and Nomicon. And Jankos wants to be the guy.
Oh, Vander.
So I did actually say Vander walks around alone.
Yeah, so that happened just a little bit later than we thought. Now let's see what Fnatic have got planned from this one. Support is down. Big element of CC from that Rocket combination.
Jankos coming in behind here though. Xpeke is a little bit exposed.
Oh, Spears coming around Jankos. He's going to go forward. Let's go that one to Overpower. Overpower uses ultimate on himself, but he's already in trouble. Great bubble onto 2 men at the back. There is Celavar. Focus finished off as well. Fnatic pick up the kill, and that is 2 men down now. What are they going to do? Looks like they might try and push this middle lane out. The stuns of FLICKR will keep Rocket busy from the side. Jankos just trying to poke them down with Nidalee Spears as well, but that looks like it's going to be the inner turret at least here for Fnatic. We do see Vander coming back into the game, so Fnatic here, do they turn and burn for base, or do they think about Baron?
Oh, Joe, don't call me Joe Miller. You did say if you make one mistake against Fnatic, they will punish you. Xpeke was standing in the mid lane, so I'm not sure if Rocket expected the remaining members of Fnatic to be on Baron. Now they might be in trouble again. There's still only 4 members.
Yeah, Overpower did manage to get his ultimate rewind in there as Reckless going to get pulled in. Jankos over on the backside, trying to go for Soaz. The bomb will be enough. Reckless gets bombed as well. Can they get any more? Jankos steps away from the bubble. Zaza's trying to get in. Can Vanderlei? Oh, he does! Max range onto Peke. Peke's down. Yellowstone's going to fall here to Jankos. And now Cyanide sliding in to try and help out the support and maybe get away from the chasing team, but I don't think he's going to. Another upland from Vander, and that is 4 men down for Fnatic.
Fair enough then, if you do have Vander playing like an absolute god, landing every single hook, you can take the 4v5. This time around there was no ulti for Source, so once he actually went in, he dropped very low, he died from the bomb as well, and Rocket could take the fight. 4 members against the 5 from Fnatic, who had used a lot of ultis, had to be said, from the last fight, but still, that was also just a chase potential for Kha'Zix, and then when you have Vander landing all these hooks here, they could pick up the Baron as well. But the first time around, it was probably just Rocket thinking Xpeke was out of position in this mid lane all alone. Let's try and jump him and kill him, and then go and stop the Baron. And then they face check 5 people. Lost a member, Selva went down for it. But damn, they did just show. They can still fight 4 members in the end.
Reckless stealthing up, the bubble comes out, but it's gone wide. Overpower actually just going to be speeding on in there. Will slow down Reckless, but decides not to follow up too much on that one. Dragon's been alive for quite a while here, so that's basically free gold at this point for whoever moves through it. It will be Roccat that take that one. And with that, almost closing a 10,000 gold lead.
And look at the difference in junglers in this game here. While we didn't see a lot of ganks in the early game from any of them, we saw Jankos put a lot of focus once again on pushing the tower so early. Top tower went down because he was up there pushing it, then he went down to this bottom lane, took the tower as well. And then every single team fight, Jankos has just been there landing his poke, and whenever someone dropped low, he was got to jump in and finish him. Let's see it again here. 5 members from Fnatic. Remember, there's no ulti for Soaz, so he's still fairly squishy, and everyone from Fnatic just piling onto Overpower while he's dead, comes back to life, pops the bomb, and now the rest of Rocket just stayed safe in the back line, dealing all the damage. The bomb takes down Source, and here's why Kha'Zix is so strong. He jumps in, keep chasing, and of course Vanderlife with the hook here. Gets another kill, chase onto Yellowstone, he's gonna die too. Cyanide is like, okay, let me try and help my support, actually ends up costing his life.
Roccat with a massive lead here in game number 1. Might have just been the confidence boost that they really needed coming into this game as well. We said it before, they are a very, very strong best of 5 team. Yeah, he actually just walked in the right direction away from the scan in the nick of time, so he gets away with that one. There were 3 of them there, and they would have pounced. And the way that Vander's been playing, you'd probably say the chance of him landing a hook there were pretty damn high as well. He's been involved in 9 kills out of the 11. Jankos exactly the same as well. 6-0-3 for Kha'Zix. Scary stuff for Fnatic. Are they going to fall 1-0 behind? They're actually setting up a trap here for Roccat.
Oh, the Fnatic
Gonna walk straight into it. Can they get the stun off? No, didn't quite have the range there. It was aimed at Selva, but he was able to walk back.
And Rocket now pushing up. We have seen him be in this position before here where they pushed onto this inhibitor, and then Overpower to pop his ulti, and then the rest of Rocket just stepped away. Didn't want to risk any potential team fight where someone could have just been blown up by Xpeke or Reckless. Now they're in the position again. Not feeling confident enough at the moment. I'm still waiting probably for Xaxus to push his mid lane before they move in. Look at Reckless, he's sneaking onto Xaxus.
He's going to be able to kill him. There he is coming out of stealth. Xaxus starting to jump away. Overpower coming in. There is a tidal wave. Xaxus actually super low. Will actually be in a little bit of trouble here possibly. Overpower flashing away as well. Didn't want to get picked up by the cow. And Xaxus will survive. Didn't need Overpower's ultimate in the end.
So Rocket were waiting for Xaxus to push the mid lane in, and at the same time they didn't really have any control of where Reckless was sneaking around this Twitch. So they played it safe until he actually jumped Xaxus in the mid lane, and instantly Overpower was there with the ulti to make sure if he actually went down, he would be safe. It's a good response here by Fnatic against the Baron up team. So what you can do when you have the Blade and Ghost Blade Twitch. Just for those few seconds where the Ghost Blade is active, you can do a lot of damage.
See what comes out next for him here. Sound of Pickaxe and a Negatron Cloak, so do you go more damage? Do you try and get a little bit more safety? Safety first, in my opinion. It's not for Reckless, apparently, and who am I to argue with him? BF Sword being picked up. Well, the fact is when Vander can hook you somehow through about 3 other teammates that are trying to protect you, bit of safety would never hurt.
But if you do look at the comment from Rocket, they don't have anyone really diving onto your AD carry. Again, Kha'Zix, he could do it before the changes to his ulti, where he no longer has the damage reduction, so he can just dive in. Celebi in a bit of a risky situation here. Feeling confident though, because Overpower has his ulti ready, and the lantern from Vander, but still, Rocket is more about just like constantly poking and like kite, poke, and then whenever Source's ulti is gone, they can kill him or kill Cyanide, and then they will chase on towards Reckless. So he's still feeling fairly safe in the back line. He didn't die yet, even though we've had a few team fights. So can't really blame him. And they are gonna need the damage, because at the moment it takes a lot of time for Fnatic to take down the members. Source doesn't do a lot of damage at this point. He's not the guy to just solo down someone in a team fight, like burst them down. Cyanide, of course, Java and jungle, the same deal for him. So it's all about Xpeke and Reckless in these fights here. And if they don't have enough damage, we've seen what happens. Rocket will out-sustain him in the fights, simply due to the ulti from Overpower and the fact they can keep kiting and landing the slow, landing the poke, and then re-engage when they feel like now they have the advantage.
Just seen a few moments ago, Void Staff was added in for Zilean, and now Kog'Maw and Kha'Zix both picked up a Last Whisper as well. Could mean a little bit of pain here for Fnatic, who are actually all down bottom. They were trying to once again set up the trap for Roccat. They've tried it a couple of times here. Couldn't quite make it work last time, as a stun from Peke didn't land onto Celeber as intended. And this time they also gave it up, realizing that Roccat weren't actually coming anywhere near them. So let's have a look at this one. We're almost 40 minutes into the game. 11-5 in kills to Roccat. As the 11,000 gold lead for Roccat, up 6-5 in turrets. Of course, there's an open inhibitor down in the bottom lane. That went down very, very early in this match. But Fnatic, since then, they've been able to hold Roccat away from it. Or we could maybe even look at it from the other angle and say Roccat have not really made any attempt to go for it.
Yeah, so Roccat hasn't really been able to split push simply because Reckless is playing Twitch. And he's always sneaking around here looking for the one member split pushing. Like Xasus on Nidalee is normally a split push champion. He's instead gone Trinity Force and then very tanky and focused on actually being part of all the team fights. So we haven't really seen Rocket go into the split push mode simply because of the Twitch pick from Fnatic here, and the pick potential they still do have, even though they are behind.
Once again, getting more wards down. Reckless actually stealths up there. Looked like he was thinking about going for a little bit of a peek in the enemy jungle, see what he could find. In the end, decides against it for now. Ziankos took a bit of a blast. There's another dragon spawning in here, so why not take that one away? Add a bit more gold to your lead. Fnatic going to put a ward in the back there. See, it's already down low and decides it's not worth it at this point. Even Cyanide, who's decently tanky. We can't say a big unkillable tank at this point, though. Still, for him, not worth it to dive in there, try for one of his patented steals.
Yeah, and he went Sidestone as well, so giving up a lot of potential tank stats by investing gold into getting more wards, but it is their Sanad and Fnatic style, where you do want to invest in a lot of wards, but same goes for Rocket on the other side, and their ward control has been great in this game. Full credit to Jankos and Vander. And we just have to say also, they made the better decisions, to be honest. They were there to punish Fnatic when they did the first dragon, pick up first of all, pick up a kill on Soas, and then pick up 2 kills in the teamfight after. And Vander was looking for the hook here.
Gets sped up there by Zilean, trying to get in onto Peke, but not quite this time around. Actually falling a little bit low there and deciding to start the recall off. So Vander is going to go back. Celeber has also recalled here as well, so 2 men out of the equation for now, but Fnatic will be moving in simply for a bit of ward placement, try and get some control back over that Baron, because losing a second Baron here to Roccat could possibly be enough to tip the game over.
Yeah, but right now, Rocket is being too passive, to be honest. They keep
Roccat.
I know, but they keep putting up wards to the Baron, and then as soon as Fnatic move in towards the Baron, they just run away from it and end up giving all the vision control back to Fnatic. Then they have to go in and do the exact same again, which just buys more and more time for Fnatic to actually sit and farm and wait for the right opportunity to potentially get a pick. Rocket does have a very good late game comp because they can protect Celebi so well with their Zilean, but Zilean will lose a lot of damage. Same goes for the Nidalee pick in terms of, well, actually, Nidalee, if she actually gets onto you with her Q in Kuka form, she will do a lot of damage, but it's a bit hard to do in a straight-up teamfight. So in that case, Rocket is giving a lot of time to Fnatic here to try and come back in the game. Remember, the further into the game we go, the less the goal lead means. I mean, once you hit the 5-6 items on all your carries, it doesn't matter if you're 10, 15,000 gold behind.
Fnatic are making a strong positional play here up that mid lane, forcing Roccat to back off through their own jungle. Peke did land a stun earlier on towards Vander. Cyanide actually stepped forward, but then stepped back once again as he realized he might not be able to get in there. Soaz is actually recalling, so that would leave 5 versus 4 here. Obviously, he does have teleport though, so can come straight back into this one. There's a stun on towards Vander. Bubba will follow as well. Are they going to pile in? Cyanide actually having to jump away, and Jankos going right into the middle of the team. Switches targets. Reckless and Peke are going to be who he goes for. There's the ulti out of Overpower to bring him back to life. Full HP as well, and Roccat are able to force Fnatic away with 2 men low, and that could be Baron.
And now they do it here. They've been around this Baron for a long time, but never really wanted to commit to the fight here. Soaz teleporting in. 4 members now from Fnatic to try and stop this one. Soaz does have his ulti, he can go in.
Can they get it? There is a tidal wave coming through, but it's going to be taken. Jankos will smite it down, and now the chase is on. Peke going to be focused by Zazas and Jankos, and there is the kill. It's Zazas that gets it. Meanwhile, the cow at the back, his ulti will run out, and he's going to go down. Celebi will get that one, and Jankos keeps chasing through. Cyanide will be able to back away, but it's almost minute-long spawn times here for Soaz and it's Peke. This is Rockat's time to shine.
Yeah, instantly just moving to this bottom lane here. They want to take it while the 2 members are dead. Opa, however, will get jumped on.
Knocked
just dodged around.
Reckless actually trying to get in there for that. There's a TP from Zazas to come back in. Yellow start falling low. Can they finish him off? Jankos dives in. It's Overpower that gets the kill. Reckless will fall as well. And in the back line, Cyanide dies. And that right here is surely game number 1 for Roccat. No one left up in the game. 20 seconds until both Peke and Soaz actually respawn here. And Roccat going to go straight in onto the Nexus turrets and pick up game number 1 here in the semi-final. We said it before, Fnatic were the big favourites. Can the underdogs do it?
At least game 1, Roccat once again shows how good they are in best out of 5 and preparing for these games here. Early pick Celebi's AD carry. Once again, they trust in him to do well no matter what AD carry he's against. And then you just see the Zillion being locked in from Overpower to protect Celebi and also to give some more chase potential once they're locked in Italy and Kha'Zix, who are both able to just chase in these team fights. If you poke someone down, Nidalee and Kha'Zix can just run after you and they will catch you. And we saw it in these fights here. They got them low, Fnatic tried to run away, got chased or ran down, ended up dying, gave dragons, gave towers, and the decision-making from Roccat in this game here was just better than Fnatic's. Early on, Fnatic could have gone for the dragon, 5 members with Celebi sitting in the top lane. They didn't do it. They waited for Celebi to run all the way down, be part of the big fight, and then 4 members from Roccat actually stopped the dragon and killed 2 members from Fnatic. And then, of course, we have to mention the base race. We could almost call it a base race, because Fnatic was 4 members in top lane pushing. It looked good for Fnatic in the start, but then there was 2 members from Roccat to defend it, and the 3 members for Roccat pushing down his bottom lane. And then Fnatic ran in like 1 member at a time. Pekka died, and Soaz died, and Sanat almost died, and they ended up losing 2 towers and inhibitor because they just ran it like 1 by 1 by 1. And all of a sudden, Roccat were like 5,000-6,000 gold ahead and just kept the lead.
I want to talk about Vander here because he had an amazing performance. He scored by the end 1-1-11, all the ones for Vander. Maybe wants to be number 1 here in playoffs from that result. But he hit ridiculous hook.
Yes.
His lanterns were on point 2, 3, 4, 5 times in that game to mostly save Celebi. We saw it in the top lane where they just chase him down inside the Cataclysm and you're thinking, oh no, what's he going to do? Lantern comes over the top of the wall and he takes him out safety. Vander was brilliant in that game.
It is really scary to consider of the 11 assists. Like 5, 6, maybe even 7 of them was from hooks, which actually gave kills to Roccat. It was not just like throwing down the lantern in a team fight or flay one guy. Like it was actually max range, hooks onto Fnatic, get the kill here. Really impressive stuff. And on Fnatic's side, the Alistar pick didn't really pay off. They did get the first blood, where it was Soaz and Cyanide coming into the mid lane, killing Overpower. But otherwise, the Alistar did nothing in the game. Cyanide and Jarvan had no impact at all. Every single team fight he would go in and be forced to just flash away and run. Like every single team fight. So Reckless and Expected were kind of left in the backline alone. And we also have to highlight the fact that Syndra is a very hard mid laner to play in team fights because, again, you are very immobile and you kind of want to land your stun. as a potential engage, and it was what happened to FLICKR when he got hooked, ended up dying at the Dragon, gave the first goal lead to Rocket here. So full credit to Rocket. They played it fantastic, good wards, good decision making, and deserved to win.
Well, the underdogs 1-0 up in the best of 5 and just need 2 more games, and they'll be our first European representative at Worlds. Still a long way to go, though. For now, we're going to go over to Shox at the analyst desk for a breakdown of that win.
Thank you very much, Joe. Whew. What a game coming in here. Rocket looking as strong as they did actually throughout the entire quarterfinals. Let's break down the picks and bans. Fnatic going for a Nami first pick, putting on so much on that champion, but it was the support Thresh on the other side that paid out dividends for Rocket.
Yeah, it really was. The difference in supports was day and night. The very first ban from Fnatic was also the Elise, targeting that at Jankos, and he picks up Kha'Zix in the first round of picks from Rocket, and he just delivers once again. Jankos is far and away the hard carry for Rocket, and until Fnatic figure out how to deal with him and contain him, they're going to have a difficult time. I think most of the picks were fairly standard. We're not too surprised by what was locked in, but just how Rocket played was fantastic.
But you got to think, right at the start, it was Fnatic that got the edge. They got in, got the blue steel in there. It all worked out well for them, but it slipped away. And it was all about this early Baron fight we're about to get, Dragon fight, sorry, we're about to get to. Because, simply put, Fnatic were at odds with themselves right from the start.
Yeah, that was...
They seemed nervous.
Yeah, absolutely. That was when they got a small advantage. They actually had positional advantage at Dragon. Let's actually get that up on the screen. In all normal circumstances, they take this down.
Yeah, but I think, you know, for Fnatic, they had a nice grouping. Let's roll this clip out, actually, and take a look at the fact that Soaz is not with the team. So this is a 4v3 for the time being, and you're going to be seeing Jankos coming in from the sidelines. Vander landed so many impressive hooks, and despite Fnatic chaining their CC quite effectively, they just simply did not kill the damage threats. You see Nidalee hanging out in the sidelines, throwing out those spears. Celiva, despite going very, very low, does not get taken out. And while all of the focus was on trying to get those 2 members down, Jankos comes in, cleans house, picks up a couple of kills. Rocket actually rolled back around, picked up the Dragon, and from there on out, they did establish control.
Yeah, solid start by Rocket. And honestly, coming into this one, vast underdogs, it's safe to say. They finished 6th in the season, way down, below 50% win rate over the season. They seem to be peaking, and everybody, myself included, was saying 3-0. This is a 3-0, no doubt about it. But Rocket, my God, where has this team just come from? And like you said, Jankos, he is leading in First Bloods by a long way for a good reason. He knows how to gank, and he does it successfully. And he's just smelling blood throughout the whole game. Fantastic Kha'Zix.
Yeah, absolutely, and he helped build his team up a fantastic lead in this game. But at one point, Fnatic, they have a lot of damage on their side. When FLICKR gets on someone with that ult, they can burst someone down if it wasn't for the Zilean ult, and that was so essential in this.
It was a very smart pick. Fnatic like to play a pick style. The Zilean composition is going to counter that instant burst, meaning Syndra is significantly less useful. I do also want to call Fnatic's decision-making out. For the second time, we see a base race situation coming up, and Deficio touched on it very briefly towards the end of the game there. Rocket were pushing the top lane. Rocket pushing bottom lane, Fnatic pushing top lane. We didn't see the full story of what transpired in the top for Fnatic, but it ended up costing them an inhibitor turret and an inhibitor. It completely stalled any aggressive moves that Fnatic could have made on the map for the next 4 minutes, and while Rocket sort of meandered over the finish line, that alone secured them control in the mid-game.
And it seems to be down to FLICKR obviously clearly making the call, I've got this, guys, don't worry, I can clear this out. But I don't think he was quite ready for Jankos' aggression. Just leaped in, got straight on him, got the slowdown. He had so much damage at that time. He'd already got the Hex Drinker, the Brutalizer, and I think he was well on his way to the last Whisper in there as well. He got a lot of damage, and I just think it completely caught him by surprise.
Yeah, that was kind of the story of the mid to late game for me, that Fnatic's decision-making maybe was off because of the nerves. They actually have another replay to showcase that.
Yeah, I actually agree. Let's pull that second replay up onto your screen. This was really the fight that sealed it for me, that just said Rocket's going to win this game. 4 versus 5, 4.5 versus 5. There's a Zilean ultimate that's going to get thrown in there. Let's roll the clip out. Fnatic, they just managed to pick off Celiva in the back line. You can see he's still on the death timer. And even though they try to blow overpower up, this is the sort of counterplay that Zilean brings to the team fights. Fnatic cannot get to the backline. Zazas was alone. Jankos manages to leap away to safety, and as Fnatic are forced out of the tunnel, the rest of Rocket just chase them down. Vander lands another fantastic death sentence. Like many of the fights, he, along with the play from Jankos, was the reason they won those fights. Fnatic get punished, 4 versus 5, they lose the fight.
Yeah, some people say throwing down the gauntlet, he threw down the lantern in Fnatic's face.
And it's something we've said so many times. Don't let Vander get Thresh. It's been a while since we saw Vander Life reappear, but he seemed to be on form. And we talked about, obviously, that base race situation. Vander landed 3 hooks that included 3 deaths. He just, everything he lands kills.
Yeah, I really just think for Fnatic, the biggest thing for them to think about is what threat do they consider bigger? Because you can't ban Jankos and Vander out and pick a champion, take away champions from Overpower as well. They need to figure out what's going to work for them. The Zilean pick was very smart because it countered FLICKR, countered the pick style. And there were so many things that Fnatic have to analyze going to game 2.
And this is possibly a problem because they banned out Elise, which is obviously Jankos' main champion. It's what he's been getting all the kills on. He said, fine, I've got another one I'll fall back on and I will get a lot of kills. It's just, for Fnatic, they seem to have a big problem coming into game 2.
Now we saw it when we were rocking here. NA was rushing backstage. Veggie was rushing backstage to go to their teams and give them the feedback. So what do you guys think in this next game? Is it just going to go like it went in quarterfinals with Rocket? When they have their eye on the ball, they go.
I mean, at the end of the day, Fnatic are probably the most experienced team in this situation. They know how to adapt to these situations. And as you mentioned, they've got Arnair out the back. He looked like he was ready to spit bullets going to see that team. He was not happy. So I think they should be able to adapt. We'll see how it works out. We talked about how, obviously, Rocket completely focused FLICKR. He got Syndra. He was very happy. He got his champion. But it was an immobile champion, and they were a very mobile team.
Yeah, just very briefly, Rocket demonstrated they can beat Fnatic resoundingly. If they get off to a good start, confidence is with them. They should be able to take game 2 if they get off to a good start.
All right, well, we'll see. Whew, what a series we have on our hands. We have to step away, but we'll be back in 3.5 for game 2 as Rocket takes on Fnatic. Stay with us.
Stun coming in, there is the flag and dragon, they're going to try and go through, headbutt pulverized, combo comes down, and first blood will land, FLICKR going low, behind Stun, Jankos coming in, manages to get the kill on FLICKR, Yellow Star might go down as well, it's a double for Jankos.
I stun.
Go, 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 go! Go, 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 go!
Yeah, this guy after.
Go, 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 go!
This guy. Okay, I'm coming.
Nice. Sasa's trying to get in. Can Vander Life? Oh, he does! Max range onto FLICKR. FLICKR's down. Yellowstone's gonna fall here to Jankos. Yellowstone falling low. Can they finish him off? Jankos dives in. He's overpowered. Gets the kill. Reckless will fall as well.
it is a huge advantage to get the bye already at this time, because when you play quarterfinals, you have the risk of losing and even getting relegated, which is really, really scary. And on top of that, you are like 1 win closer. You just have to think, okay, if we win, we are going to Worlds. If we lose, we still have another chance of going to Worlds. So being in this spot that you're in the semi-final already is way more relaxed, and I think it makes even the other teams more scared of you because they know you're stronger than them.
Welcome back, everyone. We'd like to let you know that the LCS TV channel on Roku is now officially launched, allowing you to watch live matches and VODs of past games on your television. You can catch everything from the playoffs here at Gamescom all the way through to the World Championship. Now, a very patient Roccat ended up winning that first match. We're about to find out how Fnatic will respond here in game number 2.
So if we just look at like picks and bans, they probably don't have to ban Kassadin, even though they're on red side, because I don't recall seeing Overpower play Kassadin in a long time. And it doesn't seem to be the kind of champion which really fits the Rocket playstyle at the moment. We often see Overpower playing on these more utility-based mid laners, unless he can get his hands on Fizz, which seems to be his main assassin. It was banned in the last game by Fnatic here. They can basically go with the same bans, because they actually banned Maokai on blue side, which was a bit weird, but it tells me that Source doesn't actually play it, or maybe he doesn't feel like it's strong enough for potential first pick. I'm not sure why they banned it, but they did. Can do the same here. Pick-wise, though, they have to change up a little bit. They was very pick-focused. Once they fell behind, there was little they could do, and it was actually only due to Rocket playing it very safe. The game lasted so long.
What about Zilean then? Because we've seen
Zilean
earlier on in the split playing Zilean. It started to get banned out when we looked then towards the quarterfinals.
Banned towards Celavar. Like every single game where Celavar can just pick whatever AD carry he wants to, and he will pick it early on. And as long as he gets a hyper carry, we have seen how good he is.
So, no change here for Roccat. Blue side Kassadin ban. TF Orianna, same bans as game number 1. Other side, similar again. Maokai and Elise that we saw in game 1. But this time they do decide to get rid of the Zilean. Leaves Alistar open here, which Zazas was first picking if we look backwards a little bit. Also left Fizz open, which is going to be a first pick by Roccat.
So it explains the ban from Fnatic then in game 1, because clearly Rocket now feels Fizz is first pick worthy, and it is the only assassin we really see Overpower perform on. But once he actually plays it, he always does it really well. Very passive, the Overpower style in the start, but then as soon as he has items, he starts split pushing. Like, he needs the Hourglass, he needs the Void Staff, and he will start killing people in one-on-one. And he always runs teleport on the Fizz, so they have this double teleport threat normally. Let's see if he does it here.
So for Fnatic then, we talked about maybe you have to look towards Celavar here as a big player. Instead of banning, they actually first pick the Kog'Maw. Take that away from him. They take Nami again, as they did in game number 1. But Roccat are just saying, do we just run with a similar lineup? Kha'Zix worked a treat for Jankos in game 1. Nidalee was a strong pick for Zazas as well. Why change something that's not broken?
Exactly, and we saw the chase potential in every single team fight. When they got Fnatic low, they just kept chasing, kept landing the slows, and picked up even more kills and really snowballed the game. On Fnatic's side, however, this is more what I expected from them when they first picked Nami in the last game, to go for a very strong lane setup. Now you have one of the best poke lanes. You can out-sustain people, you outrange them, you have so much poke in this lane here, 2v2. And therefore the Nami really makes a lot of sense. In game 1, first picking Nami and then go for the lane swap. Yes, okay, they wanted to have the Twitch, you can then give him the E from Nami and speed him up, and you could kind of like sneak up on people and kill them. Still, it was a little bit weird with first pick Nami, and I like this a lot more. So strong dual lane now from Fnatic here. Can potentially look for even more teamfight-based champions, like a Swain.
And there he is, Swain coming into this one. We've been hearing the rumors, of course. We saw Swain actually being played already in that top lane last week.
Unicorns of Love.
Unicorns of Love it was that played it, and it was terrifying, actually.
Yes.
Syndra as well, so Peke deciding Syndra, despite me having problems a little bit later on into the game, very strong for controlling the lane early on. See how he does here against Zazas.
Yeah, and again, with all the mid lane bans, kind of has to go down the list a little bit. So Syndra, once again, was good in the laning phase, set up some nice kills, but his team fighting positioning was not good enough. And he was the guy who got caught out of position a few times. He was one of the reasons they lost the early team fights and fell very far behind. And the Swain pick here, actually into a Nidalee. Swain is a very, very strong laner, and it's not a lane matchup I've seen for a long time. So I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen, if it's going to be a one-on-one. Swain always had one of the issues that if you do lane swap on him, he's pretty useless at farming the jungle. So he kind of needs this one-on-one lane to get his items. He often needs the Rod of Ages, Hourglass we see on Swain, because he needs to get in the face of people, he needs to have some defensive stats as well. But then he can become a real pain.
So, it was Tristana that Celeber went for. If we look back to the quarterfinal, once they decided, okay, we can't let him have Cogmore anymore, we have to get rid of that one. Tristana and the Corki were the two choices that he went for. Over for Fnatic, Cyanide not going to get his hands on the Elise. They banned that themselves. Kha'Zix's gone out, decided he doesn't want to play Jarvan this time around, going for Elise. No, not Elise, Evelynn.
Evelynn,
which is what
yeah.
that champion is.
I know it's one of Cyanide's main champions. But on Rocket side here, the Tristana pick might even be better for them because they can now really fast push towers in the late game, where they will have Fizz in one lane split pushing, they can have Nidalee in another lane, and then you have Celeber sitting in the mid lane, static shift, clear the waves pretty fast, get down to a tower, and then with Tristana, pop your Q and you can just melt the towers really, really fast here. So Rocket really looking to do this 1-3-1, which also explains the Evelynn pick on the side for Fnatic here, because she's one of the best junglers against this split push, because you don't really know where she is. You can't constantly, well, if you can keep constant deep wards in the jungle, you can often spot her out. But then late game, when you keep split pushing there and she's stealthing up on you and quickly turn it into a 2v1 where you expect it to be a one-on-one, is where Evelynn really can shine and shut down a split push. So there's a very strong pick here for Cyanide, and we've seen him time and time again play it, and we even seen Fnatic first pick it in the Super Week 2 games in a row.
Also, just want to touch on the fact that Soaz playing another new champion for him. I think traditionally in the past, Soaz, I don't know the exact facts on this one, so I might just be making it up somewhat, a little bit maybe, that when he brings something new, his first games always seem to catch people off guard, and he does very, very well with them.
Well, we've also seen him do pretty poorly in the very first games, and people are always like, why are you playing this champion? And he keeps playing it, and then all of a sudden it works, and everyone starts playing it. But yes, he tends to be the guy who always pulls out the new stuff, unexpected. Again, Swain against Nidalee, it's not a matchup I've seen before, so I hope we get one-on-one lanes to see who's actually going to be the strongest.
Well, let's find out if we'll get one-on-ones or whether those lane swaps will come in as we head into game 4, match number 2 here between Fnatic and Roccat. Let's not forget the scoreline 1-0 to Roccat as they move over to the blue side, and they're just 2 wins away from going into the grand final of playoffs, but more importantly, would be the first team to qualify for the 2014 World Championship. If I'd have told you that that was going to happen at the start of the year, you would have probably called me a bit of a madman.
Well, just remember, well, just go a few weeks back actually, Rocket ended as number 6 in the EU LCS. They were the lowest seed going into the quarterfinals. Then they destroyed Super Hawk Crew, and that's why they're sitting here at Gamescom. Just won the first game. Vander once again wants to log into Thresh, don't want to play Morgana into Nami. And why would you if you can just land hooks left and right and save people with your lantern?
Well, that's it, right? If you look, and we can talk about lane counters all day long, but the counter to everything is landing every single hook later on into the game, and that's something that Vander has definitely excelled on. In the first match that we've seen stranger swings in best of 5s though, as you see a scan coming out there. A sweeping lens taken by Overpower here at level 1. We'll clear out that ward on the top side of Fnatic's jungle. We'll see if that forces any reaction from Fnatic. Actually, it looks like their Rocket are going to just be backing away from this one. That Kha'Zix will end up moving over, or maybe not. Now he's stepped forward once again, but with losing that ward, Fnatic are having to defend it off a little bit, and there is a Peke ward onto the ramp. Rocket just back away to blue.
Yeah, and you can't really invade on a red buff when it's you, or only the jungle on the top lane doing it. Often we see it when people lane swap and you send the dual lane in just to be more people. We will get standard lanes. We actually saw both Vander and Celeber take the long way around their own jungle while pinging it. They were okay, they don't want to give away the fact there could be a ward in there, or if Fnatic were waiting at their own red buff. They didn't want to risk face taking him, so took the long way, played it very safe. And is now down this bottom lane, early pushing it. Try and get to level 2 as fast as possible and potentially set up a hook for Vander.
Oh, well, should be hidden here fairly shortly. Let's see how this one
needs
works
3
out.
more
They're going to go aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, this one and then
next wave. And then Yellow start trying to do as much damage as he can back onto Vander here. Auto attacks coming out Get him low enough so that even if he does land the hook, he'll be scared of going in. There's the flate onto Yellow Star to offer a bit more damage back.
One more minion and they get level 2. Well,
Celebar does. Vander will get it with the end of this wave. Let's be safe on that one. There we go, level 2, and you see that Fnatic have already just backed straight away onto the tower.
Yeah, and it's one of the worst feelings down the bottom lane when you know, okay, they're gonna get level 2. We have to just go back to our tower and wait for the minions to arrive, and then we can start picking them up. Didn't do much of a difference here. Reckless now instantly, as Fnatic actually hit level 2, are looking to trade now. Remember, they do have to heal for Yellow Star, while Vander will only have his Relic Shield to try and keep himself and Celebar sustained. And that's a cannon minion.
Yeah, that was a minion there, Vander. But look at this, Jankos, the first blood master of the European LCS, trying to get involved on this bottom lane. They've got no idea onto Yellow Star. Exhaust goes down. It's an early flash. The bubble actually came in onto Vander as well. Good try. They almost lost Celebar as that went down, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage being traded here between the two AD carries, and then Celebar switches damage over to Yellow Star, while Reckless just kept hitting Celebar throughout I'm saying like the 1 second fight we had before the flash out, but still, got a few extra auto attacks on him. Did have to use the flash from Yellow Star though. Very fast reactions here.
And the funny thing is,
honestly, this was almost in favor of Fnatic because Celebar was forced to go back to base.
That was exactly my next point. The funny thing is, it was Rockout that orchestrated that gank, and it's Rockout who have to send their AD carry early out of lane and will fall 12 CS behind. I almost really counted that completely wrong again, which wouldn't be the first time either. There's another bubble coming in, doesn't land, and Vander will be trying to clean up as much of this CS as he can, while Celebar finally does get himself now back into lane, and Fnatic just going to utilize that one, going, taking the recall back into base, and Reckless will come through with the workings of his phage.
You still have to remember Tristana is slightly weaker in the early game on this patch. Lost quite some damage actually on an explosive shot, her E, in the early stages. And Reckless has been winning the trade. Still, Yankus up in his top lane now, want to force a second flash, and it works.
Nicely done there.
So was want to snare the wall.
Cyanide was actually coming in as well, but they'd already started to move away from things. So flash down on the top side. No flash for Yellow Star. So Jankos, if you're just going by summon and spells alone here, has got a few opportunities to get in for another first blood. So Overpower and Peke starting to move up towards level 6. Both of them are around about 5.5, and Overpower with that wave now is going to be headed back home. Actually decides to recall. I was going to say Peke pushed that lane pretty quickly.
And Fnatic here actually expected a teleport from Overpower. So Peke decided to pick teleport himself. So now both the double global pressure, and also Overpower won't be able to use the teleport to actually sustain himself in lane, because Peke can do the exact same and therefore keep his CS lead and keep pressuring him down. Expect Overpower to just instantly TP back to lane after he's been back to base. And again, it's the style of Overpower. Very passive in the start. I'm not expecting him to do any kind of split pushing before he really feels like he has 2, maybe even 3 items. Normally he will walk into the lane, take the wave, but he won't really pick any fights before he really feels strong enough.
Well, so the bubble jump there down in the bottom lane. Zaz's actually going to be jumped on this top side as well, but he goes down to half and actually manages to return a good chunk of that back onto Cyanide. And look at it, Jankos waiting here by that mid lane. Of course, neither of them, because they're running teleport, have Ignite for those extra ticks of damage that could set something up. I think he just spotted him there. And, well, there's a ward in the brush, so he definitely will have spotted him now. And Jankos realizing that one, he's just going to back away. You see that level 6 has been hit by both mid laners. Zazas shouldn't be too far away from level 6 here as well, so has already hit it and just destroying minions as you do.
Yeah, so this top lane here, slight CS advantage to Zazas once he actually picks up all the farm under the tower here. Otherwise, it's been a fairly even lane, and we have to remember Source was forced to flash due to the gank from Yangus, where he did lose some farm. Otherwise, been fairly even in the top lane. Mid lane here, slight advantage for Expect, and then the bottom lane, due to the recall from Celebar early on, means actually Reckless and Yellow Star is doing well. And also, you do have a Nami lane, which is very strong. You have this long range poke and sustain we always talk about.
Oh, look at that. I thought Jankos was just going to wait inside the brush and try and cheekily steal that one away. Won't need to. Actually pulling all the way off to the back. Smites it down. Really well done there by Jankos. Timing in on that red buff nicely. And That's kind of the roles reversed. In game 1, it was Fnatic that were really looking for good buff control.
But it was actually very nice timing from Rocket in the sense that we had him in the top lane. Source had recalled and he was running back to lane. So Xaxus was already moving to the jungle. He was there before Source could even have teleported to it if he wanted to, and therefore he would have instantly been 2 members from Rocket. Also, Overpower from the mid lane was actually moving. He ignored his minions in the mid lane and just ran straight into the jungle of Fnatic to make sure, in case there was a fight, he was there to help.
Oh,
this was the pop the ult.
Yeah, stun and using his ultimate to get away from that one. Obviously, not quite as strong of an ultimate as it was previously on Kha'Zix that made you almost as unkillable as an Alistar with brief invisibility periods as well. Now though, it's bottom lane. Very much pressure in there. Good sidestep by Yellow Star. 74 to 57 CS in that bottom lane. All stems from that early gank from Jankos where they took more damage than they gave out.
And also goes the strong lane matchup, and the fact that Fnatic is actually pushing it into the tower, and it's very hard for Tristana to farm on the tower because of explosive shot. It's always managed to just deny 1 or 2 CS whenever they get it into the tower.
So that leaves them 14 CS ahead. Actually, we did see Selva pick up the pickaxe there. Something that a lot of Tristaners, in fact, most of them end up with the pickaxe first rather than the lucky few who have such a good start that they can go back with a BF sword into lane. We'll see where Silver actually decides to go with that, whether he just focuses straight on getting the Infinity Edge first or whether he does what everyone else has really been doing and getting then the Zeal into Static Shiv.
He should really get the Static Shiv as the first item now and just keep the pickaxe like we see, especially because if you look at the side of Rocket here, where's the wave clear? Jankos can provide some, and then you have Celabar, so he needs the early Static Shiv in case Fnatic wants to early group and start pushing down towers. If Celabar goes to Infinity Edge first item, he won't be able to clear the waves fast enough. So I do expect him to go Static Shiv. We have to see what happens next time he goes back. I mean, sometimes we do see them go for the pickaxe and plan on going Static Shiv, but then suddenly they pick up like 2 kills and a dragon, like, okay, now I can actually instantly just complete my Infinity Edge and they do it. Let's see what he decides to do. Up in this top lane, every time Source has the chance, he just walks straight towards Xaxus, pops the E and the Q, because the E gives him some extra damage on the rest of his abilities, which is one of the lovely things about Swain. One of the annoying things is the fact that the auto attack animation is pretty annoying, in my opinion. That is an annoying thing. And I used to play a lot of Swain until I started to get stomped on in every single game. I just got killed in mid lane and I stopped playing.
And decided to move to the support.
Yeah, that was also part of it.
Well, top lane actually could be a bit of a problem here for Soaz.
Jankos is coming in though.
That's what I mean. Jankos is coming into this one. Soaz had already pushed quite far up the lane. Jankos going to get around the side. Soaz does have flash available though, and well, he is also Swain running through a bunch of minions, which will make sure that he stays pretty healthy. But with that, Jungler shows himself in the top lane. Fnatic move with 3 men. It's not exactly what we could call an early dragon in this day and age. It's 11 minutes in. Fnatic will take the first one of the game.
So
that was close though.
We have to question the gank here from Jankos. There's no healing reduction on the side of either Nidalee or Kha'Zix here to actually try and kill Source, and it was way too easy for him to just escape the gank and therefore give up the dragon. It's a good response by Fnatic. And obviously on the side of Rocket, we have to talk about in these teamfights here. As long as Celabar is there or Overpower to actually hit Soaz, they will get the healing reduction on him. You have the E from Tristana, you have of course the W from Fizz to do it. But that's about it. So as long as they're actually hitting Soaz here in these fights, they can get the healing reduction on him. Otherwise, there is no other option. Not exactly expecting Morello Normicon from either Nidalee or the Fizz.
No. Maybe later on, but for now, definitely other priorities.
Yeah. And not saying it's not enough to have 2 members who can give the healing reduction. It's just a fast point to make here. And of course, we'll make it a bit risky for Source to go in the middle of the team unless he has an hourglass to pop.
So I've looked at some CS tools here, because if you look at the bottom and middle lane, it's pretty much an identical scenario with Fnatic really storming ahead by quite a chunk of gold. Top lane is very even still though. 101 to 99 as Overpower. Gonna try and possibly come in behind. Well, there's wards there anyway, either way, so nothing really for the taking. He just went down, put a pink ward in there. There's actually a couple of Fnatic pinks down by the dragon, which of course were placed earlier when they I don't want to say snuck a dragon in there. It was kind of obvious that was going to happen once Jankos had showed himself in the top lane. Bottom lane is also pushing out in Rocat's favor, and that's where Jankos has gone this time.
Yeah, exactly the same as always from Jankos here. Just walk into the lane, start pushing it in. We see Celevar going towards static shift, and hook onto Yellowstar.
Oh, well, they go all in on this one. There is the exhaust onto Celevar, actually, and that will allow Yellowstar to actually get away. Again, playing it very cool, deciding not to use the flash. The exhaust was enough for him, but that should give now Roccat maybe a little bit of time to get some CS back in this bottom lane. Meanwhile, Overpower struggling, really struggling in this mid lane again.
Yeah, he's not able to do anything to FLICKR here. He's just getting poked down every single time he goes for CS. He takes a Q to the face and takes a lot of damage for it. Will be the bottom tower again. Roccat special. He has Jankos is running into the lane on Kha'Zix or Elise, push down the wave. You all have the early attack speed because we are going to see the static shift for Celevar, and you just start pushing down these towers. They can now go up to the top lane and do the same because there's no dragon. It was lost before simply due to Jankos doing, in my opinion, an uncalled for gank up in this top lane and just gave away dragon for no reason.
So, that was quite happy to sit back there.
Here.
Oh, this could be really bad for him though. Let's see how they can do it. Can the never move land? He will actually manage to lock them up there. Ulti comes out from Cyanide as well, but Zaza's playing it tricky. Will flash. One more pounce will do it, but Cyanide gets in range, gets the first blood. Flash Fish is going to come his way. Overpower. Has he got the damage? Yellowstar gets involved. The bubble actually was sidestepped, didn't manage to lock him up, and that may be it. He does get the kill. Nevermove comes in. Meanwhile, FLICKR going to be finished off by Jankos. Jankos can't get any more there in the end. It turns into a 2 for 2.
So Yellowstar was actually roaming from the base to this top side here to join in for the fight. And meanwhile, we had all the action going on in this top side. Jankos just jumped in onto FLICKR here with the red buff, killed him one-on-one, forced the flash as well. Make sure it's a 2-on-2, and no tower went down on this top lane because they were busy trading for the kills. Zazas also just died in. Once again, Mr. Jankos, I would actually love to see a count on how many towers this guy is part of killing in every single game. Because now he's going to get the second one. One more hit. There it is. Oh, Vander, you might die now.
Oh, the TP came through. Ulti coming in. Oh, wow. He needed one more auto attack. That would have stopped the death of Vander there, funnily enough. And in the end, didn't quite work out. There's the vote as it currently stands. 67% for Fnatic. And I expected with that top pick of Soaz that it would slightly sway. No, pretty terrible one. I'll not do that.
I actually liked it. I do like Swain pumps.
So, bottom lane's going down. That's reckless domination. Oh, this could get very interesting. Stun's coming out. FLICKR, of course, only just uses ultimate, so that's off cooldown. And Overpower, is he going to go for it? Fisher's coming up in just a second. They may continue to chase through. Well, I jinxed it too early there. The Fish came off cooldown, but Fnatic had already backed away. Roccat didn't want any more of it. They're taking the tower, which is something they seem to be quite happy to do. You know, trade up in kills.
Yeah.
Maybe behind in CS, but if you get the towers, you're doing it right.
And again, it doesn't matter that Fnatic put so many wards in the jungle to spot out Jankos because he's not running in for the gank anyway. He's just running straight into the lane, go to the minions, start wave playing them and push them into the tower, and he just keeps doing it over and over. And because they have 3 members and because Sana was elsewhere on the map, he wasn't there to respond, and tower is gone. Evelyn at the same time won't really be able to go in and just like do the same kind of wave play as a Kha'Zix anyway. At least not with the same range. It's gonna be a little more risky for Cyanide to do. And therefore, second game in a row we see the Kha'Zix for Jankos, and second game in a row where he's part of all the early tower kills. Elise is being banned for this exact reason, to stop him from doing it. We're just doing it on a different jungler, so potentially Kha'Zix ban coming in the next game if they really want to try and shut him down. Otherwise, just give him the Elise.
Well, if you get blue side, I think you've got to feel that that might be an option, to be honest with Fnatic. Ban out Kha'Zix or Elise, take the other one. We'll see about that, though, how it all develops. There's still time for Fnatic to feel more comfortable as the Fish is going to whiff off to the side. And that won't be that. Dragon, meanwhile, has just come into play. But we are going to see a quick pause here by Fnatic. Looks like Reckless or Yellowstar seem to be having a problem there, so get that one fixed up and we can get things back underway. But that also gives us a bit of a chance to look at where the game is right now. 17-0 minutes into the game. 3-2 in kills, so fairly low scoring at this stage. I mean, depends, I suppose, what you're going to compare it with here at Gamescom, especially the international wildcard.
Yeah.
These are definitely low scoring if
That's
we're going to
not
compare it to that. But there's the scoreboard for you. If you look at those 3 kills for Fnatic, 1 in the top lane, 1 in the jungle, 1 in the mid lane. Reckless not really been involved in much right now, but that's because he's just sat in that 1v1 against Celiva down bottom, pushing. Got a CS lead, took the tower as well.
Yeah, the big deal really is the fact that Fnatic has won every single lane in terms of farm. They've lost 2 towers because, again, Jankos was just picking up the bot lane and the mid lane tower. But in terms of just pure CS, Fnatic is ahead in every single lane here.
Yeah.
And while they are also hitting kills, they also got a dragon. I mean, the global gold and the farm simply means they do have like 2,000, 2,500 gold lead at this point, which, of course, they can use now for the next dragon, because Rocket gave up the first dragon by Jankos running to top lane, running into the lane, look at Source and say, I can't actually kill you, I'm not sure what I'm doing here, and then run back to his own jungle and lose the dragon. Fnatic has the perfect time on it. They can set up for the next one. They have the gold lead. Looking very strong. Rod of Age is completed for Source. It's been stacking up for a while now. So it's going to be almost fully stacked by the time they're going to look for the next dragon fight anyway. Athene's completed for FLICKR and Trinity Force completed for Reckless. So all their members at the moment looking very good for the potential fight. And also we have to remember Overpower and Fizz, he wants more time before he want to join these fights. He only has a Lich Bane. If he jumps in now, he's going to be a very easy target for Fnatic to burst down. He needs the Hourglass before he can really join these team fights.
Yeah.
So we might actually see Rocket just give up this dragon here. Also remember Tristana with a weak mid game. Don't really want to be part of these fights around the dragon in 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Needs to get Infinited, static shift before she can really start joining in. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Rocket just give up the next dragon. Maybe try and trade it for the top tower. And in that way just get all the outer turrets. Or kill all the outer turrets and do what they did in the last game and then start moving into jungle of Fnatic, place down the wards, and maybe just keep looking for the split push here and hope they can get the same kind of mistake from Fnatic as we saw in game 1 around their base race, which worked out so well for them.
Just a quick update as well on what's actually happening here. Apparently they have a bit of a visual bug going on around about the dragon. It's invisible, which is not the ideal scenario to be in. I thought it might have just been Reckless looking at his scoreboard and saying 0, 0, 0. That's not right.
Well, he is a good AD carry, but can't expect to get so many kills. It's not Holy Phoenix, who's just picking up 10 kills every single laning phase.
Well, there's still time for that one. We may see a Vayne come out later, of which Reckless has just a decent KDA, 65, I believe it is. 65 KDA on Vayne.
I've seen better.
That's a champion that you might not want to let go through later. But guys, looks like we are almost ready to get back in, so we are going to jump in. Dragon, of course, just spawned in there. Fnatic now are all surrounding that one. Roccat, though, seem to be moving in for this one. Both top laners. Actually, that's a lie, because Xaxus doesn't have a TP.
Rocket needs to get this dragon up. They should just move away from the dragon here. There can be 5 members from Fnatic. Unless Xaxus goes back to base now and runs straight to the dragon, so there are potentially 5 members. But then Fnatic can just stall it and wait for Source to push down to the next tower and get some damage on it before he teleports in here. So at the moment, Fnatic looking very, very strong to take the dragon and should be able to do it.
And this is the controlled Fnatic that we were expecting, to be honest, coming into this best of 5. Roccat, as we mentioned before, underdogs, but definitely a team that can beat Fnatic if they're on their form, if they're on their best day, which in game 1, it was hard to say that they weren't. There we go, Huck coming through after the ward will be cleared out, and Fnatic being very, very cautious about this one.
Look here, Xaxus actually recalled and now ran to the dragon. Overpower's going to do the same, but he does have teleport. And Source is doing the same, so we might actually see a 5 versus 5 here. Because Fnatic didn't start it and used the teleport from Source to take it before Rocket could even react. They actually want to wait. Maybe because they want to set up a fight themselves.
Land a few spears. Try and get in for this one. Let's see, the dragon already been started.
Look at Reckless here.
Fnatic, yeah, they don't have their AD carry there, which is obviously a worry for Fnatic. They've got decent vision down inside of the pit itself, so it's a case of just waiting it out, wait till both Reckless and FLICKR actually come over there, or maybe even make a bit of a push on that mid lane. Celiva, meanwhile, is nowhere near anywhere else. And look at this, Roccat are actually moving into position to try and repeat what they did in game number 1. They're going to send 3 men towards the inner turret. They're losing this one though. This is a 5-man push. They have to come back.
Wave clear.
They have to come back here. Turret is going to go down. Jankos is already recalling, but they need to hurry up because Fnatic are onto the inhibitor turret. They're going to throw the fish out just to try and stop them. Those minions still alive though as they go in towards Overpow. He's going to be burst down by Peke, and Fnatic will take the inhibitor turret.
So Fnatic now making sure they're actually winning the base race. 5 members pushing down. They only have to give up 1 tower in the bottom lane here. The only wave clear actually from Rocket was the fish from Overpow. He landed on the source, he stepped away from the minions so they didn't die. And then Overpow tried to jump in. As we talked about, no hourglass, he's just gonna die instantly if he tries to jump into the Fnatic members here. And Jankos going for the steal, didn't get it.
Didn't get it though.
The lantern though.
He's going to lantern out of there, but can they actually get away from it? Cyanide right on top of them all. Vander goes down very, very low. Soaz trying to tank up everything. Zazas is at half. Here comes a fish from the side. Overpow gets one. Can he get any more? Focus down here. Going to be finished off. It's Reckless against that one. Jankos dies as well. And the stun hit 3 men. And that is going to be a triple kill for Reckless. And no longer does he have that scoreboard visual, but he's got 3 kills and 2 assists.
Such a nice stun here by XPK. In the very, very end, hit 3 members from Rocket, and then Reckless just steps in, picks up all the kills here. Now Fnatic, they did delay the Dragon, and as soon as Rocket moved into it, they actually stepped in towards the mid lane and just start pushing it down here. Rocket wanted to try and steal it. They're only 4 members, but they did have teleport on Overpow. He's actually going to join in behind Fnatic here, pick up a kill on the Cyanide just in a few seconds, jumping in, gets the kill, but now once again, easy target for Fnatic to take down, and look at the stun here from XPK. On the 3 members, even gets a kill from it, and then Reckless can just pick it up.
Brilliantly done. 4 for 2 there. And Fnatic looking very strong here in game 2. 21 minutes in, 8-4 in kills, and an 8,000 gold lead almost. A stark contrast to game number 1.
Still, it's funny how we just talked about Rocket maybe looking for another base race, and then they actually do decide the base race, end up making the wrong decision this time around, because Fnatic was already pushing down with 5 members in this mid lane here. And that was a very smart tactical play by Fnatic, because while they were setting up the Dragon, Rocket decided to run down towards the bottom lane and move that way up towards the Dragon here. And Fnatic simply said, okay, Reckless walked around the blue buff towards the mid lane, and then all 5 members of Fnatic just said, don't care about the Dragon for now, let's move straight into this mid lane and start pushing it down.
So go towards the turret, and I don't see Roccat being able to defend this one, to be honest. Wave wiped straight out there by Fnatic, and that will be another tower going down. And where are they going here? Scanning out, Ward just in range, they'll steal away a blue buff. Jankos actually trying to come into that one, but will go over on towards XPK, and Fnatic at this stage can just bait Roccat to come towards Baron, I think.
They're just so strong here. The mid game is looking good for them, especially because Reckless had the early 24s completed. We had Athenes, FLICKR, and Source, of course, with the Rod of Ages, while Tristana generally don't want to fight in this mid game. And the same goes for Fizz, because you need more items before you can really be part of these team fights. So Fnatic were just in a perfect situation to set up the Dragon, and and Rocket felt like they had to try and contest it. They wanted to go and fight for the Dragon. Ended up being the wrong decision. They were weak at the point, and Fnatic as well could just push into the mid lane. Now just baiting the Baron. Is Vander gonna be the guy fish chicken? Nope, Fnatic moving in. A lot of watch from both teams here.
Actually spotted there, and Void Spikes coming over the top of the wall from Jankos, actually sending Fnatic back. That and the presence of Tristana and Fizz in the mid lane. They don't want to end up losing their inner turret just by simply being somewhat caught out there. Over on that side, Tidal Wave coming down, ulti from Cyanide as well. He's going to walk into the box. They switch over towards Zazas, and look at Soaz. He's right in the middle of them. Zonya's running, still doing the damage of his ultimate. The fish will stop Cyanide chasing. And I think Fnatic here, will they get any more? Oh, Overpow dodging all the damage. And a little bit lucky maybe there, split second later, and he would have been hit and killed by Peke, but that allowed Fnatic now to back away. The question is, do they trust themselves to do Baron? I don't think they do.
No, they want to play it safe here. Only Overpow was really low from the last engage. But you also see the hourglass pop by Zor. As soon as he gets the healing reduction, pop the hourglass, and you just wait it out, so you don't drop too low. And Now Fnatic though, staying around this Baron here, will actually lose the pink wards now around the Baron, but can just easily go back to base, buy some new ones, place them and try and set up the exact same trap they had before, because again, they are still strong at this point. Not only just by the goal lead, but also just purely on the champions. So they just need to keep looking for fights here, possibly even the open inhibitor.
Well, Zazas is actually pushing top lane. He's going to be forced to recall out of this. They managed to get the stun onto Overpower. No follow-up though. They want the base. There's the fish coming out. It will land on Cyanide. Knocks him up. Hook actually following through, but no chase in there. TP from Soaz. He went back to base to heal himself up. Yeah, this inhibitor is surely going to go down. Soaz actually going into the middle. Celeber will be focused. Cyanide gets that kill. And where is Jankos? He had to back away, and you can see him recalling there on the top side. One man down. Fnatic can now go to Baron.
Moving straight up towards Baron here. Teleport is ready for Overpower in just a second here, so there will be 2 teleports from Rocket. But they're going to need the AD carry. He's not going to spawn in time. He's going to have to run from base even after he spawned. So Fnatic, sneaky tricks here. Look at FLICKR casting spells into the Baron pit, so Rocket actually thinks the Baron has been spawned.
Wow, gets the stun on towards Zazas. That was sensational stuff, honestly, from FLICKR. Tricking them into it. Reminiscent of the clairvoyance level 1 brush trick that we saw from Fnatic all those years ago by now. And Rocket baited completely into that one. Fnatic, though, not going to stick around.
No, once again, Rocket actually stops the Baron. They do have to give up a kill. They stop the Baron, however. Not really a lot they can actually do, because, well, okay, Dragon is actually spawning in 4 seconds, so should be able to pick up a Dragon here. Get some gold. Didn't actually see the timer. So at least they do give up kills, traded for the Dragon, stop the Baron. Fnatic, however, does have their inhibitor down. Can go back to Baron, set it up once again.
I suppose the good thing here in this scenario for Rocket that it is that middle inhibitor that's gone and not the bottom lane, for example, where they then have to run a lot further away from Baron to start clearing those out. Fnatic, though, have already moved in. Are they going to start it off this time around? They've got a lot of vision there. There's not much on Rocket's side, so they need to be a little careful, probably checking with the Lantern before they go in. And Fnatic, I don't think that same trick's going to work twice in a row.
No, but again, it's still going to force Rocket to move into the Baron, teleport here from Overpower or Zazas. Let's see what it is. It is actually Overpower. Zazas already at the Baron. Celeber, however, just took a massive beating from FLICKR. And he's now very, very low.
Yeah, Jankos also down to about half HP. FLICKR forced to flash away though, as Overpower had joined in thanks to that teleport. And Fnatic again get control over the river. Red buff will be going over onto Reckless. He's currently, by the way, 4-0-3. Really very solid game on this Cogmore. There's another scan out, will reveal that one more. There's another one just around the corner. Fnatic won't be spotting out at this stage. However, there is also a blue buff up for grabs. If there wasn't that fight for the ward where Rocket reveal themselves.
There's teleport for FLICKR. He wants to get his own blue buff instead of actually joining in here. But now at least go down to this bottom lane and push it out as well. There's already a big wave being built up, so Rocket needs to send Zazas to deal with it. He's the only guy with teleport ready because Overpower used it before, where Fnatic actually started the Baron. They're looking down to push down this top lane here, so 4-1 from Fnatic, trying to split up Rocket here and force Zazas to go down to this bottom lane, otherwise the tower's gonna die.
Well, they might even just give that one up and look for a 5 versus 4. There's a hook, it's a minion though.
Good guy.
Just in front of Soaz, who will get his ultimate running there. And in the end, I think FLICKR is taking this tower down bottom. I can't really see how Rocket are going to stop that one from happening. In fact, they are stepping forward. Will they be able to get in? Nice never move will land. Stop Vander from chasing him, but Overpower coming from the side. The fish will connect onto Cyanide. There's a TP on the top side there, though. And it's going to be FLICKR joining the fight. And just like that, Rocket decide they can't actually fight this one with FLICKR now coming in. They're going to lose that bottom tower, and they may be in trouble. Oh, another 2-man stun. Jankos survives that time, but will it be enough to keep them and that tower safe? There is Soaz diving right into the middle of them. Ultimate running, turret goes down with a push back here. There is Fizz right into the middle. They managed to kill off Reckless. Cogmore down. Can they get any more? They're not even going to try.
Well, that was beautiful played by Overpower. Really surprised Reckless. He had flash as well. Overpower just flashed onto him, killed him. I'm not sure if he actually flashed with it. We're just gonna have to see if we do get a replay of it. Still, Rocket wanted to engage, forced to teleport from FLICKR here. The tower did go down the bottom lane, but he couldn't actually push on to the next one. And then they just wanted to go back to base, try and land the hook here, force Fnatic to fight under the tower, which did actually work. Source was under the tower here, took some damage from it. And then Overpower just with so let's just see once again, he goes in. Actually just flash Qs him and kills him, and Reckless is not ready for it. He did a flash himself, just couldn't react in time.
Almost took a couple with him there at the end though. And the Cathian surprise. Baron, of course, was, after all that, still in its pit. Let's have a look and see if Roccat are now feeling confident enough to go to it. You have to feel, I mean, it's a 7,000 gold difference. Obviously, sneaking a Baron through would really bring Roccat back into this one. However, Fnatic item-wise are still nicely ahead. And obviously, Fnatic want the fights themselves. They were quite happily went under that inhibitor turret in the top lane. So they've got 2 open inhibs now. And Roccat can't make that same mistake as before where they were caught out of position or made the decision really to go down towards the bottom lane. And look at it, AD carry, support, jungler are inside the jungle. And they need to get back towards the rest of the team here. Soaz is just going to stop them from coming right at Fnatic. And Reckless will start taking chunks out of the inhibitor. Are they going to be able to defend this one? Zaza stepping forward. Overpower is now there as well. The fish is available. Landed it, I think, pretty successfully 2 or 3 times just onto Cyanide, who just steps away from the team, takes the damage without too many problems. Oh, Jankos caught out by Soaz on the top side. That surely, will it be it? Actually, no, they're going to go aggressive. That Yellow Star almost been taken down. Had to use the mid-kills on himself. There's a hook on Cyanide as well. The fish does come through. Again, it lands on Cyanide. Not enough damage, and the inhib goes down.
And you do see once again how hard it is for Overpower actually to engage in these fights. He wants to be able to flank around, at least until he has the hourglass completed. But because Fnatic are the ones making the plays, pushing into the base, then he can't flank around them. He can't get onto Reckless here. So had to jump Yellow Star. He survived, used the DFG as well, and in the end, another fish onto Cyanide. So it's very hard for Overpower again to join these fights. And the reason I keep talking about him, because he's the guy who's supposed to kill Reckless in these fights here. Literally, Kha'Zix, we saw it in the last game. It is not the combo where you just like instantly jump the back line, like you poke, 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 and then once people drop low, then you go in and try and finish them. Overpower is the man to go in and assassinate Reckless. He's building towards Hourglass. It will still be a while before he actually gets it, especially because he's not been getting a lot of farm. Let's see here though. Jankos want to take a fight.
Well, he's got Overpower coming in, flash away from Reckless, and Overpower not able to keep chasing through, and Reckless could have been a little bit different if he didn't actually see him the second that he just hit that ultimate. Surprise might have been a little better for him as Jankos here going to have to jump away. The bubble from Yellow Star already flying in his direction. But now Dragon started off, will be finished off as well by Fnatic. Roccat not even going to challenge for that.
No, and Overpower was like, should I push the top lane here? Nope, it's going to be 4 members moving after the Dragon to try and kill me. And he wants to save his flash here, his teleport. Didn't want to have to run through bush and use it. So Fnatic once again now, inhibits are gone. They picked up the Dragon, taking all the gold on the map they can. Back to baiting Baron. Double teleport ready for Rocket so they can apply pressure to the 2 side lanes. And just whoever is down the bottom side can teleport in case we do see a fight break out here. And we might just see Fnatic try the exact same, where they actually play some pink wards, walk into the Baron pit and just sit there and wait for Rocket to check. There's a scrying up on Celebar, however. So at least the first time around it won't work, but then the second time, Rocket will be forced to move inside here and potentially get engaged on.
Blind hook coming through the side there. They got vision of Yellow Star though. Just takes the traps for the team. And the scan inside of Baron Pit will reveal one ward. The pink ward at the front will reveal the second one. So Rockat's vision of Baron is now gone. What a Fnatic going to do? They were trying to sneak around the side there. Good ward over the top will actually reveal them again.
Going for second inhibitor here. Tower is already dead in the top lane. So they want to get 2 inhibitors down before they even look towards the Baron again.
Trying to stun up Jankos. Cyanide also had started the flank around him to get on the opposite side. Stop from retreating. There's the never move, doesn't land again. Fnatic now, again, going to step towards the inhibitor. Reckless hammering away.
Now Overpower from behind.
Overpower coming in. Who's he going to go for? Reckless is going to get knocked up here. Overpower getting exhausted though, which means that he just can't chase through. So big ulti down here for Roccat.
That was his chance here, but also we saw Yellowstar just flash exhaust him before he could even jump in towards Reckless here. And so you want to go for the fight.
Oh, he's got Hook, but is it really the man that you really want to hook and bring in? Overpower at the back, trying to get in. Can't actually do much with that. Jankos being focused there by Soaz, and there is the second inhibitor going down. Super minions, a big wave of them as well coming down mid.
Yeah, and Celebat dead for 40 seconds here. Fnatic moving straight for the Baron. So Overpower this time around could finally flank around here. Did throw his ultimate, will even land on Yellowstar and then flashed away from the rest of the team and also into range of exhaust here. Now he's being the man scouting the rest of Fnatic once again. That was a little bit too early.
Well,
trying again.
Ryan actually tried to do that a second time. That didn't really work out. The fish thrown in lands onto Soaz. Do all that much to him. Just separates from the rest of the team. So Fnatic here actually looking like they want to back away. Is that because of how low Soaz is at this point? Knowing that Celebat respawned and he's coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Soaz could have gone back and then teleported in if they were starting the Baron, but once again, they were just trying to set up a pick. They didn't get it, so now they lost all the time, but it could have been on Baron. Oh, Over actually jumping for Soaz here, and might not be done yet.
Voidspac's coming back in. Fnatic not willing to give up the position that they've got here on Baron, and actually going to start it off. So Baron kicked off here by Fnatic. Will they stick to it? There's the TP from Soaz. Yellowstar up at the front, and that Baron is going down here. I'm not sure that Roccat can actually get in range of it. Two of them aren't really close. They are going to kill off Yellowstar there, though. It's Celebat that gets that. Baron's still not done. There it is, finally finished off. Soaz will get that. The fish, though, inside of the Baron pit will actually be cleansed away. And that now is Soaz being focused. Good ulti from Cyanide in the front. Jankos down to less than half. Soaz exhausted up inside of the pit. Banda is going to go down. They're trying to turn this one around, but Jankos does get a kill. That's a 2-for-1 in favor of Roccat. And they're all inside the pit with no way to get out.
Only Cyanide has flash ready. Trying to recall. That's not going to happen here. You have to take the fight.
Or you just see what they can do. There's the ulti coming in. Overpower also full. Sonya's used. Samus goes down. Jankos has popped his ulti to try and escape from things. Gets away from the stun. And just like that, Fnatic trapped up. Reckless can't quite get around there. But look at the base. The base is actually going down here. Super minions hammering away on the Nexus turrets. Jankos is doing circles around the jungle. And now Reckless is actually starting to move in. They're going to take that second inhibitor down again. There's still 20 seconds on the 3 dead men. And look at it, he's going to fall here. The super minions have taken down both Nexus turrets.
The 2 inhibitors gone now. Nexus turrets are gone. You got the Baron, you won the fight. Full credit to Expect. He's been playing absolutely amazing in this game here. Once again, double stun he lands, nukes down Celebat instantly. They were stuck in the Baron pit, they couldn't get out. 4 members from Rocket moving in, double stun, Celebat, you're dead. And then Opal tries to jump in again and again and just end up down. I'm not even sure what he's building right now. Didn't actually go for the large rod here towards the Hourglass. Not sure if he want to get a Void Staff, but it's not really going to help him at this point, especially also with QSS for Reckless. So if he actually does land the perfect ulti, QSS fish is just dropped on the ground and he can step out of it. So we see this placing a ward. Rocket is trying to do the Fnatic trick.
I was going to say it's a bit of a mirror of our last game where Rocket were in Fnatic shoes. Fnatic actually pinging to back off. Look at this though, starting to now move in. And, well, they've got a Kog'Maw. There they go. They're going to actually go towards Soaz. He will just Sonya through everything. Tidal Wave comes through. Gets the Knockabout towards Overpower. There's 1 kill. Jankos tries to jump away. Pops the ultimate, but will be finished by the double of Reckless. 3 of them did escape, but 2 are dead for 50 seconds.
It's going to be game. There's no Nexus turret here. 5 members from Fnatic pushing in. Just have to walk past this tower and go straight for the Nexus.
So Fnatic then moving towards the base. Rocket trying their best to hold on to it. Stun actually did land onto Celiva, but he was already mid-air from the rocket jump. It won't matter, they focus the Nexus, and Fnatic come back to win game number 2 and tie us up here in the semi-final.
So Rocket this time around tried to get a bit of a split push comp. They first picked Fizz. It was left open, was banned in the first game by Fnatic. Not sure if they didn't want to risk Fnatic picking it, therefore they took it in the as the very first pick in the game. And while Overpower did get some kills, it just never paid off because Fnatic, they got the lead, they could keep forcing team fights. Rocket never got to the point where they could actually split push.
And you see that a distinct difference between Rocket after game 1 and Rocket after game number 2. Zaza says, scratching his head, really not an effective game for him. Soaz had him pinned to his turret pretty much the entire time in that top lane. If you compare the two, 230 TS to 237, actually a pretty even number considering how wild that game really was. But the Nidalee in game number 2 just didn't have any impact, had no time to split push.
Nope.
Just didn't work.
Swain looked really, really strong against Nidalee in the one-on-one, even though the flash was forced early by Jankos onto Soaz.
Yeah.
He still kept the pressure going, he won the laning phase. And again, if you look at game 1 from Fnatic, where they first picked an army, we were expecting strong lanes, and they log in Twitch and Alistar, so they had 2 weak side lanes, and they went for the lane swap. This time around, though, strong bottom lane, once again with Nami as well, early picked as support. You pick in the Swain top lane, a very, very strong laner, and of course you have Syndra in the mid lane for FLICKR. So you're just winning lanes all around, and they used it because they got a hidden farm, they got the dragons, and they got all the kills. And again, also for FLICKR in this game here, the amount of 2-3-man stuns he landed in these team fights were just fantastic to watch.
Yeah.
And he just set up so many kills for the rest of the team.
And we can also, you know, we often talk about Jankos as the man that gets Rocket going. Funnily enough, in this game, the second time that he visited the top lane, Fnatic were like, okay, that's a free dragon for us. They just went down there, took it. And then again, 2 or 3 fights around dragon that they just cleaned up on, including that brilliant Peke 3-man stun that Reckless got his triple kill from.
Yeah, we just had the pause, and we were talking about how Fnatic at the moment are a lot stronger in this mid game here than Rocket. They're in position to take the dragon. Rocket stayed around, wanted to try and fight for the dragon, which actually ended up costing them pretty much the entire game because that's really where they fell so far behind. They tried to fight for dragon first, ended up actually both teams splitting up. Fnatic went mid lane, took 2 towers. Inhibitor turret went down in the mid lane. Rocket took 1 in the bottom lane, and then Fnatic went back to the dragon, got it, killed Rocket as well, and got a big, big goal lead at that point. So Rocket tried to teamfight early on. They wanted to get a lead so they could start split pushing. They wanted to get some kills on Overpower, some kills on Zazu, so they could be like these one-on-one monsters that they can be on Fizz and Nidalee. It just never got to the point because they fell so far behind. And then Fnatic just kept forcing teamfights over and over. And Swain, in a teamfight when he's like your front tank, is just so annoying. He just walks straight into Rocket every single time. And
they were pretty unable to really deal with him. I think he went low once or twice and then just said, okay, I've got Zhonya's now, so just going to sit there and heal up whilst you can't do anything to me. 1-1, all tied up here in the best of 5. We're going to go over to Shox and the analyst desk for some insight into game number 2.
Thank you very much, Joe. The series are tied up 1-1. Fnatic coming out swinging in game 2. When we look at picks events, some changes coming in. A Fizz and a Tristan on the side of Rocket. No Kazakhs ban out Fnatic. And channeling the inner Fizz Chachi out of the Challenger Series, Swain for Soaz.
Yeah, it really worked out quite nicely. I think Deficio summarized the picks and bans quite sufficiently in that first game. The Kog'Maw-Nami combination is just such a lane bully. It's so strong. And Nami first pick in the previous matchup, while losing the Kog'Maw, may have been something that they didn't factor into the equation for Fnatic. So this time around, smarter picks, smarter bans, quadruple teleports. Both mid laners, both top laners running TPs. We didn't see too many TP ganks, but it was definitely a change from what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and more importantly for me was the mid lane overpower. This time, obviously, on the Fizz, went a little too aggressive too many times. His decision-making on when to go in, definitely questionable when you compare, obviously, what he's normally playing in the long-range pokes, the long-range farmers, or from Zillion in game 1, which obviously was banned out, just sit and passively sit back. He went in a few too many times, and he obviously tried to make the plays, but his decision-making, and really, there wasn't much follow-up when he did go in, because he went that deep, way past people. So maybe next time around the Fizz might be not the best guess.
I was actually mentioning it to Trevor as well. It's okay, he hit a lot of his ultimates, but when there's 5-man group, you're gonna hit someone, but if it's not the Kog'Maw, there's actually no one else you can hit that can do anything. I actually want to get into one of the replays very quickly, because it was a mirror situation from game 1 where Roccat makes the wrong decisions. Let's get the first replay up on the screen with a base race coming again.
Yeah, so this is the first time that I can get very excited and praise Fnatic for making the right calls in a base race. If you look at the minimap, Fnatic have got all 5 of their members underneath a big red ping in the middle lane. Roll the clip out. It is going to be an extended replay, so bear with us. Vander, Jankos, Saliva going to try base race as a 3-man. And there's 5 members of Fnatic in the mid lane against a champion with no wave clear. So we're about to cut the camera over to Fnatic as they continue to push. And even though Overpower's doing the best he can to try and, dissuade Fnatic, it simply doesn't work out. He eats the CC, he gets blown up, and Fnatic, very, very wisely, they grab a tower and they back away at the right time.
And can we say we've seen this before? It was Fnatic that were on the receiving end. They kept pushing up towards the inhibitor. This time Roccat obviously replied well, went straight back there and actually managed to save the day. But then we moved on to this crazy dragon fight.
Yeah, so, as Roccat decides to engage once again, they're at a disadvantage. I mean, that's 4 members of Roccat against 5 of Fnatic, despite a very good teleport from Overpower, which does net him a couple of kills. If you keep watching the fight, there's going to be a great never move that locks up 2 and prevents Jankos getting in. And then the 3-man stun from FLICKR just allows Reckless to wreck Roccat. It was a very good play. It was a near mirror of game 1, where Roccat did that to Fnatic, and it cost them the game. Fnatic did it to Roccat, Fnatic win the game. Hell, base race to Dragon, maybe game 3, 3rd time's the charm.
Who knows, and you mentioned it there as well. We were kind of guessing how will you play this Swain, because of course when we saw it last time, he just got so many kills that he could snowball the game. In this case, very different. Going in, hit the never move on 3 people, hit a stun on 3 people, Kog'Maw, do your thing.
It was basically separating everyone. We talked about obviously Fizz going in, nobody else could go in because never move was just basically thrown in their face or the slow. If we saw Jankos trying to pounce in there, he would get singled out so quick. It was a tricky, honestly, setup for Roccat. They had no follow-up, no way of getting in there, while Tristana has magnificent range. Vander wasn't able to land hooks because he simply couldn't get close enough.
One thing for Fnatic I did notice in the end, as we did say, maybe they could have gone in here a little further or gonna have gone in a little quicker, get that inhibitor down, get maybe the Nexus down, but they waited it out a little.
Yeah, they played it safe. I mean, they were against double teleports. We were talking about Overpower's Fizz and how when he plays Fizz, he loves to teleport it behind the team. It's like a signature move. He absolutely loves coming in from the side, from behind, putting Chum the Waters down, and then getting aggressive. So Fnatic, I think they played it safe. I think they did the right things. And at the end of the day, it was the strategic controlling Fnatic that everybody was expecting to see in the series.
Yeah, I think we have a great series on our hands here. But now, at the start of the show, we asked you to tell us which European LCS semifinal team do you think would perform the best at Worlds and why? And here's what you had to say. The first one is from @Morphal. I think Alliance will perform the best at Worlds. They've shown that they're really strong and have great team synergy.
Absolutely, you can't argue. They are top of the table, 3-1 against every single team in the European LCS. They are the #1 team in Europe right now, but we've got to see how they perform on this stage. Pressure may get to them. This is what they've built up for 8 months to get to. So there's a lot of pressure on a lot of people's shoulders, especially Froggens.
Trevor has said it since the beginning of the season, they're going to win it all. You stand by.
Summer split, summer split.
Sorry.
Spring split, they sucked.
They did.
Summer split, they're great.
It's true.
All right, the second one is from @Olivia Bistrom. Fnatic has performed so good at Worlds the other years, and they wouldn't disappoint us again. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we gloss over it, but semi-final last year was a great performance.
Yeah, the whole team, they really step it up when the pressure's on. They lose the first game. All of a sudden, Fnatic go, ooh, maybe we need to wake up and play, and they smash Roccat in game 2. If Fnatic comes back and has that same level of confidence and control, hell, they might be going to finals.
Last one from @DreadX666. Roccat, they are very underestimated and unpredictable. There's simply no way to prepare for them. I'd even say, before we'd say, yeah, they're going to pull out some strange champion picks. Now it's more that they strategically prepare so incredibly well for these games.
Well, they're very good at getting team fight comps right now. That's what's worked out. It's what worked out against Super Hot Crew. We saw Super Hot Crew mimic their exact team comp they played them against game 1. So they're very good at that. The question is, how can they adapt in this best-of-5 situation? Fnatic have got their number after 1 game. They've figured them out and changed. How will Roccat respond? It's a big, tough ask.
All right, well, thank you guys for sending those in, and we'd love to hear more. Tweet to us @LOL Esports throughout the playoffs, and be sure to use that hashtag LCS. We'll take a short break while the Rift is prepared, and when we come back, it'll be Game 3 between Fnatic and Roccat. Stay tuned.
double actually was sidestepped, didn't manage to lock him up, and that may be it. He does get the kill. Nevermove comes in well. FLICKR gonna be finished off by Jankos. Can he get any more? Focus down here, gonna be finished off. It's Reckless against that one. Jankos dies as well, and they're stunned. It's 3 men all inside the pit with no way to get out.
Only Sanad has flash ready. Trying to recall, that's not gonna happen here. You have to take the fight.
There we go.
Tidal wave comes through, gets the knock on towards overpower. There's 1 kill. Jankos tries to jump away, pops the ultimate, but will be finished by the double of Reckless. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to the 3rd game in the semi-final between Fnatic and Roccat. And after that win from Fnatic, we're all tied up at 1-1. And you have to just say it's anybody's game.
Yes, and we did see a few changes in picks and bans. I wonder if Fnatic want to keep the same trend going into this game. Maybe they want to try and fall back again on a bit more of a pick comp with like the Twitch pick. I don't expect it. I actually do think they want to go for the same bottom lane if they can. And they once again look very strong in the team fights also with like Swain pick up in the top lane. It seems like whenever the teams do favor the team fight comps, again, looking back the last few weeks, it just seems to be the strongest. Like pick comps can still work, but it's just a lot harder to pull off.
What about bans from Rockat's side here? We've seen both games that they've focused directly at FLICKR, including a blue side Kassadin ban in game number 2. Kassadin, Twisted Fate, Orianna every time. We've seen now FLICKR play 2 games on Syndra. Game number 1, couldn't quite make it work out, but this game, he was game-changing.
Maybe they're going to change it so they don't ban TF now and take a ban onto the Syndra here. I'm not too sure, because his game 1 wasn't too impressive on it, but he was very good in the last game.
So let's have a look then. So far, it's all the same. Elise, Maokai banned out by Fnatic, Orianna, Kassadin banned by Roccat. But it all comes down to the final bans that are the real interesting ones here.
Yeah, we're gonna see at least Maokai being banned by Fnatic pretty much every game. Same would go for Orianna, Kassadin on the side of Rocket. So actually exactly the same bans. Okay, so they make the change. No TF ban this time around. Not expecting Fnatic to first pick it, however.
No, I'm not sure about that either, but you have to wonder if Rocket will then maybe fancy themselves a
Still, you don't really want to pick it so early, especially because Overpower already has had some trouble in lane. He's not going to get easier by playing TF in the laning phase for him. I mean, both games he's been behind because it was against Syndra. And if he does log in TF on the side of Rocket, we're going to see an Ahri pick coming in. Ahri coming in for Fnatic, sorry.
So Fnatic then taking their time with this one. I'm assuming that they were ready for that Syndra ban here after Peke played it so well in that last game. I'm assuming the discussion is, do you take Kog'Maw or Nami at this point?
Yeah, exactly. Not Nami. It shouldn't be Nami now.
No.
I actually like this a lot more. Yeah, this is very, very smart because even if Nami gets locked in on the side of Rocket here, you still have the options of taking their Morgana, trying to survive the laning phase anyway, or go to the Thresh pickup, and you once again have, in my opinion, the strongest AD carry at the moment. And seen it twice today, won both games.
That's very true. See if Rocket then do take away the Nami, or whether they're happy to let that one go. You'd expect not. And actually, we're gonna see, double fish. Nami locked in for Vander. Xaxus will select the Fizz for Overpower here. And we saw first pick Fizz in that last game.
Yeah.
And honestly, he tried. I mean, he tried Overpower. You can definitely say that he tried in that last one. DFG trying to constantly pounce on Reckless, but I think it only really worked out once. And that time, he actually had to flash right on top of them to do it. And they still ended up losing the game.
And this simply, it must mean Rocket is afraid of Fnatic locking in the Fizz, so they feel like they have to take it early. Otherwise, there's no reason to blind pick your Fizz. I mean, again, first pick last time, first rotation this time around for Rocket on red side, so they must really fear Xpeke locking it in, and then the fact that he could then beat Overpower in lane and become this late game monster, which Fizz can be. Otherwise, I don't see any reason for really picking it.
Well, it'll be an Evelynn once again for Cyanide. And had a good game last time around. Obviously, game number one ended up going with Jarvan. They also take Nidalee away, which has actually landed on the Rocket team for the first two games. So Xaxus going to have to choose something a little bit different. Does Celeber want to go with that Tristana here for the lane?
It didn't work out too well last game.
No.
They did manage to early push the tower because Jankos came down. Kha'Zix is open for him again if they want to do somewhat the same deal. And now you do have the Nami on your side, making it a stronger lane for Tristana. So I would be surprised to see it. And once again now, they can now just sit and push in the wave. Like constantly push it in. You have sustain from Nami. Jankos can come down on Kha'Zix to push the tower, which they should be doing, like they've done in the last two games. Won't be getting their hands on Nidalee, however, for Xaxus up in the top lane. So since they want to have a go on it, and he has, of course, well, he banned Syndra. Ahri is now left open, played it in Super Week.
Yeah.
Should be a pretty easy pickup here for Fnatic if they want to go for the assassin style.
Oh, we see Yellow Star locking Leona as a support for Fnatic. There is a Morgana, and as I said, he actually switches over to Morgana. They lock in Ahri as well in the mid lane for Peke.
Yeah, so you decide to go there Morgana, which is considered actually one of the best supports, if not the best support at the moment. And they're gonna have to just deal with Nami in lane here. We might see them try and lane swap around to dodge around the Nami Tristana here, depending on what Rocket would actually log in as their last pick. But otherwise, again, you have split push potential from the Nidalee. Even Xpeke on Ahri actually normally runs teleport, so he can do the same, where he's split pushing. And Fnatic, with the pick potential of Morgana, you have Evelynn as well in stealth, and then you have all the burst potential coming in from both Nidalee and the Ahri pick. So double global, split push potential, and pick potential once again from Fnatic.
On the other side though here, for Rocket, we're going to see Xaxus locking in Aatrox. So something a little bit different here for Xaxus after that Nidalee was taken away by Soaz.
Nidalee taken away. Maokai's banned. He doesn't want to play Alistar into Nidalee. The laning phase would be close to impossible for him. And Rocket probably, this signals to me that Rocket wants to get standard lane, simply to have Tristana and Nami against the Fnatic dual lane here, and then can use Jankos to move between the lanes and push down these towers, because they pick Aatrox purely for the laning phase here. And now Zazus is gonna try to stand against Nidalee in a one-on-one. It's gonna be hard for him, but to me at least it explains why they don't lock in something like an Alistar. So definitely looking for standard lanes on the side of Rocket and Fnatic here. To be honest, can be happy with both here. You're gonna get Nidalee versus Aatrox top lane, should be fine. For Source, he should be able to control the lane, and then Sana can just put some attention on helping the bottom lane, and it's not like you instantly lose as Morgana against Nami. It's just a hard lane to play because Nami's W will break your black shield every single time, and then you can land a bubble or land a slow, and at the same time you will get out-sustained. But they do have one of the best bottom lanes in Europe, if not the best, on the side of Fnatic, so should be able to handle it.
Even in a matchup that's going to be hard. Guys, I want to know if you think that these comps have affected your vote for the game. Tweet hashtag FNCWin or hashtag ROCWin. And we'll see who you think came out ahead later on. Obviously, it's been with Fnatic this entire time. Was a slight swing, I think, after game number 1 that Roccat picked up, but was still, I think, 69% or somewhere around that region.
And if it was hard for Overpower to do anything in team fights in the last game, it just became even harder due to the Morgana pick, and that is a black shield as well, to block your ulti and block some of your damage. So we have to see what Overpower can do here, if he's just going to focus on split pushing, but then he has to get ahead early on.
Well, let's find out, shall we? We're going into game number 3 here between Fnatic and Roccat. The score, as you saw at the top of the screen, is 1-1, all tied up. So at least another 2 games to come of this thrilling semi-final with a winner going to Worlds. And the loser still having a chance of it.
Of course.
But they'll have to play another best of 5 tomorrow for that 3rd place decider against the loser of SK Gaming and Alliance. That best of 5 will be coming up right after this one. So still lots and lots of action coming your way today from Gamescom. So at the moment, you can see it's pretty much a mirror image on both sides of the map. We'll see if they want to keep it that way though, after they've got some early vision.
Yeah, they do know Zazus in this top lane here, Overpower. Looking for a piece of Yellowstar. We'll actually get it.
Wow.
Let's hit him once here. So we do just have very standard start from both teams. Getting down the wards at level 1 here. Sana plays on his ward. Was spotted by Rocket. So they know Cyanide is going to start his blue buff. Or at least they know he was around his blue buff because they didn't see anyone walking out from the bush after the ward was placed. Can only be the stealth Evelyn. And standard lanes, at least from Fnatic here. Rocket, on the other hand, is sending their dual lane up to this top side here. So I'm not sure if they were expecting Fnatic actually to lane swap. And that's why they're putting Vander and Celevo up in this top side.
Well, it looks that way. And actually Fnatic gonna be down at the bottom with their duo. You can see that Soaz gonna help Cyanide for his blue buff start, and Roccat now starting to cross the river. They're gonna be spotted though. And that means that Fnatic can choose what the reply is. Actually, it looks like they're just going to head straight over and do the same to Roccat.
Yeah, I can just trade buffs here. Reckless already down his bottom lane. On your minimap, if you paid attention, he just instantly walked up to the enemy minions, grouped them together, so they're going to focus his first minion coming in from his wave, and therefore he's now going to start the freeze in the bottom lane. So he can just sit down there for the next few minutes and enjoy some free farm. Meanwhile, up on his top side, Celevo is probably going to try and do the exact same. We often don't see Tristana take explosive shot at level 1 simply because you don't want to push lane. It's actually going to push slightly down towards Fnatic. So he's going to have to push it all the way into the tower, bounce it on the tower, get some extra minions from Fnatic's side, push back onto him if he wants to freeze up in his top lane.
They actually walked through, I think, there without being spotted by that ward, which was just off to the side. And Roccat have got Jankos and Zazus now doing their own red buff. So, I mean, at this stage you're expecting, okay, they've probably spotted coming over to our blue, over to their blue, and they're going to do exactly the same to us. You've not seen any sign of them since that, so you can pretty much guarantee that that's already gone. And with that, Zazus just going to help Jankos here around the jungle, get himself some extra gold and XP in there as he goes, rather than, you know, sitting in lane and just being totally taken out of it.
Yeah, again, this lane swap must simply also mean that Rocket wants to dodge around the Nidalee in the start, at least for Zazus. Let him get level 6, level 7, then he should be able to stand toe-to-toe with Source, at least for a while, until Source completes his Trinity Force and becomes super strong again. And that should be the main reason for the actual lane swap here, because not due to the bottom lane matchup, that was definitely looking good for Rocket. And we actually saw down this bottom lane, Reckless and Yellowstar push it into the tower. And Source jump down into this bottom lane, but wants to lose this top tower, and then Source has to take bottom lane tower all alone.
Yeah, 4 people. Reckless is actually going to be the one moving in with yellow start. Can they finish this one off? They surely can. There's 4 of them there. A bunch of minions as well. Fnatic will start to move forward. Actually, Zaza's just walking out of range there. They didn't finish it. There we go.
No!
Oh,
they
no!
had to get it! So they wanted to take the tower, now they have to stay. With at least Zaza's up here to push it in and get the one last hit. Shouldn't be too hard.
No.
Let's see. Even gonna jump in and kill it.
Jump in, take some damage for his pleasure though. Won't get hit with a binding though. And that will be first turret of the game then going over to Roccat. And they're gonna switch it back up. They were the ones that sent their duo up top and obviously didn't want to take this 2v1, this 2v2 battle. There is a charm on from Peke onto Overpower. Level 4 though decides not to go all in. Don't forget that both of them are running teleport here, so no ignite for that extra damage.
So again, they were down this bottom lane. Source was left to just farm, while Zazas were over in the top lane together with Vander and Celiber to take the tower down. And we saw the dual lane from Fnatic just instantly go into the lane, start pushing it into Zazas here and try and get some damage on the tower. So a lot of farm being picked up by Source, and let's see here if FLICKR is in trouble.
He's got a flash, surely. He's actually waiting very long on this one, and that's going to go down. He's not going to flash, that's why he didn't flash. And, well, great stuff, Joe. First blood comes over to Jankos, and that's the danger. No flash in there. When did he actually use his flash?
We didn't see. It must have been a bad trade with Overpower in lane, where he had to use the flash very early on, because it's almost ready again. We didn't have any real level 1 action.
Yeah, I totally missed that one, and well, it makes sense then that Jankos would just loop back around just before that flash comes off cooldown. He's able to then pick up the first kill of the game again. Jankos, the first blood master. We'll see if we can continue that trend. Obviously, just the assist for Overpower, but that's giving him the sheen here on top of that crystalline flask.
And look how much farm Source has picked up already, because he was left alone in the bottom lane, and then Fnatic sent the dual lane up. So Reckless did lose some farm, but same goes for Celiber, because he was joined by both Jankos and Zazas. They all tried to kill the minions. Therefore, actually do have a CS lead for both Source and Reckless at this point. Still in a 2v1. Only the top tower went down. Rocket, the 4 members, took it down as fast as they could, as soon as they saw Source was down this bottom lane all alone. And it's going to be hard for Fnatic to actually push the towers, because Zaz is also getting some levels up here, and diving in Aatrox is not exactly the easiest thing due to his passive, and already getting some experience. He's level 5. We actually do see also Fnatic now just simply swap him back. Standard lanes, sourcing him up to the top lane, bought a few Dawn's Blades. Should be hitting his level 6 fairly soon, and then down this bottom lane, we're gonna get the 2v2 now.
So, just to update you on the flash scenario, Peke actually pressed it by accident, I think.
Oh.
So, well, yeah, funny how that can work out for you. Almost back off cooldown, and I don't think that Overpower actually spotted that one, so they were probably wondering why is he not flashing, as I was, actually. But Peke accidentally burning his flash cost them the first blood here. We'll see if that comes to haunt them any later on. You see Peke there on the player camp. Not exactly looking happy about it right now.
Looking very focused. I mean, he's still farming well. Overpower once again on Fizz. Does have some trouble early on. You want to get a few levels before you can really start trading, especially against a range like Ari here. And yes, you gave up the first blood. Sana was there. He tried to come in and help. Simply meant that Overpower actually caught up in farm and also got the assist. So very nice play by Rocket. And I think we should probably say unlucky from FLICKR with their accidental flash.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. Oh, his flash is back up now though. Just take note of that one as Zaz starts to come down. Good jump onto Overpower. He's going to go all in, has he? No, actually deciding against using his ultimate. Peke will actually ult to get away and do a bit of damage over onto Zazas as well. But if the fish would have connected there, they would have at least got the flash out of Peke.
Yeah, he didn't even try to use his ult because he knew Peke would instantly start jumping around with his ulti, so he didn't want to waste it. Actually, just keep it for the pressure. Got the ulti off of FLICKR here, and now Overpower back in the lane, can try and jump him again, and now force his flash this time around because he kept his ulti. And Zaz is also just roaming down, even though it's actually one-on-one top lane, still moving out of the lane because Source is pretty far ahead in farm and is very strong at this point. simply due to the nice little trick in the lane swap from Fnatic. Was it worth it? Well, they lost the top tower for it, but now they have a very strong Nidalee, so that's the trade they had to make.
So, what's next here? We see that Rocket are going to be recalling on the bottom lane once again. Pickaxe start for Celeber. And put down some of the other items. Double Doran's Blade, Longsword and Boots actually for Reckless. So he's not actually gone directly up to that phase. You might expect it went for that extra Doran's in there. See how that all goes. Jankos meanwhile getting his his red buff. Not actually coming around just yet. And as you say in this top lane, Soaz just so far ahead. Soaz trying to keep himself sustained using his blood well. Oh, blood price.
Don't ask me, ask a quick shot. He knows all the names. I don't. And let's see. Jankos want to get a gang on.
Look at the
top lane here. Oh, Soaz is actually, as it was procced already.
Well, that is his blood well, but Jankos is actually coming into this one. This may be just baited out by Rocket. There's no damage. Jump comes in, and Jankos is going to get his second kill of the game. And while Soaz is feeling comfortable there to try and kill off Zazas, they come around. Meanwhile, Vander getting exhausted. Ulti came out. Tidal Wave. That's not going to have the effect that he would have wanted. Black Shield is onto Cyanide as well. Vander surely going to go down. It's Reckless that gets the kill. They can't kill off Celeber, but a 1-for-1 trade across the map.
Yes, up in this top lane here, Zazas stayed in lane even though he was low, and there's the execute takedown from Nidalee, simply just to bait Swords to go aggressive. He even used the flash actually to pop the passive from Zazas up there, and then Jankos just joined in, picked up the kill. Zazas stayed alive, but then quick response down this bottom lane, getting a kill onto Vander, on to Reckless as well. So trading 1-for-1, no dragon was taken, even though we had the jungler up in the top lane. And that is one lane. I actually do like the double Doran's Blade from Reckless to respect the fact that it's a very hard lane he's going to go into here. Just to get some early combat stats before building into Trinity Force. Get the extra lifesteal as well. And Rocket actually starting this dragon here because Fnatic stayed in lane to push it out into the tower, and then they started recalling. So now Rocket saw them recall, started the dragon. There's no dual lane from Fnatic, there's no jungler either to stop it. So very, very nice response here by Rocket, seeing the fact that Fnatic were pushing out the bottom lane, recalling really late, and then you just take the objective. Opar in here, he needs to be careful. Cyanide is there.
Oh, Cyanide there, the fish does go out there onto PK Willow, trying to connect one last time. Can he do the damage? No. Playful tricks are off from Overpower. Meanwhile, they're trying to collapse it on towards Yellowstar in the river as well. Got his black shield on, pops his ultimate. He's actually going to get his ult prop, but Overpower might be able to chase through to finish this one out. Good dot binding. Can they get onto him? Jankos doesn't have the jump available. And now Peck is coming in from the side. Reckless at the front. Reckless is actually doing decent damage here. That's a good bubble coming through, but Cyanide is still chasing. He's quite far away from the rest of his team. Buster shot used to knock him back. Vander now become the victim now. Cyanide down to less than half. Has to go back. So tries for the spear. Celeber jumps away. And a messy, messy fight that in the end leads to no kills.
So as he teleported down from the top lane just to join the fight here, and everyone from Fnatic just kept chasing Rocket. Couldn't kill them. Zazas meanwhile in his top lane is just pushing it down. And everyone actually stayed alive. Even Yellowstar, he was the first victim. He stayed alive, and then he just got turned around. Zazas onto this tower here.
Ulti popped as well.
Poked the tower.
A lot of damage as well. It's half HP at least gone before Soaz gets back to lane. There is Soaz, and Zazas just runs away. Kind of how it's been going there, unless he has Jankos to back him up. Knows that he's not exactly in a favourable position. When I was talking about Reckless earlier on, just going for those double Doran's Blade, obviously was sat on a decent amount of cash as well, so almost got himself the Phage, also picked up the full Sheen on that last back there, so already a scary Conqueror is slightly behind on the farm compared to that of Celeber, who looks to be bypassing the Zeal this time around and just rushing straight in towards that Infinity Edge.
Okay, so just going straight Infinity Edge. In the last game, he actually went pickaxe into Zeal, and then he completed Infinity Edge before he went for the static shift. So for Celeber, it must really depend on just how much gold you have when you actually go back here. If you can afford getting a BF Sword or Infinity Edge, he will get it. But there are some of the AD carries here in Europe who really prefers to get the static chip first, and actually think it's a lot stronger as long as you have pickaxe or Bloodthirster. Both junglers once again though, opposite lanes. Cyanide up in his top lane this time.
Zazas does have his Bloodwell available, doesn't get the knock on Cyanide, but Cyanide's tanking up the turret, and Zazas is doing a good job of damage here. Really going to be able to dive onto him once again. Overpower is going to come in. The fish will go wide though. Has he got, number one, enough mana to get in? And will the cooldowns come off for him? Cyanide trying his best to get away, turns around. And he gets the kill. He got the kill there. Soaz is going to go down. And now it's all about trying to find Cyanide before he goes invisible. And he's able to escape. Meanwhile, Rocket are pushing bottom. Fnatic have pushed middle, and Peke will take it.
So okay, so down this bottom lane here, Jankos did his, again, the standard. I'm not going for a gank, I'm just going in to take the tower. We talked about how with Nami just down it, they could push the wave in. Jankos could join, get the tower, did it right here. Meanwhile in the top lane, a bit of a failed dive. Sana took a lot of damage under the tower here. Same goes for Source, which meant Overpower joined in, they traded 1 for 1. But then it turned around again and say Fnatic picked up the mid tower because Overpower was roaming. So a lot of towers, a lot of kills here. Actually ended up trading just tower for tower and kill for kill.
Yellow Star. Funny thing is though, if it had interrupted, the two of them might have actually ended up dying since his AD carry wasn't there. So obviously that turret has already gone down. Next Peke, you know, Overpower moving up towards that top lane, spending a fair bit of time chasing them all over the place. That whole time Peke continues to farm up, not scared of moving in, taking those raid camps as well. Is a massive chunk of CS over Overpower at this point. Athene's Unholy Grail is done, and it's going to be sat on 1,300 gold as well.
And if you do look at the towers now, because we just saw 2 of the towers go down, the top lane tower from Rocket is very low, down to like 8% HP. Down the bottom lane, it's on like 25% HP as well, which means if Fnatic just gets one push going, they can easily take 2 towers. The mid lane tower, the last auto turret from Fnatic, is still pretty healthy in this mid lane here. So Rocket needs to be careful they don't let Fnatic take down 2 towers at once, get a big spike of gold, and then potentially even a dragon, which is going to be spawning here in 1 minute and 15 seconds. So if they at least can delay the towers dying till after the dragon, Fnatic won't have the gold from it to use in the fight.
Going towards Jankos. Ultimate actually used. Peke is going to ult over the top as well. And Jankos no doubt screaming, where are you guys? Quick, come over. Oh, great tidal wave though from Vanda. Gets 2. Jankos survives. There's an exhaust on Peke. They get another one as well. And now they're trying to chase onto Yellow Star. The Dark Black Shield will stop the knockup, but the fish comes out anyway. And Rockout, just like that, get a 3 for 0. Fnatic chasing into no man's land.
Still, it was 2 members from Fnatic chasing Jankos here, and he just popped the stealth. He just kept kiting them around, stayed alive. Let's just see it again here. First of all, he's spotted by the wall, of course. Sanad wants to try and kill him here. Peke is going to jump the wall as well, so they want to go for the kill. But Vander already moved from the bottom lane. Same goes to Silva, so they're going to join in before Reckless can join. He won't actually even join in time. Beautiful tidal wave from Vander, knocks 2 members up from Fnatic. Silva is there, picks up the kill. Once again, another dodge from Jankos. He stays alive, and then it's on to Yellowstar, who tried to run up and help, just way too late. Easy kills here for Rocket, and really punishing Fnatic for trying to kill Jankos.
So, Dragon time then, there's no TP for Zaz, but it doesn't matter. Oh, double bubble there in the Death Brush. They actually didn't realize it, I think, so didn't follow through on it. Jankos actually getting hit, will decide to leap over the wall. They lose the pink ward, but Dragon's already gone. And that brings the gold a little further in Rockat's favor, 3,300 at this point.
Fnatic though want to get this bottom lane tower down, because the top tower did go down, so stayed while we had the fight going on down around the Dragon. Rocket, they're not done fighting, they're looking for more.
Chasing on from this one, the fish will do the damage to Cyanide, but doesn't actually knock him out. Here comes Soaz from the side. They kill off Selova. Overpower Vanda now gonna have to run away. Zavs is here as well. They didn't actually kill Yellowstar. Bloodwell is popped. He's going back, straight back down from it though.
Okay.
That's a double kill for Soaz on Nidalee.
So let's just completely turn it around. First we had Fnatic chasing Rocket, being too over-aggressive, end up dying, give up the Dragon, and then Rocket comes down to this bottom lane, chases Yellowstar, he stays alive. Fnatic joins in, picks up 2 kills, picks up a tower as well. So both teams here really punishing each other when they are over-aggressive. He got a bit of damage on his mid lane tower.
And then surmise from that who's going to pull ahead. The team that don't make the silly decisions to go chasing extremely deep. Once again, look at this. Coming around the side. Blue buff was actually started there by Cyanide. Jankos gets it. Hits his ultimate. He's going to jump over. I'm not sure that he can actually catch Cyanide.
Oh, he's
he
very
might
alone
find
here.
himself on his own. He is on his own.
Whoa.
Oh, flashing in for it as well. Ultimate out of Cyanide. Think he's got this kill though. Oh, it pops his W.
It's ready
Jankos
now.
has got the blue buff. There he is. Jankos gets the kill. How are you going to escape though? Scrying up comes down. Here's the rest of the team. Fish comes out. It's on Reckless, but he's out of range, and Reckless gets the kill.
The damage from Source on his takedown when he's in the Cougar form, his Q, is just insane. As long as the member's down to like 50% HP, he does so much damage. Also meaning, trading 1-for-1 again, chasing a Jankos is ran all alone in. Celavar and Vander was trying to like catch up to him, but they were too far away, couldn't get there in time. End up trading 1-for-1. But every single time we do have one of these fights, there's always one member from Fnatic staying in a different lane, pushing it in. So FLICKR got a lot of damage on this tower here. Got some damage on the mid tower earlier as well. Which means now Rocket once again has a situation where they need to be careful they don't leave someone like Source alone, because then he's going to take this top tower very easily, as it's already pretty low. And talking about Source, there he is.
And there is the vote. Hashtag FNC win coming out big ahead in this one. After Fnatic won game number 2. Also have to point out in game number 3 that FLICKR is 67 CS ahead of Overpower at this point. A lot of gold.
We did die twice, and we do have 2 kills on Overpower, so...
So actually what I'm saying is they're even to Fisho. When I press X there and I look down the gold, bang, even. But the CS is still a lot of gold if Fnatic can take towers and dragons after it. Then we'll see.
100% correct. 100% correct. And again, as we just talked about, the mid lane tower and the top lane tower did take some damage before, after all the fighting, and Fnatic now grouping in this mid lane. Only 3 members here, and there's gonna be a teleport from Zazus behind them. Rocket once again looking to fight.
I think
it's actually Overpower.
Yeah.
Same.
Overpower coming in, and they actually spotted him coming through there as well. He pinged it out early enough, and Fnatic were able to just break away from one another. Not bunch up there for the easy damage out of Fizz, and well, they got off lightly in that scenario. Actually, the inner turret in the mid lane, Fnatic did good damage early on, and should only take 3 or 4 auto attacks from Reckless to actually finish it.
And both teams, they want to do this 1-3-1 here. So Source and FLICKR are already in the side lanes. Overpower is going to join FLICKR down his bottom lane. Zazus is going to join Source in the top lane. And then we have this fight in the mid lane between the support, the jungle, and the AD carry, where it's not even just about pushing the lane, it's also about who's going to react fastest to move to the side lanes. Okay, is Source going to win a fight on the top lane, or is there a chance he's going to win it? We instantly send our members from the mid lane up to this top side so we can help push it in. If we do get a kill, we can then take a tower, and it goes for both teams. So we do have this 1-3-1 right now, and that's also what you get when you have 4 teleports in the game.
And Zazus here is going to pop his ultimate, but all of a sudden, Yellow Star will be there as well. Ulti running down. There is the exhaust, but it's only to really get Soaz away. That's a good binding from Yellow Star. It's going to be without now whether he can get away from the bubble. Vander actually doesn't even try for it. And Reckless running up through towards that top lane as well. Got himself the red buff. Didn't see if that was actually a steal there from Jankos trying to do his red, but minions are coming in towards that mid lane. This should be finished off with this push.
4 members pushing in. There's teleport on Source, is in base. Celavar is there. So the 2 towers, which did take some damage early on. Easy pickup for Fnatic. Source up in his top lane, even just face tanking Zazus while he actually killed it. So that's a good spike of gold. They instantly picked up, and now moving down towards the dragon, spawning in about 35 seconds. Trying to look for a pick first. You do have Morgana and Ahri together, so if one member walks in, you get the binding, you get the charm, and you should be able to kill them. It was funny to see how both supports were like thinking the same. Oh, let's get to this top lane here, let's get up to help. And they were the only ones there to help between the 2 top laners. But it is what we see when we have all this split push. It's a lot about who's gonna rotate the fastest between the lanes.
Oh, baited.
Oh. There's a binding and
a little bit of a trap there from Fnatic. Cyanide will actually get that kill. Annoyance when that happens, and it's kind of what happens when you can't get that vision in there. And look at that graph. Creep score difference over time. There's a tiny little spike somewhere at the start there for Roccat, but other than that, it's been all about Fnatic. There's another dragon coming in. Now, Fnatic, if we look at the gold, are 2,400 ahead. And are pushing this bottom lane, the only one with a turret left outside of the base.
Looking for the last tower here. Not really gonna push it though, just get the minions up, reset the lane here. Reckless should have quite a lot of gold. He's been sitting and farming, picked up towers, picked up dragons. He's almost sitting on 2,000 gold at the moment. So once Fnatic actually goes back to spend all the gold they've picked up, we should see some key items and then they might look for a fight. Hope I will get his blue buff. Nice little move where he's running behind the golem to take the spear. And then he picks up the blue buff. Better game for him on this time around. He had honestly a very bad start in the last game and never really got in the game this time around. He has 2 kills. Getting his DFG fairly early on. And then he should hopefully be looking for the hourglass now. Let's actually have a red potion.
Let's see whether he can actually get into the backline here. We saw him try over and over and over and over again in game number 2 as Peke might be in danger. He's going to get slowed. That's a good bubble from over by Vander. Exhaust is down. Tidal Wave knocked up Peke, but he flashed, uses his ulti as well, and actually will be able to escape.
So one ulti used here by Vander. Forces the flash and ulti from Xpeke here. Nice little trade by Rocket, catching him out. And now they're staying around this bounty here, trying to get up some wards. It's a little bit too early for them to just rush it, especially because Xpeke had already recalled and has teleport ready. Source, on the other hand, is actually in the bottom lane. No teleport. Looking for the tower. Rocket just got a few wards, realized they have to go back now. And this Nidalee has just been insanely annoying. Xaxus hasn't been able to do anything against him for the entire game. First we had Rocket lane swapping to avoid the early lane between Nidalee and Aatrox. And then as soon as they got back to standard 1-on-1 lanes, it's actually just been either Jankos trying to shut down Source, 2v1 together with Xaxus, or otherwise it's just been Source hitting the tower, pushing in the lane over and over and over.
And you have to expect that it's just going to continue to do exactly that here. Xaxus trying to hold this lane out. Yeah, actually be pushing it further back, and Fnatic have 4 men over by Baron. They've got complete vision control of it as well.
Not the biggest fan of the Aatrox pick. Well, we are already talking about the top laners, and he seems to have become their I have nothing left to play champion in top lane in Europe, and I'm just going to lock in Aatrox. Kevin as well from Millennium locked it in the quarterfinals against SK Gaming, and it didn't work out for him at all, and ended up switching over to Alistar in the end. But the whole idea was probably just to get someone who could wave clear a little bit, try and hold his own against the Nidalee, which has not been working at all, as we just saw.
Well, there it is, cut off from Reckless. They actually came from the middle lane there. If you're wondering where all of a sudden Kog'Maw and Evelyn came from, they were actually pushing in towards the inhibitor turret in the middle lane. Meanwhile, that mid lane has been pushed back. Yellow Star not going to be in any danger of going down there to Jankos. So only the base of Roccat really remains, and so far they've just been helpless to stop it. This game just kind of falling away from them without any massive team fights. Fnatic step by step have taken those towers out. There is another charge of the ultimate from Jankos. He'll be able to escape, but with that now down with no tidal wave, Fnatic might even think about baiting Baron again.
But again, this is what happens when you play a comp focused a lot around picks and split pushing, and you then fall behind in gold and you become weaker, so you can sit in this split push. I mean, Zaz is down here at no passive. Zors just keep poking him, get onto the tower. Reckless and Sanai just moving in. Flash, one hit, and he's dead.
Yep.
And then they take the tower again. So for Rocket, because they do invest so much into the pick potential, into the split push, and then fall behind, like in the last game, we get this point, or we get to this point where they can't really do anything, and we're just waiting for Fnatic to make a play, or for Rocket to try and set up a trap and hope someone from Fnatic will face check, and then they get the kill, potentially pick up a Baron, and then they can try and come back in the game. But it's not like Aatrox is going to become stronger when you go into late game. Like, he's all about the early mid game, which is already gone. So he's now in team fights, he's just gonna be this tank who's gonna jump in your face, into your AD carry, try to be annoying, die, come back to life, die again, and once you get a Guardian Angel, repeat one more time, which is normally what you see Aatrox do in the late game team fights. And Rocket just needs to make a play here. Sending 2 members up in top lane now. Source wisely moving away. The rest of Fnatic just taking it easy. They don't really want to risk anything. So just letting Source do his job in the split push.
No need to risk. I mean, you're ahead in this scenario. You can let Roccat almost come to you. Keep pushing out those lanes. You see there, Soaz going back to top. And he himself must be sat on a decent... Okay, so he spent already on that Giant's Belt. 800 gold extra to actually spend afterwards. Cyanide, meanwhile, looking for Jankos, and they can use Cyanide as kind of that human ward running around the jungle, see if they can spot anyone out. Oh, Binding not actually connecting there on towards Zazas. TP is going to be cancelled. That was Overpower who thought about coming in. And that means now that Roccat surely going to be forced away. Well, they're forced away by the fact that they're having a little bit of a fight, and Soaz is once again just auto-attacking the turret in the top lane.
Yeah, so Oppo actually was in the lane, one-on-one against Soaz here. 2 members once again moving to this top lane. They want to kill him now. Let's see if they can do it.
DFG
Peke teleporting in.
Fish is coming in, so Soaz, he will go down, but Peke lands the charm on towards Zazas. There is a Blade of the Ruin King used, and they're going to try and lock up Peke. Can they actually finish him off? He uses ulti to keep the distance, sidesteps a tidal wave, gets the charm onto Vander, flashes, but can he get away from Jankos? He'll live for a split second longer. The bubble came in, and Jankos finishes him off.
So 2 kills now for Roccat, but it was all 5 members going to the top lane. Sorry, 4 members. Cela was sitting in the mid lane, trying to defend alone. A lot of damage onto the mid tower by Reckless and Yellow Star here. Reckless and Cyanide. Doing really well here, counting the names and how many players were. Still though, Roccat now win them to the top lane. They got the kills they wanted here. Forced a flash from both Expect and Soaz. Teleport down as well. Can look to do the same if they can get onto Soaz. Now he doesn't have the flash. Just need to be careful there's not sitting 4 members from Fnatic in the mid lane, because they're gonna trade Soaz dying for the inhibitor. We did see the damage from Overpower here. Once he actually gets onto you, he really hurts.
Yeah, especially that DFG in there, of course. If we look actually at the map right now, there are a lot of wards down from Fnatic. 4 pink wards around Baron. There's one on the pink ward on the bottom side of the river. 5 or 6 wards around the rest of the start, at least, of Rockat's jungle. Not exactly too deep, which you'd maybe expect at this stage, especially if Soaz is still going to continue to try that split pushing game. But Roccat hold on for now. They are about 4,000 gold behind, so it's not exactly a huge amount at this stage. If Fnatic make a wrong call, end up losing 3-4 men, and Roccat can then push for a Baron and a couple of towers, they're right back in it.
It is definitely not over yet. Notice here now, Cela is the guy going down. So you might be in trouble here. Can he kite it? No.
No. Oh, it was close, but Cela able to finish it off in the end. And more kills for the AD carry. You see there, Cela's a little bit annoyed with himself getting caught out. And that's the thing I fear for Fnatic here, that they've now 2 or 3 times, actually, if you look at Soaz, 4 times maybe you could argue, that they get caught out in this, but they don't seem to have any other plan.
So what Fnatic is doing now is being completely over-aggressive in terms of split pushing. When you split push, you need to make sure the rest of your team is in a position where they can punish the other team if they send 2 or 3 members to go kill whoever is split pushing. Fnatic were just running around the mid lane, they're running around in the jungle, nobody was in position to do anything, and now, once again, Roccat looking for a fight in Yellow Star. You're gonna die. Can they get the next one?
Well, they get the reset there. Can they get over on towards Peke? He's just charged away. Reckless had come in on the bottom side as well. I don't think Roccat quite ready here to think about doing a Baron, but it's another kill for them in another scenario where Fnatic are split up completely. 3 of them now headed up mid lane. Overpower still has his ultimate available. He does decide to throw that in there just to keep them away. But Fnatic seem to be chilling a little bit more, and Soaz is actually pushing up that bottom lane. They need to wait for him to get actually up there before they start initiating this split push.
Right now, Fnatic just need to completely reset the game. If they want to keep split pushing, what they basically have to do is everyone split up. In the case, you have the 3 members in the mid lane, Reckless, Yellow Star, and Cyanide. You have Expect in one lane, you have Source in the other lane, and everyone start in the middle of the lane, and then you start pushing together up towards the base of Roccat here. And then let's say 5 members from Rocket is sitting in mid lane, they jump the 3 members, you try and disengage, which means the 2 side lanes, because you're pushing them up at the same time, can then step into the base, get some damage on the tower here, potentially even take it down, and then you back away. Okay, we lost some members, we just opened up their base. What they've been doing the last 10 minutes is basically one guy split pushing all the way up to the base of Rocket, while the remaining members could be either sitting in the middle of the mid lane or in the jungle or in base, and therefore they were not in position to really punish Rocket enough. There was the one time where Reckless and Silent were pushing the mid lane, that was it. Otherwise, Fnatic has not been in a position to punish Rocket whenever they sent 2 members to kill Soaz, who's just been pushing too deep into the enemy, towards the enemy base, and therefore being punished and killed for it, and bought a lot of time for Rocket here.
Well, it's like they want to now change up that game plan a little bit and bait around Baron. Oh, Rocket waiting for this one. Are they going to go into it? Scrying Orb, of course, is there for Celiver. He's actually just used it. I don't know exactly where he used it, but there's the Void Spikes coming in. Instant jump away just in case, and right decision as well, because Yellowstar already had sent the binding out. So Rocket know exactly where they are. That's actually going to give up a turret here by the looks of it. Xaxus down on the bottom side, hammering away on it. We are going to have Soaz coming in. Meanwhile, Yellowstar getting caught out. What are they going to do? It's a flashing. DFG will be thrown. The fish is enough to get the kill. And Overpower gets that one. Bottom turret has gone down. Soaz is now finally up there. Did use his teleport to get involved. Jankos dodges the spear. Soaz is going to go aggressive. Reckless getting that one. Overpower now caught behind enemy lines and should be finished off. Double kill for Reckless. That should be Baron for Fnatic. But Xaxus is still doing the base.
The Soaz is going down to defend here. No teleport. He used it to join the fight here. And the rest of Fnatic, they're not starting the Baron. They're actually running back to the mid lane here. They're pinging on the Dragon. So while they won the team fight, they lost 2 towers in the bottom lane. They had 2 members with teleport. Before all this happened, none of them were sitting in the bottom lane to clear the wave and stop Xaxus from actually pushing it. They might be able to get a few kills here though.
Oh, ultimate coming out. There is the tidal wave out from Vander. Buster shot will knock Cyanide back. Good bubble actually from Vander, but Nidalee is in chase. Xaxus is there as well. Here comes Ori from the backside. Peke might be able to clear up here for Fnatic. There's his double. Xaxus will get his blood well popped.
And he's teleported.
And he's dead. Ah yeah, he tried to teleport out of there. It's Reckless that got that last one. He's now dominating at 6-0-5. They can go back straight to Baron. They can take a Dragon if they want first of all, but Baron is the obvious target here.
So Rocket were actually expecting Fnatic to do the Baron after the one team fight. That's why we saw Celivar and Vander go to the Dragon. They're like, okay, we can at least take a Dragon. Look down his bottom lane here. Overpower's teleporting. He wants to get Inhibitor and trade it for the Baron.
Let's see, Jankos, dangerous, because he can poke constantly from the back here. That's the right decision, I think, from Soaz. Go in there, try and completely take him out of the way. Meanwhile, Peke dodging off from Soaz's ultimate. That's a lot of damage coming down. The inhibitor is very, very low. Orb actually missing. There is a good charm though. Peke stops all the damage. The Zhonya's is used, but there is the Orb coming out. Dodged again by Overpower. He's going to try and walk off, but Fnatic now have the Baron. There it is. One charge will finish it off. Killing spree for Peke and a minute spawn time for Overpower.
Overpower actually missed his ulti down in this bottom lane. He missed his E as well. Ended up losing the fight to Xpecker. Didn't get Inhibitor, used the teleport. Baron, of course, went to Fnatic because there were still 4 members there. Yanger's going in, here's a fight!
Oh, they're going to go straight for it. Who are they going for here, though, really? Cyanide kiting around at the front there. Is the binding landing. Cyanide has to flash away. Celiver can't exactly jump in there face first right now. And Peke is still pushing the bottom lane as well. So Fnatic taking a good point there to actually start backing away.
Still though, we do see Rocket is not exactly done in this game here. They are really looking for the plays. Again, this Dragon before, which actually ended up costing them the Baron, was simply because they expected Fnatic to just go straight for Baron after the one team fight. They would take the Dragon at least and say, we get some gold here. But instead, Fnatic just chased them down to the Dragon, killed them, got even more kills actually. Got the Dragon now as well, and the Baron. And then we also saw Overpower tries to teleport in this bottom lane. Missed his ulti, missed his E, couldn't kill Xpecker even though there was no ulti for him before actually the very last second. So misplays from Overpower on the bottom lane. And just Rocket also thinking they could take the Dragon, which they couldn't because Fnatic didn't actually start the Baron.
So after that all went down as well, there was a lot of gold for Fnatic. I was just taking a peek, almost 3k in fact for Reckless. We saw that Soas pick up a round wins, a Banshees for both Reckless and Xpeke. Evelyn, Cyanide of course will be looking to get one shortly as well, so some big defensive items coming out on Fnatic's side of things. With that Baron buffer in as well, let's see if they can really crack the shell of Roccat. Don't forget, if we're looking at bases at this point, actually one inhib turret down Fnatic's base leaves them a little bit vulnerable there. They're clearing out these waves pretty quickly as well by now.
Yeah, you do have quite some wave clear on Celebar. Jankos can help out, Xaxus can help out as well. So there's not enough, like the wave is not fast enough to stop Fnatic from even hitting the tower, and you see them already killing it now. If Reckless would give it 2 more hits. Thank you, good sir.
There we go. Inhib down. Sorry, inhib turret. Inhib itself will, might as well stay that. It's going to go down as well. So, an inhibitor apiece. Fnatic here surely just going to switch off to one of the side lanes, which funnily enough are actually pushing in Rockat's favor. So, a little bit of groundwork to be done before they can push one of these lanes out and try and crack a second inhibitor line.
And actually in every single game we have seen today, there's been a lot of focus on getting magic resist for the Fnatic members against Overpower, even though he's the only person actually doing like real magic damage. Of course, Tristana has a little bit, but now it's about auto attacks. You have Jankos with his physical damage, Xaxus as well, physical damage. But they just respect Overpower and Fizz so much, they feel like they have to get these Banshees to make it even harder for him to do anything. And it's actually paying off, even though it's only against one member.
The bindings make the damage follow-up so easy there. We saw Celebar getting hit by it. There's a spear that comes flying through. Easy ultimates out of Reckless. And that is the second inhibitor tower going down. Overpower's trying to keep the mid lane pushed out. Charm actually landing in on towards Aatrox. He will jump away. The inhibitor down to less than half. Jankos then focused. Yellowstar here gets hit by the fish. Tidal wave comes through. Only will knock Yellowstar up. And that was everything thrown at Yellowstar, who didn't even die in the end. Aatrox gets his blood well pumped. He will try and jump away, will be finished off by Soaz. And that now is a 5 versus 4 with super minions starting to come into the base. Soaz got a bit deep for this one. Celebar doing good damage, will be finished off. Overpower himself though will fall after killing off Soaz. And they're on to the Nexus, so it's Jankos, Celebar, and Jankos, I said that.
2 Jankos.
As well. 2 Jankoses, only one. Both Nexus turrets are going down. I can't see them all down. Reckless turning up towards Celebar. It's like Peke that helped up with that one. Reckless got like at 7-0-7. And they're going to focus the Nexus. And Fnatic going to win game number 3. Go 2-1 up. And just 1 win away from Worlds.
So there was some sloppy moves in the game. Rocket tried their best to actually come back. They kept picking up some kills in the side lanes to stop the split push and delay Fnatic. But then we had that one big team fight. First around Baron, Fnatic picked up 2 kills, and then Rocket went down for the Dragon. Fnatic followed, picked up more kills, got the Baron as well, and Xpeke won down the bottom lane, the one-on-one against Overpower. And suddenly it was just Fnatic pushing into the base, securing the win here. Veggie always smiles. Even after they lose, he's smiling and laughing.
I was going to say, Veggie seems quite happy about the scenario. I mean, 2-1 up Fnatic. It's not over for Roccat.
No.
2 games in a row now, and these last 2 have been very, very difficult for me. It's almost as if Fnatic had kind of warm up in game 1 and have really then got into the swings. Although this game was very close for quite a long time.
It was, and the split pushing didn't really work for both teams, to be honest. They both had a comp who could do it, but we didn't see too much except for the one time where Xaxus got 2 towers down the bottom lane. That was actually about it. Otherwise, every time Source... I mean, so don't get me wrong, the Source split push was great because he applied so much pressure, but it wasn't, in the end, what Fnatic could close on the game on. So in that case, it did work in the start. I'm just going to correct myself there, because it was actually very, very good from Source in the start of the game. And then Fnatic just became over-aggressive. They kept pushing up even though the rest of the members were not in a position to actually do something on the map. So Rocket just sent down 2 members to kill Source down the bottom lane. Once again, bought some more time. But overall, every single time we had a chase, except for the one time in bottom lane, Fnatic always managed to hit a tower somewhere.
Yeah.
Which meant they always had some towers low, and then once they actually grouped up in the lanes, got the towers down, got the goal lead, and then kind of kept it, got the map control as well. And we saw a few times where they're like setting up the traps, got a few kills. So it was a good game. Was a bit drawn out simply because of the fact Rocket kept getting some kills in these side lanes. Otherwise, Fnatic looked to be in control. The side lanes, the last 2 games for Rocket has been losing in the early game, both Zazos and Overpower. Fizz twice for him in the mid lane. They might have to try and fix that, because at the moment it just means they fall so far behind already going into mid game that it's hard for them to do anything with this split push or pick comp they have.
Well, there's definitely a lot of work to be done in this small pause that we have there for Rocket in between the games. But now though, we're going to head over to Shox and the crew to break down that Game 3 win.
Thank you very much, Joe. So guys, game 1 and 2, positional game, strategical game as well. Game 3, brawling, a lot of brawling. It actually made me think of the wildcard games that we had. Out of picks and bans, actually nothing too special coming out there.
Nothing too special, but Rocket are still sticking to their tried and true. 3 mid lane bans, 3 games running. They're really trying to limit the champion picks. It's not really working out. They've lost Zillion, the only game they won with. Fizz is not that great for Overpower thus far, but I really like the analogy you just made. It is like watching a wildcard game, because these teams, they just went a bit crazy. There was a lot of positional mistakes during the course of the match.
Yeah, and then Deficio mentioned it in the pick and bans. He was talking about the Fizz, and it's like, Rocket, that's scared of it because they first picked it. It was they're one of their first choices, and it's like, not sure if a Fizz first pick is the right way to go. Questionable. And again, Overpower, while he did get going a little bit more this time around, he's kind of a solo man on his own. The rest of his team not kind of the right wavelength. One thing that did work is Aatrox. Aatrox and of course Jankos on Kha'Zix. Jankos has basically been carrying Rocket right now, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I just want to very quickly add, part of the reason I feel that Overpower was more successful in Fizz is because he was given targets.
Yeah.
Fnatic was so often solo and alone and just out of position. He was just like, I'll take that one too, I'll take that one too.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's actually take a look at one of the first replays where it was just people going in, I see you, I want to kill you.
Yeah, so like, I don't quite understand the decision-making for Fnatic. Let's roll this clip out, and you'll notice that Cyanide and Peke, they see a bug, and they think, okay, we'll squash him. That'll be easy, right? And Peke is going to split rush over the wall, and we don't see him firing his charm. Peke was saving his charms. I went north, missed it completely, anticipating the jump over the wall. But the thing is, they overcommit. So Celev and Vander come up, they help secure 2 kills. While all that's going on, Yellowstar joins the party, and he's going to get killed in a second as well. It ends up leading to a dragon for Rocket. And it's very uncharacteristic to see Fnatic chase that hard, that deep, with that little vision.
Going full solo queue.
That's just it. I mean, you couldn't even say it was the bottom lane's fault for not joining him. Reckless and Yellowstar, they didn't go up because they just decided to dive straight all the way deep in there. So it was like, well, you're all caught out of position. Crazy start for Fnatic.
Yeah, it was for me though in the early phase. It was the individual mistakes from both sides that made it, and we can actually maybe take a look at the next replay, which is again to highlight that.
This is 2 minutes later.
Yeah.
This is 2 minutes later, but it's on the shoes on the other foot. It wasn't only Fnatic that sort of lost a bit of marbles. It was Rocket as well. If you roll this one out, look at the minimap. Fnatic is starting to surround Rocket. Rocket throw everything they have at Yellowstar, and all of a sudden Soaz joins the fight. So Fnatic turn it around, they pick up a kill, and they chase Rocket down because Rocket were the ones overcommitting. It really was full YOLO solo queue.
Well, I love it because one of our main game leads, Skarazard out there, who was watching this game, and he said, I love it when Rocket play like that. Not like that though. It's like 2 minutes later, had to respond. It's like, and that's just the story of this whole game. It was back and forth, and honestly, it was pretty open. It could have been anyone's game that game.
There was small advantages that Fnatic were taking though, because despite the fact both teams were making mistakes, Fnatic got a couple extra dragons, a couple extra towers, a lot more CS. So even though the mistakes were happening, Fnatic were capitalizing on other objectives, which is why they held the lead and maintained control throughout the game.
And the way it seemed to work out was basically Peke and Soaz, instead of running normally the assassin comp, they're the two they're going to kill. They were just basically distracting. So we're distraction force, Yellowstar, Reckless, go get another tower.
Yeah, it was close though, because I felt like even though Nidalee did a very good job diverting the attention, they couldn't get that much. And as Deficio said, they could get a couple of hits on a tower, Fnatic in response, and that was actually enough, because next time around they can just take it down then.
Yeah, and just so happens we have a replay. Pull up the third one on your screen, and it really does exemplify how this game played out. Look at the mini-map. This is the thing that I really want to highlight, is where all the Fnatic members are, the ridiculous amount of vision Fnatic have. They had a lot of wards down in the later stages. Roll the clip out, and the very interesting thing to see is the mini-map push. Deficio was talking about how Fnatic wanted a 1-3-1 split push, and that's where Peke was going before he decided to teleport up. So Soaz gets taken out. Peck is going to die in a couple of seconds. Look at Yellow Star and Reckless. Initially, they were moving north. Initially, they were moving to support the fight, but got the call saying, look, it's not going to work out. We don't need you here. So while Peck is drawing so many members of Rocket's attention, they're chipping away. No, they don't get the tower, but they've set themselves up. They take 60% of the hit points, and the next time they roll around, they do get the objective. But it was just a little crazy, a little chaotic.
It was. So when we go into the next game, I wouldn't say it was like very abundantly clear that Fnatic was going to take this and steamroll this. The next game can bring anything, really. D-Man, how do you think that one's going to go?
This could easily be a 5-game series, absolutely no doubt about it. As I mentioned, that was a wide open game, 12-12 in kills. Honestly, objectives-wise, could have gone back and forth. Remember, Rocket was on the inhibitor for a long period of time, and actually, Peke went back there and just about dealt with Overpower. That could easily have gone the other way. Very, very close games. We'll see how the pick and bans work out, because that could be vital coming into this last game, because for the last 3 matches, Rocket have stuck to the same 3 bans. Will they change things?
Could have gone the other way if Overpowered landed the fish or landed Playful Trickster. That's the treat.
Good point. Now, can Rocket hold on, or will Fnatic close out the series? We'll find out in our next match when we come back.
Yankos dodges the spear, Soaz is going to go aggressive, Reckless getting that one, Overpower now caught behind enemy lines and should be finished off. Peke might be able to clear up here for Fnatic. There's his double, Zazas will get his Bloodwell pod,
and he's teleport,
and he's dead. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to get back into the series with Game 4 between Roccat and Fnatic. And while Roccat came out swinging and won the first match, Fnatic have now had 2 back-to-back victories and could close it out here. Not only moving into the final of another split for Fnatic, who have already won the last 3, but secure their place at the 2014 World Championships.
Yeah, and the last 2 games, we've seen some of the same tactic from Roccat. They get Fizz for overpower in the mid lane, and they kind of rely on him getting ahead, even though he's... In the first game, he played Fizz, it didn't go too well. This one actually did pick up a few kills, but just wasn't enough because teamfight-wise, once they fall behind, they never get to split push, they can't really win the team fights, and they just have to rely on like kind of catching Fnatic off guard, which has not been working for them at all. They're kind of playing Fnatic's game. They should go back, in my opinion, to this full team fight comp they used in the quarterfinal, they used it in game 1, and it worked so well for them. So they should definitely go back to this.
So what about the other side then? Because Soaz watched Xaxus play Nidalee against him 2 games in a row, and then picked it in the last one. And wow, he finished 3-5-7, which you could argue is not like the most impressive score ever. It was the pressure that he was applying by these split pushers in the early stages.
A few times he was over-aggressive in the split push, but there was also a lot of times where he was basically the guy getting the towers down for Fnatic, and he was the guy constantly split pushing. Xaxus couldn't deal with him on Aatrox. Pretty much from level 1, Roccat had to lane swap to avoid the Nidalee. And then once we actually came back to one-on-one lanes, it just wasn't enough. Source was always stronger than Xaxus and just kept applying pressure. It was a big issue for Roccat. They had no answer to it other than sending 2 members up to try and kill him. One time they almost lost the mid tower. The other time they actually got a kill and got away with it. But it was hard for him to deal with, and I just really hope they fall back to the full team fight comms, which works so well for them.
Well, while we're on the topic of, picks and bans here, for Roccat, or just generally in this game, Kog'Maw and Nami lanes have been the beastly force. Fnatic now switch over, and I just want to pose the question to you, the fact that we've seen Fnatic take away Kog'Maw 2 games in a row from Silver because he is so good on it.
Yeah.
Are they going to ban it here, or will they risk it going over and Roccat first picking it?
So it is a very good question. If Fnatic do leave it open and he gets first picked, you might see them actually fall back on the Twitch pick we saw in game 1, which didn't actually work out too well for Reckless. He wasn't really able to do enough in teamfights or get enough picks from it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Fnatic ban it. But at the same time, we could also see Roccat ban it, simply saying we don't actually want to first pick it and we don't want you to take it in first rotation, because we know Fnatic will lock it in. If Roccat doesn't first pick it, Fnatic will lock it in the very first rotation.
Well, they could also say, right then, let's leave Kassadin open here on the blue side, on the red side. So you either take Kassadin or Kog'Maw, we'll take either one of them. They've already switched 1 mid lane ban to a top lane ban game by getting rid of Nidalee, so Peke's options become bigger, and actually Evelyn banned out here as well for Roccat, so they're really changing up the bans. That leaves so much on the table at this point. Kassadin, will they ban it here?
Fnatic won't ban it. No, they won't ban it. No reason to ban Kassadin for Fnatic, because we haven't seen Roccat played in ages, and they've just been playing pick comms for the last 2 games, and it's not been working for them. So I really think it's a mistake if Fnatic do ban Kassadin over here. To just leave it open, potentially last pick it as well on the red side. There's the ban.
So Kog'Maw gone. Let's see then if Roccat go for this then. Are they going to lock in the Kassadin?
Will they do it?
Yes. Locked in the Kassadin, so we'll see if this tactic comes back to bite Fnatic.
We have to see
in the rear end. However, it does leave open Syndra in the mid lane, which Peke played in games 1 and 2.
TF is open, Ari is open. When there's multiple mid lane choices, also why Roccat realized we're kind of banning a guy who has at least 5 champions in his champion pool. We're not really getting any result from trying to shut him down. He's been playing well on Ari. He had a good game on Syndra as well. So in that case, Roccat realized they could now actually switch it up. Kassadin, again, we saw Roccat play it back in their spring split. That's a long, long time ago, and they have really gone back to a more teamfight focused playstyle. Really have to see what overpower, most likely overpower. We have seen Kassadin top lane over in Korea, so it could be Xaxus up there, but
that's true.
Really have to see what overpower can do in this Kassadin. He's gonna have the same issue where his laning phase is not very strong. It's not like Kassadin is a terrible laner, it's just not very strong, and Syndra has just been locked in to once again with the lane.
Let's be honest, overpower, the stats prove that he's used to losing his lane.
Yeah, he's the worst mid laner, laner in Europe.
10, 20 minutes behind constantly in CS there. we've seen it, he's a very, very passive player. With Cassidy, you've got to get in the middle of it. You've got to put a bit of damage back to give yourself a chance in that lane. Either way, Jarvan also was picked to LCS, therefore Cyanide. We saw it picked in game number 1, which means that Jankos has to possibly change or possibly just stick there. He was hovering over Lee Sin for a while. Instead, they go for the tried and tested Kha'Zix, which has been a little hit and miss for him, although you say the hit and miss, even in the games that they've lost, his Kha'Zix has done what he probably should have done. Okay, game 2, there was that appearance in the top lane, which ended up costing him
one mistake.
A Dragon, 1 mistake out of 3 games. Generally, it's been good for him. Nami as well, we've already seen that, has worked out for both supports that have played it. Question is, will we see Reckless's ace in the deck, so to speak? 65 KDA with Vayne.
Yeah, pretty insane stats on it. But I was about to say, if Rocket had locked in Lee Sin on their side, they were really trying to adjust their comp to trying to help Xaxus here early game. Now they do have Jankos on Kha'Zix, and remember, he played it every single game now in the semi-final, and every time he's going into the lanes, he's getting down these towers, and Rocket will look to do the exact same here. Now they're changing things up a little bit.
Yeah, so Lulu, I'm assuming gonna be then a support Lulu with Shen in the top lane. Soaz has openly said, I hate Shen. He's good. I mean, back in the day, you know, Shen was basically the standard for you. And that was the time I think he hated the most. And we even saw that one funky game where Yellow Star played Shen top and Soaz then just played support because he didn't want to deal with it. Gonna be using it here again today. Very interested to see how this works. This will be our first Shen in Europe, at least. We have seen it played in other regions recently.
Kevin played it.
Yeah, that's true. Kevin played it, yeah.
In the 5th place game, yeah. But that was, well, he played Shen. He didn't do anything, but he watched Shen in the game. And Millennium ended up losing the game, of course. But on this side here, so the reason Lulu was locked in as support is NLB Finals, SK Telecom, T1K. They played Vayne, Lulu, bot lane, 2 games in a row. They end up dying like 6-7 times in the lane, but the idea is you actually get a lane swap going with it instead, and then Lulu can start roaming around the map and join in for these early team fights and potentially even set up some ganks here. So Fnatic definitely looking for the lane swap with the Vayne pick, also with the Shen pick, because otherwise blind picking a Shen can be very risky, but because Fnatic are saying we want to go all in on deep wards at level 1, spot where where Rocket is sending their dual lane, and then we swap around it. So Shen is one of the best top laners still in a lane swap. If he's standing under the tower after he's been farming the jungle a little bit, I mean, first of all, he can gank really well due to his taunt, and at the same time, if he's standing under the tower and you want to go in and try and hit it, and he taunts you and the jungler joins in, that often means you have to either flash or you end up dying here. So Fnatic really showing they want to go for the lane swap. Locked into Lulu as well, so the Vayne was coming from Reckless. They wanted to last pick it anyway, just to see what was going to be picked here. So split push. You have the Vayne split pushing, you have Shen split pushing now in the other lane. You have Syndra sitting in the mid lane now as the wave player, as the guy pushing down the tower. So once again, Fnatic, 1-3-1 split push. And on the side of Rocket, we kind of see the same deal. Cassidy can split push a little bit. You have Aurelia doing it just a little slightly weaker, in my opinion, at the split push. So we might like to see Rocket here put a lot more focus on the team fight itself, where Aurelia and Cassidy, of course, are also very strong.
So the last time we actually saw Overpower play the Cassidy was week 1 of the summer split. It was a loss against Millennium. Actually, this summer split didn't start all that great for Rocket anyway. But that was the last time he actually played it. Funnily enough, while we're on to cool little stories there, Vayne for Reckless. Obviously, against Rocket in Super Week, he did 14 kills from the game to beat the most kills in a split record. He only got 13 to actually end up tying with Mancloud for that one. So very, very interesting. Got somewhat of a score to settle here on this Vayne. Let's find out how it goes, though, as we get into game number 4. Rocket versus Fnatic, with Fnatic just the 1 game away from Worlds.
And I really like the fact that we see Source bringing teleport on Shen. So he has this double global now he can use. And at the same time, Overpower, of course, on Kassadin, and because Overpower loves to play teleport, does the same. It actually means if Reckless is the guy split pushing from Fnatic, seeing as he doesn't have teleport, they're going to lose out on some global pressure here, and it actually opens up for Rocket to then have both Xaxus and Overpower going to kill him 2v1, and later on then teleport back to help the remaining members defend. From the side of Rocket here, so that's going to be an issue Reckless has to keep in mind. And let's see here, Rocket waiting in the bush. Oh, Fnatic moving in, placing the ward.
They scanned that ward out as well. Ward. was there for Roccat. So Fnatic got pretty strong control over that bottom side of the jungle. Roccat gonna say, you know what, have it. We'll just go to your top side. We'll try and take them away. In terms of the lanes right now, Lulu recalled. Actually, Reckless just wanted to get a ward down in the lane, and I'm assuming that he's going to recall straight off towards that top side as well. However, Roccat are all bunched up anyway, so they could still be going in. But looks like that lane swap is going to happen. And Kassadin's in the mid lane. Top laner and jungler will be going through the jungle together.
And notice here how Yellowstar is the only guy who showed himself not reckless. He's showing himself up into this top side of the jungle, Fnatic's own jungle. So now, Roccat actually expect the dual lane from Fnatic to be in the top lane because they see Yellowstar, the support, being there. Reckless is actually recalling. He should delay his recall and wait to see who's actually in the top lane here from Roccat. Now Roccat is doing the same mind games, sending in Aurelia first, not showing Celavar and Vander. So now Fnatic thinks it's gonna be Zaz's top lane, but it's actually waiting the dual lane at the tower. So first we had mind games from Yellowstar. Now it's mind games from Roccat, and it's gonna pay off because look who's actually recalling and running to the lane. The mind games.
Actually, it could go even further. This, if they get into the brush and just wait there.
Oh yeah, they will. Yeah,
oh, they
not
will.
spotted yet.
This is going to be a 3 versus 2. Oh, Jankos, this is a little bit scary for you. Knockup comes in. Soaz is coming around as well. Oh, he's missed the taunt, and that's going to be Jankos flashing away. I'm not sure how that happened.
Whoa, Yellowstar. No,
Yellowstar is a little bit deep on this one. Zazas there as well. The plan has all changed. They came out of the brush after that fight at the red buff. And now they've recalled again.
And yes, so again, remember, Fnatic, they want the lane swap. It's the reason they blind picked the Shen. It's the reason they picked the Vayne here. So now Reckless recall after they saw the dual lane from the top side. If Jankos hadn't gone for this red buff, like Jankos was obviously feeling very confident because he had his dual lane and his top laner waiting in the top side. If he hadn't gone for the buff actually, we would have seen Reckless and Yellowstar run into the lane, potentially die when they tried to force Zazus away to Celavar and Vander waiting in the bush. Both dual lanes recalled. They're gonna meet down this bottom lane. We might even see Reckless recall once again to go back to the top lane. But now at least he's getting some farm in his bottom lane. Celavar is only level 1, and Reckless should be able to get his level 2 point, especially because Roccat is now sending their dual lane in to help Jankos secure his red buff here. So this might actually mean Fnatic feel confident of staying because they now have the level advantage on Reckless.
So nice. Backing away that red buff.
And never mind, he's gonna recall.
Yeah. Recall once again, but actually, funnily enough, Celavar then is gonna get a full free wave here. And he's already in the lead, so losing a little bit of early farm from that one. He's gonna see Yellowstar coming in as well, so Soaz will be the man that's sent packing once again off to a different place.
So this is very nice for Soaz, the fact he got to push the wave out and picked up a lot of farm. But Zazas is gonna get all this farm here. And Reckless is going to return to pretty much an empty lane. He's going to just have to get a standard wave coming in, which means he's going to get denied a lot of farm. So you got the farm on the Shen, you didn't get on Vayne, who is the key member in your comp to do well. And the reason you do these lane swaps is to make sure Vayne can get farm. Down this bottom lane, Celavar is happily farming away. And now Reckless finally joined the top lane. Yellowstar joining him as well. And it seems we're gonna get our 2v1s after some nice mind games. That was pretty fun.
So I was going down the bottom there. I don't know. You never know. Your Roccat have pushed the turret completely up. However, previous form tells you they'll say, okay, it's 2v1 now, and our style has been, over the last 3 games, over quarterfinals as well, get early turret damage down. And it looks like that's what they'll be doing here. Zazas actually going aggressive, and why not? Jankos is here once again. Can they get their first blood? Exhaust goes onto Jankos. That will be able to push them back, but Zazas now is finding a lot of damage coming his way. Did have flash there, didn't have to use it in the end. Fnatic decided not to chase through.
And now Roccat actually did quite some damage to the minions, so they're starting to build up a pretty big wave because Jankos keeps last hitting it. So he now wants to try and push the wave out, but that's not going to happen with the 2 members standing there, which means Reckless can potentially freeze the top lane if he wants to, or there could also be a teleport behind from the level 4 earlier.
Top lane TP, Yellowstar is in trouble here. There's the auto attacks coming in, and first blood comes down for Zazas. And it had to be somewhat obvious that, surely.
Just remember one thing, Joe.
I can see both sides.
You can,
Yeah.
but it was actually onto minions. In that case, you are correct. I was more referring to the fact that Yellowstar at level 1 flashed into the Baron pit to try and kill Jankos. Therefore, he didn't have a flash for this time, or for the gank here. And Rocket could set it up, get the kill, even onto Xaxus. That's perfect for them. And even force Reckless away from even more farm. So the flash level 1 from Yellowstar end up costing Reckless some farm and give a kill over to Xaxus.
However, Yellowstar is back. Let's see what he can do, see if he can force Xaxus back away. It's level 5 there as Celiver actually doing good damage down bottom, so as they're trying to cause him a few problems. Meanwhile, Peke and Overpower actually getting the better of this one. He might be able to finish it off. Gets an ignite to the face and actually decides not to chase in there. Did have a decent amount of mana left. He does, however, have TP and flash rather than the ignite flash of Peke.
But it's fun to see how the lane swap now has gone back to Season 3 style, where you always had the bruisers, or the top laner sitting in the lane, and then the junglers would often come down and help them, and you had this 2v2 between the top lane and the jungler against the dual lane, and it's been like this in both lanes. We saw the fight down bottom lane, we've seen the fights up in top lane. Once again, Jankos joins in. They want more here. Yellowstar had flash. It's gone again.
Bad times for him, realizing there that Jankos was once again returning. I think he's going to go and try and put a deep ward down in the river there because he's just bored of being attacked. Celiver and Vander do manage to finish off that tower. One thing that is worth noting at this point, after the great start for Celiver and them keeping Reckless a little bit away from the farm, it's actually really leveled up by now, and since Celiver has just recalled, Reckless will actually probably overtake him here in just a couple of moments. Between other laners, 49 to 57, mid lane, Cassidy versus Syndra, you kind of expect that kind of number, I think. Top lane is also a slight lead for Xaxus.
Yeah, and remember all the farm we saw Source pick up in the start. Because Xaxus and Jankos has done such a good job in the top lane, they've actually gotten a small lead. Also the kill for Xaxus. Open his top side here, the first blood even. So at least in that case, Xaxus can be happy. He's been picking up quite a lot of farm in a lane swap. More farm than we normally see from these top laners in these lane swaps, because it's become standard. Instead, they're running around in the jungle. They get denied all the farm, but just been fighting. The junglers has been there, picking up a lot of farm. And of course, because we had all these swaps here from the dual lanes where they kept recalling against each other, switch lanes. And as soon as Celiver shows himself in top lane, instant recall from the dual lane from Fnatic. They will respond with the dragon, so it's a good call here because there's 2 members from Rocket in top side, but they might be able to take a tower. There's teleport for Source, but he's busy doing the dragon. There's nobody else helping Cyanide.
Dragon down to half HP, and Rocket, we've seen it before, they'll quite happily trade these turrets for dragons. And he's going to be going over to Fnatic, and actually the tower didn't go down. At about a third of its health remaining, so that might in the next wave, if you look at the minimap, no one anywhere near it at this point. So as might decide to TP up there, but he's got to be quick, otherwise it gets to a point where they kill it before he TPs in.
No reason.
Yeah, it's going to go down. So that'll be 2 turrets to 0 in favor of Rocket, something that's happened quite a lot already over this best of 5, that they've had a solid start when it comes to taking down towers. It's also happened quite a lot that they've had a bad start when it comes to dragons.
Very, very true. And then his bottom lane. Reckless is 2 levels behind Xaxus on Aurelia at this point. So he has to really respect him and make sure he doesn't get jumped here. They can't really deny each other. He's gonna need Yellowstar if they want to deny Xaxus some farm. Otherwise, he's just gonna keep sitting here, picking up a lot of farm. Won't really get delayed too much. Should be able to get his Trinity Force. Also with the 2 towers down. And get to the mid-game point of Aurelia where she becomes so strong. Source, of course, up in his top lane. Did get into the tower, get to the tower, but only as the threat of actually taunting Celiver or Vander under the tower. Otherwise, he can't really stop them from hitting it.
And actually, just going to try and get some vision in there as well and force them to cancel the recall just by being there. That's how scary the shed is. We'll see how that one all develops. It's mid lane, 88 to 69 CS. Catalyst, of course, first item for Overpower, as you would expect, and Jankos is there. Peke does have flash though. Is Jankos going to try for it? And I'm not sure that he is. In fact, Cyanide's coming down. I think they spotted Jankos maybe.
They did, yeah, they pinged it before.
There we go. Ulti is actually going to be used by Jankos, but well, Peke just able to walk off, even gets the cheeky stun onto Overpower right after.
So the fact that Jankos out of range might actually end up saving his life, because he jumped in. With all the burst from XPEC and Sana joining in very, very fast as well, they might have been able to just burst him down. Keep in mind, Kassadin doesn't have all the damage in the world in the early game. He needs some items going first. And generally, Kassadin is never really a champion who just jumps in your face and completely one-shots you unless he's extremely fed. He just needs like the sustained damage he can bring, and the chase potential is what really makes Kassadin so scary, and the fact he can just snowball completely out of control. And then he will start one-shotting you.
Yeah, and I mean, the chase is something that they obviously enjoyed in game number 1, at least, with the Zillion in there. And we see now the quick push up towards this mid lane for Rocket. I say that, they also looked somewhat undecided. They start coming up, they see that Fnatic back away, and they just go straight then down to the bottom. Jankos is on that side of the map as well. And it's just going to be a case of Celiva trying to get some free farm. If you look at Xaxus and Soaz and their CS total, 71 to 56. That is still working out nicely there for Xaxus. Soaz is caught all the way up the lane here. What is he going to be able to do? Tidal Wave comes in. There is the taunt across them. Actually stepping back so he could get them in. Can he get away from it? Cyanide's presence may just be enough. Nice little save there. Nice little trick with Chen to get the taunt on all 3 of them before he backs away. Meanwhile, Peke going in, but Rift walk away from Overpower.
So we constantly see Yellowstar roam around because Reckless doesn't need his help in the top lane. He's winning the one-on-one against Xaxus at the moment. Meanwhile, though, down his bottom lane, because of the engage onto Soaz, he dropped very low. Rocket once again, with Jankos, with the dual lane, full focus on getting down these towers every single time. They are going to lose the mid tower, and the top tower as well is taking a lot of damage here, so it's not paying off for Rocket at all that they keep 3 members in this bot lane. We'll keep 2 towers now. Well, soon actually. They pay off if they can go back and defend now.
That's got TP.
Stop the mid lane, then they might actually end up winning out on the trade. I actually thought the towers in mid or top lane was a bit lower.
And with the fact that both top and mid lane,
there's the TP. Yeah.
They've got a couple of different options. It's Overpower. That's gonna, well, well, that was not quite as exciting as I was expecting it to maybe pan out. Overpower may jump over there. Xaxus is kind of left in the lurch. In the end, they keep their pink ward alive by just 1 health.
Alright, so allow me to correct myself from before. Rocket actually managed to defend the mid tower and the top tower here, so it really paid off for him to get the tower down his bottom lane. And Yellowstar is just constantly roaming around between the lanes and joining in, just hitting the tower a little bit, then he moves away again. While Rocket has been running the AD carry support and jungler together pretty much the entire time. And whenever they decide on lane, they push it in, get a tower. We'll play for now. Do have the same issue they had in the last few games though, where there are some very low towers. Fnatic can move in to the lane, get the towers, get the gold, and if they do time it correctly, get it just before Dragonfight, it can end up surprising Rocket.
Stun coming in. Overpower actually went aggressive from that, trying to return some damage onto Peke. With that Rod of Ages now, gives him a bit more survivability from a full burst combo out of Peke, who's got double Doran's Ring. Fiend's Unholy Grail. We can see that Infinity Edge was outright completed by Celiva. No Zeal this time around, so rushing straight into that first big item.
It's all the gold he's getting from the towers and the free farm he's picking up as well. And right now, Rocket would probably wish they had a ranged champion in the mid lane, because then they could have moved in Tristana, join in with the ranged champion from the mid lane, and start pushing down the mid tower with the last auto turret they've left. Syndra does have some nice wave clear, but of course Kassadin is not able to really siege up a tower, and therefore they've been forced to focus elsewhere. And also been buying a lot of time for Reckless to actually sit and farm. All alone. The Kassadin, however, might just pay off at another stage in the game. So in that case, they're probably pretty happy sitting on Kassadin for now. But it does mean they couldn't actually take the mid tower.
Oh, bit of a back and forth. Yellowstar taking a lot of damage there. That bubble might have been a death. And they might still be a death. Jankos stealthing up, goes in. Tidal Wave's going to knock him up. Oh, Wild Growth for the last second from Yellowstar. Keeps him alive. They could be coming down for this one. Peke off to the side. Who's his target? He gets exhausted. Couldn't finish up Vander straight away. Soaz gets bubbled up. There's a jump in from Jankos. Can they get any more? They decide against it with Dragon up. Reckless on the bottom side. Oh, they flash. They're going for him. Overpower on top. top of him. Reckless damaging Silver, gets the kill. Can he actually get away? He can't. He's finished off by Jankos. That's a 3 for 2 though in favor of Roccat, and they're going Dragon.
But look here, up in the top lane, Zazus, he didn't even join for the fight. He had teleport. He was just sitting there, pushing the lane. He's gonna get the tower. Dragon might as well also go over to Rocket. Actually, no, they decide to jump for FLICKR. And he's actually gonna get a kill for it.
That was all a little bit strange. But, you know, kill for kill.
He managed also to stop the Dragon, so it's actually a good play here by Expected trading back and forth. Anyway, let's see the fight. Jankos going in first. Tidal Wave coming as well from Vander. And because Yellowstar has been forced to run back to his own turret and he's flashed away as well, the ulti from Source actually comes in and he's not able to join the fight instantly. Sana jumps in, he dies first. The ulti from FLICKR was used on Vander, the support here, and then the rest of Rocket can just clean up all the kills. Fnatic once again kind of joined in like one by one, and the Zazus was in the top lane. Reckless couldn't join in from the start, he was running from the bottom lane. Once he joined, did pick up a kill, but also ended up dying here, and then FLICKR had to sacrifice himself to stop the Dragon. And then we could see Fnatic just pick it up here, so the last death at least was worth it.
Yeah, worth.
But definitely in favor of Rocket also due to the fact he got the top tower.
And if you look down some of the scores there, Overpower 2-0-2. I always feel like when a Kassadin somehow sneaks through, it literally has no impact on a game, or it goes absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And that's maybe just the nature of these assassin type champions. So far, looking decent for Overpower. A couple of kills mopped up there, gave him a needlessly large rod. He is 60 CS behind there or thereabouts. Who's really counting. And FLICKR showing in that last one. I mean, he went for the support, full-on combo into Vander, who'd already exhausted him, so he lost a lot of damage off that, couldn't actually finish off Vander. And then you have to wonder, okay, I've just burnt my full combo on the support player, couldn't get him down, I'm not kind of useless, I have to back away.
Yeah, that was definitely not worth it. I'm not sure if this is because there's so many members like in a group and
hard to target.
Try to target someone else and end up hitting Vander with the ulti. But still, we have this top tower fairly low. 3 members from Fnatic up here to try and push it down. It's just a few hits and it will go down. Dragon also went over to Fnatic, but Rocket has been doing, once again, a great job getting these towers down early. It's always what they focus on. Jankos together with the dual lane, took 2 of the towers down. Celabar alone got the top tower, and of course Zazus with the fight just before where he stayed in the top lane instead of teleporting down. Just got a tower as well. So Rocket really showing they want to get down on all these early towers. Haven't been able to get the mid tower simply because they had the Kassadin against the Syndra and can't really siege up the tower.
Trying to force Fnatic out of their own jungle here as well. The blue buff is up for grabs. Reckless on the top there. They've got vision of them thanks to that ward, which will be swept out by Vander, just as I say. And we may come down to a position where Jankos is actually forced to smite this, despite him already having a blue buff. There was FLICKR, and Overpower will actually get it. So they secure the blue buff for the team. We saw Reckless just moving away from that tri-bush as well. And we'll likely be doing a bit of shopping for Celabar though, who's continuing this good trend of farming. Almost got his static shiv now added in. I'm not sure how comfortable Reckless would feel dueling that Irelia, who's got the Trinity Force now. I think that's a little bit too risky for Reckless. We see him as a player who really doesn't die a lot. I mean, 65 KDA with Vayne tells you that you don't really die a lot, and you get, well, 13 kills against Roccat, for example.
Yeah, that
18 in the game before.
Against Copenhagen also had the pentakill. But still with Reckless, while he's playing very safe, we do sometimes see him be too safe and too passive in the fights here. And where he won't really try and sacrifice himself to try and pick up the kills. But he's improved it actually. He's not as passive as we saw him in the start of the split. Anyway, though here, Rocket once again has the issue. They can't really just push up against FLICKR here because he's able to clear the wave, and Tristana is the only person who can hit the tower from range. And then you kind of set up a possible stun from FLICKR. But he is the only wave clear if you don't count Lulu, the support, who's not going to get AP going into the late game anyway. and therefore will only be able to slow down the waves, deal a little bit of damage to it, and then hope Expected can actually finish the waves. If he's dead, however, if Expected dies, the wave play is pretty much gone from Fnatic, and that opens up for Rocket then to take down these towers. And remember, they do have double teleport, where only Source on the other side has a global. Jango's actually jumping in. Sana was waiting for him in the bush.
Oh, a little bit dangerous finding 3, but they're going to go towards Reckless. Sazas dives in for that one. Cyanide coming from the back, gets the knockup. Cataclysm as well. There's a kill for Reckless. This is going to be a double kill. And just like that, Rocket dive in for the fight. End up with 3 against them. And a double goes over onto Vayne. Bad news for Rocket.
Yeah, and a big mistake here by Rocket. They saw Cyanide because Jango's jumped into the same bushes. He was waiting. They saw Lulu as well once the shield was popped on Reckless, and yet Zaza still jumped towards Reckless. And in the end, it was just a 3v2. There was no ulti, no teleport used by Source. He's taking the bot lane tower. So now you got a double kill on Reckless in a 3v2 scenario, which Rocket started themselves. They wanted to go for the kill. Over aggressive. That was a big mistake. Lost the tower now and gave 2 kills to the Vayne.
Well, Soaz is going to keep that split push Shen going on. Might as well get himself the static shiv while he's at it. Rest in pieces, Ionian Spark.
Yes.
The good old days of the split push Shen. Obviously going full tank here. Load of armor being built up, and why not? I mean, Irelia, Kha'Zix, Tristana. Of course, Kassadin might have something to say. Something to say a little bit later on in the game, but it's taking a while to get up to that point.
There is a lot of dire potential from Rocket in these team fights with Aurelia jumping in, Kassadin, Yank as well, and Kha'Zix. So the backline from Fnatic is actually only protected by Yellowstar, unless Source stays back and saves his taunt for whoever's jumping in towards his 2 carries. And Expect is of course immobile. They can go towards him. He's probably going to need an hourglass heading into the late game. And then Rex is of course going to be the other option, but he's going to be stealth and jumping around. But Rocket definitely has the tools to dive the backline of Fnatic and pick up the kills.
Oh, Soaz at the front of this one, and they are going to try and get it on towards the Dragon. It goes over to Fnatic. No, Soaz, where's he going to go? Trying to protect Peke up on the top side, but Reckless at the back, doing a lot of damage. He's run away. Overpower going to dive in, going for Yellow Star. He gets both the Stand United and the Wild Growth, but Cyanide dunks down, and there are the kills coming the way of Fnatic. 1 for Reckless, 1 for Cyanide. That's a 2-0 overall, and Rocket just back away, wondering really what happened.
Yeah, Jankos was forced out of the fight fairly early, and then the remaining 4 members from Rocket, they kept chasing. Flash ulti in from Overpower, so there's no way out. Once he's in there, he's stuck in there for now. Let's see the fight again. Tyrave comes in, knocks up a few members. Dragon goes over to Cyanide, and now the fight really starts. Fnatic actually splits up here, and Rocket just chasing different members. Overpower jumping towards Soaz here, even though Reckless and Yellow Star were out of position down his bottom side. He chased the tank, and then he kind of overcommits in the end, jumps in. The rest of Rocket tried to follow, except for Jankos, who was already backing off because he was so low. But just way too aggressive by Overpower, and also he should never be chasing the Shen in this situation. He should have been there to jump Reckless and jump Yellow Star, the 2 squishy members, because they were actually in a position where he could have gotten onto them, landed the slow, and then Rocket could have chased up. Still though, fairly even in terms of gold. Then again, we're only about 25 minutes in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's actually a bit of a lead for Fnatic, and you do have 4 kills now on Vayne.
3,000 gold difference. Jankos here just tanking up the blue buff until Overpower actually got himself over there. And speaking of Overpower, he might have wanted to finish off that Zhonya's Hourglass before he did that little dive there into the middle of the Fnatic team, but we'll see how that affects these next fights. Whether he's able to hold on. What we do know is that we have a Vayne who's now got that Blade of the Rune King start. Yomu's Ghost Blade as the second item. Picked up the Alacrity boots as well there. And then we see the gold difference over time. Actually a good period here where Rocket have had that lead between basically 5 and 22 minutes maybe.
Yeah.
Having the lead. Not a massive lead, around about 2,000 at its peaks, but they've now let that one go, and that's how quickly it can happen with a few kills and a Dragon going over. Meanwhile, Soaz here inside the enemy jungle, just to get a ward down inside of that brush, will be spotted. He's feeling probably decently strong right now if you look through his items.
And honestly, it's been two over-aggressive plays by Rocket here. They want to make plays up in the top lane where there were 3 members from Fnatic, 2 members anyway like Zazas and Yengus dive in onto Reckless, end up giving him a double kill, losing the bot lane tower, and then the dragon here where Overpower was chasing Soas, and then in the very end still jumped into the 5 members of Fnatic and ended up dying for it. There's been some very aggressive plays by Rocket, didn't pay off. Fnatic has used it to actually punish them, get the goal lead, pushing out to this tower here. The minion wave, however, died very, very fast thanks to Zazas.
Well, that mid lane turret goes down. We saw the bubble coming Cyanide's way. We actually have Overpower going for the split push here. He's halfway up the bottom lane, trying to get in towards Peke. They do get the slow onto him. He managed to turn around and actually stun off Celiver. So Overpower can actually keep going here, but they need to be careful about the top inner turret because Vayne and Jarvan are there. Stick your flag down, get Vayne going. He's already got enough attack speed anyway at this point of it with the Ghost Blade in there, with that Blade of the Ruin King is done with the inner tower. And Overpower, well, he's got a long way to go. Even if he wants to get this split push in motion, there's no tower before the inhibitor turret, and Soaz has teleport, so he can wait this entire time.
And now he's
they
going
just
back.
recall. They recall it out. Yeah.
So Fnatic didn't really care about Oba being split pushing there. They actually used the fact they had 5 members around both the mid lane and the top lane to just pick up 2 towers. No reaction from Rocket at all, except for Yengus trying to jump into Expected when we saw Yellowstar instantly join the mid lane and make sure nothing actually happened. So 2 towers now picked up by Fnatic, basically for free. That's nothing they had to do. They didn't have to give up any tower in the bottom lane, didn't have to give up any farm. Reckless came back and picked up the entire wave here. And this game is slowly, actually wouldn't actually say slowly because it's been within the last few minutes. It's very quickly falling completely out of Rocket's hands and into Fnatic's, and they have the goal lead. They can control the pace now. Keep split pushing with Vayne. You have Shen who can join in if needed be. And otherwise you can just start pushing down these lanes here. You have Yellowstar and Expected to hit the towers if Rocket is not there to defend.
Also saw a very late tier being picked up by Overpower. Only just actually picking that one up, which is not super ideal. Got 100 mana on it stacked up pretty much at this stage, so
yeah, it's gonna take a while.
Could argue that you might want to get that a little bit early, but then again, you want your Rod of Ages stacking up, and you saw in that last fight that Zhonya's got off for him some good protection when he's being that aggressive, diving straight into the middle of the enemy team.
So the tier and the fact that Overpower was sitting in the bottom lane and just kept farming instead of actually helping his team really shows to me how Rocket has now said, okay, we have lost the goal lead we had. Let's just fully look towards the late game now. So he's buying the tier, he's going to slow him down in his mid game, no death cap yet. He's going to be weaker now for the next 10-15 minutes, but then into the late game, he could potentially be stronger.
Oh, tidal wave coming towards Peke here. Fnatic trying to close in there. Overpower having to use his Zhonya's as he went over the top of the wall. This entire time, though, Shen is pushing the top lane. Soaz going into that one. There are 2 teleports available here for Rocket. You see, Relia finally is going to be moving back there, so Soaz should be getting stopped on this one. And Zazas might actually try and... No, I was going to say maybe go aggressive onto him. That doesn't happen. Meanwhile, 4 versus 4 here. Shen and Irelia keeping that TP intact. There is the first teleport coming down. It'll be Shen that joins in, gets bubbled up straight away. Not like you're going to do much damage to him when he comes through with his Spirit Visage, with a Warden's Mail, with a Sunfire. There is the Dragon. He goes over to Fnatic. Jankos stunned against the wall and finished off by Reckless, who's now on a rampage. Who's Cyanide going to go for? He's got Cataclysm. He's got a flash as well if you really need to make the ground, but maybe with the jungler down, Baron is the next target for Fnatic.
Well, Fnatic, for now, they're actually moving towards it. Their pick is fairly low. Could be a target for Rocket here. They do have a lot of healthy members. There's not a lot of mana on Vander. Could also just see Fnatic try and bait it, like we saw them do in game 1. Just sit around the corner here. Expected can do his acting once again, where it looks like he's actually hitting the Baron. He's actually doing it once again, just hitting his own teammates, and he's
alive because of the protection here from the rest of their team. wild growth.
Give that man an Oscar, man.
And Stan United come in, FLICKR best actor world, and they're going to go straight on towards Baron. However, Overpower's still here. He's going to have to be the man that causes them the problems. Although Celiva taking chunks out of everyone. Overpower dives into the middle. Where's the Baron going? He goes to Fnatic, but the kills are going Rockhouse way there. Overpower managed to take down FLICKR. Celiva going unchecked as Reckless will actually have to back away. They get another one. Here comes Jankos on the side. They get Soaz. They're going to get Cyanide as well. And Overpower keeps chasing. Yellow Star the next target. It's an easy kill for Jankos. Double for him. And 4 men go down. Fnatic got the Baron, but they're still being chased here. Can they get onto Reckless? I don't think they can. I don't think that Overpower's going to be able to jump far enough for this. I was going to say they're really hoping they catch him there going at the same speed, but what a crazy turn of events there. 4 kills. Let's watch that one again. Let's see the acting of FLICKR.
So basically just seeing FLICKR throwing these spells into the Baron pit here. They jump in, but instantly Wild Growth and ulti from Sword to keep him alive. The rest of the members here from Overpower, they're staying around. From Overpower, from Rocket. Overpower is one of the members. Jumping in, pops the Outlast very early here and just trying to buy some time. Baron goes down, Silent smites it, but the members from Fnatic are very, very low. FLICKR is already dead. And Celiva sitting in the back, he just hitting them over and over and over. And we keep talking about how Rocket loves to have these combo you can really chase. I mean, you have the Kha'Zix, he gets a reset. You have reset on Tristana. You have the Kassadin for chasing as well. So once they get 1 kill, get the next one. They keep chasing. 4 members go down. And then in the end, Rocket can actually be happy by picking up 4 members, getting a kill onto Overpower and getting a kill onto Celiva as well.
Let's take a look at the map first of all here before we talk about gold, because there's not a lot of turrets left up right now. In fact, outside of both bases, there's only that 1 single inner turret on the bottom lane. I'm not actually sure how much health it's got. Okay, so it's got more than half HP still remaining in that tower. Well, that's the only one outside the base, which means since we're half an hour into this one, if you lose a big fight, you're gonna lose a lot of your base, if not all of it, if it's in a bad position.
100% agree here. Again, we just saw Rocket, what they can do in an actual fight. If they do get to the backline, if they get an early kill on one of the squishy members like Reckless, like Yellowstar or FLICKR here, they will get some research on Tristana, on the Kha'Zix, and can keep chasing you. So Fnatic always have to be careful they don't pick a wrong fight in a bad spot, because then there's no escaping. I mean, either you commit 100% to the fight, or you will end up dying in the very end anyway, because they will jump after you and chase you. And again, Fnatic actually doing a bit what they had in game 1, where they lost. Remember where Source was playing Alistar, they only had FLICKR and Vayne as the 2 damage dealers. It's gonna be the same deal here. So it's all about taking down these 2 members from Rocket, and as we said earlier in the game, there's enough people to jump to the back line that they can get to Reckless or FLICKR if one of them makes 1 misplay or 1 mistake in their positioning. Obviously Overpower going into late game is only going to get better and better and stronger. Once he gets the death cap as well, he gets to the point where he can get either Reckless or FLICKR in very, very low, very fast, and then someone can jump in and finish them.
And you see that Fnatic not moving an inch of this middle lane without having wards off to the side. They are, however, going to keep this split push going. They want that final turret outside of the base, and Rocket say, no, we're going to defend this one with all 5 men. We might even fight you for it if you go that aggressive.
Still remember, Xaxis is the wave play with his ulti, and then you have Celiva, but he was very afraid to move into the wave here. So Fnatic got a few hits on the tower, we'll keep doing the same. It's all about Celiva being able to wave play here, but then you have to respect the stun from FLICKR. If it's onto Celiva, he might die.
Oh, a lot of damage actually done there to Soaz. Comparative lot of damage, because obviously he's just got a lot of HP in that health bar. But Jankos is down to half. I get the feeling that they might have to back away from this one. 1 more stun out of FLICKR will leave them a little lower than they wanted. Jankos has actually gone home. He's going to heal back up, and he's going to come back to try and help his team defend this final turret that's left up. outside of the bases there. Zaza's taking a big chunk. However, the turret doesn't go down, and the poke back is actually pretty strong. And you know what? Rocket looking to get this one. That's a lot of damage towards Yellowstar. They knock up Cyanide. Soaz though, he gets a ton, but it's only on the support. I'm not sure that's enough. Soaz in trouble here as a voice pack slow him down. There is a wild growth. Cyanide is actually going to be in trouble inside of his own Cataclysm, and he's going to fall as well. Oh no! Soaz came in right at the last second, which means he died. Resets galore for Rocket. Can they get Yellowstar? They do. Zazas goes in. Reckless goes down. It's a triple kill for Rocket. Peke is trying his best to run, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to manage it. They're going to go straight into the direction of the base. Peke does fall. It's an ace in the end, and Celiver really cleaning house.
And either you commit 100% to the fight, or you will just die. You cannot run away from this combo here. Rocket has. Soaz goes in, nice bubble to Sanad. He's not able to join at the same time, and the call from Fnatic here is we have to back. But then they realize we're not gonna be able to run away. We have to now commit. Two members, Reckless and Sanad, they commit to the fight. The rest is actually moving or backing away. So Reckless was caught in the middle of everything, and Sanad took such a long time to go down due to ulti coming in from Soaz that he actually ends up joining Sanad there, end up dying because he was so low, and then you just see Rocket keep chasing. They get the ace. And that was all about Fnatic trying to take the tower down the bottom lane, tried to poke onto Rocket, and then Rocket just responded with some poke to himself and saw an opening. They saw, okay, these members, they're low here, they're a bit split up, let's go for the engage. And the bubble from Vanda onto Cyanide simply meant that Fnatic couldn't just turn in and pop both Cyanide and Soaz to like taunt them and knock them up. And therefore, the rest of Fnatic completely split up here. Some members went in, Reckless went in for the fight, the rest actually backed away. And in the end, if you don't commit 100%, you will end up dying.
Gold comes down to about 1,700. Fnatic still got the lead there, but a couple of items for Rocket came up after that. Morv Malmorty is finished for Kha'Zix, so a bit extra for him. And maybe more importantly, or definitely more importantly, I'd say, the last Whisper was added in by Celiver. We just mentioned how long it took them to take down Jarvan and Shen. That's going to make that job all the more easy. And we've got the Baron coming up in 15 seconds, which means we could have either one very long dance or one final fight, or one very long dance and then a final kill, final fight.
Well, this is the European LCS, so we could see a 25-minute Baron dance here. I don't expect it because there is a lot of engaged potential, especially from actually on both sides. In Yellowstar, you're caught out of position.
Yeah, this is not exactly ideal.
Actually,
uses the wire growth. Celiver is nowhere near them. We're seeing the TPs coming in. Actually, was he stand united on towards Cyanide? Can they get away from this one? Jankos will jump. Celiver is now there. Peke going to kill off Overpower though. But there is Celiver. Gets one. Can then jump away from the Cataclysm. And look at the damage onto Cyanide as well. Now they focus towards Soaz. He's going to get slowed down. Reckless is trying to run away. Randuin's omen will be used. Yellowstar and Cyanide are useless there inside of the Baron pit. But it looks like they've done enough here to get them away. Or at least some of them will get away. Looks like Yellowstar will just track down and eventually will die. There we finally go. Slowed down by the Void Spikes. And this is Baron going over to Rocket. It was actually a 2-for-1 in favor of Rocket there. Yes, they lost Overpower, but they get the Baron. And that right there is going to level this game up.
And these team fights here, Fnatic is never able to 100% jump onto Rocket here. Only Cyanide and Soaz is the ones who can like engage from Fnatic and go towards the backline, but they're both full tanks. They're not going to kill anyone. They need Reckless or expect it to do all the damage, but they're stuck in the backline. And if they take one step too far, if they get too close to Rocket, then they're going to be the ones where Rocket just jumps on them, kills them, and then there's no damage left for Fnatic here. So it is so hard for Fnatic to play these team fights in the late game, especially because both Xpeke and Reckless are so squishy, and there's so much damage on the side of Rocket. There's so many gap closes. Simply means it's like Cyanide Source jumping in. We saw the damage from Celivar, which means the tanks will end up dying pretty fast whenever they actually go in.
Crazy match. I mean, Fnatic obviously probably didn't want to take that fight how it went down, but had to save Yellowstar. But the danger, the scary part came when Cyanide jumps in and all of a sudden Celiver is just taking chunks out of him with each auto attack. And now we see if Fnatic can hold on. Zazas has got a Guardian Angel on top of his Randuins and that Trinity Force. QSS on Celiva, as on Reckless as well on Vayne. Speaking of Reckless, got Phantom Dancer now. And 80 carries, apart from Boots, they're going to be at full build, so one more item to come in there. And we'll see what exactly the strategy is going to be for Roccat with that Baron buff running on their side. You can see the overpower's on the bottom lane, so it looks like they're going to try and force the pressure across these two lanes.
This is pretty smart at least, get some of the waves pushing. Look up in the bot lane as well. Rocket was starting a slow push before. Didn't finish off all the minions from Fnatic, so therefore it took a while for their minions to actually kill them. Next wave joined in, building up a massive wave here. As long as they keep the pressure in this mid lane now, they can just go up to the top lane. Once the wave hits the tower, which is what they're waiting for, pick it up. Oba can take a blue buff, go back to this bottom lane, and this tower up in this top lane. Remember, we talked about how Xpeke is the only real wave clear on the side of Fnatic here. He needs to go up to the top side, otherwise the tower will die very, very fast against Stana. All about the mid lane first, however.
Celiva chunking Soaz there. Stuns coming out of Peke. That's the thing about Celiva now. He does so much damage. Bloodthirst in there means that a couple of auto attacks and he's back up to full health. Has the shield as well to help him out at certain occasions. Let's see about it. Minions are streaming into that bottom lane. Soaz starts to step forward and Celiva says, nope, just jump straight away from it. The danger of the taunt. If the taunt lands on Celiva, Fnatic are going in for that fight. They're going to lose this inhibitor though.
Yeah, Celiva did actually buy a quick silver sack, so he can at least use it if he gets taunted, but then he won't have it for the stun. But he's making sure he plays it safe, and they're actually going to go down to this bottom lane. The wave up top was cleared and now pushing in favor of Fnatic. Didn't actually see who went up and played it. I was expecting who just walked up there, killed the wave. Now all about the bottom lane. Same deal. Into hit the tower. All about hitting Celiva for Fnatic. If they land a taunt, pop his QSS, then they get him next time. And Zazas here only has armor and just a little bit of MR from his Guardian Angel. So he took a lot of damage if Xpeke actually gets to him.
Oh, Jankos there was stepped towards. He needs to get rid of his Banshee's Veil first of all. Then see Soaz trying to get close enough to throw that Vorpal Blade at him. Needs to get rid of his Banshee's Veil. Oh, that should do it. They're going up to Celiva. Oh, he almost went down. That was the opportunity that they were looking for. And I think they're going to try and chase. No, Void Spike can't stop that. That was close to disaster for Roccat.
And that was very, very close. Heal was used, QSS was used, and the kills as well from Vander here. If Celiva had gone down there, Fnatic was going to look for more kills. Still, not exactly easy to chase when there's all the slows coming in from Roccat as well.
And if we look at Celiva now, you'll see what my point was with the Bloodthirst, because he's full HP once again after going into the Dragon.
Save the day.
So you've got to burst him because sustain-wise, it's probably going to be pretty decent. There's a nice little bubble, but they might have to still back away. Soaz getting close. The taunt doesn't land. That means the damage is going to come back onto Soaz. He's got the wild growth on him. Reckless also trying to do the damage, but really risky game here. And Roccat back away again.
Again, tower went down and then Roccat just instantly disengaged. The tanks doesn't lock down Celiva in a bad position. There's no way Fnatic can kill him. And then they have to do this battle where it's about killing the front line the fastest. Except for the fact that the front line of Roccat is not just Zazas jumping in, it's also Jankos going in, it's also Opa with his outlaws going into your face. Making it extremely hard to take them down in time.
So, if we look down items once again, we can see the Zerefs was finally there now for Overpower. It's taken him a long time to get that way. If we look at the gold, actually swinging back towards Roccat now, so any roller coaster, the gold in this game. We also saw a Black Cleaver for Jankos, Scimitar for Tristana, so a lot of items at this stage. I mean, we are 45 minutes in, over the 70k gold point for either team. And we have Baron coming up in a minute. There's the gold, so you can see the swing starting to take effect once again. Fnatic were a lot further in the lead than Roccat were, though, at their peak. And now It's kind of balancing somewhere in the middle, waiting for the next fight to decide.
Been a bit of a strange game because again, Rocket started out so well, they had the lead. Then we had a fight in the top lane, which was 3 members from Fnatic killing the 2 members, or Zazus and Jankos from Rocket. And then we had the Dragon fight as well, and all of a sudden now Fnatic were in the lead. And then once it actually came down to the real big 5 versus 5 team fights, especially one down the bottom lane, we just saw Rocket keep chasing, get the ace, went up to Baron, did the same deal, didn't actually ace Fnatic this time around, but picked up some more kills, picked up a Baron, and all of a sudden they are now in the goal lead. Still a pretty small one, but they are in the lead. Have been looking extremely strong in these fights here because nobody can kill Celavar. He's sitting in the back line, just hammering away on all the tanks, and once the tanks die, everyone just chase Fnatic and keeping up the kills, and now he's just standing around here.
Probably solo Baron at this point.
Let's see. Try it. Come on, Celavar.
That would be a man move if I've ever seen one in an LCS semi-final.
There's one ward here from Fnatic, which is very important to spot Rocket moving between the Baron and up here towards to try and catch Fnatic out of position.
Soaz actually, I think, came down there for Zazus, but Overpower was waiting on the side. He's going to go stun United, and they can't stop him. He gets away, porting onto the head of Yellow Star. Well, that's a big ulti now down if they decide to go to Baron.
And this is a double teleport late game, which simply means Rocket can send Overpower and Zazus to one lane and fight someone or push it, and then they can still teleport to the Baron if needed. And Rocket's actually starting the Baron here. And decides to back away.
Wisely so, I think. Although, as you said, both Irelia and Cassidy can come back.
Now. They can take this inhibitor here because it's only Soaz to defend it. He can't stop 2 people alone. Reckless is joining in. He doesn't have a teleport, remember? So it means inhibitor can go down. Unless Reckless and Soaz can kill Opa and Zazus here, it should be Baron for Rocket. Let's see what happens.
I'm not sure about this one. There's a wild growth coming in. Zazus is going to go really low. He's surely going to get his GA popped. Overpower says, peace out, brother. I'm leaving you alone for this one. You're not going to be able to escape, but I'm not going to go down. In the meantime, though, Rocket using the fact that Fnatic had moved over to that bottom lane to secure Baron.
A lot of members from Fnatic here had to go to this bottom lane. Didn't manage to save the inhibitor. It went down. Same goes for Baron. Rocket now can go back, wait for Celavar, so for Zazus to respawn. And then go into this mid lane, get second inhibitor down, and might even look to just straight up dive Fnatic here. They've been looking so good in these team fights, and double TP paying off in the end.
The Thorn Mail for Shen now, which means that Celavar's not going to be able to blast through him quite as quick as before. But we'll see. See how it all works out. Scimitar was also done for Reckless, so 80 carries. Just need to get those boots sold. Get the Zephyrs in there.
Sell them damn boots.
Let's see.
Full items for Overpower. Got his tier stacked, so it actually worked out for him to buy it pretty late in the game because their mid-game all of a sudden shifted into favor of Rocket and they started winning the team fights. So he didn't get punished for it. And therefore he's now with the fully stacked tier. Has a lot of mana, can jump around, just stack up his ulti, also has the shield. Can become very, very important. And Fnatic now, the next team fight, if they don't win it, they have lost the game straight up. That was a pretty easy comment to make, seeing as the base is almost dead from Fnatic. But if anyone was confused,
that will happen.
It is, his last chance for Fnatic now.
Yeah, we're 49 minutes into this one. See that top wave being pushed by Jankos there. Still split here. 2 in bottom lane. It will be 3 in the middle lane in a second as Jankos comes down. Don't forget, Zazus had his Guardian Angel popped in that last encounter down bottom. They're trying to get onto Soaz again, who fell for this one once, had to use his Stan United to back away to the rest of the team. I don't think he's falling for it a second time. No, Fnatic going back to base.
They have to. I mean, Yellowstar is pushing the top lane actually at the moment. It might even cost them the mid inhibitor because engage on the Zazus.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Zazus going very low. Reckless though getting blasted from Overpower. Is that the chance that they need? Celavar took down the inhibitor there in that middle lane. So 2 inhibs down. You can see super minions are all going through. I think Rocket are going to do this one by the book. Get rid of all 3 inhibitors first.
Going here, pushing the wave. Yellowstar was up there to actually push it, or to clear the minions, end up costing the mid inhibitor. Rocket just ran straight in and forced it. Zazu still has his Guardian Angel. No, sorry, it was used actually before, so where he died. He doesn't have the Guardian Angel. could be the target Fnatic want to take down, but still have to deal with the remaining 4 members. And Celavar here, again, if he's not out of position, they won't get to him. They won't be able to kill him. So as long as he plays it safe, he'll be able to clean up.
Mega range. Someone has to go on to set, and that's even the thing. Like, it's got to be like a flash taunt out of Shen. I mean, even the flash cataclysm from Cyanide's not doing enough there. It could be that, and they are going to go in for it. Cyanide here, going to be pressured. He goes low. Wild Growth will be using him. Reckless is out of position. He's blown to pieces. That's surely it here for Rocket. It's a double kill coming up for Celavar. He's still at full HP after all this has happened on the top side. Peke goes down. Overpower will use the Zhonya's. In the end, it's a triple for Celavar. They're going to pursue this one with the ace, and Rocket win game number 4. It's all down to the final game of the day.
I mean, what a game here, especially from Celavar. Late game, it was all about him. Every single team fight, he stayed alive, kept his positioning. There was one time where he was very, very close to dying. Rocket managed to disengage, returned to the base of Fnatic, and just won the next few fights. Took the game here, but what a crazy game. I mean, start of the game, Rocket were ahead, and Fnatic got the goal lead because there were some mistakes from Rocket here where they gave up a lot of kills, gave up dragons as well. And then Fnatic tried to push the tower down the bottom lane, took too much poke, and then we just saw their chase potential of the Rocket comp here, and they just ran over them, got the ace, didn't even look back. I mean, ever since that ace in the bottom lane, it was just a one-way ticket.
And we were at that point where Happy Veggie is happy again, by the way. Reckless in the position that he was in. Doesn't matter if he's got the Shimitar, he's got Mikhails from his support to help him out. Overpower was, well, we saw they just got wrecked. I think there was one auto attack from Celavar in there as well, which just his health bar just shrunk.
Yeah.
And he's dead. And as soon as the Vayne is out of that comp, you can just forget your chances of winning a team fight.
There's just not enough damage on the side of Fnatic in the late game. Even though there wasn't like a pure tank on the side of Rocket, they had so many members who could jump towards the back line, which meant Fnatic could never just take one target and kill him. There was always like 3 people they had to kill at once, and they just didn't have the damage to do it. The Shen pick itself ended up doing nothing at all. We didn't even see a Shen ulti, which actually resulted in some kills. It was always used very defensively, never really paid off. There's no flash taunt engages. The Shen pick itself backfired for Fnatic, didn't have any damage from it. Cyanide, of course, late game is not able to kill Tristana, who's just standing there, destroying him in a matter of seconds. So it's all about Xpeke and Reckless. Didn't have enough damage, didn't have enough people who could deal damage, and Rocket were just, everyone could just jump in and kill everyone from the side of Rocket here. The Kassadin going into late game, managed to get past the weak mid game point and get to late game, and then it also became so strong as we, of course, remember the Kassadin.
An amazing best of 5. As we expected, it's all coming down to our 5th and final game in a little while, but now we're going to send it over to Shox and the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Joe. Woohoo! We got 5 games, just to get that out there. What a series. Let's take a look at the team comps. Fnatic chased a record a couple of weeks ago versus Rocket by building a protective Vayne comp. There are elements of that in here, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, I actually think Fnatic went like really old school with their team comp. Lulu support, Jarvan jungle with Shen top lane. Like, this is very reminiscent of last year's meta, last year's protect that hyper carry. And while the theory is still sound, they simply were not able to keep all of the diving champions on the side of Rocket off of Reckless. And the longer the game went, the more powerful Overpower became, and all props to Overpower. We haven't seen him on Kassadin, and he delivered.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering about Soaz, honestly, in that top lane. You know, 4th game, 4th champion, I believe it is. He just doesn't seem to be able to either feel comfortable with one of them or was building it to sort out the team fight. But honestly, there was a number of times he just was not on the same page of his team. He went in, everybody else was going out.
Yeah, and on the same token, actually, in the early to mid game again, both teams actually sometimes going in when they shouldn't, and a little messy fights going on.
Yeah, there was some interesting calls. I mean, like, you go all the way back to the very early game where Jankos got caught out in the jungle. Cyanide was punishing him, thinking about flashing over the Baron pit. Jankos had about 150 HP, and randomly Yellow Star just flashes over and misses the glitter lance. Some weird decisions. Fnatic got ahead early, but because their team comp is a reactive one where you protect the AD carry, they weren't really able to siege. They weren't really able to push Rocket further, despite the fact that they were in the lead and had some control.
Yeah, and we were talking to Crepo backstage. He sat with us in the green room watching this match, and he was talking about Celavar, and he's like saying, Rocket could have punished them a lot earlier than this. If only it had been a pickaxe into Static Shiv early on wave clear, because they didn't really have any wave clear other than Selva. And as you saw, once he got going, once he got fed, my God, he was doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, bring on the resets. Let's actually take a look at a team fight of that game where Roccat gets the upper hand, starting in the bottom.
Yeah, so it's quite late in the game. I mean, this is about 36 minutes in. At this point in time, you've already got the very clear distinction that Roccat are taking charge and taking control. The most impressive thing, as we roll the clip out, you'll see is that Roccat really dodges the key abilities. Pay very careful attention to Soaz's taunt. The moment that Soaz shows himself in lane, Roccat peel back. 4 members moved out of the way to ensure that Soaz could only catch the support. So because no multi-man taunts happened, Fnatic were just unable to prevent Rockat's diving them. Overpow pulls all of the attention. He dives into Fnatic's backline while the rest of Roccat is dealing with the front line. And this is the mobility we were talking about. The resets come in, the dashes, Selva, Jankos just chasing everybody down. They aced Fnatic, and they did not lose a team fight for the next 20 minutes until they closed the game.
And that was exactly what I was talking about. You could tell actually that one, if you'd have seen it just a little bit, a few seconds before, you'd have seen Roccat were ready. They'd already dodged one skill shot. They were ready and waiting for Soaz to turn. They knew it was coming. The second it did, quickly moved out of the way and then pounced, because they had clear communications going on. Whereas Soaz, he was the one that went in on his own. All the 4 others went back. If Lulu would have got a wild growth onto Soaz, he was on top of 4 or 5 members. He would have bounced a lot up, and they could have turned that fight. But instead, communication seems a little bit lax for Fnatic right now. Nerves, clearly a big thing for them. Whereas Roccat, they seem to be crystal clear.
I think the team fights in this game, Fnatic was struggling. But I also want to highlight the fact that the Syndra performances from FLICKR have been very hit and miss. Game 1, yes, he was playing against a Zillion. Zillion's, can counter him. But we didn't really see FLICKR killing people. He had great stuns. This time around, the Syndra was really next to non-existent. It didn't really have much presence, didn't really fit the composition. There was no Orianna to pick because it's been banned out. Rockat's mid-centric ban strategy seems to be paying off.
Yeah, absolutely, because, building the Zhonya's late, as we said in the first game as well, if you build it earlier, you can hold in there a little longer, but in a case like this, if you don't have damage on any other champions except for the Vayne and she can't roll in, what are you going to do?
Well, that's a very good question. It's a question that Fnatic are going to have to answer right now backstage, because they need to figure out what to do, because, again, Roccat have responded. They've done it 2 games running. The question is, can Fnatic pull something new out? Can they surprise Roccat? Because Roccat have kind of played the same for all 4 games so far. So they probably expect to do the same thing once again. They could pull a surprise out. We know Overpower's pulled out some weird things before, like Mordekaiser, but who knows? I think it's on Fnatic to really make the difference here.
It is, and to drive the point home further, Fnatic opted into this strategy. Fnatic let Kassadin through, and they said, we dare you to pick Kassadin because we have a strategy, we have something planned. It didn't work. So not only do Fnatic have to
we said that.
Exactly. But not only do Fnatic have to overcome the strategy of, or overcome the mindset problem of, we failed at our own game, they now need to out-mind game Roccat. Rockat's got the momentum. If anyone was watching the player cams right at the end there, when Rekkles got caught and died, he threw his head into his hands. And it's not often you see Rekkles really looking distraught on stage. So it's going to be tough times.
And one thing to take note, I believe Fnatic are on blue side in this next match. Remember, Hogmore was banned in that last game. That's what Rekkles has been doing really well on, obviously made him forced to switch to Vayne. If they take Tristana off Selva, what is he going to do? Because he's had it, I think, all 4 games.
Yeah, you got to wonder why take the risk of that comp for Fnatic in that last game. What are both teams going to result to? We have a 5th game on our hands. Will Fnatic push on in Game 5, or will Roccat pull off one of the biggest upsets in European LCS history? Find out when we come back.
Alistar, or maybe he picks up the
Like Sazas dives in for that one. Cyanide coming from the back, gets the knockup. Cataclysm as well. There's a kill for Rekkles. This is going to be a double kill. Overpower going to dive in, going for Yellow Star. He gets both the Stand United and the Wild Growth, but Cyanide dunks down, and there are the kills. They get another one. Here comes Jankos from the side. They get Soaz. They're going to get Cyanide as well. And Overpower keeps chasing Yellow Star, the next target. Wild Growth will be using it. Rekkles is out of position. He's blown to pieces. That's surely it here for Roccat. It's a double kill coming out top side. FLICKR goes down. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The semi-final series between Fnatic and Roccat has managed to go the full distance. I hope my voice manages to go with it as well.
Hope so too.
We're ready to head into the deciding Game 5. And before we go there, I want to touch a little bit on a couple of players from that last one. Starting out with Reckless, 9-3-1 as Vayne in that last game, but wasn't able to. That last team fight especially just didn't have any impact. Got too far forward and ended up going down.
So Vayne is a great late game champion, of course, but you have fairly low range, and when you have so many gap closers against you, like again, we had the Kassadin, we had Aurelia Jump, Kha'Zix as well, it made him worse in the late game compared to the Tristana, who could just sit back and do so much more damage compared to what Reckless could do. And remember, the whole comp of Fnatic was built around Reckless and him doing all the damage in the late game together with FLICKR. It just didn't work. There's too many gap closers. Tristana is one of the best late game carries, if not the best at the moment. So once we got to late game, Roccat just had such a good combat at shutting down Reckless on Vayne, and therefore also making the late game simply better for Roccat.
Okay then, so let's talk about his opposite number, Celiva, who finished 10-7 as Tristana. They banned out Kog'Maw here because they didn't want Roccat first picking it. They took Tristana instead, and I would argue that because that game went the way it did, that Tristana was a better pick anyway.
Yeah, it definitely, 100% agree. With all the gap closers from Roccat, Vayne couldn't do anything in late game, ended up being pretty much useless in the late game team fights compared to what Celiva could do on the Tristana. So in that case, yeah, really paid off for Roccat here. We might see the same bans coming into the series here, and then Fnatic first picking at Tristana, just to have like one of these long-range late-game AD carries.
Yeah.
Instead of having to rely on the Vayne as the late-game carry, which we can then see Roccat do the same deal, where they go for all these gap closers, which then also opens up for, is Kassadin going to be left open now by Roccat, even though it could be potentially first picked by Fnatic, but then you get the AD carry on the side of Roccat. So do you want to make the trade? You also get the Nami pickup or the Morgana pickup, whichever support you want. Right now, going into this pick and bans phase, there is a lot of questions. I'm not going to be surprised, though, if we do see an AD carry first picked.
You think we'll see a change in, so I mean, if we look at some of the last focus, especially like the likes of Orianna, who Overpower basically has bad experience playing against FLICKR when he's playing, or just anyone really playing Orianna. He's constantly fell behind to Orianna players on a massive, massive scale. I guess we can just stop asking questions and find out for sure here, because Maokai is banned away, Nidalee taken away from Soaz as well.
Yeah, so Maokai being banned all 5 games by Fnatic, Elise being banned all 5 games by Fnatic as well. Evelyn, okay, so 2 jungle bans already. Last game we had Jarvan for Cyanide didn't actually pay off too well, especially not the late game where he couldn't actually do anything, which is not really his fault. And of course, Kha'Zix's been the jungler for Jankos every single game. Not even sure if Fnatic want to try and invest an early pick into taking it away from Jankos, or they find it. Oh well, you could also ban it.
Or ban it out. What are we going to see as the final one here for Roccat? I don't know about leaving Cassidy up against Fnatic.
Well, true, because okay, they ban it now.
But Orianna,
that's actually smart.
Safe first pick.
You need to get you need to get the AD carry, but it does mean Tristana can be locked in for Celabar on the other side, and they can kind of trade AD carries, and then a potential Orianna lock-in coming for Overpower if he wants it. We also have to look at the fact we have all these jungle bans, so early jungle picks could be the option. Remember, Cyanide has Evelynn and Evelynn and Elise as his two main champions, and he has like 10 plus KDA on both. But his Lee Sin, he has won one game, lost 4, has a KDA of like 1.25 or whatever it is, like really, really bad KDA on it. He's not been having good games on Lee Sin. So if Jarvan gets locked in here, it should almost mean a Rengar pickup for Cyanide. Not a Lee Sin, which is my point.
Yeah. Well, it will be Jarvan here for Jankos, so taking that away from Cyanide. He's fallen back to it in the previous games that we've seen. In fact, played 2 of them over with that Jarvan, and
no.
I'm not sure about this one. Fizz, for me, the look on Overpower's face there just tells me that Roccat have run the time down too late and were undecided as to what they're going for. First pick Fizz on, and this goes back to what you were saying earlier on of Roccat believe that Fnatic want Fizz, so they're taking it early.
Yeah, it must be the case where Roccat is afraid of Fnatic picking up the Fizz themselves, so they take it early. I mean, Nami was open, Morgana was open, Tristana was an option too. A lot of options, like Nidalee was banned away. Could maybe look towards the top lane. Is there an important pick they want for Xaxus, so he's not forced to go back to Aatrox. Just a reminder, the 2 games Roccat has lost today, they played Fizz in the mid lane, they played split push / pick comp focused, while Fnatic would then play a lot of teamfight based comps, which they have just been locking in once again now. You have the Lulu, you have the Nami to peel. For your hyper carry, it's full teamfight based already. And Roccat had no answer because they would often fall behind. They tried to jump into these teamfights early to mid game. They would lose the teamfights. Fall behind, could never split push, could never get the pick comps. And Fnatic would then just take all the gold, win all the teamfights, and win the game here. So I really have to question their Fizz lock-in from Overpower here. He's not been looking too impressive on it today.
I wonder if Fnatic are just going to go Rengar, Orianna here for the final 2.
Should definitely pick up Orianna. They already have so much protection.
Get the ball in there. You've got Lulu already for that top lane for Soaz. Although Lulu's not been his most impressive champion. We'll see. We'll see how that one all works out. We are going to be seeing the Tristana once again. That was almost a given with the first big Kog'Maw anyway. Thresh for Vander. Game number 1, Thresh was amazing for him. His hooks were insane.
So it must be the same deal where he doesn't want to lock in Morgana against Nami just for the laning phase, and as we just talked about here, if they do log in, they do. So we get Rengar for Cyanide and we get Orianna for Expect in the mid lane. But anyway, the Thresh pickup here, again, it must be because he doesn't want to play Morgana into the Nami, even though the Morgana would be able to protect Celabar a lot better in the late game teamfights, especially now against a Rengar who can jump onto your carry, root him, and then there's a shockwave following and your AD carry dies. But actually it would have saved him. Now he needs to rely on the Lantern from Vander instead if he wants to stay alive here. So far I really feel like Fnatic are looking very, very strong in this pick and ban phase. Lulu top lane was nerfed here in this patch. Lost again some of her utility on her Q. It no longer gets to slow the raw AP you have, and her W as well was nerfed a little bit, so lost some utility, but she's basically just been locked in now to once again do this double damage threat in the late game Fnatic likes to run, where it's all about Expected and Reckless doing the damage, and there's so much protection and even engage potential with the Rengar. You have the ball from Orianna, you follow up with the tidal wave from Nami. There's a lot of options here for Fnatic to start the fights, and Roccat once again now. We have seen Xaxus play this Alistar where he builds Static Shift and Trinity Force and focus on like split pushing. Then you have Overpower in the opposite lane, and of course Celabar sitting in the mid lane. We've seen this 1-3-1 a few times today already. But it's not been working out for Roccat. Every time they didn't pick a comp which was better in teamfights than Fnatic's, they lost. So they really need to make sure this time around they don't take some of these stupid fights in the early game and fall behind. Overpower needs to play the game of his life on this Fizz here, because he has to get ahead if he wants to become a split pushing threat and if he wants to be able to assassinate Reckless, when there is shield from Orianna, shield from Lulu, potentially a Quicksilver Slash anyway built by Reckless himself, and the heal come in from a Nami. I mean, you need to be one big fat fist if you're going to break through all those shields to win team fights.
And he's up against Xpeke on Orianna, which, as I said before, records have been broken with that combo. But guys, we want to know if this final game is going to swing your votes at all. Tweet hashtag FNCWin or hashtag ROCWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll see who you guys think are going to be headed to the finals and guaranteed a spot. The first team here in Europe that will qualify for the 2014 World Championships. I have to say, looking at the lineups here, I feel like Fnatic has an edge on that front. I think also that they have a experience edge when it comes to being in these super high pressure situations. I also have to say though, Rocket have already shown us here that they can beat Fnatic.
Oh, 100%, for sure. Rocket has really shown up today here. And again, this was the team who ended number 6 in the standings. A lot of people were like, Rocket, they've been underperforming the split here. They've basically just been saving it for the playoffs here. And we know they are a team who can really prepare for best out of 5 and always manage to show up.
So, are we going to be seeing anything early on? Very keen to see how Cyanide plays this one as well. I think we don't have to even talk about Peke on Orianna in the mid lane. That's a very standard champion on a player that loves these kind and was always farmed so incredibly well. Broke records with Orianna against Overpower. I know I keep harping on about that, but you said it yourself. You know, Fizz is not an easy lane anyway, up against someone who's very strong in the laning phase in the form of Orianna. I have to feel that Jankos might be a big part of this game, as he is in every single game for Rocket.
Jankos will have some early pressure advantage here compared to Cyanide, where you normally see Rengar want to farm to level 6 before he really starts joining in for the ganks here. So Jankos does have a few minutes in the start where he can try and set up some ganks. Will of course require to be standard lanes. If it's going to be one-on-one in the top lane, then Soa should be able to dominate it on Lulu here. We saw the matchup yesterday between Subaru and Millennium, where Alistar was pretty much shut down in the laning phase, fell very far behind, lost his tower. Fnatic can look to do the same here if they do get standard lanes. Seems for now, Fnatic, Rocket is looking towards...
Why not?
The jungle here.
Cow at level 1.
Yeah, you got the hook as well from Vander.
And
check the flag from Jankos.
Peke gonna be spotted. Zaza's not actually skilled anything yet as well, which wise from my view. We are going to see them starting off the red buff. Thank you very much, Yellowstar, for getting rid of the aggro there for a while, and it's smited away. So Jankos takes the first buff, and I'm assuming that Cyanide is just going to cross straight over on that top side of the map. We already see him done the blue, and is going to go straight over the other side and take the red. So we should just see a standard trade.
But look up here in the top lane. Zaza's, because he was helping, killing the red buff, just lost a lot of minions. Will fall behind in XP. It's something we see a few times. It always means the favor goes heavily, or the lane goes heavily in favor because of the guy getting the early level 2. Not really rocket science. And he can then, Source can now sit and push it down towards the tower, which he will be doing for pretty much the entire laning phase long. Alistar doesn't really have anything he can do against him, and now forced to just sit and farm under the tower.
There is Peke already harassing Overpower. Obviously it was a crystalline flash start here for Overpower. Knew that he was going to be constantly harassed in these early stages, and his job basically is to not die and to stay as level as humanly possible to this Orianna. We'll see how that one all starts to develop. Of course, it leaves us also with that 2v2 in the bottom lane. Fnatic, again, getting hold of a Kog'Maw Nami lane up against Tristana and Thresh here. So, going to be some big Thresh plays or not, obviously, depending on how that one goes. And obviously, that's going to affect the outcome of this 5th and final game. Jarvan is coming towards the mid lane. Rengar is coming towards the top lane. There's a flash away from the boulder strike. However, Overpower dives towards Peke. He backs away as well. So if we look down summoner spells, Alistar burnt his flash. Doesn't have a TP to come back to that lane anyway. That was used earlier because he was late. Peke did also flash in the mid lane though.
Trading flashes here, 2 ganks from the junglers. Different lanes, and it's actually been the trend today. We haven't seen a lot of counter ganking. It's always been like Jankos and Cyanide picking different lanes to want to gank at a different time, and often forcing the summoners here. Down his bottom lane, Tristana and Thresh should be able to do pretty well in the laning phase, even against an army, especially also because of the early damage from Tristana. And they don't pick Morgana, so it must be because they want the Thresh for the lane and their big play potential. Oh, Soaz, you're in trouble.
And I think a wise move there as well from Jankos. Come in, know that your cow's got no TP and no flash. Come in and make sure that Soaz gets low, uses his flash, and maybe has to use TP then to come back out into the lane. But now though, this mid lane continues to be as was. Although I say that, Overpower's 25 to 21 CS ahead because of the fact that they forced them away. They need to be really careful here. Cyanide coming around the side, but I think Soaz is going to go down. First blood goes over to Jankos once again. Cyanide here is going to be able to get the kill back though onto Zazas to trade 1-for-1. But again, Jankos, first blood master.
And look at all the farm Soaz just lost right here. Yes, he can teleport back to the lane, but he lost 2-3 waves due to the fact he died. He's gonna rejoin. There's no teleport on Zazas, however, so it should probably even itself out with the farm Soaz just lost here. Both joiners picked up the kills. And in this mid lane here, because of the early gank from Jankos where they forced the TP, they're going again here.
And FLICKR's in real trouble from this one. The slide from Jarvan didn't knock him off, but it doesn't matter. Jankos gets his second.
And remember, their early pressure you can do as Jarvan against the Rengar, who's not as effective at ganking before level 6. Jankos is using it really well here. 2 ganks to mid lane, 2 ganks to the top lane, and now picked up 2 kills already.
Was so close on the bottom turret. Again, the hook landed from Vanda, but it was actually Reckless that was doing all the damage to Celiver and forced him to rocket jump right out of there. But again, Jankos is going to come down. Reckless will actually spot him pretty early this time around. Yellowstar has just completely left Reckless alone. He's only level 5 here though, doesn't have Cataclysm. Fizz coming in, also only level 5, so they had no ultimates to dive there.
So a lot of action here early on. Everything is just being set up by Jankos. He's in every single lane on his Jarvan here. Sana should be getting his level 6 fairly soon, and we can see him do the same. However, he still needs his ulti every time he wants to pull off like the same kind of ganks, where Jankos can just keep doing it with his Q combo. Slightly behind in farm, but when you've picked up 2 kills already, you don't really care. And when you also have made sure your Fizz in his mid lane is having a good time, pick up the farm here, even as he is also slightly behind. He does have an assist to his name, and there's still no flash for FLICKR on Orianna, so we might see Jankos come into the mid lane once again.
Oh, Zazas gonna get the pulverized down, headbutting into tower range. Well, his aim was a little bit off there actually, should have been in tower range. Slow comes out from Soaz, level 6, so Wild Growth was up. And really not too much danger there, but good harassment from Zazas at the very start. And here comes a possible dive, or possible counter jungle at least, as Jankos comes speeding in. Boost some ability from the start here for Jankos. Gonna get Bowler striked up though, and Soaz now coming in, and he has to slide off.
I actually really like their Moby pickup here from Jankos because he's so active, constantly ganking the lanes. He doesn't really care about his own farm at this point. It's just all about helping his 2 side lanes, because Fnatic had very strong side lanes. If it had just been standard one-on-one, remove the jungler, Fnatic would have won the 2 side lanes.
Oh, Shockwave completely missing their Wild Growth coming onto Cyanide though. Overpower is low and had to flash away. Cyanide will then get into Zazas. He's already used the Pulverize. Jankos will try and get the slow off the shield, but I think this is quick for Zazas. He's going to go down, and it is FLICKR that gets the kill there in that mid lane.
The 1 kill picked up here by Fnatic. Punish Rocket for invading on the blue buff. Down his bottom lane though, while it was very even in the start, Reckless and Yellowstar has been taking control of the lane. We didn't actually see many of the fights or the trades between each other. Must have been some good bubbles and then some very nice poke from Reckless. And just been pushing him into the tower here. This Nami has really been a good pickup, at least for the laning phase in this series.
Okay. Approaching 15 CS lead. He will be there by the time this wave goes down. Although, here comes Jankos once again, and Cataclysm for Flash will be traded.
And Sanad actually popped his ult here, was ready to join. Expected though instant flash out, and Jankos didn't want to chase him. So ulti down from Sanad, ulti down from Jankos. Good guy Jankos, just follow each other here. Hook misses from Vander. Once again, every time the hook misses, Reckless gets the E from Yellowstar and just walks forward and starts taking the trades with the dual lane here from Rocket and wins it. Definitely a good start from every single lane of Fnatic, but a great start from Jankos as well, who's just been active everywhere.
He's been a real star for Rockout this season. And when we're talking about Rocket, and we always said they're not really a team that's got any big superstar name that you'd instantly say he is the superstar of that team. However, Jankos, I feel this year has really developed into that superstar with them. As a hook is going to land on Yellowstar, but there is one person, Overpower, going to be coming down to the bottom as well. Vander's still alive. Here comes Overpower. Ulti goes in. This could be a wide one for Rocket. Zazas is there as well. Reckless goes down, and it's 2 kills for Rocket.
Double teleport used here to pick up the kills. Vander even stayed alive in the end. Might be looking towards the Dragon here, even though Vander is very, very low. Yanko's going to join in. Gonna be the Dragon now for Rocket. Picked up the kills as well. Instant double teleport. They saw his Sana down this bottom lane for the gank. He jumped in, and the teleport just started up in this top lane. Source kept his own teleport. Will be pushing the tower, but it's a Dragon for Rocket. Kills as well. Opa picked up one of the kills. That's very, very important. Zaz got the other one. So all the right members actually getting the kills here. Maybe could give one to Silver, but so the fight starts. There's a ward in the bush here, so they know that Sana is there. It's pure bait from Rocket's dual lane. The fact they hook here and actually start a fight because they saw him on the ward and they're instantly teleport in. Fnatic is not able to react in time. Tower DP can go down this top lane.
Good stuff here from Rocket. A great start. 1,000 gold ahead almost. 4-2 up in kills. The thing that's different here this game, 10.5 minutes in, no turrets. Something that Rocket have done consistently even in those games that they've lost today is take the earlier turrets. Let's have a look down some of the items then while we get a bit of a quiet time in this one. Selva, again, rushing straight in towards that Infinity Edge. BF Sword, Pickaxe already there. The Trinity Force for Reckless will be a little bit behind that though, I think, at this point. 2 assists over with Selva. We'll see how that one all works out for him, but if we compare it to that last game, Selva, he played it safe towards the end. There was that one time where he went ridiculously low, was saved by his teammates, but other than that, he played a perfect Tristana game.
I've said in every single game we had Tristana, I would still like to see Static Shift being the first item, especially because if you look at the side of Rocket again, he's the only wave clear. He's the only guy there to kill the waves. So if he doesn't get the Static Shift fairly fast after the Infinity Edge and Fnatic starts grouping up, they might be able to once again take some towers without any defense from Rocket. We saw it in the last game where Fnatic got the lead in the mid game because it took down some towers. There was no wave clear, no proper wave clear from Rocket, so we have to see. It's going to be a fairly early Infinity Edge for Celabar. They pick up the farm, they got of course the Dragon, 2 assists. Actually not even going to be that early, never mind what I just said. Mistakes were made.
Oh, about
standard timing Infinity Edge.
Yeah. 30 CS behind, but look at this. It's almost a mirror of what we saw before. He's not actually got much mana here. He's actually holding the minions away though. That's a problem for Rocket there because they would have to full-on dive without the minions at least letting them get closer to that tower. Peke is going to be recalling. Jankos still waiting around for Overpower to give him the go, and they see Peke is gone, you can leave.
He's going towards this top lane, and Jankos is not done yet. More Sana jumping onto Overpower here.
Oh, this could be dangerous for Overpower. Actually, he's going to dive away there. Fish is going to come out. Cyanide gets knocked up. Overpower doesn't want to fight it, but they're diving on towards Zoa. He's trapped inside Cataclysm, knocked around by the cow.
Look who's joining.
Finish it up. Here comes Fears, and this is another kill. The tank is being, the turret is being tanked up by Jankos. He went down to half. Zazas was at half. Really well done, and full opportunistic by Overpower. He was being chased by Peke and Cyanide, manages to somehow get a kill in the top lane.
Just ran from the mid lane up to the top lane here. Hook onto Yellowstar with the beer trade.
And again, tidal wave goes down. Box is already in position from Vander. He's exhausted up. Yellowstar needs to be a little careful there. He was actually fairly low. In the end, they're able to back away. Again, Sullivan not using flash. On the other side, the exhaust went straight down from Yellowstar. So this bottom lane being a real action zone so far.
I don't actually think the poor Overpower got even an assist up in his top lane. Jankos picked up the kill. Overpower is still sitting on 2 assists here. So he ran out there, but he was avoiding the gank anyway. So it's not like he wasted a lot of time by running to the top lane. Just sadly for Rocket, didn't manage to pick up the kill, which would have been perfect for them. Really good start here. A lot of aggressive plays. Punish the Rengar jungle, while the fact Jankos was so active. Also punish the fact that Fnatic was so aggressive in the lanes, so it opened up for Jankos to come in and gank them, force the flashes, and then gank them again the second time where he couldn't pick up the kills. Choppy again.
Yeah. Zazas just missed his combo though. That would have been the perfect chance, but there is a combo from Jankos. Where are you going, Soaz? You're going nowhere. Zazas gets the kill. That's the second for the cow. And they are camping Soaz like there's no tomorrow. 0-3-2 for Soaz. I mean, he's still 30 CS ahead, funnily enough, for the cow, but he's giving up kills left and right.
Yeah. But again, it's what we talk about. Their standard lane matchup is definitely in favor of Fnatic all around here. But because Jankos is so damn active and just constantly finding kills in every single gank he makes, means they can now get a tower, they can get the goal lead again. And Sana, he's down his bottom lane now. He wants to try and set up a gank.
Oh, finish off. There he is, the dive on towards Celiver. Flay comes in. I'm not sure it's enough though. Boulder strike lands, Bubble comes in, and Reckless will get that one. Good hook from Panda actually onto Saylan. Rest of the team have actually joined in. Double the fish totally misses though, and I think Rock have to back away from it. Soaz is there. There is the lantern taken behind the turret. Looked like they wanted to dive that one, but Masisi missed out. And well, a good reaction this time around from Fnatic. The last double TP ended in a bit of disaster for them. That means they're going to try and push this turret back.
Yeah, this time around, Soaz instantly TP'd as well to join in here. 4 members from Fnatic. Oh, Yellow Star.
Comboed up, but he's got no turret aggro, which means he can just flash on out of it. Meanwhile, Peke did start to come down, but he actually went back, and I think he might be doing a lot of damage while he goes. Okay, not masses, but... Oh! Wow, Jankos going super aggressive there. Cataclysm, not quite in turret range there either.
He tried to catch him under the tower here, but Peke just stepped out of tower range. Took the trade with Jankos, forced his flash now, ulted down as well. Dragon just spawned here, so Jankos tried to be the hero and kill Peke so they could maybe stop a Dragon. Now he just ended up using his ulti and his flash, and with the remaining members from Rocket also being back in base, no chance for Rocket to actually fight for this one.
Smite for Cyanide will seal that deal, and it is almost a level game. About 300 gold separates the two teams. Fnatic, even though they would fall in behind in a couple of kills there, the fact that they're farming so well, especially that obviously top lane and the mid lane. Peke is 60 CS above Overpower now. 168 CS, 16 minutes in. Don't think he's quite on course to beat a record this time.
No, but it's only going to get better and better for Peke farm-wise, because he's now hit the point where he can constantly keep farming the jungle as well. So if Sana is ganking a lane, well, the Ref camp, the Wolf camp, Peke can just take it, go back to the lane, push it out as well. Nice play by Celiver down here, picking up a tower. So more for Rocket. So we had a lot of kills in the start. Nobody actually killed the towers. Started to do it now. Top tower gone from Fnatic, bottom lane tower gone as well. While the bot tower for Rocket is gone here. So it's time to see towers go down. A lot of fighting early on. Aggressive teleports, especially to the bottom lane. And of course, Jankos just been going completely crazy and ganking every single lane. Mainly the top lane.
I was going to say, every single lane, but mainly the top lane like 3, 4, 5 times. And it's paid off for him. I mean, if you know that you're going to get a kill somewhere, you definitely go. Fnatic here, though, are pushing quickly towards that mid tower.
Exactly what we talked about earlier here. If Fnatic decides to group fairly early on, the wave clear from Rocket now consists of Fizz jumping in, kill the wave, and then put himself in a very dangerous situation. So Fnatic just started grouping, didn't actually kill the tower because everyone from Rocket really reacted very fast, and Fnatic didn't want to get flanked. So just had to back away here, but it could almost take down the tower. Next time they do it, there's no static shift on Celiver. There's not a lot of fast wave clear from Rocket, and they're just gonna have to engage. Now your top tower's gone.
Yep, that one is a goner. Nothing that Zazas could do to get in there. They were just waiting once again in middle, expecting Peke to actually start pushing up somewhat, but that doesn't happen for them. Peke will back off, who, by the way, on his last buy, finished off his Athenes, finished off Sorcerer Shoes, and picked up Needlessly Large Rod. So he obviously saved up quite the chunk of gold. And as you mentioned, at that point where a couple of quick movements of the ball and the entire wave is gone, and holds on to that 60 CS lead as well. We also saw Reckless getting his Trinity Force done. Blasting one on top of the Athenes for Soaz. He actually went for that triple Doran ring start that we actually saw him do a lot when he played Lulu this year.
Yeah, always went like a full lane dominance early on, and then he started building items after he had the triple Dorans. He has already actually sold one of them. So, this is
what a rocker.
And you don't have any wave clear, by the way, so...
There's no one there. They literally
well, that's your wave
no
clear,
one there. Yeah, that is your wave clear. Manages to get down 2 of them. The ball going into the back. Shockwave and a bubble onto Vander. Have they got the damage to finish? I don't think so. Too far out of range. And how are you going to hold on to these towers now when you can't even step up to them? FLICKR going to keep his ball just at the backside of them. Yellow Star already showed us that he's landing these max range bubbles that can zone you completely away. Jankos might have to just go incredibly manly. Yeah, Reckless is free at the back. No one can get to him, and that is it. Inner turret goes down. Roccat can't defend.
No early static shift for Celavar. No other proper wave clear. They just lost 2 towers now. They couldn't engage because Vander was back in base, which is normally their defense, where they just, okay, we have the army, we have Alistar, let's just go for an engage, catch someone out of position, or not even, like, knock one squishy member up, and then Opal can jump them and try and kill them. But just no wave clear. I don't know. Celavar has decided to get his 24s, even though there hasn't actually been any big team fights either. And without knowing the numbers, you might actually get more straight up damage in a team fight by having like static shift and, let's say, a pickaxe compared to have the Infinity Edge completed so early. The static shift, of course, is a lot cheaper than fully completing your Infinity Edge, just to also get the extra attack speed. But well, Rocket paying the price here. Lost 2 towers. Overpower starting his split push adventures. He's going towards his DFG once again. And Fnatic is slightly ahead in gold at the moment. Have a very, very strong late game here, but both their top laners will be more utility based. In the late game, you have their insane tank in Alistar as long as his ulti is up and all the CC he brings. You have the shield, you have the utility from their Lulu in the late game, the chase potential as well. And then it's all about Overpower and Celavar against FLICKR and Reckless.
Oh, this could be really dangerous. Well, it was less dangerous than I thought. They threw the pink ward over the top, cleared out the vision, and Jarvan walked away from it. So, Dragon, less than a minute's time, that one's going to be coming up. Of course, Fnatic did pick up the last one after Jankos went all in on FLICKR in the mid lane, used his ultimate, went low, and then, well, they just couldn't fight for that Dragon whatsoever. This time around, Rocket have got a few wards down on that side of the map, so we'll see how well they can hold on to it. And Fnatic, in timely fashion, just arriving, and they're probably just going to spend a little bit of time here clearing that one out. There's the pink removed straight away. Be able to scan out on that death brush as well. Rocket, all 5 men down there. Zazas has teleport, but he's already pushed that top wave out completely. Soaz also has teleport, so he can join. Overpower's on the bottom side, and there is the TP. Soaz coming down to the tower. So he's going to get there a little bit earlier on rather than coming in onto a ward.
This is also Fnatic just
very
saying,
tense moment here.
Yeah, it actually is. Everyone just moving in and out of this river area here around the Dragon. But it's also just Fnatic saying we want to move into the river now, get control. Ovo actually gonna... Did he just teleport to the pink water pair? Well, teleport down from Overpower. He is part of the fight anyway. Fnatic has just moved in all 5 members, placed some wards, got a good pink ward here at the small bush to set all the wards around it. There is a ward from Rocket, however, at the Dragon.
Oh.
Or just around the edge here, sorry. And up in the bush too. Fnatic playing all the wards. But early TP from Soaz simply to move in the river and get control. Oh. Look at Overpower now.
Yeah, Overpower is miles away at this stage. He's probably faster to hit his recall button. Try and get back because Fnatic have pushed straight up this middle lane and they're going to have a good amount of damage onto this tower. Finally, Rocket are able to get back around. Will they try and head them off here in the jungle? Overpower starts to move in. They've got no real vision of that area. So they're almost fighting blind and no face check there. I thought Overpower was going to go into that one. Cyanide altered up. Let's see if he can do anything. Nope. He's probably going to run out of stealth by the time he gets anywhere close. A tense moment, just jockeying for position on the map. It's Fnatic that then move back towards the Dragon. We'll clear out the pink ward, but there's still one there. In fact, there's a lot of wards there from Rocket that will stop Fnatic doing the Dragon in peace. And actually, Yellow Star is recalling, so he wants to stock back up before they start to attempt this.
Fnatic is slightly stronger though at this moment, especially due to the Trinity Force on Reckless compared to the Infinity Edge on Celavar. Tristana being pretty weak in the mid game, as we always talk about, and also Overpower pretty much like their last 2 games. When he doesn't have their Hourglass, it is very hard for him to join the fights because he's an easy target for Fnatic to kill. So they should have the stronger comp here for this Dragon fight. It's going to go horribly wrong if they do misplay it. And then Rocket can just completely snowball it, which is one of the reasons Fnatic is playing it very safe. And now Zaz is in the top lane, they want to force the teleport. The rest of the members from Rocket is running in. Opa, remember, he used the teleport earlier. He's not ready now. This Dragon is gone. And Yanko's going in onto Reckless.
Oh, flash instantly from that one though. Zaza's TP'd down and the Dragon had already gone. Roccat just simply too late for that one. They went back, got themselves a couple of items, probably felt, Pressing Tabake were a little bit weak for this fight. Fnatic have backed away. Let's try and squeeze in one more shot before we come in and have that fight. In the end, too late, and Fnatic didn't want the fight at all, it seemed. They take the Dragon, they run away. They hold now a 3,000 gold lead.
To be honest, it might actually have been in favor of Rocket that it didn't pay off. And they didn't get this big 5 versus 5 team fight because Xpeki as well had death cap completed already, where Overpower on the other side didn't have his DFG completed yet, didn't have the Hourglass completed yet, so he would have been a lot weaker as well compared to Xpeki. And let's see what Overpower can do up here. There's an Athenes on Sorcerer. Does have some magic resist.
This is super dangerous for Overpower. He's going to throw the fish. Only Yellow Star. Cyanide going to jump on top with a good tidal wave as well. Soas now starting to move in the wild growth. Only really knocking up Zazas there. He's going to try and get some nice three-man shockwave though. Comes piling down. And Peke picks up a double kill. Fnatic can just back away and take Baron now.
Such a nice shockwave here. Fnatic were chasing the kills. We had the lantern from Vanda and then Xpeki just puts the ball. As soon as Zazas flicked the lantern, he pops the shockwave and just pulls him back in. Even kills Overpower as well. And onto this Baron here. Can Yanko steal it? He does have Smite and Flash. But Sanad is the Smite master.
Well, so far this game, Jankos has been the shining light for Roccat. Can he get in? There's another hook into the pit. Reckless is still having a go at the Baron. What are they going to do with it? Fnatic have actually decided, no, we don't want this fight. We can't have this fight. Overpower coming through, and they're going to give a lot up here if they're not careful. I was going to say they can't all just recall and leave this mid lane. In the end, it's just Soaz that leaves it. And Reckless and Peke's presence is enough to actually force them away. Soaz also TPing in.
So such a nice chase. Then Fnatic went for the Baron. They didn't want to finish it because they were afraid of Yanko's the potential steal. As most junglers will say, in this situation here, it would have been like a 50-50 on the Smite.
Yeah.
And didn't want to take the chance, so moved away from it. Okay, let's see it again. Onto Overpower first. Yellow Star lands the first auto attack and then it's a tidal wave. Zana jumping in, gets 2 roots onto Overpower actually. And then now, it's all about the lantern. Flicks it, and look at his shockwave.
Boom.
So beautiful.
And, Peke has proved time and time again that Orianna is one of his best. Void Staff now added on top of his Death Cap and Athenes. That last recall from Soaz also was kind of in the heat of the moment, wondering if they maybe lose a tower. They didn't. And Soaz TP back into lane with a Death Cap of his own now done. It's a Blade of the Rune King for Reckless. So overall, Fnatic just getting another couple of items which may make them feel very comfortable headed off towards the Baron again.
Right now, Fnatic don't actually need to bait the Baron. They could look to just go and straight up push towers because Static Shift is not completed yet for Celebar. I'm not sure if he can get it when he actually recalls now, but he's not completed, so they still don't have any wave clear. You have Reckless being insanely strong. You have Xpeki being insanely strong. Just move up to the towers here. Force Rocket to actually engage onto you. Static Shift was actually completed now, so do have some wave clear, but still, just push up the lanes now, push up the towers, group as a unit, and force Rocket to engage onto you. Opa, is he jumping towards you? Well, he has no Hourglass. Kill him.
Not a DFG, so you've got to be quick about killing him, otherwise he is going to blow someone up. Be aiming for Reckless, maybe even Peke there.
They still do want to set up this Baron.
Yeah.
Which of course is the other option they have. But then there's always the potential steal.
Yeah.
Or maybe even their bait kind of backfiring and all of a sudden it's Rocket who finds you out of position and gets the kill and they can take the Baron here.
Oh, coming through, actually getting onto Yellow Star. No follow-up. There wasn't really anyone there. Alistair was on the top side. Overpower was still in that middle lane. Actually, I think he just went off to get blue. Yes, he is. Not blue upon. So what's the plan from Fnatic? Whoa! Cyanide going very, very deep here. Box comes out from Vander. Well, they want the fight, and they're going to get one kill. Cyanide literally takes no damage there from the ultimate hour of Overpower because of all those shields. And now look at this. Wave is pushing on the top lane. They want this inner turret.
Yeah, so now they're going for the towers here. Vander is dead. Opa is sitting in the mid lane, gonna push it out, try and trade it for the mid tower, for the top tower here. Celeber, he won't be there in time to play it. Remember, he needs to actually stand at the tower when the minions arrive for the static shift to work and for his explosive shot to actually work. Otherwise, the minion wave will stay alive and it's gonna die. You have Lulu, you have range on Rex, you have range on Tech, you have range on Source, and you have the disengage potential both Orianna and Lulu. Such a strong siege comp and teamfight comp from Fnatic, which has been the golden winner, if that's even a phrase or word.
It is now.
It is now the golden winner the last few weeks. Teamfight comes all the way.
Back away from this one again, knowing that only one inner turret is left standing. They're actually sat on pretty much all of them over about 1,100-1,200 gold. That's only going to grow here because Dragon did spawn. And there's a massive wave in the bottom lane as well that's built up on the tower, which Soaz will no doubt be very, very happy for. FLICKR, by the way, has a 300 CS, 30 minutes, so not quite on his record from before, but still, nonetheless.
Notice while Fnatic was doing the Dragon, we had Vander move in, place a lot of wards around the Baron here, so even if Fnatic gets a pink ward or two pink wards in there, might not be able to clear all the wards, and Rocket can keep some control around it and see if the Baron is being started. Instead of a potential kill from Jankos, or maybe an engage from Rocket here, but they've been forced to just sit back and wait for Fnatic to make the move for the last few minutes. And every time Fnatic has actually grouped up and moved towards the tower, they've been able to kill it. Every single time. Got the Dragon as well, extending the goal lead. Might just go back and try and set up the Baron. Or they can just group again. 5, go down towards, go up towards the base. Look for the towers here. Get some wards on the side so you can spot Overpower if he's trying to flank around you. And just be ready to disengage if you feel like you're in a bad position.
Is this the cautious Fnatic though that could cause them a couple of problems the later that things go on? I mean, Tristana's only getting scarier.
Same thing they said for Reckless though. But
That
yes,
is true.
I agree.
That is true. He's got that Zeal in there now. Overpower headed down towards bottom. Actually, he's got the cowl with him as well. So these two might try something. And look at Fnatic, they're just pushing straight in, but don't forget it's a double TP comp here out of Rockout, so both of them could come straight back towards this mid tower. They need to get a move on though, because the turret is going down pretty quickly. They have already recalled in there. And Fnatic taking a bit of damage while they do so, but get a few hits onto the inhib turrets.
Quite some damage, tanking it up here. Forced to recall though from both Zazus and Overpower, but didn't get a teleport, which was the main goal here for Fnatic. Because if teleport is down for both Zazus and Overpower, then Rocket is forced to sit 5 members as well, and then they will be in a disadvantage compared to Fnatic. So they tried to force the teleports, didn't work. They recalled instead, and now Rocket responding, getting a tower. Jankos looking to engage as well.
Yeah, it might even be 2 towers here. Overpower gonna go towards FLICKR. DFG is down. Oh, there's a shockwave though, and FLICKR is actually gonna take it with him. So as though he's caught, he's all alone behind the tower. Surely will be finished up. There is the exhaust onto Celeber to stop things happening. Cyanide, meanwhile, is having a go on Jankos, and this is a messy, messy fight. Reckless finishes off Celeber. And Zazus now has to walk away. In the end, it's a 2 for 2. Mid laner, top laner from Fnatic going down. Rockout losing their AD carry and mid laner as well. And Fnatic are pinging like crazy.
Go mid, yeah. Just go mid, go push the tower mid lane now. The 2 damage dealers from Rocket are dead for another 15 seconds. Just push down the mid lane here. Maybe they can even get a tower. Only 2 members they won't really be able to, because there's going to be a big fat cow in their face. So just to push the instant here, also with Cyanide.
Well, they just spotted Alistair. I think they're off to the side. Zazus trying to run in there pretty quick. All that extra movement. Oh, look at this overpower coming around the side. Hello, where's he going? He's going for Yellow Star here. Out of the two, the fish will knock the other fish in the air, and Yellow Star eventually will go down.
Where's Cyanide here? He's actually fighting against Jankos, so he's out of position too.
Yeah, and that's bad news. The team's coming around. Rocket went ready for that one, and Reckless gets himself one along with Soan. This is really bad because they lose Overpower again, and they lose the
Now it must be the mid lane going down. Fnatic a few times now been looking at this mid lane, not been able to kill the last inhibitor turret to get in and get inhibitor as well, but now 4 members. So they couldn't actually push up the mid lane faster than they did before here. Sana was chasing around, but it didn't really matter. They couldn't push it in time. Instead, teleport behind from Overpower. Still no hourglass. He wants to get the DFG as the second item, so every time he jumps in, Fnatic kills him. Every single time. So end up getting 2 kills, and now they got the mid inhibitor. So now you can go Baron.
Where does that leave us then? 35 minutes in. It's only 10-9 in kills here. Ridiculously close, but the gold has grown. We're approaching the 10,000 gold mark again for Fnatic. That means after that push, they're going to go with quite the chunk to spend as well. 2 grand on Soas, 2,500 gold for Reckless to actually spend. If you look down on the other side, Last Whisper, Static Shiv, Infinity Edge. Reckless doesn't seem to want to recall just yet and show us exactly where he's going to go in terms of his build. Yellow Star clears out the Baron as well. Come on, Reckless, shop up. Phantom Dancer for him.
I think I got a little bit too excited though before about this mid lane going down. I'm not even sure what I was calling for Fnatic to push up only 3 members and then TP behind them. Don't listen to my calls, guys. It will get you kills. Or it will bait Rocket into actually dying. Well, yeah, then you take the mid lane.
Exactly, that's kind of what happened. They pushed for it, ran away, got the respawns, and then caught Rocket out with that anyway. So worked out in Fnatic's favor. And they're still trying to set up the traps. But Rocket have proved time and time again, they don't often fall for these traps.
No, they've done the research. Don't worry, still just going in to place a ward or flag in the Baron pit. Needs to get a ward down from Jankos. He doesn't actually have one, so we need Banner to go in, place a ward. Fnatic now, again, kind of realizing, okay, they're not really falling for the bait. Let's just try something else. So Sana actually popped his ulti, jumped onto Zalabar, had to use his ulti to shoot him away, stayed alive, and now Fnatic going back towards the Baron here. Top lane is gonna push as well. Same goes for the bottom lane. They've got a big wave here from Fnatic down this bottom side. So if they keep Rocket now around this Baron, they're gonna have the 2 side lanes pushing up. Once Reckless actually goes up there, pushes back. And then someone is gonna have to react. There is a teleport on Zarsus, so he can go bottom lane, defend it. Also keep in mind, there is the threat of Fnatic just starting the Baron with only like Sana and Reckless. Keep the rest of the members just to zone Rocket away. So they always have to respect it and get the wards down.
Oh, Shockwave used there onto Jankos. Wild Growth gets a knockup, but that's 2 big ultimates from Fnatic. Used onto Jankos. I think the idea behind that was get rid of the jungle as fast as you can. But Soas here going to get hit by the fish. The hook lands as well. Max Rain, Overpower gets that one. Cyanide right in the middle of them. Can't actually do all that much. He's been slowed down left and right. Will invisibly run down to the bottom side. Somehow got away. Oh no, here's Jankos. He spotted him going. Slides in there. He's got Cataclysm.
That might have just saved the Baron there. Yeah, but that might just have saved the Baron for Fnatic. If he had died, with 2 members gone, the smite gone as well, we could have seen Rocket just instantly go towards Baron here. Nice little catch actually from Overpower. Because the 2 ultis was used by Fnatic before, Rocket felt like now we can take the fight. Got in there, got the first kill onto Source, and then this time around Overpower stayed alive. Jankos doesn't seem like he's gone yet.
No, but there is a dragon, which means, well, the decent gold lead that Fnatic have is probably going to be getting larger. In just a second, we see Void Staff now for Soas. Across the board, Sino's just gone complete tanky with this Rengar. When Madras raises for the start, and just don't bother finishing it further. Get himself the Ramrins, get that Spirit Visage. There's also another neat large rod for FLICKR, so all about spending the gold here. There's another 1,200 for Reckless, almost 2,000 for Peke as well. So again, Fnatic going to be able to push their lead, and it's Zhonya's actually that is picked up by Peke.
If Rocket actually had any wards around this dragon here, they might have seen Fnatic and all 5 members to do it and then start recalling. Could potentially try to rush a Baron. Just didn't have any wards, so therefore they're just going to clear out all the ping wards we had before from Fnatic. They're going to have to go back and buy them again if they want to set up this Baron once again. But seems like they have actually realized Baron is not the way forward. Let's just instead go for this open inhibitor and potentially then the bot tower afterwards, because minions are still pushing up onto it. There's 2 members recon from Rocket. It should be a very easy inhibitor for Fnatic. Or not.
No. You see how scared Fnatic are of this one.
Don't want to get flanked here, so just every time someone from Rocket shows themselves on the side, Fnatic instantly just backs away here.
Well, there we go, finally getting in. Jarvan gets close. Fnatic instinctively back away. Zaza just went down to less than half HP, and there is the turret. And they are going to be going down bottom. In fact, Overpower's gone there to push the wave away from the tower. So with how scared Fnatic were going in there, I think it's actually quite wise of Roccat to hang around there. Just maybe be able to do enough to scare them off. Let's see. Turret is getting obliterated by Reckless. That's an easy one for Fnatic. That is turret number 7. And everything outside of the base.
Yeah, just keep doing it. You have super minions coming into the mid lane. Just stay in this bottom lane now. Place some wards on your left side so you can see the Zazas or Overpower, the TP or flank around you. And then you can always disengage if you feel like you're getting in a bad spot. Otherwise, you can get some hits on the tower every single time. And Reckless just has to look out for the potential engage from Jarvan or the cow, which is the reason for Fnatic not feeling confident enough to just push up to a tower because there's so much engage on the side of Rocket here. But they are still staying around.
Jankos trying to get in from the side and get rid of that pink ward. Actually took the lantern there into the base. Overpower is going to show himself in the mid lane. Getting rid of that wave. Is that going to be enough? You have support on the tower. Reckless actually does get in there for a few hits, and it's more than a few hits. There comes Overpower going in towards Cyanide. Can they finish him off? Wild Growth will be used. Cyanide right in the middle of them as Jankos gone very deep. Shockwave will get to. Oh, Celiver! He gets caught out. He's still alive though. That's the important thing. Jankos will go down. This is going to be a second in him.
And this is exactly what Fnatic could have done early in the game as well. They are such a good siege comp. And as soon as we see the engage coming in from Rocket, everyone disengage. Ulti runs out from Zaza's end. Overpower.
Wow.
Okay, that was pretty sick.
Yeah,
that was pretty sick.
That wasn't an escape and a half from Overpower, but it's still going to go heal. Vanda will still go down, and there are still super minions pushing through this middle lane as well. Fnatic now in a 5 versus 3. Have only the 2 Nexus turrets and the Nexus to finish off to go through into a 4th consecutive LCS split final. There is the first Nexus turret. The fish on Cyanide won't do a whole lot. Second Nexus turret will just get tanked up here by the looks of things. Soa's quite happy with his shield to do that. There is Reckless hammering away. Doesn't quite get finished. And Fnatic are backing out.
Got Nexus turret down. Other one stayed alive, and Overpower still looking to chase here. Same goes with Zazas. Can't really catch Fnatic. So 2 inhibitors gone now. Top lane tower, take quite a beating as well. And Rocket might be in the situation where they just have to try and all in for Baron. Otherwise, Fnatic can pick it up, and there is the all in for the Baron. Actually.
Honestly, they've not really got a lot to lose at this point.
They just have to try. So it's going to teleport to the tower. Gonna run in there. The rest of Fnatic is still around. Reckless is out of mana. Expect it down to 50%. It is all or nothing for Rocket now.
Let's see, their base is slowly but surely being pushed. The Baron is pretty low. Zazas actually going offensive there onto Expeke. Shockwave in the back though. Celiver goes low. There is Jankos. They get the 2 kills, make that 3, so double for Yellow Star. And now they can simply back away to finish off the game and seal their spot at Worlds. We can see that Overpower is stood still down there in the jungle. There's a recall going on for Vanda.
They know it's over.
And that is basically the acknowledgement of coming so close here to Fnatic, yet so far somehow as well. They have to play that best of 3 for the final spot tomorrow, so best of 5 for that final spot tomorrow. But Fnatic will be the first European team to book their place at Worlds. have to say that.
No. Full credit to Rocket here. They really showed up today. Some great games. Every time they played Fist, however, it didn't work out for them.
Not the strongest of picks, but see there the handshakes, and for me, Rocket can be very proud coming into the LCS at the start of this season, managing a 3rd place in the first split. They pushed Fnatic, who, by the way, are going to another split finals. It's 4 splits the dream for them. And right now, Rocket have just pushed them into 5 games, and I think with a couple of changes, they could have very well beat them in this one.
I'm not sure if Overpower really just wanted to try and carry on the Fist here, but let's not talk too much about the picks. We have to talk about the fact that Rocket tomorrow still has a chance of making it to Worlds, where they will be playing for the 3rd place. We don't know who's going to be the opponent yet. Alliance and SK Gaming are going to play. The loser will face Rocket, and the winner of that match will still go to Worlds.
That is the game, I think. Obviously, the grand final is an amazing spectacle for Fnatic as well. I mean, if they can win 4 splits in a row, that is just a complete domination of a region that we've... Honestly, have we ever really seen that over 2 full seasons winning all the splits? I mean, they've not done it just yet, but they've taken a great step towards it, going through to that final tomorrow. But more importantly, Fnatic are going to be representing Europe at Worlds. If you look at it coming into this split, where everyone, of course, was talking about what 3 teams are going to Worlds, Fnatic and Alliance were the big 2 names in there. I think a lot of people were looking at SK Gaming for that 3rd spot. A lot of people now have got to be looking at Rocket as well.
100%. I mean, okay, we haven't seen SK and Alliance play each other. We're just looking at this best out of 5 here. Rocket, they came to play, they showed up, but there was a lot of mistakes between the teams here, back and forth. When they go back and rewatch the games, they're going to spot a lot of mistakes, which they can then fix for tomorrow. And they can look at the big picture and say, okay, maybe it was nerves as well. We don't know. I mean, you're playing for the chance, or you're playing basically for going to Worlds here. I mean, win, you go to Worlds, lose, and you have to play another match for it. So, of course, there's a lot of nerves involved. We have a lot of people in the crowd at Gamescom. Could have been a big factor, but bottom of the line is, whenever Rocket did actually play their pick comps, they didn't manage to pick up any wins, and it was a lot about these teamfight comps, especially for Fnatic.
And for me, teamfights and Rocket are somehow together. This is a team that themselves say, we've got no superstar, we're a team built of friendship and synergy almost, and that's what really works for them. Maybe that's the style that they should really be playing to be successful. Of course, they are going to mull things over before they fight for the 3rd spot at Worlds tomorrow. But for now, we're going to head over to Shox, who is standing by with 2 of Fnatic's winners.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm joined here with FLICKR and Yellowstar after those 5 exciting matches. First off, congratulations, the first European team to qualify for Worlds. That was very close. Bora, what were the first things going through your mind? Because it was still very close there at the very end.
Phew. Well, I expect them to be good, and they were really good, especially in lane swaps. Like, they did what they had to do. They were like mind gaming, and in the early game we watched a lot, we studied a lot, because they are known as really good level 1. And I find some random words level 1, and I was really happy because my script pays off, And yeah, I'm really happy that we won and we qualified.
FLICKR, taking it all the way back to game 1, you guys come in here, you're probably very nervous, and then game 1 happens. Tell us what went through the team afterwards. I was watching your player cams actually backstage, and that didn't look good.
Well, game 1 we had, I think we had a good pick and ban phase, but the problem was mostly with the first Drake we called to go for. After that, they catch us, they got Drake, and we were not that ahead, but we were a bit ahead. And especially for me, after that, I felt like we were really ahead. So I kept trying. I started playing bad, and I got hooked 2 times, I think, more. And in this next Drake, we completely lost the game. So it was a bit. I felt like we were better, because after the game, you think, okay, we were 7k behind, and we were still winning fights until we grid. So next game, even if we're behind, let's just play the game and never grid, because even if they are ahead, we can still come back.
So yeah, then actually 2 games in a row, the Fnatic that we see when you guys are on fire, and then you go into that 4th game, and you decide to go for kind of a protective Vayne comp, a totally different style that didn't pay out. talk us why you went for that comp then.
Casa win? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, Irelia, you know, they waited at 3 top to mind gamers because Irelia has TP so she can go instantly bot. We didn't expect that at all, but overall we were ahead. We had really good team fights. We caught up, but yeah, we greeded a lot at the bot lane and we got caught by Kassadin and they had so many things to catch us.
So then you guys go into game 5 if you weren't nervous enough, and Rocket is actually playing really well. Did you get nightmares to 2 years ago here on this stage? Versus Moscow 5 first and then versus CLG. I don't want to bring back the bad memories.
No, it was not the same. I think versus Moscow 5 we knew if we won it was like a miracle. But this, it was like, it was so weird. Like the games we felt like we were better, we felt like we should win them. But every 10 minutes we were doing something super risky because in every game, I think every 10 minutes, we were doing something that I was saying, oh, yeah, we are losing it here. Every time, and then it worked out or they don't pressure enough, but it was so scary. But I still felt like we were better, maybe just a bit nervous or trying too much, maybe.
You talk about taking risks. Tell us about your acting performance, pretending to hit the Baron, but not really hitting it 2 times.
That's the only way they check. We tried to bait it for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and they were always really scared. Like we could have actually done it many times, I think, but they were so scared that at some point they said, let's bait it. And I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna throw Qs there. Because if they see me throwing Qs, for sure someone's gonna come, and it worked out both times actually, pretty good.
Yeah, it did, but the bottom line here, you guys made it to Worlds, a Yellow Star, 4th consecutive World Championship for you. What's your secret?
Keep playing, keep improving, having the right mindset. Like, okay, I want to improve, and I can do it if I have the talent or be good enough. And you know, having a good atmosphere in the team, like good friends, so we can discuss about everything, not get mad at each other when we're losing. I think this is a good team spirit. Yeah, I'm really ambitious.
Yeah, really ambitious. You guys have to be. You're going to Worlds. Last year's semifinals. You know, tell us how ambitious you are really realistically going into this one.
Well, we are really ambitious. I think the dream of every one of us is to win it, obviously, but it's going to be super hard. The competition there is going to be really, really hard. Like here, we have hard competition, and I think all those other teams are going to be like a small step ahead, all of them, and some of them are going to be really, really strong. So I think from now on we will take it into just go practice as hard as we can and focus in group stage first. If we get out of group stage, then focus on the next game and go game by game to see where we can go.
All right, finally, you can both say something to your fans who stick by you, and you have given a heart attack in this Best of 5 series.
Yeah, that's why we train them during the LCS split, you know, like it goes like a roller coaster, but yeah, overall we're super thankful for all of them cheering for us, and yeah, thanks.
FLICKR.
Yeah, well, it was really, really tough game. I don't know, I'm pretty sure the fans there were like dying and saying, okay, Fnatic curse, they cannot qualify H1 season. But it worked out. Bora qualified with the same team twice, and we qualified on a pair season. So, I don't know, thank you for the fans, and I hope you are happy about this.
You broke the curse. Well, congratulations, you guys, and we'll see you in the final, of course, on Sunday, and we'll see you at World. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to head back over to the desk for an update on the playoffs.
Thank you very much, Shock. So after Fnatic's win, they will face the winner of our next match between Alliance and SK Gaming in the European LCS Summer Finals on Sunday. And Rockout will take on the loser of the next series on Saturday in a battle for 3rd place, along with the final spot at Worlds.
Yeah, and now Alliance versus SK Gaming. What do you think, Joe, here? Alliance has been the #1 team, if you look at the entire split, to be honest. But SK Gaming has also really shown they can step up in these playoffs here. They 3-0'd Millennium, wasn't even close. They actually stomped every single game. And I've been talking with some of the teams, and they all say SK Gaming has been looking very, very scary in scrims. So we might be in for another best out of 5 going all 5 games.
Well, we can certainly hope so, and we'll see what SK are going to do in just a moment. But first, at the start of the 2014 season, no one knew what to expect from Froggen's super team experiment. But now it looks like the faith in his plan and his teammates has been rewarded.
Be fine with you building a team the way you want to build it and stuff. If this all fails, you can pretty much all blame me. I always knew that the people I would pick for the team would have a lot of potential, and if we just could manage to work together and understand each other's gameplay, then we would eventually become a good team.
The start was pretty anticlimactic. Everyone thought we were gonna stomp the scene instantly.
At that point, we actually hadn't practiced much together. We had practiced together for like 1 or 2 weeks, I think.
We were losing, we were winning, we were losing. Like, we were so inconsistent. Like, I had my doubt.
I don't think he took extra pressure on himself because he believed in all of us, and if you believe enough, there's no reason to be pressured.
It took time for us to build up synergy and realize how we have to play with each other.
We tried to find our ground, and it took a while, but eventually it happened, and we showed up for the summer season.
They're just taking everything from SK. 12-0 in kills. Not a single reply from SK Gaming. And it's a 20-minute surrender, ladies and gentlemen.
Now it's time to reveal the European Summer Split All-Pro team. And for the mid lane, Froggen had the highest KDA, the fewest deaths, and the most assists for a mid, as he kept his super team in first place all split long.
I would pick Froggen too. He's just crazy good in mid lane.
I think he's by far the best laner in Europe.
When I spend that much time on actually playing the game and trying to be really good, then I really like to be recognized for actually doing well as well.
I think the thing is that Froggen enjoys the game to an extreme level, where most other pros, they love the game, but they don't enjoy it so much they can keep playing it for 14 hours, day in and day out, for years.
The reason Froggen is so good and has stayed so good for so long is he just loves to play the game.
I see him in 90% of my games. He's either against me or with me. Froggen is one of these players who have been around for actually a while, and is one of the players who actually kept playing all the time, meanwhile others who have been around for the same amount of time kind of dropped out. It's actually cool to see that he actually keeps playing and keep developing as a player, because he's already so good that he can even get better.
This year it's really important to finish first, because we can avoid the first seeds from the other regions, which is obviously something we want to do because it will help us in the group stages to actually get further.
It was disappointing that we didn't get to go to Worlds last year, but I don't feel like we deserved it. This year I think we deserve it because we've been playing well the whole split, so hopefully we'll make it.
Worlds last year was kind of disappointing because I didn't get to play. This year we will turn it all around and we will be the ones playing on the big stage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European LCS semi-finals. I'm Lee D-Man-Smith. Alongside me is Trevor Quickshot Henry. And we are heading into the second series where Alliance will square off against SK Gaming. Not too sure how we're going to follow that last best of 5, but we'll see how it goes because, well, it has been a fantastic summer split so far for Alliance. They've dominated everyone, taking 3 wins off every single team. They are by far the clear favorites coming into this series.
I completely agree. Alliance this summer have been the undoubtable strongest team in Europe. They've got the second highest overall KDA, taken the second most Dragons. They've got the most Barons. They had the title of being the only European team in LCS history to start the split in first place after Super Week and finish the split in first place, maintaining control over 11 weeks. No other European team has been that stable in the 2 years we've been running.
Yeah, absolute domination from them. On the other side, well, SK Gaming, they swept their way into the semi-finals, crushing Millennium in that quarter-final matchup. They won out of the laning phase and grouped together well to control the pace of the games, often taking down the first inhibitor within 25 minutes. But SK Gaming definitely have two different, very different levels of play, as they demonstrated during the summer.
Yes,
they had a losing streak and a win streak.
They did. I mean, the team ended 15-13. It's about a 50-50 win ratio. And if you contrast the stats and the levels in their wins versus their losses, it is night and day. SK Gaming have been the team that wards the least out of all European squads. They also really struggle with Baron calls, almost like Dignitas. SK Gaming, as a team, though, have looked much better since week 11. So they're going to need to draw from that stronger level of play, the same level that they had in the quarterfinals, if they even want to remotely challenge Alliance.
We'll see how this one works out, because it is time to start looking at the players. Let's start out in the top lane between Wicked and Freddy. Both of these have had their highlights this split. For Wicked, of course, he's had some great Shyvana plays, and surprisingly Lulu as well. While Freddy, on the other hand, he had some dominating Aatrox matches, and he's now progressed to Nidalee as well, which I feel could well be one of the main bans in this game.
I completely agree with you. Freddy's Nidalee's been fantastic. Luckily, he's looking much more comfortable than Wicked. Wicked needed a new chair, so maybe the stress is getting to it. Maybe the stress is getting to him. Right, next in line, it is going to be Shook versus Svenskeren in the jungle. This is going to actually be a very aggressive battle between two junglers who love to invade. They love to do battle in the early stages of the game. Shook's got a higher kill percentage, but I'm more impressed by the fact that he's placed over 120 wards more than Sven in the same number of games. So those vision wards that Shook is placing down make his invade safer and smarter, which is something that could hurt Svenskeren in the series.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, next up is the Battle of the Danes in the mid lane between the all-star winning captain, Froggen, and the new upstart, Jezz. Froggen is MVP for a lot of people this season and has been capitalizing his team Alliance at the top of the table, captaining his way through the season. Well, Jezz, well, he's been gaining more and more confidence as the season has progressed.
Yeah, and I'm more impressed at the champion diversity. He is playing a wider variety. Now, next in line is going to be the battle of the AD carries. It's going to be an interesting one because Tabs has been one of the most consistent and impressive AD carries all split long. But you cannot say the same for Candy Panda. I do want to once again preface this. In recent weeks, Candy stepped up, and he'll need to be playing at the Super Week and quarterfinal level to challenge Tabs.
And of course, finally alongside them, well, they are the supports. And while underrated by some, Nif has been performing well for the last 4 seasons, which is, of course, why he's holding a position on this all-star team in Alliance. His opposition, N-rated, well, he's been around just as long, since Season 1, so this is very much a battle of experience.
Yeah, going to be very, very tough. I think it's fair to say that on paper, when you look at these rosters, you just feel like Alliance has got the strongest squad in terms of player for player. But SK Gaming have proven they do have great teamwork. They're very smart in picks and ban strategy, and they took down Alliance in week 11. They have beaten them, so we need to see if SA can dig deep and overcome the difficulties here against Alliance.
Well, it was their only victory, remember. It's going to be a tricky one. So, SK Gaming, well, they've had their hands full dealing with Alliance this summer. Will their preparation for this match change their look, or will they fall to their first place opponents?
SK has always been a team that is really good at punishing mistakes. We know what they like to play and they have no clue about us, so we have the advantage.
Felt really good winning against Alliance last time. because it's always really hard to beat Alliance for us. I think we're pretty good in shape right now, but I still think we need to play better to beat Alliance.
To me, SK seems like the little brother team where they have the same thought process, they try to do the same as us, but they're just weaker mechanically, so we often come out on top.
Personally, I really want to beat them because I know that they trash talk us a lot over the split, so it'd be really great to beat them, not just to qualify for Worlds, but to get our pride back.
Historically, we have a really good winning percentage against SK and even managed to get them to surrender 20 minutes once.
I don't even want to think about not going to Worlds, because right now all we're doing is practicing and putting our heart and all efforts we possibly can in every single minute of our free time to improve ourselves as a team and go to Worlds.
Make no mistake, SK Gaming are hungry for a victory in this one. You know, while they're coming into it as underdogs, we just saw Rockout while they were underdogs. They absolutely turned up to win.
Yeah, I completely agree. The preparation Rockout brought to the table was fantastic. You have to feel SK Gaming may even be able to do more because they've demonstrated a higher level of play for a longer period of time. Despite the rocky patches in summer, they still are a fantastic squad.
Well, let's see how you guys at home have voted for this series to play out. According to LOLesports.com, 78% of you think that Alliance are the ones who will move on to the finals against Fnatic. We will find out as the game will be getting underway in a moment. Pick and bans, important time, important start for both these teams.
So you've definitely hit the nail on the head in terms of the top lane. I think the Nidalee is going to be an interesting one. I do wonder what Wicked's going to do. He's been a player that has traditionally not picked up champions at the fastest rate. Gragas was one of his go-to champions before the summer split ended, and it is no longer viable in the top lane. Has he learned Maokai? Has he learned Alistar? Hell, is he playing Swain? We've heard whispers through the grapevine that maybe he's playing it. We'll see to what level, because again, if you look at Alliance, you kind of feel if you're going to look for a weak link or somewhere to punish, Wicked in his champion pool could be it.
And let's talk about the AD carriers, because they've kind of been a focus for the last few ones. It's been like a Tristan, a Cogmore back and forth. Are we going to see some bans towards that?
I really don't know, because you haven't seen Alliance on this patch. You know, Alliance had the luxury of watching all three of SK's games. Candy Panda played Cogmore twice against Millennium, and then he played Tristana in the third game. And he smashed with all three performances, really, really showing up. Tabs has got a wide champion pool, and it just depends what strategy these teams are going to go for. Roccat focused mid lane bans, what are these guys going to do?
Well, remember, Tabs used to be an ex-mid lane champion, high mechanic skill. We'll see if it works out for him in this matchup. So, bans coming through. There is the Nidalee ban. First ban out. Freddy not going to get his hands on that one. Oriana taken away from Jez, has taken him out of his comfort zone, and SK Gaming very much focusing on the mid lane man, Froggen, Kassadin and Twisted Fate.
So, Maokai's still up, Alistar's still up, Syndra's available. Ari is still available for Jez's, and I was praising his Ari play during the end of the regular weeks, but I was a little less impressed over the quarterfinals. So we need to see what route Jez is going to go, and there's the 80 carry ban you were talking about.
Yeah, that to me signals that I think is going to be a Tristana first pick. But if Maokai is open, it's going to throw Alliance a curveball, I think, for this pick and ban.
I completely agree. Maokai or Tristana, if you leave both of them up, you have the option of taking one away, but SK Gaming have not decided to do that. We've seen first pick Nami's coming out of some of the other teams, which caught Deficio off guard earlier today, and Nami's definitely risen in prominence along with Morgana in that support role. A lot of time left on the clock, but Wicked's thinking about it.
Yeah, this is a consideration. It could be for Nif as well, but it seems that it will be Wicked that will lock in the cow. We'll see if he plays that in the top lane. We'll see if he picked it up, of course. We saw a lot of that in the last match. Zazas himself played it very well in the quarterfinals and in the last match against Fnatic.
So, just to put some thoughts on the table, Morgana's available, Zillion's available. These are champions that SK ran in the quarterfinals. Elise, if they want to go that route. Tristana, if they want to deny that from Tabs. There are a lot of potential picks for SK, and the question is, what are they most comfortable running? Because we're still not 100% sure where this Alistar will go. Alliance not being seen on the competitive stage in this patch, they have that versatility in their pick to decide where they want to put it.
Well, looks like Freddy will fall back on Aatrox. It's currently hovered over. Has worked very well in the semi-final series, and it seems they're going to leave the AD carry open. They want Svenskeren to be covered off. He is a big part of this team. His ganks generally set the pace for SK Gaming. predominantly throughout the whole season, SK have been slower in the lane phase. They've been weaker in the early lane. It's late game they get going. It's why we kind of call them the mini Alliance, because Alliance do the same, except they do well in lane phase.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a fair assessment. But I think it's also important to note that against Millennium in the quarterfinals, SK stepped up. They were winning the laning phase. They were, you know, taking control, not dominating.
Against Millennium.
But that's the question now. Was it SK performing very well as that made the gap seem so strong? Or were they legitimately just playing better? And this is going to be a true test because they are going up against some of the most talented players in all of Europe. But look how slow teams are locking in champions. Really, really taking their time.
It tells me that the pick and bans may have threw a few of their options off. Ari is locked in here. And I think that means they're going to try and put Jesus on the back foot. Ziggs is available. This is a possibility for him.
As a Zillion. If they wanted to go that route, Zillion revives. If you want to put Aatrox down, if you want to lock in the likes of something like Vayne or Tristana, as we've been talking about multiple times. So for Tabs, does he run Lucian? Does he feel confident in a mid-game power spike, or does he want to go hyper carry, or does he want to go pick? I mean, there's a lot of options here for Tabs, and he's played all of those champions at varying stages this year.
So for supports, everything open. What will Nif go with? We've seen Nami coming into as the priority support, honestly. While Thresh, while Morgana is out there, a lot of people still go with Morgana, of course, alongside Twitch, it is going to be a Nami again.
Yeah, Alliance actually locking in their respective champions in order. So we've got a very heavy pick-focused team comp. Alistar will struggle a little bit in lane, but he will do very well later in the team fights. And if Alliance can land a charm or a bubble, Lee Sin, Twitch, and Ari's damage can just focus that person down. And if you actually look at SK's squad, there's 3 very squishy targets there. Aatrox himself, while he's got a revive, he's not necessarily the most tanky champion in the game. So there's a lot of damage on Alliance's side. They've got the option to roam, play the map, play the pick game that I think we're going to anticipate from them. And I just think it's going to be very important for Alliance to get ahead in the early stages, because in terms of wave clear, Ziggs will be doing a better job than what Ari can, thanks to the mines, thanks to the extended range.
And with Braum being selected, how strange that both teams have actually gone through top jungle.
I'd love to find out.
AD and support.
I don't remember this happening. Yeah. No, it really isn't. And it is just a buck from the norm, but it doesn't really make a massive difference. With the lock-in of Braum, the combination of the AoE from Ziggs as well as Aatrox, if Alliance ever are grouped up and Nif doesn't land a good tidal wave, I think SK Gaming have got a stronger team fight presence. The only thing they need to ensure is that they need to keep Ziggs and Tristana alive and at range. Because the moment Twitch, Ari, Lee, even Alistar single them out, I think those are going to be a bunch of dead squishies. So it is very important to note.
I think we're rubbing off on the teams. I just saw Alliance fist bumping.
Why not? I read a fantastic study.
It's hygienic. I know.
You stole my word, D-Man.
We came up with that internally before they came out as a
well, it's scientifically
discovery. I'll just tell you that right. We're first on that one. So, have these champion picks made you want to swap your vote? Well, we'll see. Tweet us #AllWin or #SKWin, and we'll see if there are any changes as we head into the game. Big first match. We just saw previously, of course, Roccat coming out huge in game 1, upsetting Fnatic massively. Can SK do the same?
I think it's going to be up to Alliance to try to determine this lane swap scenario. I feel like Aatrox should be able to bully Alistar in the early stages of the game, and I think that Tristana and Braum are going to need levels before they can duel Twitch and Nami. I think the harass and the poke from Twitch in conjunction with Nami's damage is going to be difficult to deal with. So whichever lane can get a stronger advantage may determine control in the mid game.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get game 1 underway, the second semi-finals. Fnatic, they have made it to the 2014 World Championships. Who will join them? Will it be Alliance or SK Gaming? And who will face Roccat tomorrow in that frightful third place playoff to see the final team selected? Alliance, big favorites coming into this matchup up against SK Gaming, who themselves, well, they topped the season, remember, in the spring. They didn't win the final stage, they finished second overall. And Alliance stole that glory from them this time around and led all the way through the season at the top of the table. In Trevor, it looks like we are going to have a full 5-man late invade. Will they catch on to Nif?
Oh, we'll see. There's a bubble or a knockup potential, and we need to see what lands. Bubble's going out. Flash from Freddy. That's actually very important, because Shook now has a massive, massive target on Freddy's back. We need to see if he can punish him. If Shook does the clear, gets double buffs and goes for the 3.5, 4-minute gank, maybe they can look to get Freddy's passive or similar.
Well, of course, does have that dive to get away. Dark Flight should be okay-ish. We'll see whether Shook does sit up there and try and babysit Wicked. He is, in the past, helped out Froggen and Tabs heavily and left Wicked kind of on his own.
I really like what Alliance has done regarding their warding. They placed all the trinkets up along through the jungle, going to be looking for those lane setups, going to be looking for the ideal situation for them. It is somewhat mirrored by SK Gaming, though not quite as many wards. And I know I'm going to sound like a little bit of a broken record, but for SK Gaming, they have bought and placed the second lowest amount of wards out of all European teams. And the reason I highlight that in this particular game is how important I feel it's going to be to defend against Froggen and Tabs roaming, as well as Shook looking for ganks. If SK drop the ball and do not react appropriately with vision, Alliance have got a very, very good team composition to punish that. And Freddy with no flash is already very low on HP.
Freddy, as you mentioned, low on HP. He's got also 2 members just below him. This could be a 4-man dive on towards him. Wicked and Shook taking the red buff. They're just around the side. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we do also have Svenskeren nearby, but looks like he's heading straight to his blue, so he's going to be going the traditional route. It's the top lane. I want to see whether they're going to go for this tower dive. And remember, if they do, so often we've seen with this tactic, people pile on towards that dragon. SK have the option to do that. We'll see whether Alliance react and whether they go for this kill.
I tell you what this reminds me of. This is like a Fnatic level 2 tower dive. We do see Freddy backing away. He's got no flash, remember. CC needs to land.
Oh, Aqua Prison does land. That's all they needed. Bloodwell will get popped here. Pulverize still yet to be used by Wicked. He's holding on to it, and he will get himself a kill with it.
That is massive. So Alliance get first blood. I think SK respond in a fantastic manner by punishing the positional and the numbers of Alliance's members in the top lane, going to grab themselves this dragon and probably even out that gold difference. What I'd like to see is how much damage Alliance have put in that top tower. It doesn't look like Shook or Wicked stuck around to punish it. Tabs is in fact trying to deny experiencing gold from his opponent's top laner. So trying to push Freddy even further behind.
So dragon goes down. SK take that one to begin with. Just 3.5 minutes into this game. Jezz and Froggen in this mid lane. Battle of the Danes. So not too much love lost between the two. I can assure you of that one. Froggen himself, captain of the All-Stars. Can he captain his actual team to the World Championships? Is why it was created. It was the whole reason, way back when, in October, that this all began.
I really like Alliance's thought process. I think they were anticipating Freddy was going to return to lane just to try CS, and Alliance were grouping up to potentially do a second tower dive, punish the fact that that flash was not available. But Freddy was one step ahead. Along with the rest of his team, they'd already initiated the lane swap, and Freddy teleported down. That's actually quite unusual for your top laner at the 4-minute mark. But Candy Panda and Rated, whether they feel confident in the 2v2 or whether they're just trying to keep Freddy alive, we'll see as this head-to-head plays out. But I really like the thought process and forward thinking from both of the teams.
So we haven't seen a great deal of involvement in the mid lane. They're both going back to buy, I believe. So this top lane focus. Candy Panda will get a couple of hits on there. And it's just been a little bit safer. Tab's not going to go too aggressive. Good Aqua Prison from there, actually catching on Candy Panda. But he put some good damage on this tower early on.
Yeah, Nif has actually landed a lot of crucial Aqua Prisons this game already. The very first one burning the flash from Freddy and then obviously catching him later on. But if you look at the CS advantage, Tabs at that very big wave is pulling slightly ahead of Candy Panda, but because of the wave, they can't go aggressive.
You guys at home still strongly believing that Alliance will take victory here. They are, as we mentioned, the undisputed favourites in this one. 81%, big vote for them. Alliance fans getting behind them.
So in terms of the mid lane, I think until Jesus gets a little out of position, Froggen's not going to have a massive amount of kill pressure. Jesus can farm very safely. He's got the satchel charge, and as long as he doesn't eat that charm, he should be fine. And with the number of games Jesus has played, it'll work out very well in his favor.
So Svenskeren just passed a ward in the top area, which is why Shook is immediately heading down here. There is a ward, he's going to get spotted, but he's going straight for Freddy. Wicked not going to go too aggressive on this one. He stood right on top of that ward. Freddy well aware. Has got flashback available to him as well.
Yeah, we'll see if this can work out. Headbutt pulverizer works. Here comes Shook.
Flash pulverize. Didn't land the headbutt. And Freddy will not get away with that. Let's tell a lie. I think he did the combo and flashed. Yeah,
yes,
he did
it
everything.
was. Yeah, headbutt, pulverize, flash, and Freddy was able to get away thanks to the Dark Flight himself. But I mean, Freddy's got so many games on Aatrox. He played 8 matches during the regular season, and he's got a lot of experience. But look at this. Freddy Shook's coming around for a second attempt. The pulverize caught him mid-air.
Oh, this is a problem. He's got no Dark Flight to get out. Flash is available, but where's he going to go with it? Remember, there's no also Bloodwell available. Freddy and also Trauma trying to use the minions, trying to get alive still. Flashes away. Shook's got to land the Sonic Wave. He has to land it here. He's got the support. Svenskeren flashes it himself. Dodges out of the Dark Flight, and Freddy looks to have escaped.
Holy moly. Freddy managed to delay the fight for so long using the minions, darting in and out and sustaining, thanks to his bloodthirst, that he actually got his passive back mid-team fight. And that is why Alliance backed away. Shook thought he could pop it and maybe get the kill, but that's a flash down. Wicked and Shook expended both of their flashes trying to kill Freddy, and they need to be a little bit careful with positioning.
Yeah, crazy fight. Let's have a look at it again.
So the moment that little white bar, Aatrox went all inverted. Did like a barrel roll mid-air. But you'll see it turn from white to red, and that's instantly meaning that Freddy's got his passive available. But look, the 2 melee champions of Shook and Wicked, they can't get through the wall of minions. Why, minions, why? And Freddy did such a good job of using the tools around him to actually survive that gank. That was super cool. That's a big play for sure.
Big plays. Something we've been seeing all season long from these teams. We'll see how it progresses at the moment, Alliance. Well, they have the smallest of advantages. They are equal in gold, though. We'll see. This top lane, actually, is an interesting one. Tabs and Nif. Probably one that should be putting a little bit more pressure. Candy Panda's reacting, and we may well see an invade here. Shook going up, but the red buff already gone. They had a ward on it. Tabs managed to plant that one, so they had full vision. Shook is going to back away. Blue buff for Frog.
So I'd like to expand on that thought of Tabs and Nif. I do feel that if they'd had the 2v2 earlier, that Twitch and Nami could have bullied Tristana and Braum, obviously because Braum is melee. But once Braum has his full complement, his spell reel available to him at level 3, if Enrated gets a good combo where he can sort of dash to the minion, land the concussive blows, and start getting that stun down, all of a sudden the burst from Tristana is actually quite powerful in the early game. So that could be where the slower pace comes from. Both level 6, Freddy, he's used Massacre actually.
Yeah, he used his ultimate there. Dark Flight and ultimate. Wicked just walked away. Didn't pop his own. Unbreakable is still available. Svenskeren coming back around. This is going to be a tower dive. That's a risky tower dive on a cow that has his ultimate.
Yeah, we'll see if Freddy can bait it out. That's obviously going to be the go signal. For the time being, Sven has not really made an indication of tower dive. He's just counter jungling. And I do agree. I think this will be very risky. The fact that that Unbreakable Wall is still available, this is going to be difficult. Let's see if Sven and Freddy can pull it off. Freddy does have Bloodwell as well.
Well, he's going to have long enough to hold out. Cocoon doesn't land. Shook comes in there. He's going to get pulverized the second he lands. No, didn't go for it. Happy to just farm it out. Enrated, good block there, using his Unbreakable to stop the wave. And that will not catch on towards Candy Panda. Froggen goes aggressive, throws his orbs towards Jesus. Jez is very low there, but Spirit Rush used by Froggen.
Yeah, I'm going to just try and get some lane control. It hasn't resulted in a kill yet. Look for the charm, if he can catch onto Sven. Sven, no Spiderlings!
Flash charm lands on towards him. He's going to get Shook coming in, but they're going to have to back away. They're in a 3v1. Oh, good catch there. Jez has managed to catch on towards him. The kick from Shook. He fancies following it. Jez is very low. Mega Inferno Bomb still available for him, and he will back away.
So close. If any of those skill shots had just been a hair to the left or right, that could have been another kill on the board. But Jez manages to get away. Svenskeren throws in support, but Summoner spells blown for both Svenskeren and Jez as Froggen without Flash, without Ignite. Even on CS as well. And Jez is continuing just to sort of keep control of that middle lane, thanks to the Mega Inferno Bomb. But SK holding even. 10 minutes in, they initiated a lane swap, they responded to Alliance's tower dive, and they're even on gold, thanks to that very smart Dragon play.
Yeah,
which is not something you can often say about SK.
Even across all lanes, which is potentially a problem for Alliance, because SK are always fantastic when they reach the late game. But then again, so are Alliance. These are both teams, and Froggen has said it to myself many, many times when he's been talking about fights. It's like, you always talk about, you know, how we're slow and how we get going. You never mention that all we're doing is just waiting to hit that one point, that one power spike, and then we turn and fight. Everybody goes aggressive.
Yeah, and we'll see if they've hit that point. Tabs looking for Freddy, and Freddy's just going to take a short flight out. The one thing Alliance have to be, I think the only massive concern for Alliance is how well Candy Panda is going to play the mid to late game. Because once Tristana hits that level 12, 13, 14, like starts getting to max range, she can really put a lot of hurt down. So Dragon's been up for a little while. SK have got better positioning for the moment. Tabs is away from the team. And remember, straight up 5v5s. If Alliance do not assassinate somebody very quickly, I think SK are going to have a better team fight comp for those scenarios.
Build Draw to Cut is still on cooldown, whereas Candy Panda has picked himself up a BF sword, which is why Alliance maybe going to try and delay it, hold out as long as they can and push in, but they're losing the bottom tower while it's still happening. Jezza's getting focused on by Wicked. He's trying to force him away. That means it's going to be the middle turret, it seems, for Alliance, while the bottom turret goes to SK.
Yeah, but Alliance will keep pushing. They've got the numbers advantage and they've got a minion wave. How quickly can Jezza clear the wave? It should be fairly fast. He is a Ziggs at the end of the day. Traded one tower for one, and that's a teleport as well.
Shook's going to try and land it, so the charm goes in. Mega Inferno Bomb lands on top of them, but Jezza's will go down. The question is, will Freddy catch on towards them? He won't, but you know, while that's all happened, they got themselves a kill, yes. They got the inner turret, yes, but they lost the dragon and the bottom turret.
Yeah, net gain is in favor of SK, unless Alliance can take that top tower, which they actually will. And then they've got a very big minion wave to push with. That is actually a massive minion wave. They can keep playing. The question is, does SK want to race? They've got Tristan in the bottom lane. They've got a 3-man stack in the middle lane. Who is going to call the bluff? Who is going to call chicken first? Alliance are not stopped. It's actually Alliance that are doing it.
Yeah, Wicked chose to defend the bottom turret instead. He's like realizing he cannot defend 3 members in that mid lane. He's going to go down and try and hold Candy Panda off that one. They're going to give up this outer turret, it seems. There is Wicked going in towards Candy Panda. He's just going to clear out the wave, trample across them. SK will pick up this mid lane, and a risky game for both these teams so far. Nobody wanting to blink there.
Overall, still net gain for SK. They get themselves 2 towers out the deal, but they also get a dragon. The cost of the dragon was Jez's life, but it means SK has got a small advantage. It is 1,000 gold. It's nothing to write home about at 13 minutes. But what is important to note is Alliance are making aggressive calls. We're going to push middle, we're going to push deep, push top. And SK have not blinked. They have committed to tower pushes, and they've not given up objectives without trading evenly at the very least. So smart calls from SK, and they're not panicking under the pressure, under the lights of Gamescom.
So Infinity Edge being built up by Candy Panda, not quite yet. Also, of course, Tab's going for that assassin build, trying to see if he can get his roaming on, get that Blade of the Rune King completed ASAP, and see if he can find some targets. Big wave clear, honestly, from both these teams as well, so that's not part of the game. Obviously, if you think back to the Roccat Fnatic game, that was a big part of the issue for Roccat in the end. But SK are maneuvering very well in this opening match.
Yeah, they really are. And I actually think with the accelerated tower kills that we've just had, I think this plays into SK's favor a little bit. If SK are almost forced to remain grouped and remain tightly knit as a unit, the power of Ziggs and Braum and Aatrox, if they get multi-man abilities, is like infinitely more effective. If the laning phase had been extended and been longer, it would have opened SK up to be picked off, you know, by the tower dives, by the roaming Ahri, by the roaming Twitch. So as long as SK do not get caught out of position, this could be potentially good for them. Froggen's looking like he's going DFG first. I mean, he really wants to just insta-give someone. And if he doesn't, I really like SK's chances in fights.
Well, Wicked is going towards the AP build, AP tanky build. Oh, Freddy popped his ulti actually on Wicked there. He's just going to use that to farm out the wave. Wicked happy to walk away. But yeah, Rod of Ages start for him, going the impact route. I think it's safe to say we can call it that. And he started it off on the cow in the top lane, as opposed to Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, something like that in the top lane, Trinity Force.
Yeah, the Emperor Palpatine build, if you get that Static Shiv on there. The thing that I really like about the current state of the competitive scene, you see these champions in the same roles in different regions, against different compositions, and you have the option to build them differently. With Wicked going the Rod of Ages route, he may have slightly higher burst once he gets more AP. But look at the positioning on the map. Alliance are pushing middle lane. There is a response down to the bottom. So I think they've read the situation well, despite the fact that SK, I don't really think they gave up too much information through the jungle.
Yeah, they almost got caught out.
Froggen wants to come from behind.
We're waiting around. There's the wave. That's going to get blocked out by Enrated. Aqua Prison's flashed away from. That means the support's flash is down. Froggen comes around the side, spotted by the ping ward of SK. He's waiting deliberately. Going to get caught out with a cocoon. The charm lands on Svenska, and it's enough to get away. Enrated tries to slow them down in their tracks. Alliance will be stopped. And SK back away nicely. Good reactions from SK to get out of that situation as 5 members of Alliance tried to close in on there.
I'm going to go a step back and actually say that SK shouldn't have been in that position to begin with. Not 2 minutes ago did we just say the power of Alliance's composition is in those skirmishes, looking for picks. And Braum's ultimate saved their lives. Because of that Glacial Fissure, the rest of Alliance couldn't chase. Wicked didn't have flash, so we couldn't get the flash cowball stun set up. But SK were pushing with a 3-man. They only had 3 wards in the south of Alliance's jungle. So they didn't really know until it was too late that they were being collapsed upon. The vision game is lacking for SK. They need to step up the wards, especially if they want to push with a small contingent of players.
Of course, that all started with Wicked heading down south. Rubber Ducky being used by Jez as clears out the raids, keeps that farm going, actually ahead of Froggen, but only because Froggen's been moving around the map. Speaking of moving, Wicked is back in towards the top lane. Use the teleport to get up there as well, so he's got himself that Rod of Ages now. We'll see where he builds next on this one, whether it be towards that Glacial Shroud, which I'm expecting. It's kind of the standard second build, I think it is for Alistair.
Yeah, I think that would kind of make sense if he went for the maybe Frozen Heart, but I don't know why my gut is saying maybe even the Glacial Fist, Iceborne Gauntlet rather.
Yeah.
Because there's not a massive amount of CC on the side of Alliance. Yes, they do have a charm, they do have a bubble, but if you can add some AoE slows from an Alistair that's going to be in the middle of a team fight, you know, he can help contain and help reduce the mobility of SK's comp, because they do have, you know, a lot of dashing and displacement spells. So we need to see what Wicked decides, and I mean, that could just be a sheen to Trinity Force if you wanted to.
So speaking of Wicked, he did teleport to that top lane, remember, and Dragon is now up. Freddy has his teleport, Wicked does not. Shook's going to get caught out. Oh, Cocoon. Dodged, sidestepped without even knowing him. Actually, there was a ward right on top of them, but I don't think he was quite planning on sidestepping. Let's keep your eye on Wicked. He is heading down here now. Froggen is ready and waiting, but there is good vision from SK around the Dragon Pit area.
Yeah, they have placed some wards down, but it's instantly cleared away. 3 sweepers on the side of Alliance, as well as some very good pink wards. If you look at the pink ward in the middle river and the SK red buff, those two have been there for several minutes already. Alliance has had a lot of good vision for a prolonged period of time. Freddy's still in the top lane, Froggen pushing the mid lane. SK Gaming have yet to start the Dragon, but now they're very, very close. And the bubble's caught Sven.
Sven's in trouble. He's going to repel away. There's the teleport. Freddy's not able to take down the top turret. Shook looking to try and land that kick. Catches 3 of them out. Svenska was caught in that knockup. Mega Inferno Bomb coming out. Only going to catch on towards Nif and Wicked. He's happy to take that up. Shook taking a hell of a lot of damage. Froggen comes around the side. Lands the charm on towards Freddy. Good. Aqua Prison coming out. Freddy will catch on towards him. He gets the Bloodwell pops. Wicked picks at 1. Sorry. Froggen gets onto those the second. Jez is with the bouncy Bonzo. Can he turn this one around? Will get charmed up. Going to continue chasing. Froggen dodges out of the cocoon, but Jez is continuing to catch on towards him. Another bouncy bomb lands. Will he be able to repel himself in there? No, he's going to get slowed down. But this will open up the Dragon for SK.
Yeah, we'll see if Alliance decides to re-engage. It's not over yet. That double bubble caused so much trouble for SK. And here comes another one. Jez has been knocked up.
Wicked in trouble. He goes down, and the Dragon picked up by SK. They are taking a lot from these fights, and Alliance, they were the one that engaged, and they were the one that was found wanting.
So the things that I want to highlight about the fight, Candy Panda was off on the side lane. So as Alliance were channeling in to the jungle through the river, Candy had a lot of free time to get auto attacks off. Then of course, when Froggen came in from the back line, Alliance was sort of quasi-retreating. They'd taken a lot more damage than they were anticipating, and Froggen wasn't able to really have the support he needed. So 2 things to note. Look at Candy Panda's positioning. He doesn't take a lot of damage for a while, and as he keeps himself in a safe zone, continually smashing Shook, Shook's out of the fight. Now Froggen is coming in from the back line. Great bubble from Nif. I really, really like that play. But again, Candy Panda, that's the first time that you really feel, oh, he's at threat of going down. Unfortunately for Alliance, because they were in, out, in, out, in, out, they couldn't stick to a single target long enough, they couldn't assassinate anybody. And the assassin sort of pick comp versus an extended teamfight comp, SK are always going to win that.
SK clever at sticking together. Dragon was picked up. Wicked came in eventually, remember. But it's always, I mean, a 4v1, Wicked going in. I'm not too sure what he was planning there.
Yeah, I wonder if there wasn't a little bit of miscommunication because Nif did throw a bubble out. You know, if the bubble had caught somebody and they could stack those knockups together, maybe that would have gone better. But it really is, it's a weakness of Alliance's team comp. Straight up 5v5s, even in that disjointed, weird angle, they need to kill somebody quickly. And if they don't kill somebody quickly, SK's got a lot of tools, a lot of mobility, a lot of AoE that allows them to control Alliance. So SK maintain a lead in the game. They've extended the gold lead to 3,000.
Yeah, and it's a big lead that Freddy is actually gaining over Wicked. Once again, that Aatrox proving to be his #1 champion alongside Nidalee.
So we go back to pre-game. We talked about Freddy and Nidalee, how important it is. We talked about Wicked and how learning new champions, not really something you associate with him. Wicked's not the guy that you go, oh, he's going to pull out something super special. You know, that's more of Soaz's thing. And his AP cow thus far, not been particularly impressive. Previous engages, not really working out. But again, it is a champion that scales. It is a champion that wants to be in the thick of things. Let's see if he gets a couple more items, if it does turn the tide.
Shook's going to try and sneak down here again. We talked about lack of vision for SK. They've only got a singular ward. He's going to spot Shook. He's actually going to walk past it. He could have snuck around the back of them towards the tri-bush. Aqua Prison doesn't land. Niv takes a couple of hits there. Now Shook finally appears. Candy Panda quick to escape. While this is all happening, the pressure continuing to build in the top, in the bottom. Jez is having to use the Zhonya's there. The charm would have landed on Froggen from Froggen there. Instead, simple bubble and backs off.
So look at SK. This is the second time that they've had Aatrox top, Jez mid, and the other 3 bottom lane. But again, you highlighted the vision, the fact that SK were fairly overextended, and they did not really have the information, but they could see multiple champions. You know, they knew Wicked was dueling Freddy, they knew Froggen was dueling Jez's. Anyways, SK have grouped up in the middle lane. They don't have many minions to deal with. Kind of a weird situation to be in. Dragon's not up yet. They just couldn't get onto the bottom turret. Jez's is struggling against Froggen. So this could be support to buy some time for Jez's.
Yeah, it seems that being caught out there with his Zhonya's down, it's a risky situation for Jez's to be in. And they do react. Mega Inferno Bomb used to clear the wave. So that will be down for a short period of time while the 2 top lanes continue to farm. Froggen is building up towards a death cap, I believe. But this bottom tower, they need to get this one down. It's causing them problems. This is where SK are happy to just keep pushing because they've got that safety net of this tower still standing.
Yeah, they do. And you know, something that you need to remember on the side of SK, despite the fact they've got a Ziggs and Tristana who are traditionally fantastic in tower sieges, they have to deal with the threat of a tidal wave. All right, we'll see if they can catch Jez's. We'll finish that point in a second. Knock up from Wicked. Can it land?
No. Flash trying to get on towards him. Not going to work out. And actually, that rubber ducky thrown out. Total blind onto Tabs there. Didn't know he was there. He was stealthed up. But he caught him.
Managed to knock him away. And every time SK stick themselves in this 1-1-3 push or individual, there is the possibility of a pick happening. But again, just to finish the siege point, part of the reason I feel SK need to be wary or careful, if they do group up, if they do push down as a 5-man in a lane, where a tidal wave can land, where an Alistair can get a pulverize, that's going to buy time for Alliance to kill the targets that they want to kill. So I think that might be one of the primary reasons why they haven't just gone, look, we're going to 5v5 you straight up, despite the fact we've got a good teamfight team. They don't want to run the risk of going for a surf and then drowning.
Well, 1 minute on the Dragon, and currently Alliance was sitting on a lot of gold. That's why they're all backing off to buy those items, starting to stack them out. Death cap completed. Avarice Blade also going to get picked up. It seems Age of the Legion also completed by Shook. So, starting to acquire some of those big items. Trinity Force is going to be 2nd item, by the way, for Wicked. So, Rod of Ages into Trinity Force. Trying to adapt the build and see how it works out for him.
I mean, that's basically like hybrid now, if you think about it. You've got ability power, you've got HP, you've got attack damage, you're going to get crit chance eventually. So, Wicked's going to be sort of a jack of all trades. Master of none necessarily. He's still behind at CS to Freddy. And with a death cap as well as DFG, with a near Ghost Blade on Tabs, Alliance have hit that power spike where I feel they need to, or they can challenge more frequently. We'll see if they agree, Dragon's up in a couple of seconds, and we find ourselves in a similar scenario. Top laners, both with teleport available, and a 4v4 in the mid to river. SK haven't started the objective or moved towards it yet.
Vision protection. Jez is actually forced to jump away. His flash is still down, remember, if this fight were to go off. The Spirit Rush being used by Froggen does not do a great deal with it, so that ultimate's not available. Charm doesn't land either. That's on the cooldown now. And Alliance not landing their skill shots. They're going to have to step away.
No, and the longer the extended siege goes off, the poke from Ziggs is just going to whittle away on Alliance. Alliance don't have that same level of ranged poke. So SK have started Dragon. Braum ultimate is available. There's no ultimate from Froggen. Keep that in mind. Wicked has to get a good initiation here if Alliance want to do well.
Tabs' Rat-a-tat-tat is down. He's not been able to use it here. Alliance have to back out of this fight. They should not have taken it in the first place. And SK Gaming could come out very big here. Freddy gets on one, takes down Nif, jumps on towards it. Bloodwell's still available, remember. Tabs is going to try and sneak away from this one. Froggen gets picked off. Candy Panda takes him down. And well, Alliance ultimates were not available in that fight. They should not have taken the risk.
No, they did not want to look for the 5v5. They didn't want to deal with the ranged poke. And on top of that, Wicked actually helped Freddy by headbutting him over the wall so he could keep auto-attacking. SK have set themselves up a death bush. If Alliance go to peak Baron, this could cause trouble. Candy Panda's going to play bait. Oh, he's actually playing a lot of bait. Here comes SK.
He's going to try and catch on towards him, and we'll get the slow on towards Wicked. He's in trouble. Ultimate not available. Froggen's going to get going. Can he get the burst? He gets Candy Panda down. Wicked goes in. 3-man pulverize, but there's not a lot of follow-up. Wicked's going to go down. He's going to be the sacrificial cow. Instead, Alliance now back with Tabs. Rat-a-tat-tat is back available.
That's actually very, very good for Alliance. Not only because they got another kill for Froggen, but because they prevented Baron going down. And, you know, at the replay at Dragon, Wicked, he just doesn't get an opportunity, and Rated is zoning him, is sort of gets the stun down thanks to the help of Candy Panda. And of course, because Alistair can't be in the front line, Alliance are in full retreat. Froggen's got no Spirit Rush. There's the knock over the wall from Freddy. And you've also got Shook on the sidelines. He's trying to play Dragon Stealer, which I guess is a decent attempt, but if the rest of your team is trying to fight, you need to be with your team. You know, because Alliance don't have that massive team fight power, they need the knock away from Shook's Lee Sin. SK grow the lead even more, and I think they're handling their team comp and their opponents very, very well.
Yeah, they managed to, I think, get something out of nothing there with Candy Panda being killed for Alliance, honestly. That was a little bit lucky of them, because if they'd have come out behind in that fight, absolutely could have been a Baron for SK, or even worse, maybe they just pushed down, taken an in, but who knows, that middle run was building their way. So Alliance, risky situations. Jesus himself has flashback available to him, and that is big because he has been focused a number of times. Froggen catching on towards him. Flash is not up for Candy Panda, so he's going to be careful. Froggen will be looking to assassinate him.
So despite the fact that Jez has been sort of punished and playing on the back foot, he's not behind in CS. He's only given up one death. So yes, he's been playing defensively, but you know, all credit, got his Hourglass completed, got that Athenes. He's got the wave clear, and he's defended the inner turrets in the middle lane. Alliance have yet to take the outer turret in the bottom lane, while SK have yet to take the outer turret in the top lane. It has all been about these dragons for SK Gaming, and Alliance still looking for that power spike that says, now we can go in.
Well, SK have got themselves positional advantage to try and push on this turret. Don't think they're going to be able to follow through. Wicked in this top lane, all on his own at the moment. Cocoon sidesteps on Skaren. Sonic Wave catches on Jez's. Aqua Prison not landing. Skill shots all going wide so far. Alliance looking to chase, but again, finding nothing. Wicked and Freddy, just going at it in this top lane. Triforce was complete, but then again, Spirit Visage and Play the Rune King. Play the Rune King was used, by the way, in that last engage, so I think we'll see Freddy probably backing off soon.
As with both of their ultimates, Freddy and Wicked really went toe-to-toe. It does look like Wicked's doing a better job of fighting Freddy, though, so we'll keep an eye on how that transpires, but now SK feel confident. They've grouped themselves up. Tidal Wave is available for Nif, but I think without the front line of Alistair, maybe that's why SK are playing Brave. It's taken them 30 minutes to even consider a siege. And the wave clear from Alliance is still solid enough, and they couldn't even get any auto attacks on the turrets.
I think the worry for SK is, while they are doing good, their groups right now, you've got to feel that at some point in the game, Tabs or Froggen is going to pick off either Jesus or Candy Panda. They're going to find that kill, that one pick that they've been searching for. One of those skill shots will land, and that is when SK may well find themselves in trouble. They're going to take this top turret, they're going to go 3-2 up, and that's going to continue their gold lead. It is a 5,000 gold lead, and it's not too bad, honestly, this early on, because SK are predominantly the team to fall behind, but 30 minutes in, they're looking strong.
Yep, much like the quarterfinals.
Oh, here we go.
It's not domination, but we do see SK out of position.
Backing away.
Alliance couldn't respond quickly enough. You know, the thing is, SK have actually got all of the tools to avoid giving up those kills. I do agree with you that yes, Alliance, if they land the skill shots, if they land the bubble or the charm, or Tab surprises somebody with that ambush, they can just instantly kill someone. But Svenskeren can repel. There's a satchel charge from Jez. There's rocket jump from Candy Panda. Enrated, if there's minions or teammates around, he can jump to them. Freddy can move as well. So it's a single target spell on the side of Alliance. And unless they all fire of it fairly simultaneously, you actually think SK have tools to deal with it. The question is, who's going to make the bigger mistake? You know, is SK going to fail to dodge the skill shot? Is Alliance going to overcommit to looking for the kills? And as it stands, Alliance have already overcommitted once, you know, after that previous Dragon fight.
It's funny, you look at Alistair and you think, well, it's pretty similar to Malphite, and sure as hell Wicked used to enjoy playing that one as well. So it's a champion that I guess fits him well, which is why he's moved on towards it. We'll see whether he sticks to it. Blue Wolf picked up by Jesus, and now SK looking to make a play. 30 seconds until that Dragon is shook. May well be captured here. Cocoon dodged out of, had to quickly ward and safeguard away to avoid the damage.
Once again, warding, very lax, I think, from both of these teams. If you compare that to the Fnatic Roccat series from earlier, there were so many more wards at the 32-minute mark. The game is a lot slower paced, I would say, though, because there is only 2 towers to 3. But Dragon is up once more. Alliance have decided they are in the mood to fight once again. They have their ultimates, and Wicked is stronger with Trinity Force and the Chain Vest. But again, in order for Alliance to win, they have to kill somebody instantly. If they do not kill a threat, SK can win yet another team fight. Dragon's going down, and I think they're going to start this very, very soon, D-Man.
Well, I think Alliance is going to be too slow to engage. Instead, they're going to try and turn it around. There's the ultimate pop from Wicked. Will he land anything? Charm goes on towards Enrated. Mega Inferno Bomb was fired off, but Grain, not a great deal of damage from Alliance. They headbutt Freddy away, but he lands on Shook and tries to turn him down with some more basic attacks. Everybody backing out. Good damage coming out from Froggen now. But again, Alliance being poked from range, and SK happy to kite them. They're going to back away from this one, it seems. Oh, Nif almost taken down. They return back to the Dragon. Tricky stuff for SK here.
Alliance did back away, but it's not over yet. SK still looking for blood.
Enrated very low this time around. I'm not too sure he's going to be able to guard anymore. Wicked actually went back and teleported back into the fight. He comes around. He's just poking off there. Catch on towards Svenskeren. He manages to land the smite on towards it. And now Wicked in trouble. He needs the assistance of his teammates, but he's not going to get it. He will go down. Freddy gets himself a kill. And it's another win for SK. Candy Panda not done yet. Flash engage on towards Shook. Has to jump towards Nif and gets away safely. But again, a Dragon and a kill. SK continue their gold lead.
A Dragon, a kill, and they get Wicked's teleport as well as rough idea on his timing. The one thing that did happen, Alliance minions did take down that bottom tower, so Alliance actually, you know, playing the map fairly well in terms of minion wave management. But SK are just showing once again that front line of Freddy and Braum is so tanky, and they provide so much CC. The damage dealers of Alliance cannot get to the back line. They cannot catch Sven, Jesus, or Candy Panda. And as that fight progressed, Alliance did a very good job of kiting backwards. They pulled SK towards them, put a lot of damage down on SK. But once again, the mobility and the range of SK just simply outfought them in the team fight. So they got the Dragon. They managed to continue to maintain control. And that kill that we were talking about that Alliance is looking for, they've yet to find it cleanly.
Yeah, it's Enrated doing a great job of just blocking his face checking in front of that charm every time he comes out from Frog, and happy to stand in the way and block all of the damage. And probably quite frustrating. It may well even force a ban, who knows, in towards the next match. Braum has been banned many, many times before. So SK grouping up, and now can they begin to start the bait for Baron? Frog and actually gets spotted. There is a ward there. It will get swept and cleared. Almost walked into 4 members of SK.
I think SK have stepped up their vision game in the last few minutes. They do have more wards in the entry to their jungles. which is quite smart. It's going to reduce the risk of being caught out. Oh, Candy's in trouble.
Oh, Candy is in very much trouble. He's going to use the buster shot. Oh, it's not going to get away though. Tabs does manage to pick him off. Can they do anything with it? That is the big AD carry going down. They're going to try and push the mid turret.
Now look at the rest of SK. Freddy is pushing the top lane. Alliance have remained themselves group in the middle. Tidal wave for dispersion, but Alliance had to invest a lot to get that kill. How many objectives can they secure?
N-rated caught out, Aqua Prison, there's the Mega Inferno bomb, the tower goes down. But Freddy, as you mentioned, taking the bomb turret instead. That's going to be Wicked going down. And this is all turning around against them. Shook tries to get away, flashes out of there. He runs for Froggen, but Freddy is still pushing. They're going to pursue all the way to base.
They trade 1 kill for 1 as well as tower for tower, but Freddy, he's got the Massacre down and he's going to take an inhibitor turret. The rest of SK are continuing the siege. They're going to barrel down that middle lane. SK, once again, with a better decision making. Alliance had to invest everything into just killing Candy Panda. Spirit Rush, Flash, Ignite from Tabs as well as Froggen. And yes, they did kill him and get a tower, but then Wicked and Shook, they're reading from a completely different playbook from the rest of the Alliance squad. They go for some form of tower dive, give up another kill, and lose the top, the inner and inhibitor turret top lane.
Oh, Jez has caught out, the charm lands. Zhonya's Hourglass used. Everybody rushes to his rescue. Tabs is going to try and catch on. There's the flash going down. Spirit Rush, just one last shot available. Will catch on towards him. Svensko is going to repel. Has to get away from that one. He will get away safely. Froggen once again gets the kill, but nothing can be taken from this for Alliance.
No, they can't. They don't have the forces really to deal with this, and they do have Wicked alive. Teleport will be up in a few seconds. Froggen has gone into full carry mode. The last few kills have been completely solo, almost to the disregard of his team. Svensko is alive. He's running from base. The rest of SK are there. There is a knockup from Freddy. There's no Glacial Fissure from Braum. Keep that in mind. This is going to be very, very risky if Alliance stick around.
Combo didn't land from Wicked, instead just headbutts Freddy away. Freddy, Dark Flight on towards Froggen. Froggen taken so low from this one. Can he get away? Aqua Prison was good from Nif. It will be enough to stop him. The Dark Passage is not going to be available to him. Freddy's going to get caught out. Will go down. But have they got the damage? Freddy putting so much back on towards him. N-rated running for his life at the moment. SK trailing back on there, but Jetters will be back in 2 seconds, and Alliance again simply gets a kill for nothing.
The moment Alliance get a kill, that is when their comp has the advantage. They can single out targets, but it takes a very long time to kill Freddy. If you notice the amount of focus all of Alliance members had to put on just to get Freddy down, Candy Panda was enraged to get some auto attacks, but the risk of the rest of the team jumping on him means he has to play so defensively. He didn't have that zone control and bouncing bombs from Ziggs. So Candy's in a lot more threat. I think Alliance, they managed to get a kill, but it hasn't really swung the gold. SK still have a 6k gold lead, and if SK continue to go back to the previous style of play, they can maintain control and grasp of the game.
I think a few choice words maybe coming out of Tabs in that last fight, as well as Wicked decided to headbutt N-rated. So when a Braum's headbutted on towards you and can basic attack stun you, I don't think that's really what you want as an AD carry. Some of those headbutts have been questionable.
At least twice this game, we've seen Wicked's headbutts to the detriment of his team. All right, Death Bush is up. Freddy's not with the team, but he does have teleport. Look at the Alliance vision in the jungle of SK. If any SK members come through there, they can see it clearly.
Tabs is making it blatantly obvious as he stood around the back there on top of a ward. The rest of Alliance hanging around. SK ready and waiting to engage it. They're looking to go. N-rated, will he be the man that goes in the front there? They're just trying to poke them off. Jesus throwing those bouncing bombs out. Minion wave has been cleared, and SK could just shove this straight for the inner turret.
SK's minion wave should push towards Alliance in the bottom lane. Alliance's minion wave should push towards SK in the top lane. But Alliance, they're looking for a fight. Alliance are trying to pull SK towards them. This is actually quite smart. If Alliance can make SK in and out, in and out, in and out, the moment an opportunity presents itself for a charm or a bubble, Alliance have to seize it. If they hesitate and allow SK to engage, they are the ones that will be on the losing end of another team fight.
But while everything is delayed, Candy Panda goes away and solos down the Dragon, which is going to give the rest of SK another gold advantage, continuing their gold march. That will go down soon. Candy Panda will clear that one out, and every single Dragon is going the way of SK so far. You really are doing a great job of controlling the objectives.
SK are very, very lucky. They don't have many wards on the map, but Tabs was stood right on top of a ward a few moments ago. So that was a safe Dragon. They knew that Tabs are still around because they had a ward in the bush just there that has been cleared out, and one to the left. And again, smart play. SK called Alliance's bluff. They had the information to work with. but SK really needs to step up their warding game. If Alliance had been in a different location, it would have forced SK to do something much riskier.
So Minions taking down the inner turret in the top lane for Alliance. That squares things up, 5-5 apiece. But of course the 6-for-6 dragons that SK have is giving them a big advantage. Candy Panda caught out once again here. Tabs goes deep on this one. Freddy, no Bloodwell this time around. It will get taken down. The big tanky top laner is down. That's a big problem for SK. Spirit Rush comes out. Froggen goes for it. It's N-rated. It will tank up all of the damage, blocking everything the Alliance could throw at them. Wicked still not with them. This is still a 4-for-4 in the mid lane.
But he's got teleports available. N-rated is still feeling confident. The Glacial Fissure is up. If SK can kite back with the Braum ulti and the minefield from Jezz's, they may be able to do something. Oh, but another chomp catcher generated.
This time around, I'm not sure he can block all the damage. He's going to do what he can, but again, manages to step away, and N-rated is gone home scot-free. Remember, there's still no ultimate for Tabs, no ultimate for Froggen. They really want to try and start something off, but I don't think they want to risk it. They're so scared of that Mega Inferno Bomb and Svenskeren repelling in there.
Yeah, and you have to highlight the fact Candy Panda used his Buster Shot a moment or two ago. I think Wicked jumped onto him. So there's that knockaway that's not available. SK have to stick around at the risk of losing Baron, but they've lost a lot of HP. Sven's got no mana, and Froggen wants to blow someone up.
Charm lands on towards Svenskeren. He takes the burst damage. N-rated tries to block it. There's the teleport. Freddy back in there. He's going to Dark Flight in, but the Baron's already been picked up. Mega Inferno Bomb. Nim taken so low. Svenskeren's going to lock on towards him. He will drop down. Froggen turns around, pops on towards the next one. Dark Flight comes out of Freddy, locks on towards Froggen, takes a lot of the damage down. Finds Svenskeren, back gets himself the double. Candy Panda's going to pursue, wants to look on towards him. Shook has to jump away. Jez is following through, but Froggen, he's going to get away very, very low. Or is he?
I don't think he will. They're chasing this minion wave.
They've got another jump. Tab stays down. Candy Panda stealth his way down there. Froggen blocked up with the mics. Still alive. Gets the charm down. Freddy in trouble. In comes Shook. That's the safeguard. Freddy will finally drop down. Tabs comes in now. He's chasing on towards him. Bloodwell back up. Freddy's going to come around here. Can Jesus manage to live here? Sonya's hourglass. I don't think he gives a sky. He will put the mines down. One more shot. Tabs gets on towards him. The Baron was picked up over all of that. Kills going back and forward. What a crazy game this is turning into.
Alliance need to keep Tabs alive, and the reason that Alliance won this engage is because it turned into a multitude of skirmishes. Every single member of SK was going in drips and drabs. That's a 3 versus 2. Now all of a sudden, Froggen gets away, picks up a kill, and you know, the moment SK begin dispersing and being pulled apart, they are at risk of being picked off. SK needed their full complement of players. They didn't have them available. Tabs is just going to blow Candy Panda up. I mean, that's 3 auto attacks, I think that was, with spray and pray down. And it's just cleanup duty. So Tabs has got the damage. When Alliance find the opportunity that works for them, that's when they can win the fights. SK have been, I think they've been like strung out. Because as this game has progressed, they're making positional mistakes, they're getting pulled apart, and that's when Alliance is winning.
So, Alliance hanging on, skirmishing the way through, now with the Baron. Only on 2 members, I feel. I think it's only on Tabs and Shook that are all remaining. Will they do anything with it? Remember, still both 5 towers apiece, and still 5,000 gold to the good for SK Gaming. Blue Bomb is going to get picked up by Froggen.
Eventually.
Eventually, waiting for his cooldown.
I think for Alliance, every time they've actually picked the fight, they've had minions in their favor. I mean, the minions took that top inner turret during the course of that sort of build-up to Baron. Earlier in the game, during a dragon fight, Alliance minions took a tower in the bottom lane. Look at the very big minion wave that's building up in the bottom lane, and all of a sudden, Alliance are playing aggressive. All of a sudden, Alliance are moving through SK's jungle, which, by the way, has 0 SK wards, 2 of them in the blue side, but they don't have a lot of information to work with.
Well, it's a 1-4 split push. You can see the middle being pressured by Alliance. The top wave will also push, I think, in Alliance's favor. Looks like it. And Alliance holding on. But there's a Ziggs on SK's team. That is always a tricky thing to push against. You can split push all you like, but that Mega Inferno Bomb will wipe out the wave. Good catch on Froggen. Delays some damage on there, but the rest of Alliance will rotate around again. Minions cleared out very, very easily by SK. Wicked's going to have to tank this up if he wants to take some hits on that tower.
Yeah, he's got a lot of armor though, thanks to the Frozen Heart, and I also like the fact that he's gone for the Captain Boots. Captain Boots are so good in both aggressive and defensive play. If Wicked is retreating and he's in front of his team, he increases their retreat speed. And obviously, the same is on the reverse. If he goes for the tower dive, it allows Alliance to be mobile. I mean, Froggen picked up Paralyzed Crystal Scepter as his 3rd item. If he gets some magic damage on a target, it's going to slow them. And it just keeps playing into this style that Alliance want to do. They want to find the single targets and solo them out. For SK to... I actually think for SK to regain control of the game, they need to force Alliance to group and then just out-team fight them. They've done it a bunch of times. Now the risks are a little greater because Alliance have a much higher item threshold and a lot more, combat statistics.
Yeah, I feel a lot of it will be to do with Candy Panda or Tabs. And remember, Candy Panda now almost at max range on that Tristana. We've seen Tristana's going huge all tournament long. Also in the international wildcard, Holy Phoenix playing incredible Tristana. Very aggressive at that as well. SK, still no Bloodwell backup for Freddy. That's coming up soon. But of course, Guardian Angels was completed by him, so he's got himself a second life now because the Bloodwell has just kicked in.
Dragon's up once more. We see the same Dragon setup. And Alliance, they're much more aggressive in looking for picks. You see Tabs there throwing down the ambush. You almost felt that Shook wanted to follow that Sonic wave onto Freddy. But with a GA and a Bloodwell and Horandian's Omen, it's going to be very, very difficult. Alliance, for the first time in a very long time, have got better positioning to start Dragon, but they've caught Enrated.
Enrated takes a lot of damage before he's able to get that Unbreakable down, finally responds with it. Top Wave is pushing in Alliance's favor. SK gonna have to deal with something here. They're going towards it. Dragon being picked up by Alliance. Bloodwell is still available for Freddy, but he's gonna get singled out here. Wicked finally gets his ultimate off, and SK, they are focusing on him. Goes in, pulverizes, headbutts, Enrated into his team. Freddy's Bloodwell goes down. Guardian Angels actually, sorry, he's gonna get popped. Aqua Prison too soon. Froggen now goes on towards him. There's a second death on towards him. He's gonna get focused. Shook trying to do what he can in amongst the team, but he gets picked off. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of SK. But the Dragon went to Alliance.
It's so, so difficult. Freddy's front line, despite the fact that his GA and his Bloodwell was popped, that was technically a 2-for-4 if you count those 2 deaths in there. 2-for-3 rather if you count his 2 deaths. But SK Gaming out-team fought. They didn't even get the Glacial Fissure from Enrated down. Good charm, but I'm not sure if they've got the damage to kill. Tristana's on the tower, and SK again extending their lead. They win the team fight. They're going to get another tower.
That's the inhibitor tower. That's the one they wanted, and Freddy was the one that was the single target. Tabs tried to jump on towards him. Froggen and Nif doing what they could on that jungler, but they weren't able to do it.
I'm just going to go back to what we said earlier. In order for SK to regain control, force Alliance to group and then punish them when they're grouped. And that's exactly what Alliance did. I think what SK did, I think Alliance actually team fought very, very well. Tabs was able to get that GA from Freddy almost exclusively before the fight had even broken out. And Enrated was so stun-locked and CC'd, he never got his ultimate off. But look at Candy Panda and Jezzes. They are on the back line. They hadn't been touched until after a GA and a Bloodwell had been popped from Freddy, and Wicked had been killed. Candy Panda and Jezzes are still untouched. The team fight protection from SK is worlds better than Alliance's.
Alliance, they keep trying to find those targets. Baron up in 10 seconds time. Alliance going to have to protect their ping wards. SK are moving in. They're going to sweep out everything in there. So going to be a 2-for-2 in and around there. Enrated and Svenskeren alongside Shook. Shook will land that Sonic Wave. But the ping wards are gone. Investment cleared out. And that means Wicked, who was pushing that bottom wave, is making his way straight up here. Teleport is available, but see if he can try and sneak something out of that bush.
So again, vision lacking for both of these teams. Not a massive amount of wards. We did see SK throwing down a huge number around Baron. Tabs with GA playing more aggressively, but he did have the support of his whole team behind him. So I think we're going to start the Baron dance, Steeman. Cue the tango music. Get your boogie shoes on. Or your wellies. I mean, it is in the river after all. And we'll see which team calls chicken. If Alliance goes toe-to-toe 5v5 with SK, surely by now they've learned they're losing the team fights. So I'd like to see Alliance maybe flank. I'd like to see Wicked maybe come from behind if he can. Do something a little different to split up and string out SK. That's how Alliance can win a fight.
Well, they got to clear the wards out to start with. That's what the Burigi begins with. Shook trying to blow out that Banshee's Veil of Jezzes, which is going to protect him from the charms, and he knows that he is
SK
the
are
target.
split.
Trying to split them. Enrated not with them for once this time around. Candy Panda leaps back in, and they have to back away. Alliance continue to gain vision, but remember, that inhibitor is wide open in the mid lane. SK could easily just turn and run straight for their base.
It is. SK, Alliance need to get more wards, and then again, they need to use the vision to surround SK Gaming. If SK decide to peel for inhib, it almost guarantees a team fight. And if I were them, I would say go for it. They've won so many of the fights. But it's not going to be the case because Alliance has forced him to go for Baron. Sven's eaten the charm.
Sven's taking a lot of damage. N-Rated also caught out by the Aqua Prison. Alliance tried to quickly solo out. Nif pops the wave, catches onto 3-4 members of SK. Now they're going to run it. Charm lands on towards it. It's N-Rated again. He will get burst down. Mega Inferno Bomb lands. Freddy wants to get involved, but again, no Blood Veil, no Guardian Angels available for him. While Froggen, he's got his GA up now. He's going to run in towards it. It's a 1-for-0. Lot of spells burned by both sides.
And that was the power of Tidal Wave. The moment SK do group, if multi... Oh, they've got Sven!
Oh, Sven's caught out on the Charm. The Aqua Prison didn't follow up, actually. The Charm didn't quite read it. And Wicked does pop his ultimate this time. He's going to step away. Froggen wants to keep fighting.
Gonna be able to survive, but there's minions pushing onto that inhibitor turret. Look at the minions for Alliance in both top and bottom lane. Whenever Alliance go for objectives, they're doing such a good job of using the map to their advantage. SK cannot go to commit to Baron without losing a lot of hit points on their respective towers. But during the course of the team fight, ooh, Nif won that, or Nif made that setup possible by catching 3 members of SK. Enranger tried to flash away from the tidal wave and still got knocked up. But SK, whenever they're playing defensive, whenever they're peeling and they're on the back foot, Alliance seem to be doing a good job. So Baron started once more. SK once again splits up. Bloodwell is available.
Oh, Freddy. Bloodwell just comes off cooldown, as you mentioned. Has the Dark Flight out of there. There's a way pushing in the top lane. Alliance start the Baron off once again. Froggen on defensive duties. Candy Panda trying to leap around the side. Repel used. That's on a big cooldown now for Svenskeren. He's going to have to flash in if he wants to go for this one. Smite is available between the two of them. Who will win the Smite fight? Will they manage to catch on towards there? No, they won't. Shook gets it down. Wicked goes in, runs interference. He's just blocking them off. Flashes out. Alliance take Baron.
Now we'll see who gets up. Candy Panda is caught out. This is massive advantage for Alliance.
Panda down. The AD carry is a big target. N-Rated pops a great ultimate, actually slowing down 4-5 members of Alliance. But they're going to keep on chasing. Manages to get the Unbreakable down, but Alliance, will they keep pushing? Wicked desperately. Crowd controlled so slow, it's going to be painful for him. But they're going to move for the inhibitor.
SK Gaming completely messed up that Baron by once again splitting up. They did not need to do that. Jesus and Candy Panda were in the river. Now without an AD carry, Alliance, they're on the turrets.
Svenskeren repels, he's got nowhere to land this time around. Will they catch him out as he lands? Oh, the damage not quite enough. Wicked goes in, gets a pulverized. Kick goes on to Freddy, back into the team, but he's got everything back available to him. Dark Flight, wait, the inhibitor turret will go down. Now they're falling towards the inhibitor. So the first inhibitor of the game will eventually go down to Alliance, despite SK being the one that opened the base. Can they tank this out?
They can. There's so much armor on Wicked. It's actually Shook it's tanking it at this time round. 5 versus 4, and SK, they've initiated.
They're piling on. Froggen's the focus. He's got a GA. He's going to come back out of that one. Spirit rushes away, throws out the damage. Jessus is the focus. Charm does not quite land on towards it. Foxfire will get in towards it. Flashes onto Jessus. Jessus gets the Zhonya's hourglass. Froggen needs the defense of his team. The inhibitor turret goes down. They're going to catch on towards him. Froggen's still alive. Jumping in away. It's going to be N-Rated going down. Freddy will get focused. Jess is getting poked down. Freddy pops back up. Can he get out of this one? Froggen's going to finally get picked off. SK trying to turn it back on his head. They've got the damage, and Alliance will back away.
Candy.
He's going to try and jump on towards him. The inhibitor is going to be focused on Candy Panda jumping away from this one. Jess is in trouble. There is minions pushing up the midway. There is minions coming along the top. Alliance, they have the advantage now in their hands. They will step off to base. They've got gigantic amounts of gold. 3K plus on many people.
Everybody died, but everybody had a revive. So they just drop under the tower on this very aggressive tower dive. Alliance, realizing they had a 5 versus 4, means that they can continue to just focus the targets of SK appropriately. Froggen went so hard onto Jesus. He dove way deep, but he managed to zone him away, force him away while the rest of Alliance was focusing down the tower and obviously the remaining SK Gaming members. Very good usage of the Baron buff and the mispositioning mistake from Candy Panda in the Baron, in the river. And that's meant Alliance has completely turned this game on its head, and now they are the ones dictating the tempo.
So, gold advantage finally in Alliance's favor. 8-7 in turrets. Let's not forget, Alliance's base is still wide open. If they lose one big fight, SK can run down and finish this game. When at the 55-minute mark, still, either team can take this.
Yeah, and as long as Alliance are patient, they can reduce that risk. Wait for those super minions to get into SK's base, and then it's them determining when the fights happen. It's them determining the tempo of the game. But for Alliance, they're finally going to grab the Dragon. Second one of the game, of 8. They really have not had any control, any real presence around the pit. SK, they're pulling a Fnatic. Deathbush is set up. Can they kill Alliance? They're going in!
They're going in, but Wicked's the target. Pops his ultimate straight away. The wave comes out from Nip, and that's a quick disengage. And now Alliance, they can turn this fight on his head. Enrated, caught off the side, taking all of the damage. Shook goes in. They want to finish him off. The support goes down. There's super minions pushing along the top wave. They're onto the Nexus turret as Alliance pursue on towards SK, simply delaying them. That's one Nexus turret down. Alliance will follow on through. They've got a minion wave going on towards the inhibitor. They're going to get the damage done towards it. Svenska got out, charmed out there. Wicked pouncing on towards him, pulverized to the ground and mashed up under the feet of Froggen as the inhibitor drops the final one. Nexus turret number 2 will fall. Freddy trying to catch on towards them, and the Nexus is exposed. Alliance will take game 1 from SK Gaming, but by God, they have to fight hard for it.
After a 56-minute epic, Alliance turned the game around and punished SK. SK did not make many mistakes, but the few they did were massive. The few they did, Alliance completely punished, took control of the game. And Tabs went unkilled. 10, 0, and 8. His team had 21 kills. He was involved in 18 of them. When Alliance picked the fights, on their terms, they did fairly well. But every time they were grouped up against SK, SK outplayed them for a very, very, very long period of time.
We knew they were going to be long games. We knew they were going to be close games. 56.5 minutes, that one. SK, that's going to hurt. They were a long way in the lead for a long time. The 5K lead for a very, very long time throughout that game. They had 2 inhibitors exposed very early on, obviously through 30-minute mark. Freddy just couldn't get that one extra step closer.
The thing that I feel when you look, if you step back and you think about the game, Alliance were the favorites again. You know, we look at them on paper, we're expecting them to be the victors in the series. But SK came out of the laning phase ahead. They held Alliance strategically. Yes, their team comp was stronger in fights, which led to them winning those fights, but for the most part, they did a fantastic job during the game. It was individual positional mistakes that cost them. Whenever the team was like, oh, we can split and do a pincer move. No. That's exactly what Alliance wants you to do. They want small skirmishes so that they can single you out. And Alliance, I think if they clear their heads, look back over the game and think about the mistakes they made, they can correct them for game 2.
Well, 21 kills overall for Alliance. 18 of those involved Froggen. 18 of those involved Tabs. We talked about how they're going to catch on to people. They will pick them off. And that's all they could do. That's what it worked well. SK kept getting caught.
You know what's scary to think? When we contrast the players and you look at how Froggen picked up those kills, how he just instantly flashed Spirit Rush Charmed and got 2 or 3 of those kills in the mid to late game, there's nothing you can really do to prevent that, right? That is just player skill, that is just player ability. If he's on a champion that can do that, you know Froggen will. So in order to prevent that, you cannot even present those opportunities. You have to have a flawless game. SK did not have a flawless game that allowed Alliance to get back into it.
So one thing coming into the next match, let's have a look at what they could potentially pick and ban. For me, Braum was a really big thorn in their side, blocking a lot of their attacks.
It was, and if Enrated had maybe been a little less stingy with his ultimate, I think it actually could have even turned some more fights in SK's favor. I don't know about the RE pick. I don't know if that's going to be ban-worthy. We've seen Nif play Braum, I think, 4 times during the summer split. He has got experience. They can take that one away. The bigger question for me is, do Alliance still want to first pick the cow? Because I don't really think it had that much of an impact. Yes, in the late game he became a front line and it was tanky, but I'm not entirely sold in the early to mid game. It didn't do a whole lot to help Alliance's cause.
Well, that's what we have to say. It was an epic game to start with. Of course, this is a best of 5. Many more games to go. For now, though, we are going to go over to Shocks and Company for the recap of Alliance's win.
Thank you very much, G-Man. Fisho has joined me here, and we also have the Super Hot Cruise Impaler with us, who will be our special guest here. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Still feeling good after that win from yesterday, I presume?
Yeah, we're still happy. 3-0, what can you say?
Absolutely. Well, we're here in our first game of the second best of 5 of the day. What's your thought on the comps? Pick-com coming in from Alliance, and very much comfort picks for SK Gaming.
Yeah, I think SK came in with that classic Siege composition that they love playing. like infamous champions like Ziggs on Jezis, he loves that champion, and Alliance came in with this heavy pick con with Ari, Tabs on Twitch. It's all about just opening up the map and finding the picks to get the kills, then securing the objectives afterwards.
And we did also see Alliance in the start actually give up all the dragons to SK Gaming and focus on taking down towers instead. So as you said backstage, they could open up the map, they could get some deep wards in and start looking for the picks here. However, because Alliance were so bad in the first part of the game, they ended up giving like the first 5 dragons to SK Gaming. They lost a lot of towers as well, fell really, really far behind. And honestly, they shouldn't have been able to win this game.
So, what do you make of some of the picks that in that game going in further? The Alistar coming on the first pick actually also didn't do that much in the mid game.
No, so the Alistar pick for Wicked here completely backfired in the case that it almost looked like he just, I wouldn't even say he had like a terrible performance, but it looked like he wasn't comfortable on the Alistar pick at all. He tried a few engages where he missed his combo, and he always popped his ulti very, very late, so actually he was down to like 20% HP, then you pop your ult, which means once it runs out, it's very easy to finish him. And I don't agree with the fact he's building Trinity Force and Rod of Ages, because either you go Rod of Ages and you commit to the AP style, otherwise you go Trinity Force and go full tank after. The Rod of Ages with the Trinity Force just seemed a bit like a useless item in the sense their extra AP in that case doesn't do enough damage-wise for it to be worth it, and you want to get the early tank stats instead of just the pure HP.
So maybe a tricky build coming in, but Impaler, talk to me about the late game, because it did work for Alliance, but it was maybe more, as you say, SK has that calm, they can siege up, they can group up, and then all of a sudden they didn't group anymore.
Yeah, Alliance got these really amazing picks on the mid lane and around Baron. I think their superior vision control around Baron really baited SK in because they know they have to team fight against their comp instead of getting picked. So they tried to come in, Frog and Charms, and they do like a ton of damage on one target, and that really allows them to contest things like Baron then.
It was just a bit strange to see how SK Gaming, as you just said, they stopped grouping and they stopped putting up wards. They not a single time in the game did they place a deep ward in the mid lane to try and spot Taps when he was going to run in on Twitch, pop his stealth, and then surprise someone in the mid lane. Not a single time did they place any deep wards to try and spot him out. And at the same time, they just, as you just said, they started splitting up. So when Froggen runs towards you and you have Taps in stealth and you have no idea he's coming, SK Gaming just kept dying left and right for 10-15 minutes. They were still 5,000-6,000 gold ahead. However, they kept dying. Alliance took control of the map, got control of the Baron. SK kept trying to contest the Baron even though they had no wards. And we always had Froggen, who just played an absolutely fantastic game. Like, he was the main reason Alliance got back in the game. But the fact that he could just stand there and land charms, set up a lot of poke, a lot of picks as well around this Baron, made it, once again, Alliance came back.
Yeah, and let's actually take a look at a very important Baron fight there in a replay where it was indeed Froggen. You can't really focus him down that much, and he just played phenomenally.
Yeah, so what we do see from the start here is obviously Froggen just sitting and waiting in his little bush here, which he loves so much. There's a pink ward to make sure SK Gaming has no vision of him or can't see where he is. And if you just look at the wards around the map at the moment, Alliance has full control of this Baron. There's no chance for SK Gaming to get in there without Alliance knowing they're coming or without taking any damage from Froggen because he's sitting in this prime position. Let's just roll the replay here and Pela, what do you see?
Okay, so Froggen's in the brush ready to pick. Atrox is already dead due to fantastic pick in the mid lane before. You see the TP coming in now though. They've already secured the Baron, so now it's just clean up crew. Nif is kiting back, he barely dies, and they're just doing tons of damage to the backline now. Froggen's jumping around, they're trying to dive in on him, but they just can't kill him in time. So he cleans up Sven and does an amazing job of pretty much kiting back into this fight. I think Candy Panda tries to come from behind now, and Tabs comes in and picks him on Twitch and stealth. So this is the AD carry versus AD carry, and this is an instant kill. When your AD carry dies in such a big important fight, it has a huge impact. So now it's pretty much up to Alliance to do some great bush juking around here. Froggen plays almost perfect, juking every bomb. And yeah, it's just a brilliant fight.
And again, the fact that there was full control around the Baron from Alliance, and then we also have to say Froggen just surviving there when Fred actually jumps him, was of course a big deal. It meant that he could now kite around and they end up actually winning the fight. And from here on out, Alliance won every single team fight they played. They kept getting the picks they wanted. They got the Baron and ended up winning the game as well here. So SK Gaming, looking back at this game, they were so far ahead. They had a siege comp. They just didn't manage to use it. They kept splitting up. They didn't ward enough. Just talked about how there was no sidestone on Elise either to get some deep wards in, and ended up costing them the entire game.
Yeah, maybe some last thoughts about that, because if you would be in the position of SK, you lose it late, but you can get strength out of the fact that early game they were doing pretty well. They had that good objective control. They should go off that.
Yeah, I think they actually kind of baited the Alistair pick as well because they've got this really long distance comm. He can't get on the back line. So I think they're going to try and do a similar thing, but just make sure they can shut out the game early and prevent Alliance from making these picks.
Yeah, and on the side from Alliance, do you think they should go for a pick comp again or maybe fall back on, that farming and then going late?
Well, we did see the idea for Alliance again with the pick comps where they wanted to contest the third dragon that spawned, but ended up losing the team fight actually, and therefore they lost the dragon and fell so far behind. Up till that point, they were basically just trading towers for dragons, so in that case it worked for them fine enough in the early game. They started losing the team fights. If they're gonna go for a pick comp again, I'm not too sure. I don't expect an early Alistair pick for Wicked up in the top lane. He didn't look very comfortable on the champion. And also, can we expect Froggen to play this well in every single game? If he can, well, then Alliance looks to be going towards Worlds.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's an absolute pleasure seeing Froggen on a champion like Ahri, of course. Final thoughts, are we going 5 games again, guys? Is it that close?
I'm going to call 3-1 Alliance.
Oh, wow.
I'll take the 5 games. SK Gaming is going to win the next, and then we're going to get Alliance is going to win the next. SK Gaming will take 2 games in a row. We get the crazy epic best out of 5, and Alliance takes it.
Yeah. Love to see that. Well, can Alliance keep up the momentum in Game 2, or will SK Gaming even things up? We'll find out right after this short break.
Dark Lord comes down and Freddy walks on towards Froggen, takes a lot of the damage down. Points then Scarab back gets himself the double. Can you Palace stealth his way down there? Froggen blocked up with the points, still alive, gets the charm down. Freddy in trouble, in comes Chuck and the safeguard. Freddy will finally drop down. The inhibitor turret goes down. They're going to catch on towards him. Froggen still alive, jumping in away. It's going to be N-rated going down.
It's always exciting when you're actually trying to play for Worlds and get to qualify there. It also puts more pressure on you than if it's just a normal season. Everyone on our team, except for Joke, has a lot of experience, so I think we'll be fine.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game 2 in this series as SK Gaming take on Alliance. In the first match, Alliance, well, they call SK out constantly, despite a very good start by SK.
Yeah, you know, SK, they deserve the lead. They earned it. They out-team fought Alliance, they out-positioned, they played their team composition very well. SK during the splits have been like a middle-of-the-table team in Dragons. They've secured the 4th most out of all 8.
Well, they were 6 out of 6 to begin with.
And the thing is, they played their comp really well. It wasn't necessarily a matter of they just were really smart, the Dragons. They just had a superior comp in the scenario, in the river. I want to see how they handle Froggen in this game, because the reason that I feel SK lost was how hard they were punished by Alliance. Every time they were just a little bit out of place, Alliance got a kill, got an objective, and took control.
So pick and ban's about to get underway. What do they change in this match?
So I still think Nidalee's going to be a priority. I would dare say if I were Alliance, either ban Alistar or play a counter to Alistar if you bait SK into picking it. I really do not feel like Wicked was comfortable in that particular matchup, and we'll see if the teams agree.
What is the counter? That's the question.
Well, Swain worked pretty well.
That is true. We'll see if it works this time around. Twitch,
well, that was against Maokai, though.
Taken away. Kog'Maw is out there. I wonder if SK are maybe going to focus the AD carry. Tabs was 10-0-8, remember. See, Orianna taken away by Alliance, focusing on towards Jesus. Forcing him maybe on towards that. Remember, first pick for SK. Maokai, of course, still out there, expecting Alliance to be the one that bans that away this time around.
Kassadin open, Maokai open, Alistar open. Big picks, Braum still open. These are priority champions, and Alliance gets to ban one of them.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting that Nami ban. You instantly saw conversation between Shook, Tabs, Nif, everybody discussing this one. Clearly, a lot of thought required. They know that SK are going to get hands on something. The question is, do they go for 2 themselves? Kassadin was banned out. That means we're going to see the big tree in that top lane. No.
Wow.
Kog'Maw.
I mean, if Nif wants to run Alistar support, you could see Maokai Alistar, and then you would have an unkillable, unmovable, non-stop front line. If Alliance wanted to go that route. But I don't know. I mean, if you do that, Enrated could pick Braum in the next rotation, have that Glacial Fissure once again, have a very powerful AoE slow and zone control. But this is very unexpected. Prioritizing Kog'Maw above absolutely everything else that was available. This has thrown me off.
It's definitely thrown me off. It's thrown Alliance off. They may be the fact that they've stopped dead in their tracks with the pick and bans. Looks like it may well be for Maokai. Currently Wicked hovering over it, but as you said, a lot of discussion going on in this one. Will they go towards an AD carry and try and counter those picks? Or will they try to go for something aggressive? Will they maybe try and focus on one of those supports? Of course, with Nif's taken away, it is going to be Morgana they focus on.
So Morgana Nami is basically the priority supports, or the ones that everybody's really training towards. With Nami being banned away, locking in Morgana is great, but Braum is still available for Enraged if he wants to go that route. And I just think for SK, maybe a safe picks here. They assume that's going to be that Maokai top lane. Let's see if Freddy wants to run Aatrox into it. Maybe lock in your support at this stage. You know, get a comfort champion to counter what you already see locked in from your opponents.
Already being considered this time around for Jesus. There's Froggen, number of options open to him. AD carry was locked in already. Will we see Braum once again? Who knows? Svenskeren goes for Kha'Zix in the jungle. Seen some fantastic Kha'Zix today already. And there is Ahri locked in. That opens things up. Expecting to see Tabs on Tristana. That's almost a given, I think.
I would think not. So. I mean, it's one of the priority champions. But what you're seeing from SK is you've got very good poke. You know, Sven's gonna evolve those Ws, get those Void Spikes going out, and trying to poke people down along with Living Artillery, along with the Orbs of Deception from Ahri. And the moment somebody does take a lot of damage, the moment somebody does get low, you've then got the mobility of Kha'Zix and Ahri to just jump in and try to assassinate targets. It's also, you know, double-handed because Jesus has taken Ahri away from Froggen. Froggen gonna decide what he wants to run in that mid lane as a last pick. He could run Assassin into Assassin. Could go Fizz if he wanted to go that route. Could go Yasuo if he wanted to go that route. We've seen him do that before. Alliance play Yasuo as a split push, not necessarily an AoE team fight. So there are options if Froggen wants to go that way.
Well, Corki was locked in for tabs, so different option available to him, and it is going to be a lease for Shook in the jungle.
So mid-game power spike in terms of AD carries, going to be quite interesting. Both Kog'Maw and Corki train towards those Trinity forces and do very well once they have them completed. But a switcheroo on the side of SK Gaming, and Rated's going to lock in that support Kayle. It's something that he's done throughout the summer split, something that no other European team is at least doing. And with the protection that you're going to give to Kog'Maw, with the revive that Aatrox has got in there, and then the mobility of Kha'Zix and Ahri, SK are going to be looking to poke. Once they've got enough poke, then commit to the team fights and hope that Kha'Zix, Aatrox, and Ahri as that diving aggressive frontline will do well. But I feel like Alliance have got a very good comp. They're reactive, they're aggressive, they can play pick, they can play team fights. And if FLICKR gets ahead, it's going to be so difficult to kill him.
So I see what Rated is thinking of there, but that invulnerability is very, very short. I would have thought the Thresh would have worked out better with a Kog'Maw, because Kog'Maw is incredibly vulnerable with this one. Wicked absolutely will be jumping on him. Meanwhile, it's going to be Xerath for Froggen in that mid lane.
Yeah, I agree with you on the Thresh pick. I think it would have been slightly smarter in terms of, you know, offering peel and protection. But what the Kayle also does is it gives you more of a damage threat as well. There is so much damage in SK. On the assumption they don't fall behind the well-rounded Alliance composition, they should be able to kill anybody that's put in front of them. For Alliance though, they've got a bit of mixture of everything. They've got long-range poke, they've got pick potential, they've got team fight power. SK is all about skirmishing. SK wants to do what Alliance did in the previous game. Smaller 2v2s, 3v3s. And use their damage and use their power in the smaller numbers to their advantage. If SK in this game get grouped up as a 5-man, you can bet your bottom dollar that Maokai, Xerath, and Morgana are going to be very difficult to overcome in head-to-head 5v5s.
Oh, very different compositions from both teams, honestly, in this one. We'll see how it works out for them. SK built themselves a lead in game one, but Alliance fought back and took game one. Game two coming up. Can this go all the way? Deficio seems to think so.
Well, it's definitely what we want, but it's up to SK. They need to make this very high-risk, high-reward comp work in their favor.
It's going to be a long match regardless. 56 minutes game one. Will this go any further? At the moment, Alliance ready to go. SK have made the adaptation. It's a pretty big adaptation as well.
It's a big change. I mean, this is stark contrast, complete opposite to what they did in the previous game. But it is something that they have worked with in the past. You know, Sven did play Kha'Zix in the quarterfinals and had a great game with him. We'll see if he can replicate that here at Gamescom.
Very interested to see. Remember, Kog'Maw, first pick for SK Gaming, while Maokai was available. Maokai, who has a very strong win record on 4.13. Also, Corki coming in there instead of Tristana, who appears to have risen to prominence recently. Alliance going to move in, and we'll see whether they go for any invades.
So I just want to throw a quick number at you. Tabs has played Corki 3 times in the summer split. He's only given up 1 death, and he's got a 43 KDA on that champion, going 14-1-29. Very strong performances, though limited. And the Valkyrie is going to be so crucial to staying alive from the very dive-heavy team of SK. And I think in terms of the 2v2, if SK get themselves in a 2v2 scenario and Enrated plays aggressively, he may be able to dictate the tempo. They've just got to be very careful to avoid the burst damage from low-level tabs.
So Nif down the bottom at the moment. We'll see whether we get 2v2s. At the moment, it looks like we will, however, with Jez's coming late into lane after going back to base. We'll see where he decides to go. At the moment, SK are trying the old-fashioned kill bush.
So something I also, think is quite interesting. If you combine the shred from Candy Panda and Enrated in terms of armor and MR, that very tanky tree, if he's ever alone on multiple targets, his resistances are going to get melted. So you do have the potential to deal with like a super tank in a Kog'Maw and a Kayle combo. But again, the front line for SK is going to be very, very dependent on Freddy. He's the sole tank. In the previous game, it was Braum and Freddy, and they had AoE slows and everything to work in their favor. There's less of that in this game. So for SK, they need to adjust their mindset, and they need to now focus on maybe roaming and focusing on those smaller engages around the map.
Well, you can see right there, Jez's 100% win rate. Actually, I think it's everyone 100% win rate on Ari. Doing very well in the playoffs. But Froggen on Xerath, fairly immobile in comparison. We'll see whether he gets caught out of position. But that Rite of Arcane, of course, has a very long range on it. Meanwhile, in this top lane, a gigantic tree versus, I don't know whether it's an Archangel or Demon or what Aatrox is.
Well, this skin would be an Archangel, I'd imagine.
Indeed.
Justicar, whatever a Justicar is. But I want to just quickly go back to the point you made about Froggen being immobile. That is very important when you consider that 3 of the members of SK can jump onto him, and then the support of SK can actually give a movement speed increase to one of those champions, you know, with his heal. So there is a risk, but seeing just how well Froggen played in that previous game, I highly doubt he's going to put himself at risk unless it's calculated, unless he's going to have the backup of the rest of his team. So we'll see how that pans out. In terms of laning, he'll be safe until level 6, and Froggen's got enough wave clear to reduce the threat of Jez's diving him unless it's, you know, super deep.
Well, you mentioned, of course, with Enrated, the shred they have on Wicked, but what you haven't mentioned is the fact that, oh, Jez is going to get caught out. Rebel comes out, Shook catches on towards him. He's got the damage down, and First Blood is there. Quick and easy. Flash was available, but Jez didn't use it.
Well, First Blood secured. Well played by Shook. Managed to do one. While I posed the question, wondering what Justicar is, it's the English word derived from Justicaris, I believe, and it means man of justice.
Well, of course.
So maybe he's a police officer. Who knows? We'll have to see. So Alliance, they get the First Blood. I think it's very important that Shook helps out Froggen in the mid lane again because of the obvious advantage that Ari could have.
Oh dear.
Shook is on a roll. He's looking for Freddy now.
Yeah, and he's going to land straight on towards him. Cocoon thrown out, flashed out. Freddy gets out this time, but another flash burn. That's a successful gank in my book.
Very successful. Making good use of Elise this game round. You know, Shook, as soon as he got those double buffs, 2 successful ganks, 1 kill, 1 summon a spell. If Sven Skeren wants to try deal with him, I think he needs to play more of a counter jungle role. Try get those missiles out, killing the spiderlings of Shook and just poking him around, harassing him, stealing jungle camps. That's the strength of Jungle Kha'Zix in this patch and in this meta. And as it stands, Sven has been playing catch-up. He's responding to the aggression of Shook, so he needs to regain control, be more proactive with his play, and see if he can dissuade Shook from ganking the rest of his teammates.
So back to this bottom lane pairing. Enrated originally said, of course, you know, the main reason for this strategy, for this 2 pairing, is they can push towers incredibly fast and burn down them. The question is, will they be able to get to that stage? Will they buy themselves some free time? You'd assume at some point in the game they will. At the moment, it's actually Alliance that have found their little power peak and started to press them back.
Yeah, it's actually quite a bit of trading between the two. Candy Panda and Tabs fairly low on HP. Enrated's going to have the sustain because he does have a heal. And we'll double check if he's ranking that up. Yep, 2 points into it as it stands. Nothing into Reckoning the Q. So going for sort of the wave push, the attack, bonus magic damage. And you can see they are trying to dictate the tempo of the lane. Tabs backs to pick up his second Doran's and longsword. Candy Panda and Enrated instantly try to shove that wave to the tower.
Freddy going with his touted triple Doran's. 2 swords and a shield. Not too sure how he holds all that lot, but he is going to go back up to that lane after buying. Meanwhile, Wicked heading towards, of course, the Rod of Ages. Catalyst yet to be completed.
So for SK, they're losing the laning phase because of the fact that they've given up that kill in the mid lane and because Shook has had successful ganks. Despite the fact that they are farming relatively well, they're falling behind in the trades. They're falling behind in sort of the control of the lane, if you can put it that way. That's a lot to do with Shook, of course. So in order for SK to pull this one back, I think what they need to do is make use of the ultimates that Freddy and Jez have just unlocked and look to invade maybe the red buff area of Shook. Get some wards down, use the long range poke and use the very high mobility to jump onto what is an immobile Xerath and a relatively immobile Maokai.
Shook going about his jungle path. We'll see whether he decides to pop up somewhere else. Enrated will get his coverage of the river. Enrated spotted it. And we'll see whether the first sweeping lens that was picked up by Nif, Nolan is off cooldown at the moment, so he can't come in and clear that one out. But keep our eye on whether more importantly, the ganking path right now for Shook. He's the one that's basically the man that's dictating the pace of this game.
And if Alliance can keep shoving the waves in, let's say Froggen pushes mid lane heavy and Tabs and Nif push bottom lane excessively, then that could open Dragon up for Alliance. You know, Elise is a phenomenal early game Dragon securer. Very good at taking early game Dragons. That's the sentence I'm looking for. So if Alliance want to play for the objective, they can shove the waves out, force SK to respond, wait for Candy Panda to back, wait for Jezz to back, and then go for that particular objective. But look at Tabs and Nif. They're the ones playing quite aggressive. That's so much damage in Candy Panda.
It's a good trade back as well, though. Tabs took a fair burst himself. Even stuff between the two. Nif still not landed too many of those dart bindings. That phosphorus bomb being launched from Rage. Of course, that Voidoo's goes out for free these days on this patch. Svenskeren, red buff for him. Jezz is taking away all of the wraiths. So keeping that farm, trying to keep up the farm at least on Froggen. Froggen himself is just going to burn down this wave.
Yeah, he's doing a decent enough job. Going for the Athenes first, despite the fact that it is slightly less effective. Still going to be some MR, still going to be the stats that Froggen's looking for. And with Shook's first purchase, he's actually got himself a Sightstone and Boots of Mobility before even completing any of the Spur items. Yes, he's got the Spur Stone, but he hasn't upgraded that. Instead, investing the gold to what's going to lead to map control. His first two ganks were already successful. If he gets superior vision, it's going to allow them to go for those safer dragons, and more importantly, continue to punish Svenskeren, who has actually done nothing. For the first 9 minutes of the game, Sven has been farming his jungle, yet he is behind in CS to Shook, and Shook's got a kill as well as a summoner spell secured, you know, or taken down from his opponents.
Oh, he could have gone in for free down that bottom area instead. He does back away. Freddy engages on Wicked in that top lane, pops his ultimate. Wicked just steps away. It's all right, crazy fool, just keep swinging away.
Number one, Wicked teleported to the siege minion, I believe. Number two, he jumped into the fight and he didn't throw down his ultimate, looked for the engage, got the makings of a Rod of Ages, which makes a little bit more sense on Maokai than it did on Alistar, I think, in the current meta. But I don't really know why Wicked would go to the minion instead of the tower. It's just a little questionable. But still, staying relative, staying even on CS. We're seeing Wicked on another top laner that is, you know, risen to prominence in 4.13, and we need to see how he plays him in the team fights. I would say Maokai's a little closer to how you handle team fights, like similar to Malphite, rather than the Alistar, because Alistar is quite interesting with the timing and how you use his Unbreakable Will.
Well, Freddy is going to go towards Blade of the Rune King first off. Svenskeren, it's found Froggen, pounces on towards him, forces the flash out of Froggen, and will follow through. Jezz gets in, lands the charm down. Jezz though taking a big burst of damage. He will get himself the kill. Now Shook's in trouble. Can he get out of there? He has to flash from his own tower. Wicked's going to try and respond. He's going to get down here just at the right moment. No, he's too late to the party. And SK, strike.
So SK took a little longer to really go aggressive than I was expecting, but the moment they do, you see how quickly Sven and Jezz can run Froggen down. Despite the fact that Froggen flashed away, Sven and Jezz did use their flashes as well to chase him. And because Xera's not going to have the mobility of his flash in the future engages, there's this window of opportunity where the two of them can punish once more. If Freddy is able to shove the wave up and roam down, hell, they could even tower dive with the Bloodwell passive and use that to their advantage. So it's good to see SK actually using the comp, their team comp, the way it should be played, but they need to do that more often in obviously to build up a lead, because they don't want to go toe-to-toe. The moment Alliance start grouping up around dragons, SK will be like, nope, don't want none of that.
Well, we saw how mobile Froggen can be without that flash now. Jezz, when that Spirit Rush comes off, and it will be much quicker than that flash, will be looking to go aggressive, which is why we're seeing Shook now paying a visit to the mid lane. Comes around, will get spotted out though. That pink ward just giving him vision. He's going to get cleared out. No, Shook. They pinged on it. They knew he was there, but didn't go for it. They will clear out and protect the dragon and start it.
So what we need to do is we need to see how Jezz handles this Ahri as the game continues to progress. Alliance have grouped themselves up. This is going to be a 4-on-4. Teleport is not available for either top laner. Interestingly, Alliance afraid of the poke. Remember, if they stick around and get poked down, that's when SK can win a team fight. If Alliance are grouped up and they don't manage to engage, and they eat the orbs, they eat the void missiles, they eat, living artilleries, you can get Ari and Kha'Zix to jump in there and pick up those early kills.
Well, SK are the ones that are gathering for the next Baron. Svenskeren sneaking in unseen, no ward placement in that river area or tri-bush. Wicked jumped on by Freddy again. Flash engage, Soul Shackles from Nif comes out there. Dark Binding yet to be thrown out, will be thrown on towards Enrated, followed by the Cocoon. Now Svenskeren comes in to react, taken very low. Invulnerability comes out. Candy Panda gets in, it's Svenskeren that gets the kill. And SK hit and run.
Yeah, the intervention there really working in Svenskeren's favor. Got the damage down. What was a 3v3 comes out in SK's favor. They secure themselves another kill, despite the fact it was Alliance that started. It was an aggressive move from Nif to flash Soul Shackles, and he ended up coming out worse for wear, actually costing him his life. And a good counter again, a good counter, or reply rather, is the word I think I'll use.
Simply just a little bit of vision, we said, as Svenskeren had snuck into the dry bush. Unseen he was, and that threat worked in his favor. Now Wicked continuing to farm on his turret here. Freddy putting some pressure towards it, honestly. He can get a couple of basic hits, will take a shot to the back from the tower, but is quite confident in his farming abilities in that top lane right now, and honestly, Wicked is starting to struggle.
It's just a farm fest. I mean, we've seen them trade a little when Wicked teleported into the minion and picked another fight, but not really making a very big difference. I think for me, the interesting fact is that Freddy is just not faced. He continually pushes this wave up, and he's got no real vision. There is a ward in the tri-bush, but if you look down SK's sights, there's one pink ward defending their red buff. And again, Shook had very successful ganks early on. He was roaming around, yet there's still not a lot of warding down for either team, to be fair. Alliance do have some very good vision around the dragon, because it is a concern, and I think their comp can do well, as well as the fact that they tried to secure it a few minutes ago.
Yeah, Freddy is the one to keep your eye on, because of course he is the main shot caller for SK Gaming, so he's also glimpsing around the map, and I believe it's him that's just made the call. You can see him just talking about it. They're making a move towards this dragon, but the fact that the pink ward was there, Svenskeren will clear it out and back away to see if really what the movements of Alliance is. They find themselves another ward, get it just before it times out. Alliance will sneak in, quick ward comes out from Nif. Teleport to the top lane again, to the minion. And Freddy now engaged upon, has to pop his ultimate. Wicked also does the same. Minion wave is actually with Freddy, but that's kind of working in Wicked's favor right now. Getting the damage down towards him, finally realizing this is a fight that actually may well go Freddy's way. He has Bloodwell still available. He's just going to walk back. So teleport down for Wicked. Let's see if he keeps pushing.
Yeah, something to note, Freddy is sitting on like 17 or 1800 gold. So Wicked just backed and bought a lot of money. Freddy may actually lose his Bloodwell. Yeah, I think he's farming up, looking for enough to buy a Blade of the Ruined King. He'll complete it would be my guess. We'll see what he does as soon as he does get back to lane. But in terms of the two team comps, Alliance started off that dragon.
Just a little more farm. That's all he wants, just a little bit more.
Just a little bit. Just a little. Alliance started off the dragon, peeled away. They didn't want the 4v4 fight. They didn't have the teleport from Wicked, so played it very safe. And I feel like Alliance's team comp is going to do well in fights, but they're not looking for them. So 3v3 junglers are around. Which one's going to work? The insect or the spider? And Rater's going to get away.
They read this like situation like we've been here before. We're not falling for this one. And Rated tries to bait them in, heals himself up and speeds away. Knew that Svenskeren was lying in wait in the bush this time around. Spider senses coming out of Shook.
Demon, I think we're going to have to quote Froggen again. When Alliance plays, they want to get item spikes, power spikes, then they want to fight. And until they hit them, they're content to farm. I mean, they won the late game. They were losing the previous match by several thousand gold. Went to late, had better positioning, made less mistakes, and punished SK. So why not rinse and repeat? They've also got a comp that's going to scale very well. Both teams are going to scale well, but I just think if Alliance gets to that late game and starts roaming around in 5v5s, I prefer the power of Xerath and Maokai in those big engagements.
Yeah, I feel if they SK wanted to go for Dragon, actually, I think Alliance may well let them have it. They may well put a little bit of poke down, but overall, they're still waiting for those items. Froggen goes back, gets himself a needlessly large rod and boot, so Jesus, meanwhile, went and got Mercury Treads very early on. There is the Dragon being started off. There's a ward on it from Alliance, but we'll see whether they fight for it.
Yeah, so they are starting to group. 3 members from the river. Teleport is available for Wicked, but they're too late. SK is going to secure the first Dragon of the game because Alliance were caught napping. We're not in position to contest.
Wicked actually on next to no health at the moment on this tower. Teleport was down, of course, for him. Freddy looking to go for this. Froggen coming up, though, to help out. Just out of vision range, possibly. Not too sure. Instead, I think Wicked's going to back away.
So you see the trade. When Wicked teleported to the lane, he picked a fight with Freddy. Freddy was sitting on a lot of unspent gold, and obviously came out worse for it. The moment that Blade of the Rune King's finished, Wicked has lost the 1v1. But he's still got very good sustain and survivability, so he's just going to keep farming up under the wave. No Sven Skaren's coming up for a potential tower dive. And I still think Sven has been super, super quiet this game. We've seen one gank from him 7 minutes ago. And other than that, he's been living under a rock, killing wolf camps and wraith camps. Great, yes, he's farming well, but he's really not doing a lot to help his lanes. And Shook read him like a book, so managed to recover.
Oh, the moment they knew the jungler was up there, they go aggressive down the bottom. Candy Panda, intervention use, tries to turn it back around on taps. Now it's called run off cooldown. Nif does not go back towards him. And that was instant reactions this time around. Dark Pioneer just missing out. Sven Skaren's been in that push every time down that bottom lane. Finally, they get themselves a moment.
Yeah, but the damage that Candy Panda is returning is very scary. Despite the fact that he got burst down very low, in the time frame intervention was up, he returned almost the same amount of damage to tabs. And, you know, Candy Panda can come from beyond the grave to also pick up kills thanks to his Icathian surprise. So you've got to be very, very wary of that. Candy's doing a good job. He's got a small CS advantage. He's dealing with the aggression that tabs and Nif are putting down. And, you know, he's obviously going to outscale Corki in terms of damage as the game goes on. But Corki's going to hit his max at an earlier state. So, you know, power plateau. Can Tabs make better use of it?
Well, Triforce completed by Tabs. We'll see if he does. Wicked getting aggressive upon. Freddy fancies the dive. He's got himself Bloodwell, but does not want to waste it. Just steps away and takes himself a tower.
First tower of the game as well. So SK got the first dragon. SK got the first tower. Sven is going to steal the red buff away. Get another relatively risky invade. Not very deep wards.
This tower's low.
But I mean, SK, they're doing well. You know, earlier on, they seem to be struggling in the early levels. But they picked up the first 3 global objectives before 20 minutes. And are looking pretty solid.
Yeah, SK seem to have turned around their early lane phase issues. Alliance making sure that they secure this blue buff now that everything is being slowly whittled away from the outer ranges. They need to get some good vision down in that river area now that they've lost those towers. Scouting needs to be much more on point.
So we need to keep an eye on Jesus now that he's somewhat unlocked. Because in the previous game, Froggen was on the Assassin Ari and Jesus was playing the Mage Ziggs. This time around, Assassin being played by Jesus. And as the game progressed later, it was very clearly Froggen's plays that won Alliance the game. Jesus will need to actually, you know, replicate that. Catch Shook, catch Froggen, catch Tabs with good charms, with good aggressive spirit rushes. And if he can do that, it will allow them to get objective control and win those team fights. So we have a almost direct comparison between the two players and what level of impact they can bring to their team in the series.
Well, Trinity Force and Vamset was picked up by Candy. And that last back off. So we'll see if they keep on pushing. This is the final outer turret of the game. Tabs will clear this wave off. It doesn't look like they're going to go aggressive. They're just going to linger in the bush. Dark Bunny thrown out, not landing, but look at that trade. Now you see the damage spike that Candy Panda has got. Nif taking a burst a little bit more than he planned.
Just a couple of auto attacks and Nif gets shredded down. So with the towers off the map in the middle and the top lane, SK will be looking to either tower dive or they'll be looking to control the jungle of Alliance. And in order for Alliance to come back, I think they need to look to maybe surprise SK, you know? Sven, he's going to show his face. Would you consider that a gank? Or would you just say it's just a gentle love tap?
Definitely a love tap, that's for sure. And Void Spikes is like, I'm here, guys. But it does do enough. They're going to back away. They're going to give up the tower.
Yeah. The threat alone is pretty big.
Froggen going in towards this one. He's going to put long-range support on towards Freddy. Wicked just going back and forward, has got that Frozen Heart now completed, but again, you can see the damage that he puts down. Freddy with that ultimate is getting enough lifesteal. Now he's going to try and Dark Flight around, and that was actually, oh, not enough. Oh, Dark Binding lands. Blood well used. The rest of the team closing towards this one. Charm does not land because that was the Soul Shackles on towards Freddy. In comes Tabs, gets the last hit, and he'll take the kill. But down the bottom, you can see they're still pushing on towards the inner turret. Wicked teleports down here and protects it.
So Alliance even out the kills. But I feel like Wicked took such a long time to start that Vengeful Maelstrom. He was tanking up the damage from Freddy for a very long period of time. If he'd started his ultimate and got some of that burst damage down earlier, they wouldn't have needed that instant support from Nif to pick up the kill. I just don't really know what he was hesitating for or what he was trying to prevent, because of course the damage you reduce ends up adding damage to the explosion at the end. It is just a little strange. This whole period, you know Froggen's coming up. Froggen's almost in range. Why is Vengeful Maelstrom not on? Look how low Wicked goes. That's a third of his health, that's half of his health. And Freddy's just, you know, chopping him down, trying to turn into a lumberjack. So I don't know, it's a little weird, but good reply. You know, Nif manages to come around, gets the Dark Binding from a long, long range. And they do manage to secure the second kill of the game.
Well, while this is all happening, the siege is now on in the bottom lane. Alliance pressuring this one. The Dragons just spawned, that's what they're moving towards. They've caught Freddy out once again. Dark Binding this time, no blood well available to him, so if he gets caught out, he will not revive. Alliance, can they siege this one out? Because look at this. Jesus is sneaking off. He's going to try and shove that mid-wave in towards the inner.
There's a Dragon up, and I think SK would probably have learned from the previous game. They don't want to pick a fight in the Dragon Pit, considering the comp that Alliance has put together. But if Jesus can come from the side, can flank, like we were saying Alliance should have done in the previous game, then that can be his way in. DFG is available. Look for the Charm DFG combo.
Problem is the Black Shield from Nif will negate that Charm if he gets it, lands it. Oh, Dark Binding only went towards Candy Panda again. Alliance continue to poke. Look at this around the side. Oh, Cocoon so close to catching on Jesus. Charm is out there. Wicked has to use the ultimate. Walks away and Alliance disengage.
Alliance are the ones that are afraid of the damage. There's so much poke actually on both of these teams. You forget how many champions can just throw those skill shots out. Alliance is going to continue to group. Teleport is not available for Wicked, and he is properly backing. So in a best case scenario, this is 4-on-5. Intervention is up, 4N rated, and Candy Pan is putting himself in a pretty solid position. So Dragon is definitely the focus, but I think wisely, oh, they've caught Candy.
Uh-oh, that's a problem. Intervention used out right at the arcane, waiting. Tries to pop off some shots on towards Candy Panda. 2 of them hit. That's going to force them away. Look at Wicked heading down the mid lane. Alliance have pushed them away from this Dragon. They are going to stick around though.
Yeah, so Alliance have bought enough time for Wicked to rejoin the fight, and this will secure them an uncontested Dragon.
Yep.
They did enough damage. Candy Panda ate 2 very crucial Dark Bindings. In the bottom lane, he ate 1. In the river, he ate 1. In the previous game, Candy Panda's Tristana was not massively impactful, but he had to play safe. You know, he was one of the core players. And in our pregame, we said, which Candy Panda is going to rock up? Is it the quarterfinal guy who decimated Millennium? Or is it this little bit questionable one? He's eaten a few of those skill shots. He is farming well, so I'm being overly critical here. He is 25 CS ahead, but he can't eat those skill shots later in the game.
Wicked himself had a lot there. Survived through it though. A lot of skill shots, everything thrown out from SK. He's going to find Svenskone in the jungle here. Oh, showed himself. They were trying to sneak up on him. I think he showed himself. He's going to come around. Sapling tossed out. That's going to get the slowdown on towards him. Svenskone instead will take away the red buff, and he has to back away and covered off the top.
That's back-to-back steals. Nope, Sven stole the previous one as well.
He's a robber.
So taking his time, once Sven is the one that got the items, he's finally...
Oh, look at this. They're waiting. SK are waiting, but then Alliance are not falling for it. Instead, they're just charging straight down the mid lane. They were trying to lay a trap, and Alliance didn't want any of it. They're going to try and push their own inner turret.
Well, we'll see who's going to have the advantage. With the numbers of Alliance in the mid lane, you have to feel it's on their side, but there is pretty strong wave clear from Jezz's. They're not going to get much more than that. Nope. I don't know. I don't think they've got the full complement. They need everybody to be, you know, around the same area, because if they don't respond quickly enough, they've got
Dark in. Svenskone intervention goes down. Cocoon follows that. Shook eats a charm as well. Jezic tries to go aggressive on it, but again, there was the Black Shield. Candy Panda ready and waiting. The moment he drops, he gets blown to the right to the side. Freddy comes in from the side, catches on towards Wicked. The charm does not land this time around. Wicked backing away. Have they got enough to counter? Heal has to be used there. Candy Panda flash for it, gets caught by Dark Binding again. Have they got the damage to follow him off? They may do. Right in the arcane, pops on one, sidestep, catches him out there, and the AD carry goes down. Svenskeren goes down, Soul Shackles comes out, Froggen gets himself a second, Taps goes aggressive. Valkyrie's in towards SK, and a 2-for-1 in Alliance's favor.
Another team fight in SK's displeasure. They got split up. They managed to catch Shook, they managed to kill him, but in the subsequent chase, they did not remain grouped and they didn't, find the right targets. All credit to Alliance for landing the necessary skill shots, and Jesus is caught.
Jez is caught out, Dark Binding, but he gets away with his life. The rest of the team, they're going to try and push this one. It may be an inner turret. Enrage is the only defensive man. Tabs trying to take a couple of tower hits. Minion wave, they're going to be following in shortly. I'm not too sure if anyone can get back in time to defend this one.
It feels like this is a Doom bot Morgana, because Nif is landing Dark Binding after Dark Binding and constantly holding SK Gaming in place. So they're going to be able to zone SK away, secure the second tower of the game, close that gold lead by just 1,000. And very, very good response from SK. So this was the initial start. That was a flash cocoon from Shook as well. He really, really committed all in. Good timing from Jesus to instantly take Shook out. But I really just don't like the follow-up. SK are grouped now. They're tightly grouped, but instantly, watch how they split up. Sven is forced to go around the sidelines, farming up just a little bit. And Alliance just focus him out. Candy Panda eats another Dark Binding. And they don't stick together.
Look at this though, SK desperately trying to get this Baron down. Nif's caught out, Charm comes in there. Has he got enough damage to try and take him down? Leap comes out, Svenskeren will get the kill off. Dark Binding landing on towards the cocoon. Baron down to below half hit points. In comes Wicked, teleports in towards them, stops them dead in their tracks. Intervention on rated himself. Freddy with the blood well available, trying to turn the damage back around. Svenskeren comes in, forces them away. It was one kill for SK. Baron below half hit points there. Alliance hold out.
Risky call from SK. Almost got away with it, but Alliance managed to jump into action quickly enough. And another time where SK just... It feels like they're just struggling a little bit, because that Baron call, I don't want to call it desperation, but it was a risky Baron. And it's one that's cost him in the past. I do like the fact that Jesus did hop over the wall instantly though, because we were talking about how impactful he can be on Ahri. And thus far, pretty solid. Took Shook out in the previous fight, took Nif out in the Baron fight, and he needs to keep doing that.
We'll see how it goes on at the moment. Still very, very tight. 1,000 gold separating these two teams, and the team fights have proven that it is incredibly tight. Dark Bindings, they've been the separation factor right now. Candy Panda has eaten a little too many of them and has paid the price with his life. Top lane, look at this. 4 members of SK pushing straight up. Alliance reacting quickly. Got good coverage of the wards. There was in the turrets. They're not falling very easily. It's Alliance though. They're going to try and take advantage of this. Going to try and move in and get some vision in the lower half of the jungle while 4 members of SK go north.
So I want to go back to the initial talk. We were contrasting and comparing Alliance in terms of team fights and how they're going to handle SK. Alliance have been a little bit disjointed, but luckily in all of the scenarios that Alliance has been put in, they're landing those single target stuns and they're landing the CC. I also think the intervention from Enrated's KL is doing a good job. It saved multiple team members. It's a pick that is a non-standard support, but Enrated's making it work. I mean, 002 got himself the Ionian Boots of Lucidity, and you can't deny the fact that those ultimates have been impactful.
Yeah, and a couple of times he's actually drawn Froggen to use his own ultimate. Oh, Shook caught out there, trying to skitter away. Happy to take a lot of that burst of damage. SK definitely want to fight for this dragon. Not a lot of vision from either team. Wards go down from Alliance. They get themselves an eye on this one. Candy Panda, though, he's pushing the inner turret while this is all happening, clearing out those wards. Dragon started out by Alliance, but only half-heartedly. Freddy gets caught out, chain CC, but again, not a lot of damage from Alliance to follow on.
Mechanically, every single skill shot connects there. Despite the fact that they didn't really, put threat. Oh, Freddy, he's flashed in.
Flash ultimate on towards him, and Shuki's going to go for intervention goes down. Wicked trying to tank out the damage. Charms come out. Jesus goes on towards Nif, catches him down. Candy Panda's the one that cleans up. Wicked's going to go down as well. It's a pickup for Jesus this time. Shook so low on hit points. They want to try and poke this one out. Froggen, no mana available to him. They have to back out this fight.
Yeah, SK Gaming going to win the team fight, get themselves 2 kills and a dragon, and prove me completely wrong. Oh, steal attempts. Not even, that was just for the kill. And prove me completely wrong. The damage from the multiple sources of SK and the mobility is just letting them win team fights. Froggen is going to go down.
Well, that was reckless, honestly, from Froggen. Should not have been caught out of the position. I'm not too sure what he was aiming at with the ultimate. He wasn't going to be able to get the steal there, and not even close to getting a kill. So Froggen making misplays in this, showing clearly the nerves of all of the players in this semi-final.
It also looks like Alliance are just almost afraid to fight, because the moment Freddy jumped in, all of Alliance start backing away, and as they take a few steps back and down the river, then Wicked decides to sort of, draw some attention, jump in there with that Maelstrom. And I was anticipating the Maokai and Morgana to be difficult frontline champions for SK to get through, but they've had no problems whatsoever. There's so much mobility in sort of the carries of the top half of SK's team comp. They're just getting through Maokai and Morgana. There is no real front line for Alliance.
More damage built up for Svensko now. Black Cleaver picked up. Third turret of the game though for Alliance. They lost themselves the inner in the bottom lane while that was all happening. And SK Gaming once again, like game 1, find themselves with a big substantial goal lead. This time around though, Alliance, how are they going to pick someone off? That's what worked out, that's what happened last time around, but SK have tightened up the ship. That intervention is stopping these single assassinations, and honestly, other than landing Chain CC, Alliance haven't got a separate burst assassination attempt.
Yeah, that's the truth. Alliance are a lot more reliant on setting up a kill. Poking with Corki, poking with Xerath, and then landing those Chain CC spells to kill somebody. So I think for Alliance, maybe they need to consider sieging. Maybe they need to consider grouping up. SK's initiation is fairly linear. It is reliant on Freddy or Sven jumping at you and maybe eating a charm. And I think Alliance have got more opportunities for picks, with multiple single target stuns, etc. So if they do group up and have a Mexican standoff, then they can come out in an advantageous position, because mechanically, they are doing great. They are landing the skill shots. So if you've got more of them, maybe one of them will connect and you can do something with it.
And they're not winning the poke fight either. That's the thing, that they do manage to land something and try and get a little poke back and forth, and it's Alliance that come out weaker. Wicked, I'm still not sure if he can 1v1 Freddy right now at the moment. Freddy has been winning out that duel every time, and they are the two that are trying to split push fight. Simply put, Freddy is the one that's pushing it, and Wicked is only going to simply fight on his tower. He doesn't want to get involved in a straight up brawl.
We'll see how he handles himself. The rest of Alliance backing away from mid lane. SK have got some better warding this time around, I think. A little bit deeper in Alliance's side of the jungle. They've got some vision around Baron, but there are enough Alliance wards there to have an understanding or the ability to react. And SK are just going to be content to sort of push these side lanes. Freddy pushed up bottom. He's now middle, the rest of the team's going top. And this is a near perfect repeat of game 1, where SK slowly crawl the lead. The only thing is, have they learned from the mistakes they made last game?
Well, Alliance are trying, hoping that SK will make a mistake. Wrong path finding, not going to happen. They go in, they start the Baron off, and Alliance going to react. Jesus, can he land that charm? Sapling will search him out, force him away. Baron's still going down. Half hit points now almost reached as SK Candy Panda moves in. Taps has to come around, and Rated took a big burst there actually. Charm doesn't land, that's been fired off, that's on a long cooldown. Froggen will try and turn the damage down, flashes out. There's the intervention coming out. Freddy's the focus on this one. Wicked tanking out, separated from the rest of his team. They need to get involved, he's all on his own. Now he goes in, he jumps on the AD carry, but he's got no support. Candy Panda takes the damage right at the arcade. Is it going to land? No. Dodges out of 2 of those steps, and now Alliance on the retreat. Freddy pounces in there, doesn't get the knock-up. Black Shield enough to slow it down. Jesus goes in, catches latches on towards Froggen. He gets assassinated. Jesus, Svenskeren gets the lead. Shook gets taken down. Nif gonna get dropped as well. Leaps from Svenskeren. He gets the reset, gets the double. Tab's the only man standing. Has to go back. This is going to be an inhibitor. It may even be the game.
40-second death timers across multiple champions on Alliance's squad. I have no idea what they were thinking. Wicked goes left, Alliance goes right, and they literally left the tree to die. And nobody got involved. It looked like Alliance wanted to fight. It looked like Alliance wanted to get involved. Wicked peels away around the banana bush. And Alliance are just so disjointed. It really doesn't feel like they're all operating on the same page. And then the moment Wicked does go down, they're instantly in full retreat mode. We will have to get back to live because it looks like a Baron engage is about to come off.
Baron taking below half hit points. There we go. SK cleaned that one up. Wicked teleported in but was not able to engage. And now, big advantage for SK. 10,000 gold lead. Baron buff up. Clearly won the last 2-3 team fights without a doubt.
Yeah, no doubt to my mind. I really felt that Alliance had a better team comp in the early game, but execution-wise, they're just not doing really anything. You know, they keep getting split up in these fights, and we posed a question a while ago, how would Jesus handle himself in the late game on an assassin? And he managed to flash, land a charm onto Froggen, almost make it work. Ooh. Alliance are looking for Candy Panda, but I don't know if Candy Panda's going to overextend. I really don't see him going too deep into this lane.
I think he's just going to clear that wave and then rotate up. The question is, are they ready? Oh, look at that. Living artillery. Hello.
I see
Time to back away for Alliance because SK are closing fast here. Svenskern's going to get the slow. Will it land on Froggen? No. Just about misses. Freddy closing the gap, shutting the door. Froggen the target. He's going to get caught out. He's going to get taken down. The damage on him. Darkflight comes in and Froggen is dropped. And that is a disaster for Alliance.
Svenskeren is basically an assassin, and now Jesus is a lumberjack.
Yeah, Wicked not got enough damage, and frankly, Jez is just terminating that tree. Now he's moving in. Candy Panda pushing the bottom wave. Wicked running for his life while the rest of SK move up with the super minions straight in the middle of the base.
Very, very well coordinated from SK. They managed to find the skirmishes, they managed to find Alliance out of position, and it's SK that punishes Alliance for the mistakes. SK this time around have made the right decisions and been in the right locations. So Froggen's down for another 20 seconds and SK looks to commit to the tower.
Tower, well, look at this. Freddy happy to tank it through. Minions in there. Now, Shook dived on. He's not going to be able to get away from this one. He gets caught out. Freddy, intervention used. Wicked trying to tank this one out, but he just simply has not got the hit points. And Svenskeren gets himself another reset, another double kill. He pounces in. Tabs now the target, the AD carry. Nexus turret's falling. SK Gaming clawing their way back into this game, and they're going to take it. It will be 1-1 all square. SK Gaming back in it. And this game is going to go all the way. This has got to be a 5-set series.
I really hope that it is, because that was a very good performance. Completely proving me wrong. SK Gaming with a massive, massive, massive damage composition just overran Alliance every time they grouped up. So it was very well played by SK Gaming. But I do feel that Alliance didn't really show up in that match. I have to question some of the decision making.
Oh, absolutely fantastic stuff there. So, SK Gaming have led both of these games. Yep. This time around, they didn't make the mistakes. And to me, Alliance never really got going in that game. No. Never got into it. Maokai was the pick. That was the one we thought. That was the key. But no, Hogmore and Freddy on Aatrox. We talked about Aatrox. We talked about Freddy. Freddy has his number in that top lane right now. Wicked's got to step up.
I completely agree. First pick Maokai and Morgana. And teamfight presence was next to nothing. We've seen Wicked on Maokai, we've seen him on Alistair, and he is a little uncomfortable. We go all the way back to the very beginning of the pre-match. Talk about the change to top lane. It's new champions, it's an evolving game, it's changing. If Wicked is struggling, put him on Shyvana. It's something he knows, it's something he's comfortable, and Alliance needs him to have a positive impact.
He needs to do something that will work out for him. The last few times, I think he was first picked it, so he's not been able to counter pick into this one yet. How do they transition this? How do they go into pick and bans? Because it's SK that have adapted. It's SK that have actually done probably better in both the games, despite losing the first one. They had the full control. laning phase is going their way, and that's not something we usually say for Alliance.
No, it's not. And in terms of the bans, Alliance banned Nidalee, Orianna, Kassadin. I know they don't want to give Jez's Orianna, but his Ahri was good. His Ziggs was also pretty good, despite it not being like game-changing. He had a solid performance. I think you drop that Orianna ban and you make it an Aatrox ban. Nidalee and Aatrox. It's Freddy that is doing a very good job, and his Aatrox has been very, very positive as a frontline protective force. Get rid of it. Get that off the table.
What about support then? Morgana being picked in there. Of course, we've seen Nami banned out in the last match. Did that put Nif on the back foot maybe? Could the pressure be the option?
No, I don't think so, because I feel like Nif delivered on Morgana. He hit so many dark bindings. The laning phase was sort of going his way as well. You know, they were quite aggressive.
Was there, though. I mean, you talked about how he was passive,
it is true.
He was always there when it counted.
So that's the thing, right? Sven had zero presence for the first 20 minutes of the game. I mean, really, he was involved in one kill.
I mean, Alliance really didn't do anything in that first 20 minutes.
Farmed himself up, got his items, and at the end of the game, he was potentially more of an assassin than Jez's. Because he took Froggen from 100 to 25%.
He was the main killer on the game.
Great performance.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So, we're going to go over to the analyst desk, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what they have to say about that SK win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I don't know who called it. I think it was you that said that SK was going to take the next. No, you said Alliance was going to take the next.
2 times Alliance, 2 times SK.
Yeah. So, guys, pick some bans. Impaler, what did you make of pick some bans? And most importantly, what adaptations did you see that were successful from both teams?
I think they're very similar team comps, but I actually quite like how SK let the Maokai through, so they could pick 2 other winning lanes. And then they pick this Aatrox that can constantly bully the Maokai. So effectively they've got 3 lanes constantly pushing in, and that allows Svenskeren to kind of get in the jungle, get these red buff invades that he succeeded on.
I will admit, when I saw Alliance comp, I was like, this is an insane siege poke comp you have right here, with even the pick potential, because you have Elise Morgana, which is one of the best combinations in the game. So I was like, okay, if SK Gaming doesn't actually win the early game, it's like taking control of the map here, they might end up just having to sit back at their own tower and wait for Alliance to move down 4 members and to just start sieging on it. And if they land 1 skill shot, they will force the ulti from invaded, and they can just keep staying there and keep poking down your towers and the players. But SK Gaming, again, won the early game. I'm not sure what Alliance is actually doing in the early game here. Shook doesn't have much presence in the lane. Svensson was counter-jungling him, counter-ganking him as well. And SK Gaming just dominate the early game. 2nd time in a row now. Alliance really needs to step up the early game.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Svenskeren, to both of you, I do want to highlight him a little bit, because we did have the feeling that at the end of the season he couldn't really put his stamp on the matches that much. Here he is, even though he's being that invisible threat in the beginning and he's clearing out that red buff continually. But you had something to say that he didn't buy enough wards, actually, essentially, and that's something we've seen a couple of times.
Yeah, I think SK is kind of renowned to prioritize like Dorans over ward slots, and I think it's really punishing them, because they're coming out ahead of this early game, and then they're like, we can do stuff, but they can't snowball the game hard enough due to lack of vision alone. So I think I'd like to see Sven pick up an extra 2 wards every time he gets that red buff invade, drop them in the jungle, and that can really start shutting down Shook, because they're going to know what side the map he's on then.
And not just Sven, everyone needs to buy some wards. I mean, Jesus was sitting on a health potion 30 minutes into the game. Candy Pan is sitting on a Doran's Blade, also like 35 minutes into the game. Doran's Shield from Freddy as well. Like, sell your damn Doran's items when we go into the late game, buy some wards. You already are in the lead. You have a fed Ahri who can one-shot people if you get the ward control, to get the vision control on the map. Use it. Take the lead you have from the early game. Don't even give Alliance any chance to come back in the game, because if we actually just pull up the first replay we have, this is where Alliance is slowly coming back in the game after being so far behind early on. If we can just start rolling the clip, the first thing we're actually going to see is why Alliance comp is so good at picking off targets. They land 1 binding, and look at all the bursts on the Svenskeren. They instantly force the ulti from invaded. Now is the time where Alliance shouldn't fully commit until the ulti is gone. Not sure why Shook is actually flash cocooning a target who already has K-Lol. That was a big mistake, a bit of a sloppy play by him, and he's actually not been performing too well. Anyway, fight continues here. Shook is already dead. Now SK can chase. They overcommit, however. Another binding landing. Again, Morgana, you are a beautiful support. Froggen comes in, lands the ulti here. Candy Panda dies from it. And then, I'm not really sure what Svenskeren was doing in the end, but probably trying to flank around. He ends up dying as well here. And this is where Alliance is coming back in the game, even with a big misplay from Shook, where he flashes onto a cocoon a target with a K-Lol to cocoon it, and the rest of SK is already nearby. He ends up dying, and then SK overcommits, slightly losing the lead at this point.
It's quite interesting to see actually, because SK was always that late game team that would push you to those end game fights and have the superior vision control. Do you think it is that they trained very hard on the early game, maybe in this one, that they kind of lost? They couldn't pick up the two things at the same time here?
I think it's amazing to see how SK have been turned around from this team that used to lose a lot of early games and then out-rotate the opponents to now they're winning nearly every game. And it's really good to see. If they can keep this up, I really think they can have a chance of being Alliance 3-2 now.
Let's actually take a look at another team fight that they played very well. Let's get that up on the screen around Dragon this time around.
Yeah, so quick setup here. SK Gaming are still ahead in gold, even after the fight they had before here. And this is the first real team fight, which goes in favor of SK Gaming and kind of sets the trend for the rest of the game. So let's just roll the clip here. Paler,
yeah,
take over.
I think SK have finally realized that they need to commit and really utilize the care wall. So Freddy goes in, gets the care wall in a sec, and then Jesus is ready to zone on the side. So he's got 3 people off, gets a 2-man queue, and then they can just clean up this fight. Svenskeren gets the jump reset, starts poking the back line, and this allows them just to kill off the tank line of Alliance. And now they've started doing this, it's really like, they've got to utilize the kill. It's the most important thing. If they can do that, they can clean up the fights.
It was basically the only protection they had for their carries. The KLOL here, everyone else was kind of like jump in your face of Alliance. But what we also saw in this team fight and in the later team fights is whenever SK actually engaged onto Alliance, suddenly every single skill shot would just miss. Like there's no conclusions, there's no bindings to set up the picks for Alliance as soon as the team fight started. So we often saw Wicked go in, die, while 4 members from Alliance just kept running and trying to land a skill shot, and SK was just dodging around it. And therefore they never hit it, they never managed to get a kill, and just kept losing team fights from here on.
Well, with the individual mistakes you mentioned, we saw it in the last best of 5 as well. You cannot underestimate what it's like to play on this stage here and knowing that you have to win this game. Coming into the next game in the series, it's all evened up, 1-1. The advice for, let us start with SK Gaming, because I feel like if they can connect that good early game and then buy some wards, this should be easy game for them if they manage to do it. It isn't that easy, of course.
Well, you basically just said it. Do what you're doing in the early game, buy some wards, use it to snowball your lead, especially if you have something like an Ari in the mid lane to really start picking off people if they don't have any wards, because it's so easy just to position yourself in a bush and wait for someone to walk by, because they have to rotate to the top lane, rotate to the bottom lane, get the kill, then you take a Baron or a Dragon or potentially at the base.
I think when both junglers are starting Moby boots as well, you need to have vision, because you can shut down a Moby rush jungler. If you constantly know where they are, they've invested a lot in getting this item so they can get more ganks off. And if they don't get these ganks off, it's really gold inefficient. And so yeah, just more wards early, more wards into the mid game, and I think that's who's going to win this series based on warding alone.
All right, we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. Our gold is piling up, so we're going to shop. When we come back, it's Game 3. Don't touch your browser.
And the AD carry goes down. Svenskeren goes down. Soul Shackles comes out. Jesus goes in. Catches on towards Froggen. He gets assassinated. Jesus. Svenskeren gets the lead. Shook gets taken down. Nif gonna get dropped as well. Leaps on Svenskeren. He gets the reset. Now, Shook dived on. He's not gonna be able to get away from this one. He gets caught out. Freddy, intervention used. Wicked trying to take this one out, but he just simply has not got the hit points. Series is tied at 1 apiece, and we are now on to game 3 in this semi-final between Alliance and SK. And honestly, Alliance have been found wanting. While they may have picked up game 1, bit shaky.
Yeah, they picked up game 1 by exploiting SK's mistakes, as opposed to winning the game through a lead. The one thing I want to go back to again, I do feel Wicked is struggling more than any other player in the series thus far. When Alliance was losing games and they were on their 5-game losing streak in the summer split and lost a bunch of games in the spring split, in their own words, they struggled to adapt to patches. In their own words, they were too slow to figure out what works. That may be the case today. It is 4.13. Despite the fact that they've had the chance to watch the quarterfinals, they've not competed on the stage at this level on this patch.
Meanwhile, SK have, of course, put their money where their mouth is. 3-0 in Millennium, and now 1-1 with Alliance. Nidalee, Aatrox, and Kog'Maw taken out by Alliance. A lot of focus on Freddy. We talked about how he was bullying out Wicked, and that seems to be the cause. Maokai left open. What will the reaction be? Kassadin, Twisted Fate, and I was about to say Nif, but it's Nami banned out. Wow, okay, first pick is going to be Ari. That means it is up to SK whether they want to use Maokai and, of course, steal away Tristana or something different.
Yeah, of course, the Alistair's still up. There's Braum still up if they also want to try counter pick, take that away from Nif. There's a number of options available to SK. The question is, what type of comp does Alliance want to run? In the previous game, I was looking at the team fights and saying, maybe it's team fight oriented, but with all the long-range single-target CC, they were like looking for a long-range pick comp more than anything, with Maokai to fall back as defense. Whereas SK's comp in the previous game was like an assassin-in-your-face comp. 3 champions jumping in, trying to kill you after some poker's gone down. So the priority picks are off the table. Tabs, is he going to run a hyper carry? He did Twitch in game 1, he did Corki game 2. I guess you can call Twitch maybe a hyper carry with his ultimates on, but it's not a Corki or a Tristana or a Vayne in that regard.
We'll see whether the stealth rat works for Candy Panda, when he's able to find those targets like what Tabs was in game 1. Shook takes away Kha'Zix from Svenska, and of course everything open for him. But Swain locked in, and this has to be the top lane for Wicked. We saw SOAS playing it earlier on. Of course, we saw Vizichachi, the man that first brought it out for the Unicorns of Love back last week, and it worked wonders. But of course, he got himself a double kill early on.
Yeah, Swain in the top lane, and when SOAS ran it, he didn't need the snowball to win. The way Fnatic used Swain was more for his slow from Decrepify and the root of Nevermove. And yes,
zoning people out.
Exactly, exactly. If you jump into a Swain, he's going to sustain through team fights. But it was more about the CC, it was more about the zone control and that very big threat that he gives you on the front line. So we'll see how Wicked's going to handle it. I do want to just comment on the Ari pick though, because I feel like that is a Froggen saying, if we need to win this game, I can win it by blowing someone up. I'm confident, I'm capable. I feel like that's a player saying, give me the champion, I will make this work, I will create the opportunities that we need if we're in a desperate situation, because that is a very, very risky move. The other first picks haven't worked out.
Well, Oriana's been banned out in the first 2 games and has been picked up by Jezzes this time around. Candy Panda, meanwhile, locks in Morgana for N-Rated. The first time we're going to see him on it in this best of 5.
Well, we'll see if it works out.
Ooh,
I mean,
finally.
For the Oriana, you're going to have that stealth engage. Rengar's up as well. So if SK really wanted to go for like a super sneaky, stealthy pick comp, they could lock Rengar in and use the ball delivery system on multiple targets. And then again, they've got some versatility as well. You've got the engage from Morgana and Maokai, or they can be used for peel or disengage. It just depends which jungler Svenskeren wants to run. You have been talking about Thresh all day long. Nif finally gets his hands on it. And if he can do the same thing that Vander did in the previous series, might be a good way to help Alliance get those picks.
Well, final picks, as you mentioned, Tristana and Thresh locked in there. Also, Evelyn for Svenskeren. And to me, this game has 50 minutes written all over it, but not in a bad way, not in a fantastic way. These are 2 strong team fighting compositions.
Yeah, they can do that, and they can also find picks very well.
Yes, well, we've already seen Froggen doing that.
Exactly. You know, you've got very similar situations where supports can set stuff up, mid laners can set stuff up, junglers can get aggressive. But I think the crux of SK Gaming's team composition is going to be how the Shockwave interacts with the stealth champions or the tree. When Evelynn or Maokai engage, how many champions can they hit together? How many can they group up? On the Alliance side, it's going to be much more dependent on how many can Shook or Froggen kill. They want to get some poke down, zone them away, and then let them finish it up.
Will Tebs get fed out this time, or will Candy Panda find himself some targets? Which team do you think has come out ahead in the picks and bans, with the edge going to who? That's the question. Is it Alliance, or is it SK win? Tweet #SL Alliance win or #SK win. It's pretty simple. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. You just got to tweet it to @LO Esports. That's the key. That's the main part.
It's pretty hard, I'm not going to lie. And I think...
honestly, I think this has 5 games written all over it.
It's looking that way. It's definitely looking that way. One of the things that does play into Alliance's favor is the resets. Because they've got Tristana, because they've got Kha'Zix, once Kha'Zix has those evolved wings, the moment Froggen finds a target, if he goes like hard carry mode and blows somebody up, all of a sudden Tabs and Shook can re-engage and keep chasing.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 underway. All square at 1 apiece. Alliance take game 1, while SK Gaming react strongly in game 2 and take it honestly dominantly. The question is, can they do the same? Interesting compositions across all lanes for me in this game. We're going to see whether we get some 2v2s, whether they try and change things up. There's not been too much shenanigans in the level 1, but right now, it seems that both teams are looking to go red.
Yeah, very deep wards. It looks like Alliance are going to do the same tri-bush move that I think they did in game 1, if memory serves, when they were blue side. Went in very, very deep, got some very good wards down, and looked for the lane setup. That was the same game where Alliance tower dove and picked up the first blood onto Freddy. Little SEC this time round. Well, not so much. If they go never move and death sentence, it can obviously work out. But yeah, mirror start from game 1 for both of these squads. And I do still feel Sven, his flanks and his engages will be very, very important, because if Alliance get the chance to reset, they can simply reposition, and you don't have a lot of mobility on SK's side. SK is a little bit more reliant on finding the right fight in the right location, whereas Alliance can be a little more risky thanks to their composition.
Well, death sentence thrown out from Nif there, and of course that ward spotting out the whole of Alliance moving around there. So SK got the information they required, and that is why they're sticking around. They know that Alliance have moved out of the jungle, and they're going to get the red. Look at the red area though. Tabs and Nif, they are going to pass by. They ward out the red. Svenskeren is still waiting in this side. He's going to get spotted. He's going to run.
Yeah, he's going to be in trouble. That's actually very smart from Alliance, if they can steal a buff. We'll see how Shook decides to go for the invade. Early teleport from Freddy. Puts himself in a position to go for the 2v1. And Candy Panda is now moving himself to the top lane. So losing a little bit of CS time. You can see Tabs and Nif already in lane, starting to get some CS and starting to pull a little bit ahead.
So it's SK that volunteer themselves to go 2v1 in this one. That means Wicked, who is on Swain, the first time we've seen him on that, is in a risky position already. Will he get caught out with the dart bind? He's going to have to sidestep this one. Enrate is going to get that down. He has to flash already. Very early flash burned out.
Yeah, very, very strong start to the lane already. And it's SK that initiated the lane swap. Freddy instantly teleported once he's seen Swain. So maybe that sort of Swain is a hard counter to Maokai has got a bit of weight to it. You can see Alliance instantly looking for the 2v2 as well. They are going to take a swing past Jez's. Charm or Death Sentence. Can it connect? It does!
Oh, the Death Sentence does come through, and the Charm, that could have been a dead Jez's. Good flash, and that opens up an opportunity for Shook this time to pay a visit in the mid lane.
Yeah, both sides being down a summoner spell. Who can make the best use of it? This is a double buff Svenskeren. He's going to look for Nif and Tabs. Dark Binding from Enrated. It has to connect. Let's see if they can make it. There goes Candy.
There, Candy Panda could well be locking in towards him. Tabs taking also, it's a low, and it will be first blood for Candy.
Just very well played. Enrated moves himself in. Candy Panda surprises the two of them thanks to ambush. And early first blood. So the lane swaps, not necessarily working out the way SK wanted it, because remember they were looking for 2v1, but they managed to make the best of the bad situation, and Svenska and Ganks getting the team first blood, so all credit to him.
So for the first time, Wicked managed to get the counter into this lane matchup, and it's working. Flash, Shook goes straight in towards it, taps, Jez has scored out, that's going to be him going down, Froggen gets that, good charm, everything worked.
Yeah, Froggen and Shook both flashing in to secure that one. Knowing Jez's didn't have flash from the earlier charm that connected, and Froggen still got his ignite. So if Alliance are going to win this, I think Froggen's looking to put them in his backpack. He's really looking to step up his game. Freddy actually surviving pretty well. Wicked took some turret hits there that he really wasn't looking forward to.
Yeah, low mana though for Freddy. We'll see if he's able to sustain and stick around a bit longer. Svenska double buffed up, looking towards Nif and Tabs once again. Wants to see if he can get a bite out of that AD carry. Nif throwing the death sentence to make sure he gets the last hit. Okay.
Yeah, just to get the CS, every CS that he can. Tabs and Nif playing very, very defensively. No flash on Nif, and you see how far back they are from the lane. Already 10 CS down. They do not want to run the risk. And it's actually very difficult with Tristana in that setup because of the fact that she's naturally going to push the wave. So that sort of plays into SK's favor if they can control the tempo of the lane. But obviously this is a massive wave building up, so Tab should be able to secure a bunch of those under his tower.
Well, Froggen went back, got himself the Double Doran's boots and an Amp Tome. Meanwhile, Double Doran's were picked up by Jezzers, of course, because he was caught out. First blood helping out for Froggen. Bottom wave, well, top wave, I guess you should say, duo wave, whichever they're in, is going to get cleared out. Big advantage for Candy Panda, of course, because Tabs was forced away. He would gain some of that back as Candy steps back, and it's going to be a switch once again. They really want to put Wicked on the back foot down in this bottom lane.
Yeah, I also think Freddy just really doesn't want to be in this lane setup. Svenska's come around, they're jumping on Wicked. No flash.
He's going to walk away. He's got Never Move available.
Freddy had no mana either,
Didn't bother going for it.
Yeah, Freddy was very, very low on mana. Actually did have enough for at least
I think they wanted... He didn't want to do a Twisted Advance because Wicked actually didn't have flash available.
Yeah, exactly.
Couldn't draw him into
I'm not quite sure. It was playing it very safe. Anyways, it set them up. They've now got the support of the AD carry and support on the Dragon. And this Dragon is hitting very, very hard. Froggen does have Spirit Rush available. This could get risky if Froggen goes aggressive.
Yeah, they absolutely should go aggressive because Freddy and Sven's going low. 5 members of SK moving in though. Shook caught out. Charm does land. They do manage to get the damage down, but Froggen has to run away as Shook got capitalized and taken down. It does leave this top lane open. They didn't get the Dragon. They may lose the tower.
It looks like Alliance should be able to do that. Remember, Wicked did not respond to the play, so that was a 2v4 from Alliance, and Shook is the one that gives up his life. Candy Panda stealthed himself up. This is just going to put a lot of damage down. I think Wicked should sustain a whole bunch. It's Candy, the one that's in trouble.
Bird is the word, and look at that turnaround. Candy Panda thought he was being a sneaky little rat. Instead, Wicked, well, he's a big raven, and they peck on rats, I think you could say that.
They do indeed. Focus on their eyes first, I believe.
I haven't seen too many come down, though. I don't know. Maybe it's just a myth.
Well,
it's a tower, nonetheless.
Wicked manages to punish the low-level Candy Panda, forces him very, very low. Tower was secured by Alliance thanks to the fact that they actually lane swapped. But SK, again, I think that's now the 3rd time they've tried to look for this very, very specific matchup. And Wicked is already doing much better than the 2 previous games. He's got a CS advantage over Freddy. And thanks to all of the swapping, Freddy's the one that's being punished. He's not managed to grow any sort of lead like he has in the previous 2 games.
He hasn't branched out too much either. Wicked, of course, miles ahead in CS. He's going to go to the top lane. Can't teleport there, hasn't got it back available yet, but there's the blue buff for Jezus. Just about there. Does manage to secure that one. Froggen in this mid lane. He's actually down on items right now because he hasn't been back to buy. SK getting a lot of vision around this tri-bush, and they want to set up. They want to get this Dragon down.
Yeah, they really are trying to focus on it. And I'm going to compare, again, now the Kha'Zix jungles. Shook is the one that's now primarily farming. The lane swaps could be playing into it as well. It's quite difficult to go for any sort of invades. We'll finish that in a second. It looks like Dragon's been started. It's going to be finished.
Not looking.
No one from Alliance is even responding. SK's got good vision this time around. Good timing.
Too slow.
And yeah, nobody from Alliance there. So maybe either Alliance didn't want to go for it because it looks like they're pushing top. It looks like they're pushing bottom. but at least the objective game balances out as SK grab their first global gold.
So SK hold strong, or pink ward on Candy Panda. Oh, he didn't even check in the bush. Thought about stealthing his way in there, but they were already moving towards him. Read that one. Wicked, meanwhile, he's been shoving this top lane out. It's actually unrated as heading his way up there. Candy Panda's going to move his way around, so they really want to keep a 2v1 on him.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this has to be to try buy time for Freddy. Freddy's so far behind where he wants to be. Level 6, Wicked's level 7. He does have Catalyst the Protector.
They're actually even
23 gold. Luckily, thanks to the tower kill, that's playing in his favor, and obviously the fact that he picked up a kill. So that's where it is coming from. The fact of the matter is, Freddy's running scared. Freddy's not being a lane bully. He's not moving, you know, he's not confident in his current setup, and every single time Wicked goes toe-to-toe with him, he moves away.
This is dangerous, that's for sure. Tower moved in. As you can see, never move, used out. Jez is having to step away a little bit. Froggen didn't go too aggressive. In fact, never move had to locked him up. Meanwhile, bottom lane. Well, we talked about Freddy running scared. Charm landing on Jez's. He's got Svenskeren, Shook moving, sorry. So used to seeing Svenskeren on Kazakh.
Yep.
Moving in above him. See whether he goes for it. Freddy already backing away. That means there's a ward coverage, and Shook read that one.
Yeah, but I mean, do you see the fear from Freddy? The moment that wave gets pushed up, he looks around the map, realizes people are missing, and he instantly starts backing off, instantly starts moving away. The damage of the early game has already been done to Freddy, and he's continuing to fall further behind. Tabs is doing a good job along with Nif of putting tower pressure down.
They continue to burn Freddy down. That tower is pretty low, and that could be the second one of the game for Alliance. There's a lot of pressure that SK have not, as of yet, in this best of 5 felt from Alliance. They are losing out in the lane phase. They're switching that they are basically forcing themselves into to get Freddy off there. It's actually causing them problems. Svenskeren, he's going to try and sneak in towards this bush, have a look towards it, twisted advance onto Nif. He read that one, throws out the death sentence but does not land it. Shook was close by. Ultimate was used by Nif and the flash, but they didn't get a kill.
Yeah, all things considered, box, buster shot, and flash out of Nif, that's a very, very good trade. Sven is doing some work on Evelyn in the early game, and we're still seeing Shook primarily farm. This is going to be the first time we're really seeing him try to get involved. Yes, he did get first blood along with Froggen. We'll see how this works out. 4 versus 3. Froggen was moving to the bottom lane, but has opted to move backwards. It's all going to be about the Dark Binding or Freddy holding someone down long enough.
Shook goes aggressive, takes the lantern, pulls Freddy all the way into the tower. He takes a lot of damage. Teleport is still available for Wicked. He's not going to join it though. Instead, he's free farming in that top lane, and another failed gank attempt for SK.
Yeah, not working out this time around. They still hold on to a gold lead. However minute it is still a lead nonetheless. And Froggen is roaming. He was attempting to roam earlier on. There are blue pings on Svenskeren, so they knew generally where he was, just not exactly. He was spotted out by the pink ward in the river.
Well, Freddy actually teleports into Wicked this time around. We'll see how that works out. It seems that he's going to have to back away after all. The bird is too
Sven
strong.
still hasn't left bottom lane.
Sticking around there. Flash Soul Shackles. Nif will get caught out. Dark Binding goes down. The Rat's on towards him. Candy Panda will get in towards him. Svenskeren finally gets the kill. It pays off, but by God, it took him a long time.
Yeah, it really, really does. Sven may be in a bit of a tough place. Shook is looking for blood.
He catches on towards him, gets the unseen threat. Shook has to back away from this now. He's going to have the presence of Froggen coming close, but Candy Panda locks on towards him, does not get him down. Jez is now focused on, he's getting taken down. He has to flash away. Froggen not going to follow through, and SK come out ahead again. Alliance, they're so close to picking up multiple kills, but SK, they're the ones coming out on top.
You still cannot deny the explosiveness that Froggen is bringing to the match, though. That's the second time you've seen a super aggressive play on Jez's, and it's working out. That was very close to Tabs' behind. He manages to get away, and you know, just the ganks from early game Kazakhs are not particularly strong. We're not seeing either Svenskeren or Shook really go for the sort of early counter jungling, looking to harass their opponents out of the jungle. It's much more difficult against Evelyn because, of course, it's so much more difficult to track her and find her. But once Shook gets some of that armor penetration that we're seeing on this updated build, then I think we'll see him poking around and trying to set Froggen up for some more kills.
So blue ball picked up by Jez's. See how it works out. Teleport is now down for him, so we'll see whether Shook pays a visit. Wicked and Freddy going back at it, but again, this is actually a much closer fight. Remember, Blasting Wand was picked up by Freddy, so he's slightly ahead in his build because Wicked hasn't been back to buy. He's sitting on a stack of gold, just 1,600 gold right now. Pops his ultimate, clears out the wave again. Freddy is starting to win out and do well in this lane though, so the early advantage slipping away from Wicked.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, it is still 30 CS at the end of the day. And gold is still even between the two of them, thanks to the fact that SK again, they did get that dragon. Now they're jumping on Wicked.
They're going for him this time around. Flash is available, Never Move goes down. Will he be able to get into the bush and flash across? Yes, he is. And Wicked is away.
So successful gank once more from Sven. I also like the fact he sidestepped the Never Move. Managed to get out of range of it, wasn't rooted in place, and that applied even more pressure to Wicked. But Wicked's doing a lot better this time around. Going to finish off that Rod of Ages very shortly. And there it is, instantly picked up. Got his teleport to go back to lane if he wants to. Alternatively, Dragon is respawned, so it may be an upcoming Dragon fight. He'll hold on to TP for the time being.
Wasted pink ward from Candy Panda, instantly cleared out and rated. Well, put himself a vision ward in there to get a little bit of presence. Dragon is now back up. SK, remember, managed to get on towards that last time around. Spirit Rush. Jez is not charmed out this time, but you can see the burst damage potential. Froggen pulled in. Once more, Spirit Rush not used. So he didn't finish off Jez's, but he does take down that outer turret.
Yeah, we did see the charm just go wide though. Jez was able to sidestep that one. No Spirit Rush available for the upcoming team fight, but there's no shockwave either. And Jez is going to take a long time to get there. They're going on Nif instead.
Nif in trouble, flashes into the pit. He's going to get away, no! Poison Tick takes him down. Now the rest of SK move in. Shook taken very low on hit points here. Freddy tries to focus on towards it. Wicked does manage to take down Svenska, and that's another one. Dragon going down. Charm lands on Candy Panda. They quickly turn it back around. Wicked really wants to fight this one. Shook goes down in the pit, so it's a 2-for-1, but it's Alliance that come out with a Dragon.
Yeah, 100%. So advantage Alliance, obviously, but in terms of the fight, I actually think SK probably did the best thing they could have done. Alliance were a little bit split. So Candy Panda and Nif, Candy Panda and Rated, punish Nif for being in the wrong place. But that Never Move, not only does it catch two members of SK Gaming, it prevents Candy Panda from working further forward. It zones his opponents away. And just in full retreat mode, because Froggen had obviously used everything to try kill Jez's, he wasn't able to punish Candy Panda after landing the charm.
I think they could have got a little bit more from that one. Dark Binding does not. Does land. The Death Sentence does not because of N-rated Black Shield. So, what do we have building between these two top laners? They've been going at it toe for toe for a long time. Rod of Ages completed for both. We'll see where they go. I'm thinking Swain probably going to go towards the Abyssal Scepter maybe next with her Wicked.
Potentially the Spirit Visage if he wants to just block the MR.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, from the Evelyn. But we'll see Freddy and Wicked, they are going toe-to-toe. Wicked is going to be able to sustain as long as he has mana. That's the key thing to keep our eye on. And we will go back to that. It does look like there's a very big party joining at the bottom lane. Shook got those triple longswords, has yet to complete his Brutalizer, his Hex Drinker. And tower finally falls. It's been a long time coming actually, because that was low for a while.
Well, considering it's, what, 600-700 gold between the two at the moment, that's 3 towers for Alliance. So there's a lot of money on the table for SK if they would start pushing these towers. But Alliance have now got the vision advantage. They're taking it away. Wicked and Freddy going at it once again, but next to no mana for Freddy this time around, but he's simply buying time. In comes Froggen. Can he land the charm? You bet your life he can. The damage is down and Froggen gets himself the kill.
Yeah, works out in favor of Alliance. Again, it's all about Froggen. This game is going to become the Froggen show. This game really is going to become the Froggen show. If SK can deal with Froggen, then they can, you know, get through the rest of the comp. But it's going to be up to Candy Panda and Sven to surprise Froggen, catch him off guard, and blow him up super quickly. Blade of the Ruin King is completed for Candy Panda. It allowed him to take down that tower in the bottom lane. But we need to see how he's going to roam and try to set up any potential picks.
SK slow to react on this one. Alliance moving in numbers towards the top. 4 members here as they push in towards the tower. Don't think they're going to get too much damage on it. They're already back in. They're expecting SK to react stronger, I think, than they already did. And as you mentioned, I think it could well be the Froggen show. Got himself that DFG, got himself another needlessly large rod built towards that death cap. It's going to be a big power potential. But Candy Panda himself also, 2 kills, 4 assists. Blazering can complete. Already got that Brutalizer on the way to the Youmu's Ghostblade. He will be a problem.
If he can be in the right position.
Yes.
That's the only key. And we've seen how difficult or how frustrating it is for Candy Panda in the fights, because the moment he does pop his head, head into the fight, Wicked is there, looking to put the laser bird, looking to put the never move down. So if Candy Panda gets caught by either the death sentence or by any of the Swain CC, he's instantly going to get focused down. Twitch is so easy to kill the moment you hold him in place.
So currently, just 400 gold separating these two teams, tied at 1 apiece in this best-of-5 semi-finals. If, for some reason, you were not awake earlier on and you missed the Fnatic match, well, you missed a cracker. And mute your stream right now because I'm about to spoil it for you. It was Fnatic that took it 3-2. A cracking best-of-5. And honestly, we talked with obviously Joe and Deficio as we got up here. Probably the greatest best-of-5 we've seen for a while at Gamescom.
Oh, yes.
If not at all, in talking about all regionals.
It's been a long time coming to have such an exciting best-of-5, and there was a lot to talk about. There was very good plays, there was a lot of mistakes, there was, there's things both teams can walk away from and look at to say, we did this right, we did this wrong. But the most impressive thing was just how both teams dug really deep. And while the games have gone on, that was a sort of 80% vote in favor of Alliance. It's slowly dwindling. SK holding even. 20 minutes in, they're only 300 gold down. They're up in kills. SK is the team that loses laning phase. SK is the team that doesn't pull ahead, and while they haven't pulled ahead now, they're holding even with Europe's #1 seeded team.
Yeah, clear #1 as well. It was not too close. Fnatic, the only team that got remotely close to that one. But as we know, Europe, everybody beats everybody else. Even bottom of the table to the top of the table. Copenhagen Wolves took Alliance a good run for their money several times. So Alliance, now with the 3 towers down, Outer, are they going to be able to make any inroads into SK's base? Currently, Dragon is the focus. That's up in 25 seconds. Ooh, Alliance almost caught out of position.
Again, Shockwave is the very key. If Jesus can get a multi-man Shockwave, that's how they're going to win these team fights. And Candy Panda needs to assassinate somebody. He needs to get past Wicked and get rid of probably Tabs, if possible, because he's going to be the consistent damage threat. As it stands, SK grouped up. There's a teleport coming in. Let's see, where is Freddy going? He's just joining. He just wants to be with the team. The potential delay, and also the power of Vengeful Maelstrom when a fight breaks out is going to be so impactful as they start to group. So I like the fact he's joined, but he's been hooked.
He's going to get hooked in. He's going to go on towards Wicked though, but he is a bird. Is it the word? He's trying to flash away. He's going to get focused on. A lot of hit points still. Not quite able to take him down. Soul Shackles from M80 does not ping off, and Tabs instead turns it around. Death Sentence on Svenskeren. Shook pounces and strikes and gets himself the kill. SK 2-0 down. They have to back away, but they still have control of the Dragon.
There was no Shockwave from Jesus. The number of low health members in Alliance, and no ultimate comes down. Now the teleport was used from Freddy early. A healed up Wicked is going to teleport into the team fight.
On the back?
He had home guard boots, but a well-timed sapling instantly mitigates that movement speed. Again, same story. Candy Panda needs to stealth up, and if Jesus lands a good Shockwave, they can still win this fight despite being down in numbers.
Oh, never move lands. Jesus gets caught out. He's going to be focused. Death Sentence follows. He gets hooked in. Shook gets himself in towards it. Gets the reset. Jumps on Candy Panda. Freddy and Froggen going at it just around the side there. Froggen will win out that fight. And again, this time a 2 for 2. But the Dragon, I believe, went to Alliance.
Yeah, I think they secured that one too. And just very well played by Alliance. They punished SK for sticking around. They did go 2 for 2, of course, because of the fact everybody was low. And I think Jesus did get the Shockwave animation off. We'll watch it in just a second. But Death Sentence connects onto Jesus. In and amongst the Maelstrom. This is the first fight. So, Alliance on the back foot, they managed to peel away. The nicest thing about what Alliance did in this fight is they split up in a line. So because they made it nearly impossible for a multi-man Shockwave, Jesus held the trigger. And that allowed Alliance to win the fight. And that then set them up for the Dragon. So this is now where SK re-engage. Also, I really like the sapling toss from Freddy. It instantly mitigated Freddy's movement speed, and that was the shockwave. Early on, allowed them to get a couple of kills, but truthfully, SK always at a disadvantage. They needed a perfect shockwave to win the fight. It wasn't. They ate too many skill shots and come away worse for wear.
So advantage now in Alliance's favor, and they have truthfully looked better in this game than they have in the last two. Blue buff's going to be taken. Shook will clean that one out. I'm not too sure whether they'll gift it to Froggen yet. They feel safe enough to do that. So, talked about the inroads into towers. This is the time to make them. Dragon now off the table, but they need to get some waves going for them, which is why we see Froggen down the bottom. And actually, SK moving on force. 5 members pushing towards this one. Nifgard protected. The rest of Alliance are nearby. Nevermove will go down. Wicked pops that ultimate to try and clear the wave out quickly. He will. They hold the tower.
Yeah, pretty good wave clear on the side of Alliance. I think thanks to the fact that they've got that Nevermove, they've got Ari, they've got the splash damage from Tristana. She's actually gone for a Phantom Dance as opposed to Static Shiv. So, slightly different itemization to what we're used to seeing. And I think it's going to work out because Tabs, once he gets that very long range, he can just sit and poke and poke and poke, looking for those critical hits. Alliance grouped up, they're going to siege another tower, and SK are very slow to respond.
They're going to get on towards the tower. They should take it down here. And SK pretty slow to defend that one. They needed the wave to come in, but that turret is not far in this one. Candy Panda, he's on his way back. Svenskern flanking around the side. Shockwave catches 3 members. Alliance in trouble. Freddy kicked away from this one. Wicked's going to get taken down. Jesus gets the kill on him. Now Froggen focused. He has to flash away. Spirit Rush available. Shook goes in, gets the reset, leaps away, and he's gone scot-free. And suddenly, it comes out of 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2 with both supports and top laners going down. Fantastic shockwave from Jesus. Almost takes Tabs out. But Nif had a near perfect box. The walls were hit by multiple members of SK, and Svenskeren was unable to chase him down. Oh, that's a flash from Sven.
Oh, he's going deep on this one. I'm not too sure if he's going to get it. He's going to turn it around. No, Shook gets it.
Wow.
And gets the reset. Pounces away. Thank you very much. Free kill.
I think Sven voluntarily opted into the isolation damage by running past the minion wave and into the turret. Shook just burst him down. Brutalizer Hex Drinker. Going to be enough. And you see, as soon as those items are picked up, Shook becomes a lot more relevant, much like the previous performances on Kha'Zix. Aggressive move from Tabs there, but it did scare Jesus away.
Yeah, went pouncing for it. Wicked this time. He's getting the blue buff. That's actually going to work out very well for him. Pretty mana hungry, Swain, if you don't get the right ultimate working in your favor on the minion wave, so he will eventually pick it up soon, someday. Somewhere.
Oh, he's stalling it. Maybe he's going to be giving it to Froggen. Let's see.
Yes, he is.
Yep.
Yeah, or is he giving it to Shook?
Oh,
No,
wait,
Froggen.
let's watch Blue Buff kick him in the head again.
Yeah,
oh, we punched him. Good guy, Wicked. Good guy, Wicked.
He's a big Danish fellow. He can take
you know
a couple
what?
of kicks.
For all the criticism we did give him for game 1 and 2, this is a much better performance. He's landing the skill shots with his Nevermove. He's in the right place at the right time. He's tanking appropriately. Despite the fact that he was so heavily focused in that previous Dragon engagement, he still got away with his life, teleported in, and still like re-tanked up on the front line. So this is a much, much stronger game from Alliance's top laner. And it feels like he's more practiced on Swain than he was on Maokai or Alistair.
But we can see the battle between Freddy and Wicked is actually pretty tight right now. And with Candy Panda trying to tip the scales, and Svenskeren making a move up the side, it's time for Wicked to make tracks, and he is rightfully backing away. But look at Alliance. They're reacting. They are shoving strong up this mid lane. We got Froggen off the side. Question is, will SK back off?
Oh, I don't really know. This is going to be another tower for Alliance at the very least. SK continuing the push. They do have a lot of attack speed with Twitch, but the problem is Tristana's got an Infinity Edge and a Phantom Dancer and Rapid Fire. So the trade is 2 towers for 2. But you're comparing, oh, the Shockwave I think is looking from Jesus. He did use it, didn't connect too well though.
So, 2 towers.
Oh, but look at the back. Here comes SK. SK are looking for a fight.
Oh, and they're going to find it because Wicked comes in. Good capture of Svenskeren, but he's going to down quickly here. Nif going to get focused down. It's going to be a jungler for a support so far. Wicked has to flash out of there. Takes a lot of poison damage. And actually, I think SK came out on top in that one.
If only the shockwave had been used in that fight, what a difference it could have been. Candy Panda was in a pretty good position, was laying down a lot of damage. They don't have the most amount of minions to work with. Freddy actually gets caught by the root. No Spirit Rush for Froggen, so he can't really look to just pop in and pop out with a kill. But I think smart-ish play. The teams end up trading 2 towers for 2. But that was a very, very good engagement from Svenska, and he got a massive shield from the Agony's Embrace. But unfortunately, he doesn't have the most armor. He's got a lot of hit points, but not enough armor, and just got melted there by Tabs' Tristana. It does allow SK some positioning, and they take the second Dragon. So Dragons 2 apiece, and it's still only a 2,000 gold game.
Yeah, so objectives still being picked up, and these team fights are getting tighter. Both teams coming out really evenly, honestly. It's been 2 for 2 a couple of times. Towers are still in Alliance's favor, but only just. Those 2 inners in the mid and bottom could open up a lot for Alliance. Of course, a lot of vision required from both teams. Not a lot of wards all gathered around that mid lane area, so not a great deal covering out the jungle. So I think that will be the focus for the next minute or two for both of these teams.
It feels like Alliance is dictating the tempo of the game. Despite the fact the lead is very small, even on kills, there's 1 tower that separates them. It's Alliance that's making more positive moves, and when SK is somewhat out of position, Alliance have been able to punish them. SK got a bunch of kills early on and had the advantage in that regard. But as the game is progressing, as Tabs is getting more and more damage, and as Shook is able to sort of look to assassinate people, Alliance are now finding the situations that they can win. I do think if Alliance keep this up, they can probably close the game out. The only thing that they have to avoid is the AoE team fights from Jezz's, from Shockwave. And if they peel properly, form the line, it'll work in their favor.
Wicked shoving hard, wanted to try and force something out of that mid lane. Blue buff was not there, which is why Froggen peeled away. No objectives are open for them. I think they want to try and make a pick. They'll try and pick something off. Froggen's continuing to just keep shoving that wave down the side. And bang on 30 minutes. We get ourselves a ball as well.
I'll call it 31.
Yeah, I think
just because I'm
going to call it 30-59.
Oh, well played indeed.
So, looks like it is Candy Panda with the pause. I'm not too sure actually. No, it's Alliance. I'm pretty sure.
We'll find out shortly.
Ref's not going too close to those.
So the thing about this game, actually the thing about this series, it has been slower. It has been more tactical, and I think it's been more about really punishing your opponent's decisions and mistakes rather than running away with the game. In the previous game, SK did have an advantage. They earned that. They played positively. But Alliance never really committed to fights. Alliance never really grouped, and SK punished them for that. Kept taking objectives, kept scaring them away. So how do these teams play this game? It's just safer. It's just slower.
I think Wicked found something under the desk, maybe nibbling away at his toes. It's just an audio issue, ladies and gentlemen. He's just sorting out his headset, so that's just being plugged in, not too sure, but a bouncing.
Yeah, that's the new headset as they're working through it. Look at the gold unspent. The 2 teams.
2K plus sat on to Tabs.
And the big CS deficit that Freddy was struggling from has also been closed as the game has progressed. But every other lane, with the exception of the AD carry, is very even. A 70 CS lead for Tabs is very, very big, but it doesn't equate to a whole lot. It's only 600-700 gold. Thanks to the Dragons, thanks to the towers. Objectives have been very even between these 2 teams. It's kind of a weird game to talk about because SK have roamed, they had a lot of kills and picks, but it didn't lead to map control. And Alliance have found the team fights, but they've kind of got the makings of a pick comp in their champions.
It's down to the point there where whoever loses out big in the next team fight, which potentially at this point maybe a Dragon or Baron, is going to take an inhibitor. Whether they'll take the game, respawn time is still fairly short at 31 minutes. I don't think it's going to be quite the game, but absolutely. As I mentioned at the start, this is going to be a 50-minute game, and it's going to be a very tight 50-minute game. At that, 11-11 in kills, 2,000 gold differential, this could still go either way. It's a case of who can pick off, and I'm really interested to see how this Swain Maokai is going to swing. Because it was clearly Wicked that had the advantage. It was clearly SK that were desperate to get Freddy off on his own. And now that Freddy is kind of back, I guess you could say, and has been aggressive, the more aggressive actually than Wicked, I wonder if Wicked's going to fall away from this one, because I know we were privileged to a conversation between Wicked and Froggen talking about this exact matchup and talking about how it would scale. Wicked believed Swain would fall away, but Froggen was absolutely insistent, and Wicked's listened to his captain, he's practiced and tried, and of course now he's pulling out Swain. We saw Soaz doing the same earlier on, so clearly there's something in this pick that everybody sees that works wonders.
So you could argue the differences, but they both end up just being these like super beefy, sort of sustained tanks. Swain will be healing himself through his ultimate, whereas Maokai will be reducing the damage. In both ways, just extending the survivability in team fights. But the biggest key for me is how Wicked lands the never moves. It is an AoE route, whereas Maokai's only got a single target. And when you've got champions like Evelyn and Twitch, who need to be moving, who need to be positioning correctly, if they get locked down, they die. And on the topic of the AD carries, Tabs on Tristana is so far ahead of Candy Panda, and he's going to outscale Twitch, thanks to the extent of range and the safety. If Tabs is not dealt with in team fights, he's going to be able to just clean house. And while you've got to worry about Swain healing and you've got to worry about Tabs, you've also got to avoid Froggen, who's spirit rushing in and trying to charm you and kill you. So there's a lot of threats on the side of Alliance that the very immobile side of SK has to overcome. So if they're ever jumped on top of and they're not ready, all of those threats and all the mobility and whatnot on the side of Alliance plays very heavily into their favor.
And something, you know, that has been pretty big for the fact that while SK have got 11 kills, 6 of them are on Nif. Still, untouched, Froggen and Tabs yet to die. Tabs, remember, went 10-0-8 in game 1. So could he get away with it again? At the moment, they are the guys that need to be focused, and if they're not getting near them, it may well be a problem for SK, because they are the big damage dealers. They are the big threats. Support's going down. Not the end of the world. It is a problem for all supports of the world, but it's not the end of the team fight, that's for sure.
Yeah, the advantage, of course, to Froggen and Tabs going unkilled thus far is that when they do eventually get killed, they will give up bounty gold. So that can help SK close this gap. Help SK. Not that 2,000 at 30 minutes is really sizable. I mean, I'm overhamming that one just a little bit. In my opinion, SK have to catch Alliance a little bit off guard. SK have to just try jump on Shook or Froggen or Tabs with the Twitch Orianna combo, kill them, and then allow Maokai and Evelyn to try run down the rest.
Well, Froggen is going to continue to keep this wave pushed in, while SK, they may try and take advantage. The fact that he's out of position, they're going to push in. Remember, there's an inhibitor that he's pushing towards, though, as opposed to that inner tower. This is not a good response from Alliance, though. They are now moving around. SK instead are going to choose to
they might try rush it.
To the Baron. Candy Panda's going in. He's going to go for the attack speed. They are rushing it. While this is happening, the inhibitor is being pushed in by Froggen.
This is going to be one of those potential scenarios where they're going to trade an inhibitor for Baron. Actually, no. SK should be able to recall. There was no vision from Alliance in the pit at all. So the rest of Alliance may be realizing that they've made a mistake, are just trying to push the waves up as quickly and as heavily as they can. Froggen's dealing a lot of damage to the inhib. If he sticks around, I think he might. I think he might. He's got damage. Oh, he needed to stick around a few more hits. I think it would have been worth it. One death to get super minions, and now your opponents have all got Baron. SK completely sneak it. At the beginning of the day, we talked about Barons, and we said that SK have not made the best Baron calls in the league. They've actually secured the 6th lowest number of Barons across their 28 games. But in this matchup, they made the right call. Very, very smart.
Well, we'll see how it works out. We'll see whether that Baron gets put to good use. It's all well and good getting the Baron if
they want Froggen.
Get objectives from it. It's going to be very hard to pin down. Flash and Spirit Rush available. They're not going to be able to catch him.
Yes, not with those kind of dog bindings. Definitely optimistic. Froggen able just to walk away. But yeah, well played to SK. They sneak the objective, completely catching Alliance with their pants around their ankles. They weren't able to get in range. They didn't even have the vision. So They probably realized too late and then just said, let's do the best that we can. With Baron up, and the fact that SK can look
Oh,
big.
it's going to get focused on. Not enough, though. The charm doesn't land. Froggen was waiting for that. That was the target he wanted. Spirit Rush was used. Nif takes a fair burst of damage, more than N-rated took, who was, of course, regenerating as well with that Baron buff. Froggen's running back to base.
We'll see how SK siege this one out. Both teams have got single target snares and roots and single target crowd control is the word I'm looking for. And as long as SK don't get caught by never moves, I think they actually can siege fairly well. Use the Jez's ball to zone appropriately, reduce the threat of members of Alliance. Don't eat death sentences, that would be a good start. But Freddy, he started to dive.
Oh, lands and pulls him out of danger. They've got such good wave there. They've got Tabs now, who's up to level 15. Phantom down, set Infinity Edge, play the Rune King. He'll just blow those minions to pieces. They really need to get something meaningful to try and pick someone off. Again, Shook, even with a massive chunk of damage as well, he can just void spike onto the minions. Let's see if they can get another couple of hits onto this tower. As of yet, they have not put a single dent in it.
So in the bottom lane, SK Gaming's wave is working for them. If that manages to get to the inner turret, they can peel away and take that tower. In the top lane, it is working against them. So Alliance will be able to potentially teleport up there if they win a team fight and send Frog in that direction. SK have got options. They're still 1,000 gold down, but they have Baron for a few more minutes, so they can continue the siege. Despite the death sentences connecting, it's onto Svenskeren and Freddy, which is not the target you're looking for.
Oh, again, Wiki just pops that ultimate. Oh! Rat-a-tat-tat coming out of Candy Panda. No target found. Alliance get taken low-ish on hit points, but certainly not enough. They're going to rotate down towards the inner turret. They will take that objective. So they're going to get something for this Baron, but inhibitor turret versus an inner turret so far. Teleport from Wicked. He's going in. They're going to defend it.
It looks like they're going for a fight. Wicked's been rooted in place, and he's going to die.
Well, that was good.
That was a great teleport. Just focus down. No, but again, nobody else from Alliance engaged, right? Wicked jumped in there. He wanted to defend the tower, but nobody else from Alliance moved in. Despite the fact Froggen was caught by the Dark Binding, nobody else engaged.
Top turret's taking a hell of a beating from minions right now, that inner turret. So far, this could well be an inner for an inner.
But there's 30-second death timer on Wicked. So if SK continue the push...
Flash!
Oh, that he's flashed the back.
Tabs flashes out of it. Freddy, though, going to push in. They've got a minion wave in there. Nif goes in, gets the flay down. Is he going to get dropped? Yes, he will. SK move in. Inhibitor turret goes down. Now they're going to get something from this. Inhibitor will fall. And Alliance finally pay the price.
That was a very, very good play. Jesus finally lands the shockwave, forces the flash by trying to land the shockwave. And it was all set up by Freddy. Freddy rooted the targets down. SK simply focused whoever they wanted to. And Freddy's tanky enough to be relevant. We talked about the differences between the Swain and the Maokai. Well, Maokai proved himself superior in the last couple of minutes. But on the same token, Wicked was sort of left out to dry. He teleported into that tower, instantly got rooted in place, and Alliance were like, sorry, buddy, we can't really do a whole lot for you.
Yeah, it's not worked out too well for them. So, 3 out of 5 Dragons, 1 out of 1 Baron. Big minion and wave in the top's going to get cleared out. Freddy, no problem with that one. Blue buff is available for Jez as well. The first time he's had that in a while. So SK back on top. This game swinging back and forward throughout this matchup. Pendulum effect. And again, it's going to be down to another big team fight and possibly a Baron play in 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, I really want to just comment on how Jesus was moving through the jungle. He was going for the blue buff and using that command attack just to scout. Using it for vision, only moving forward once he had the vision. That's actually very smart play and worked in their favor. It's exactly what Millennium did not do a couple days ago and got punished for being out of position when they lost control of their jungle. So SK, Baron worn off 1.5 minutes before the next one's up. They've got super minions in the bottom lane. Do they want to use super minions to siege or do they want to get Baron and then siege? They only were confident enough to siege once they had Baron buff.
So let's see how it works out. So Skaren pushing forward, the whole of Alliance. Gonna get found out here. Shook can just leap away. Pretty safe play from him there. So Skaren simply just got some basic attacks.
Yeah, it's fingered a lot more tanky since the last time those two met. Shook had so much damage and was looking to pop people off.
Wicked's going to show himself down the bottom. No teleport available. He's going to clear out this wave though, and that's going to push it back in Alliance's favor. And that Baron's not up for another 40 seconds, so he's got time to get back up here before it spawns.
Yeah, I think they'll be aware of that fact.
He's got super minions against him, so he's not
yeah,
going to push it in his own favor.
That's the problem. Like, but that's why you need to have somebody dealing with them. Interesting. Left the gold for Tabs. You have to keep that wave pushed out. So ideally, Alliance want to stall until Wicked's got his teleport. Then leave Wicked to continue to push out the super minions, keep them out of your base. And then if or when that Baron engage starts, you can then immediately just teleport straight back up. But because it's so close, they can't do that yet.
Well, blue buff was stolen away from Froggen, who only has 12.5 cooldown reduction, so he really needs that blue buff to get that charm off. Alliance tentatively stepping in there. Death push set up. Wicked caught in the dark binding. Lantern is out there. Will he be able to take it? Yes, he will. Charm from Froggen only on towards Freddy. Svenskeren taking very low off the side there, but Wicked was picked off. Jungler for top lane so far. Nif does land the death sentence on rating, but they don't follow through. Spirit Rush used by Froggen to get out of there. Super minions now on the Nexus. Alliance need to get back and defend this one. There's also a gigantic minion wave coming in the top lane. Everything thrown in. Shockwave whiffed. And SK will step away. Look at Tabzo. He fancies it. Couple of basic shots. They are hurting Freddy.
Yeah, but the thing is, the longer SK can keep Alliance here, the more objectives the super minions can take. Somebody from Alliance has to go back and deal with it. Are SK going to decide to rush this Baron down? There is a teleport on Freddy if he needs to jump into the fight. The key for SK was not being in position where Tabs could auto-attack. Not being in a place where Tabs could take him down. Shook may try attempt to steal, but this is going to be so hard.
Baron number 2 coming up for SK unless Shook can pull off some miracle. Jez is running interference, gets on towards him. Good damage actually from Shook. Again, stealths up. Oh, he's going to try and go for it. No, can't get close enough. This is going to be Baron. Nif comes in, tries to throw out the Lantern, tries to pull him in there. Not going to get the miracle smite that he needs. Instead, he's going to get the damage down. Will he get on N-rated? Will he get the reset? No, he will not. Jesus turns it around. Freddy low though. He's going to get dropped out here. Can Alliance pick up some kills? It's a 1-for-1 trade. Jesus hooked in. He goes down into double. Coming in for Tabs. Gets another. Gets on the triple. Now they can push. They've got the bottom lane exposed. They may be able to run straight for it.
There is a minute on the death time as Alliance have got so much damage in Tabs. The moment he is allowed to right-click targets, people die. The reason that Alliance lost the previous team fight before the Baron was because he was zoned away. Alliance were in full retreat. Once Tabs plants himself down, he melted through every single member of SK Gaming. That was obviously off the back of that team fight. They're going for the inhibitor as well.
They may just try and finish the game here. 30 seconds still going. They're going to push in. Inhibitor goes down. Minion wave still with them. Can Alliance just follow on through? One Nexus turret will be something they can pick up. Maybe able to get 2 out of it as well. Or entirely the game. But no, Svenskeren comes in, throws down his ultimate. Nexus turret number 1 falls. Svenskeren running interference. They do not care. They continues pounding away. Nexus turret number 2 goes down. Nif flashes forward. They're going for the Nexus. Tabs has got the damage. Alliance will take it. Game number 2 under the belt. Wow! Close stuff between these two teams. This honestly is teetering on the edge, and anyone could have taken that match. It turns out the Baron was not the right play, and Alliance come out victorious.
We called out SK at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of the day, talking about Barons, talking about how they're not particularly strong, they make those mistakes. The first Baron was so good, was so sneaky. Second Baron literally cost the match. They secured it, got killed in the pit, and Tabs just romped through SK Gaming's base. Whoever makes the bigger mistake is losing these games.
This is a very tight best of 5.
Yep.
Once again. And I'm so glad they're best of 5s, that's for sure, because this could have been it. It could have been all over, but no, we have potentially 2 more games to go. Alliance, pressure off a little bit now. They are in the lead.
Yeah.
Not for the first time, but more importantly, in the lane phase for Alliance, this is the first time they actually were coming out ahead, were looking good. They pulled out a Gambit, though. They pulled out the Swain. It worked out. SK desperately tried to rotate around from it so many times, put themselves behind in that lane phase.
Yep.
So Pick and Ban's coming in again. So big.
Ari continues to be undefeated. Froggen continues to show his mastery over the champion. That was first pick, worked out very well. The Swain, much stronger for Wicked. My question is, how does SK avoid these strategic decision-making problems? They lost game 1 because of it, they lost game 3 because of it. This could have been a 3-0. This could have been a 3-0. If they didn't make those mistakes. the series would be done.
El Clasico could have been on in the final.
Exactly. So for SK Gaming, they've got the individual ability, they've got the mechanical ability. Despite whatever you may feel about Froggen versus Jesus, Jesus has held even. He went down, he was ganked. He still stayed even in CS with Ari in their previous game. SK are delivering individually. It's their macro team-based decisions that are costing them games.
Possibly proving, though, while he did do well,
yep,
Oriana was not worth a ban in the first 2 games.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. The shockwaves were, I also think, few and far between. I kind of feel like SK are very
holding
hesitant.
on to them a lot.
Yeah, like in game 1, and Rated on Brown was a little bit hesitant. The shockwaves in this game, I think we've seen maybe 4 of them over the course of a 40-minute game. And a couple completely whiffed, a couple with flash.
So does this feedback, I wonder, for Jesus? Remember, way back, Spring Split, obviously turned his game around. He was talking about how he suddenly felt, actually, if I do make the plays and they don't work out, it's not the end of the world sometimes. It is sometimes, but not all the time. And obviously that gave him a little bit of freedom. Maybe that's coming back. Maybe questioning his doubts.
I agree
in
with that.
his head. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go over to the analyst desk to take us through that Alliance win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Wow, that was incredibly close. It could have gone either way. Thinking of what we saw to pick some bans, Wicked picking up Swain in this one after we saw a couple of Swains already. What did you make of the pick in this one?
I actually really like the Swain versus Mayokai, but they really needed to force it into the 1v1. So unless they can get that decent 1v1 where he can bully and have that bully matchup, he really doesn't have that much of an impact in lane phase. But when they started getting that going, Wicked survived many ganks by flashing walls and surviving long enough. And yeah, I think it was a really good pickup by him.
And also had some very good snares actually in the team fights. The build, however, I'm not even sure. He was going for Randuins, then he went into Spirit Visage, then he wanted to build the Hourglass, and then he didn't want to build the Hourglass, he wanted to get a Void Staff instead, or whatever it was in the end, and actually ended up not really completing anything. Yet in these team fights, Swain is very strong because you can tank up a lot of damage, you have the snare, you have to slow, and therefore he was very, very annoying and very hard for SK to deal with in these fights here, and therefore the pick, of course, worked out. Did cost them their first blood because they had to swap, make sure they got the standard lanes, and in the end Svensson actually got the kill on Nif, I believe it was, up in the top lane.
So actually we saw SK doing pretty well again in the early game, but then Ward Police, what's the verdict?
SK started warding again up until 20 minutes and then boom, no wards for the rest of the game. So they've started doing what they need to do. Hopefully they can start buying wards mid-game and then we'll see a lot smoother games.
Yeah, let's just bring up the replay where we really do highlight also SK Gaming's issue here with the wards. So there's a reason we're showing the items right now. On SK Gaming's side, Dragon has just spawned. They've all been back to base. We have 4 health potions, no wards. You only have the Sidestone ward at the moment from the Morgana, from the support. There's no pink wards at all. Alliance, on the other hand, if you look at their side, has already placed 2 pink wards. They've already placed some of the wards they had, and they have even more wards at the moment. It simply means, let's just roll the clip here. Freddy actually gets an okay engage onto Wicked here, which is very nice setup for him. Jesse's right to introduce his Shockwave just to finish off Wicked and get this one kill. But now it means SK Gaming can no longer chase Alliance because they have no wards in this area. They have no idea what they're running into. They cannot face check Froggen, and therefore as soon as N-Rated dies, the rest of the team kind of backs away, and it opens up for Nif to land the hook because they know we have no way of chasing into these bushes here. We have no wards, and Alliance has everything covered. They can see everyone from SK Gaming. They get the kills. Also in the end, pick up the Dragon, and it's basically just SK Gaming making the game insanely hard for themselves. Crepo in the backstage. In the backstage, Crepo said himself, why does this game have to be so hard? You have the option to go back and buy a lot of wards, take the lead you already have, place them on the damn map, get a lot of control, and then you can pick the right fights. But instead, SK Gaming, they keep doing the same deal. They never want to buy these wards late game, and it just makes it so hard for them to actually play in the late game.
I'd like to point out with SK's composition, they need to fight this Dragon. Their composition is so perfect for this. But against Alliance's superior ward control, they're forced to do this panic engage where Freddy gets caught out first. And they need to completely avoid that. If they just ward up first, things will be so much easier for them.
Is it safe to say that Alliance is underperforming by a little bit, or by a lot, yeah, and make you let that call, and that SK is just simply outplaying themselves?
Well, the thing is, we don't know if it's SK Gaming performing really well here, or if it actually is Alliance underperforming. If we look back just to the season or the split we have seen here, Alliance has been very, very dominant in every single game, in every aspect of the game as well. And today, they just seems to have a lot of issues in the early game. even the mid game is not as smooth as we normally see, and they have to drag it to a late game before they can get this crucial last team fight to win the game. 2 games now they've won, where they've actually been behind. SK Gaming was pushing in the base, and then we have this one team fight from Fnatic, from Alliance. It's been a very long day. From Alliance, they win it, they take the base, and end up winning the game. And it's crazy to see SK Gaming being ahead in all these games and being so close, and yet so far.
All right, then I want to revisit the predictions after what you said here, but it's just gotten harder.
I called 3-1 Alliance from the start, and I'm going to stick with that.
I'm going to give the next game to SK Gaming.
You
Last game? Well, I'll give it to SK Gaming as well.
All right, well, go to full 5 games. That's what we want. If you thought this series was going to be a clean sweep, these teams had other ideas. We're on to game 4 when we come back, so don't go anywhere. Where's my LeBlanc toss?
Kicked away from this one. Wicky's going to get taken down. Jesus gets the kill on him. Now Froggen focused. He has to flash away. Spirit Rush available. Shook goes in, gets the reset, leaps away. Lanson is out there. Will he be able to take it? Yes, he will. Charm from Froggen, only on towards Freddy. So it's going to take it very low off the side there, but Wicked was picked off. Freddy low though. He's going to get dropped down here. Can Alliance pick up some kills? It's a 1-for-1 trade. Jesus hooked in. He goes down into double. Coming in for taps. Gets another. Gets on the triple.
When I was young, I played basketball, and my coach always told me, with offense, you win games, but with the defense, you win world championships. I think with League it's the same. If you're a good player, you win games, but if you're a good team, you will win the world championship.
Well, only was that easy,
That was a pretty aggressive, you know.
If you're a good team, you win world championships. There you go. Today I learned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for Game 4 in this semi-final matchup between SK Gaming and Alliance. We just saw Alliance win Game 3, unbelievably, honestly, after they decimated SK Gaming at Baron, and now Alliance is 2-1 up.
They are, and they're 2-1 up because SK are making way more mistakes after 30 minutes. If you look at the 3 games, SK Gaming has been the better team up until the 30-minute mark in games 1 and 3. And even in game 2, which they ended up losing, they were still completely even with Alliance up until the 25-30-minute mark. And then they just started making mistakes. It feels like the late-game decision-making, the late-game experience, the late-game pressure may be getting to the players and the teams because they've made monumental errors multiple times.
Well, it's always been a game of inches over in the American football times, but that shockwave for Jesus in the pit, that would have been up in 1 second time. He could have got a quadra, but instead he got killed. And that's how close this game is. Very much on the edge. Twisted Fate and The Rat banned out by SK Gaming, and Alliance still focusing Freddy, the main man. Put him off balance. He's the shot caller, he's the captain. Take him out of his game, and SK start to make some questionable decisions. Nidalee and Aatrox are the bans so far. Nami once again taken away from Nif.
Kog'Maw, Kassadin.
Final choice.
Kog'Maw, Kassadin,
Yeah.
Orianna, Maokai, Alistar, Ari. There's a lot of champions available. Does Jesus play Kassadin in this game? He's played it in the past. He's shown that he can. He has diversified his champion pool. Hell, we've seen top lane Kassadin, you know, building somewhat tanky.
Such a risk, though.
It is, but it is all or nothing.
Yes.
You lose this game now if you're SK, you go to that 3rd, 4th decider against Rocket. You win this game, you go to the final.
Whoa. Tristana mid and Kog'Maw. It's mid AP Kog'Maw.
Oh, or it could be mid AD Tristana to try punish Kassadin. Any AD champion up in that mid lane against Kassadin can really make his life difficult. We'll see how the cookie crumbles. There are multiple options for either of these two. And it's awesome. Alliance going big. They're doing something completely different in Game 4. If they win this match, they guarantee themselves a spot at Worlds. They guarantee themselves the showdown with Fnatic in the final on Sunday for the Summer Split title. And we'll see which AD carry will fall in which lane.
And more importantly, what the hell does Candy Panda now play? It's going to pull him in a bit of a bind. So, Maokai locked in, and Svenskeren gets on that Kha'Zix again. It's worked very well for him in the last few games. Kha'Zix has actually worked very well for everyone. When Shook gets on it, it's a pretty good champion. Braum being hovered over. That was something that Rated managed to get his hands on in game number 1.
Yes, game 1.
That's correct.
Yep.
I am interested.
I don't know how this is going to work out. I don't know how this is going to work out. But the thing that Alliance need to be super careful of, whenever you run a double AD comp, whenever you run like an AD heavy composition, if you're going to go all AD, you cannot afford to fall behind. And you cannot afford to fall behind even less so against a Kassadin and a Kha'Zix. Because the moment you do, those are very squishy champions. And all of a sudden, the mobility and the assassination potential from both of them is incredibly high. And you've got resets once again on a champion on Candy Panda. Resets on Kha'Zix. If Alliance give up kills, things can get very hairy very quickly.
So, the cow versus the tree in the top lane, or possibly 2v1. Braum alongside who the hell knows. Candy Panda gets himself Jinx, which we'd forgot all about. Holy Phoenix sort of showed off how strong that can be the other day. And then Rated gets back on Morgana, which actually would be a great champion against the double AD comp.
The other question is then going to be, how well does Wicked perform on Alistar? His first game, it was first picked and left a lot to be desired.
This is where we all get confused and find out it's like Jungle Cockball.
Left a lot to be desired. I mean, it could be Jungle Cow.
Lee Sin, of course.
So, okay, Lee Sin for sure. We need to just see how these swaps happen. let's briefly talk about SK's comp. They've got frontline, they've got pick potential. I think they will be looking once again to land the snare, land the zap, and then jump in with Maokai Kha'Zix Kassadin. Once again, very, very mobile. Someone gets out of position, they get shut down very heavily. I believe 20 seconds on the clock is the cutoff marker for where Froggen and Tabs need to swap. And let's see if they're going to swap. If it is going to be the AP cog in the middle, if it is going to be Tristana, either one of them can do relatively well, but I feel like Tristana is going to be the smarter option. You can rocket jump away, you can bust a shot, cast it backwards. But again, 10 seconds left on the clock. Where's it going to be?
He's sticking with Tristana. They both took their hands off the mouse. That is what is happening. Everybody is set. So, Froggen on Tristana in the mid lane. I would say this is balls of steel play coming out of Alliance, because if Kassadin happens to get going, they are two very squishy targets he can jump on.
Exactly, that is the big, I mean, even Shook on Lee Sin, he's super squishy as well. It is 4.13, the shield has got a reduced effect as well. If Froggen gets the assistance of Shook, like he has in previous games, he already has a lane advantage against Kassadin. You add a Lee Sin into the effect as well, with his early game ganking power, against a Kha'Zix who, regardless of which jungler's running him, has had 0 early gaming presence. The advantage is very heavily in favor of Alliance. But the catch is they have to get a lead and have to maintain a lead. Because if they go even, I think the threat of Kassadin, Kha'Zix, Maokai against 2 AD carries, an AD carry with no escape as well, is very scary. I'm going to quickly double check Runes of Masteries. It is an AD Tristana middle.
So, let's see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen. Will this be the final game? SK Gaming starting out as the blue team. They are 2-1 down against Alliance on the red team, who run a double AD comp. I don't think I've cast the double AD comp since probably Season 1, honestly, when we used to see Ashe in that mid lane, pretty common.
That's a long time ago, man.
I'm old.
And the thing that's quite cool about this particular AD comp, you've got so much zone control from Braum. You've got a stun that works off auto attacks. So now you've got 2 ADs that are going to stun targets together.
Ooh, Candy Panda's slowed.
Well, we'll see.
Is he?
Gonna get caught in just a second. Concussive blows will land.
Yes.
AD carries, are they in range?
Wicked can flash for it. Froggen mid-air dark binding. I'm pretty sure in range it did plant that one.
If auto attack,
nope.
Yeah,
nope.
Very close.
Nope.
Very, very
flash
close.
burn, though, by the AD carry. That's what counts. And that could be, well, Shook, paying a visit early on to Candy Panda in that bottom lane.
Okay, so I just want to expand just on some of the strengths of this particular double AD comp. Zone control and CC from Braum, plus having 2 auto-attack dependent long-range AD carries, means Braum's passive will be activated frequently and quickly. You've got multiple knockbacks. Lee Sin can kick people away. Buster Shot from Tristana can kick people away. Alistair can kick people away. So that mobility engage we were talking about from SK can be mitigated if Alliance are grouped, communicating effectively, and not wasting their spells. In theory, there is time for protection. The question is, will it be enough? I don't know. I'm a believer. Don't shake your hand at me, man.
I'm shaking my hand about my cup of tea, to be honest. British casters, we have to keep it real as we cover these games. Wicked in the top lane up against Freddy. Let's see how this one works out. It's been 2-1 in favor of Freddy, despite the game being 2-1 in favor of Wicked.
Yep.
He had the advantage, I think it's safe to say, in Swain early on. This time around, though, Freddy on Maokai. Let's see what he can do against Alistair. And, well, you got to assume the Wicked will be going full AP. We've obviously heard, ooh, Dark Binding on Nif there. He's going to land some damage on N-Rated, though. Tabs doesn't care, doesn't help.
Yeah, doesn't want to get involved in that. I think, you know, if Wicked decides to go for Rod of Ages into Trinity Force again, you have to question the effectiveness. The Battle Cow of Trinity Force Static Shiv or Trinity Force Tank is probably the more impressive thing. But this is the difficulty Jesus will be facing. Constant auto attacks, constant harass, and obviously the explosive shot damage over time from Froggen. It hasn't resulted in a CS lead yet, but I do feel I'd like to keep my eyes on this lane to see how well Froggen can contain Jesus.
Wicked gets twisted advance onto. She takes a lot of damage, but doesn't trade back. He's waiting for Shook to join him. No wards from either top laner. Freddy actually just about to place a ward. Perfect timing. Did he get to see Shook?
I'm not quite sure.
Oh,
That's
doesn't matter. There's a pulverize, there's the headbutt. Freddy's going to have to go a long way from this one. Shook just biding his time, will flash away. Shook going to catch on towards him. Still a lot of damage on Freddy, but they don't get the kill.
Decent attempt by Wicked, but obviously the twisted advance from Freddy almost mitigates headbutt instantly. And then he just trades his flash. So flash for flash traded. Wicked has already used his teleport, so if he does decide to back and Freddy pushes the lane, Wicked could lose a little bit, but I think he should be fine actually. He's got a decent enough minion wave in that front lane. And in the bottom, there's Nif going a little aggressive on Candy Pan.
Oh, Dark Bind in a game, but Nif again with that Unbreakable. It causes problems. Can he get the stun onto Candy Pan? No, he's taking far too much back. Stun was about to tap out. Tabs doesn't land it though. Look at this. Junglers peeking back and forward. Froggen pouncing onto Svenskeren and gets the explosive shot. Gets himself a couple of attacks. Shockwave not going to land. Is he going to get the damage down? Flash was used by Shook on this one. Jez is going to come around, but it's effectively useless. But they don't have enough to catch on towards him. Shook flash wasted.
And Svenskeren flashed down as well. So both top laners, both junglers, not with their summoner spells. Froggen looking to play aggressively. This AD carry in the mid lane pick has not resulted in control in the opening levels. There is a 7 CS difference, but there's 4 juicy minions in front of Jez's. He's still doing relatively okay, you know, all things considered. Does have the crystalline flask, does have those cookies, so he's keeping himself as sustained as he possibly can. But now is when Froggen needs to accelerate. Now is when Froggen needs to pull ahead and really make sure he delays that power spike of Cassie.
Well, Froggen has been fairly inventive in this mid lane in the past. Of course, used to play Elise in there a long time ago, back at IPL 5. Pulled out a number of different innovations throughout the years. Of course, his main one just simply being the bird in that mid lane, pretty much, I think, safe to say the world's best in that position. We'll see how this Tristana works out. He has got grade A mechanics, so no doubt that he'll be working wonders. Candy Panda, again, Nif really wants to get locked on towards him, but Black Shield is very much on point from Enrated.
Yeah, Nif's really trying to play aggressively, and it's just not working out. But the problem is Candy Panda and Enrated are burning through their mana pool. So as long as Nif and Tabs keep themselves somewhat ahead of the mana resources, it should allow them to get ahead at some point. And just after that little speech about Froggen CS, he now has actually built up a 14 CS lead. So that's going to get extended further. Now it's starting to show. Jesus is falling under the pressure, and here comes Shook in the bottom lane.
They're trying to catch on towards him, but again, Nif not able to lock anything on. Black Shield doing its job. Enrated stopping this one. Shook's going to get slowed down here, I feel. Candy Panda going to get some damage, not going to follow through. Jesus, he had that teleport, of course, has gone back to base, got himself the Tear of the Goddess now. And he's trying to keep up, but Froggen is motoring ahead in terms of CS, of course. Because Jez has left that lane, Froggen has no reason to, yet to use the single pot that he got early on, and Jez is, he's going to have a hard time keeping this tower standing.
He really is, and you know, when you've got a double AD comp, you've got these weird power spikes. You tend to, you know, struggle in the laning phase, and once you've got some items built up, and if you get to the super late game, you tend to have a massive amount of damage. The only risk is, of course, against assassins. If you do take too much damage too early on, you can't stand an auto attack, which is what you need a prolonged amount of time to do. But you've got the 2 best AD carries at this moment in time, in many people's opinion, locked in on the same squad. And we just need to see how their positioning plays out, because that's going to be so crucial to making this composition work.
Ironically, it's 2 mid laners playing AD carries as well. Obviously, Tabs used to be his old position here.
Is it fair to still say that?
Fizz,
because he's been playing AD carry for a year.
Fantastic Fizz. He still pulls it out now and again.
Yeah, but now he's on a team that's potentially going to the final if they win this game.
He's proven himself to be a top AD carry. There's no doubt about that one.
That I agree.
But this is the one thing. Shook is going to get everything from that jungle. He gets the blue buff. There's no need for it for Froggen. He doesn't care about it. Tams may actually get it when the game progresses, or even Wicked.
That's a very interesting question. I would actually wonder if it wouldn't be smarter on Tabs just to throw out more living artilleries. You know, get that blue buff, just allow you to spam, more void oozers, again, more zone control. Second game running, we see Shook looking for opportunities, but Sven is finally going to show himself. And remember, there's 2 leaps on both of them, and of course there's a leap on Froggen as well. So that could be a very difficult fight for our spectators to keep track of once everyone starts playing hop, skip, and jump around.
Oh, Candy Panda this time is taking some good damage from Tabs. That's going to force him away. Something we haven't actually considered is while Freddy will be that tanky front line, he will get shredded pretty quick by double AD.
I agree. And if he doesn't pick up like a Thornmail second item, or at least super quick, maybe third item, he's not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe. Because not only is it double AD he's got to deal with, but Tabs is also going to be shredding his armor and MR. And obviously got the percentage HP, so we'll see how that plays out. Anyways, the tree and the cow. This is the most exhilarating fight. D-Man, over to you.
Well, he's holding and biding time for Shook to get up here, and he flashes away. Quick early flash, ward in that river will give him vision, but despite the flash being used, it is actually Freddy that came out on top in that exchange. You can see Wicked's hit points.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation to read because
Wicked used his ulti, yeah.
Yeah, Wicked didn't use his ulti, but he saved his flash. Freddy did burn his flash, but he comes out with better HP. And I think, in general, Freddy's probably going to have a higher level of sustain because it doesn't cost him mana. And, you know, Wicked constantly needs to spam out those triumphant roars, which allows Freddy to sustain because it's based off spellcast.
This is an all AD comp, it seems, because it looks like it's Trinity Force first for Wicked. So he's going to go the Trinity Force static Shiv route.
I'd like to think so. There is a fair amount of magic damage on the side of Wicked.
He's going to have to use his ulti now, and that's not going to give him enough time. 7 seconds, remember it lasts, and Freddy's twisted advance could be back off cooldown. Pull headbutt just enough to force him away and saves the flash.
That was the last amount of mana that Wicked had available to him as well, so he's playing this one really, really close to
Oh, the rocket's going for him. I think he may well teleport away.
Timing
Is
his
it? No,
move.
he's going to have to... Whoa! There's the flash. Now he had to use it. And that's going to buy time for Freddy to put damage on the tower.
The ping actually baited him into it almost. I think it would have missed him, but nevertheless, Super Mega Death Rocket not causing death, but it does get the summoner spell. So after those trades are talking about who came out where, it's Wicked that's also flashless, thanks to a strong play. So Nif does have access to his ultimate, and he's used it on Candy.
Oh, he's catching out Candy, but he hasn't got the catch on towards him. Soul Shackles will go off. Nif Unbreakable doing what it should. But now, Candy Panda, remember, no ultimate available for him, but he's going to get one more shot on towards Candy Panda. No! Enrated flashes, and a heal comes out from Tabs to save his support.
All 4 summoner spells down on the side of SK Gaming. Tabs manages to save his flash, but a very good turnaround. Candy Panda and Rayta get jumped on, and thanks to the defensive support of Morgana, is able to dissuade Tabs and Nif and prevent any kills.
Froggen going for the Infinity Edge early on, actually taking a fair bit of poke now. And it's dangerous actually for him in that mid lane now that Svenskeren and Jesus can both leap towards him, so he's going to have to be really on his toes. He sticks around and continues to increase his farming capacity. Svenskeren's going to keep on pushing and keep on farming. Shook, meanwhile, maybe looking towards starting out this dragon.
So we'll see if the support comes with 280 carries. This is going to go down super quickly. And, you know, that CS continues to skyrocket in favor of Froggen. He's built himself up a very nice advantage in the middle lane. And with this dragon, it's actually going to give Alliance a small gold lead. But we need to see how they play these fights out. Wicked and Freddy once again going toe-to-toe, and Wicked forced to use his ulti.
Uses that ulti, and Svenskeren this time around will catch on towards him. Sapling will slow him down. Oh no, he just dodged out the side headbutt. It's Freddy away. Freddy will not continue to chase, but Wicked is losing this duel.
The thing is, even though he's losing the fight, they're actually still even on CS. So it is very aggressive, it is back and forth. Freddy's going low, Wicked's going low. But, you know, nobody's really stamping an authority on the lane. Wicked's definitely showing a stronger aptitude in this game with Alistair than he did in game 1. But it's his team fights and it's his timing on those unbreakable wills that I'm really going to be looking at as these teams start to group up. How well can he protect both Froggen and Tabs?
Freddy teleports back. We already saw Wicked teleporting back, so they are both now down. Catalysts picked up by both Freddy and Jesus. Of course, Jesus is going to take a while to get his power spike going. We'll see whether Froggen can take advantage of that. He is burning through the farm. We are only, remember, what, 13 minutes in? He's already 128 CS. We'll keep our eye on that one because with a mid lane AD carry, it's actually possible that he could go for a record, but he needs to start going for the rates if he wants to keep it up. Meanwhile, mid tower, that goes down. Jesus can't keep that one at bay.
Now, this is a very strong thing that Alliance could be doing. If they try to rotate and force tower kills, two AD carries obviously means you can shred towers quickly. That can accelerate a gold lead and give you the ability to force fights in your favor because you have an advantage. We did see Wicked. We can say he won that fight. I think that's fair to say.
Absolutely. Only fair we give him credit. We've been giving Freddy a lot of credit throughout.
And something I also want to mention is like SK's comp also scales very, very well. Maokai with damage reduction, you know, eventually when he gets a Thornmail, Kha'Zix, Kassadin, Jinx, they're all going to do very, very well as this game continues to go later and later and later. And it's going to come down to how effectively Alliance can deal with the mobility of SK, you know, how defensive can they play, and also how good is their positioning. Right, 2v2. Who's going to win this one? There's a teleport from Freddy.
Teleport coming in, and Nif has been caught it out. He's already used his Unbreakable. It looks like it will be First Blood this time around. It will be SK that takes it. Candy Panda picks himself up First Blood. Back in the top lane. Freddy, he's getting caught out. Manages to get the knockback on Alliance. And Wicked and Shook, will they go tower diving? Yes, they will. It's Wicked that will happily tank it down. Freddy's in trouble. Sapling touches down. The tower hit's coming through. Not enough to take him down. Bottom turret goes down. SK will get that one. And again, it's back and forth action, opening up very quickly.
Yeah, very, very even across the board between these two teams, getting to, the respective kills as well as the towers. So it's 1,000 gold difference. And with towers down, where do people move?
Where does Froggen go here? He's actually caught out of position. The Buster Shot is available to him. Rocket jumps away, will get slowed, has got Flash available. Not too sure whether anyone else is going to follow. Puts a pink down because he was a little worried that someone would continue the chase.
Yeah, if Sven had gone invisible, he wouldn't have been able to Buster Shot him away. So, smart play by Froggen. With the Infinity Edge completed, he is actually hitting pretty hard. And he didn't even burn a summon spell. Just very, very smart tactical play. Level advantage, nearly 40 CS lead. But it's such an interesting question. What is better in the late game? Two leaping in assassins with an execute that can follow up from Super Mega Death Rocket, or two AD carries that can just hammer away and melt whatever jumps into them.
It's basically protect them as well, because, you know, Wicked's going to be protecting, Nif is full-on protection, Shook's kick's going to be protecting, everything is keeping Froggen and Tams alive.
And the other thing as well is, like, SK have to jump in all together. If they jump in one by one, they'll just get focused down. Right, another duel. Battle 17 between Freddy and Wicked. This time, advantage Freddy.
I don't know if Wicked can just hit top himself off.
I called it. I gave him the award. It's Battle 17. You can call Battle 18.
They're going to continue. He's going to eat a sapling, and that'll slow him down. Freddy will keep pushing, but he's got help again, and Shook will return to the top lane. Froggen's backing off. See if that static shift comes around. Freddy, he's the one who's going to go for headbutt. Back in towards it. Shook comes around. Freddy this time in trouble. Not too sure if he's going to be able to get out of this one. Kick pulls in. Shook finishes him off. And that is kill number 2 for Alliance.
Yeah, very, very easy and well played, but Shook's backing off. Sven's going for the cow. He's going all in for the stake.
He hasn't got the burst. He's going to have this use his ultimate. Is he going to be able to take him down? No, he's not. Flash comes out. Shook comes in to save the day, and now Shook fancies this one. But Sven's got a lot of damage down on towards him. Is he going to try and bait him in? Wicked, has he got the hit points to try and pull him away here? Shook's going to get pounced on. Oh, he's unseen threat. He's dead.
Here comes Jesus.
Oh, he's going to try and get John! Easy, easy pickup. That's what Jesus needs. That is exactly what he needs, and that's exactly what Alliance don't want to start happening.
Completely agree. And remember, when you're running away from a Kha'Zix, you're opting into the isolation damage eventually, as Svenskeren continues to get those spell casts down. So he manages to pick up the kill. A very good roam from Jesus punishes them. And look at SK with Jinx on the tower. She too can destroy towers once she gets in range of them. And what's really interesting is you've got like the 3 longest range AD carries in the game. Tristana obviously with levels, Kog'Maw with Bio-Arcane Barrage, and Candy Panda's Jinx once she gets max rank on the switcheroo for her rocket launcher. And the range game is going to be super interesting to watch, because whichever AD carry outpositions and is able to like plant themselves as an artillery platform is probably going to determine the outcome of these team fights.
Well, if Froggen makes his way up that river, he's absolutely out of position, that's for sure. Instead, he's going to stick around, pings it out. SK start, the Dragon and Alliance are kind of out of position here. Teleport not available for Wicked, so it seems that this one will be easily picked up by SK this time around.
And looking at the way the Dragon Pit played out, Alliance never really want to engage. Alliance don't really have a team comp where they can start a fight, you know? Battle 18, I believe this is you to determine who the victor is.
It's pretty clearly Freddy this time around. Didn't have the minion advantage, and with that Trinity Force complete, is apparently not doing tons of damage.
And just to finish that point, because you've got double AD and because you're so reliant on defending, healing, and protecting your AD carries, it does mean that you don't want to use those spells to try and initiate.
Well, again, ultimate used. His will seems to be breaking, though. Oh, Soul Shackle Flash. And Froggen actually rocket jumps and flashes away. Jesus gets the slow on them all. Now we see who this works out. Shook with the kick. It's not enough to get away. They're going to try and sidestep this one. N-rated. Dark binding up in a moment. There's minions getting in the way. Shook may well try and turn it around. Here comes Nif. Oh, Froggen caught out. He goes down. This is what we feared. This was what the danger is with a double AD. They can get chased down, especially by a Kassadin.
Flash burn, rocket jump burn, buster shot, dragon's rage, almost everything, and it was not used effectively. It allowed SK to run them down. So, turret falls in the top lane in favor of Alliance, turret falls in the mid lane in favor of SK. This is what I said a few moments ago with towers down. How does Alliance respond? Every time they've tried to move forward, they've been punished. They tried to gank top lane, gave up 2 kills. They tried to push tower bot lane, gave up a kill. And SK are once again pulling themselves into a lead.
Oh, Shook is running a risky adventure there, but blue buff given up, and SK take that. So, advantage starting to build their way. Jez has actually stood on top of a pink wall. That's going to get cleared out and spotted in SK. Now they back off. Candy Panda gets himself 2 kills to the good. And he will go back and buy Will Seize. Sitting on flat out static shift.
That's a pretty successful shopping trip, if ever you've seen one. And that's actually very important because of wave clear. On the side of SK, they don't have massive wave clear yet, because Svenska is still building up that attack damage. To be fair, he's actually got a good chunk. So those void spikes, as well as the auto attacks from Candy Panda's rockets, is really going to be what they're relying on. You don't want anything else. Sapling's obviously going to help out a small amount. But in contrast, Alliance actually don't have the greatest wave clear either. They're going to be relying on the Voidoos, as well as Tristana's explosive shot. So could be a very interesting siege situation back and forth if we ever get there.
They have pretty long range wave clear.
True, but it's the other thing is, like, when you have wave clear, you're generally talking about like extended sieges and how do those play out. Shook is looking for N-rated. There's no support.
Oh, he's continuing to pressure N-rated. He's putting a lot of damage on N-rated, and he gets N-rated. Jez now, he's focused on, look at this, Froggen coming around the side. Svenskerin's getting close by, Shook taken low. Nif is also here as well. He's going to try and block out the damage. He will get slowed, but he's backing away. Don't think N-rated was quite expecting so much damage from Shook there.
No, not at all. Smart call actually from Alliance to back away after the kill. It was tempting. When Jez's Rift walk in, I wondered if they were going to look to try to stun him up. They could have got the Braum passive on, but decided against it, and wisely so. SK was trying to surround them, and you don't want to give any potential resets. Wings are evolved for Sven. Get excited, obviously available to Candy Panda. And here's Sven just zoning Wicked away.
Yep, that's the top tower, and that's 3 now for SK. All outer turrets down. So, how do we rate this so far? Because I don't think this is how Alliance foresee this going. Of course, they have double AD, which means they need to get farm. They need to delay for a while to get their power spike on. They do have a Infinity Jet, Static Shift, Tristana, and a Trinity Force Vampiric Scepter Cogmore. But Jez's now, with the Rod of Ages complete, with the tier stacking up, with the Source Boots on, is becoming a pretty big threat.
So Alliance already 1,000 gold down, rather. They a tower down, and they don't have a real ability to start team fights. They want to be playing reactively, they want to be playing defensively. So with all of that in mind, if SK continue to push and Alliance can punish them, that's how they can regain control of this matchup. They don't really have a comp that can win through fighting, but they can through wave management and towers. If Alliance are able to play smart, move around, rotate effectively to push the objectives down, that's how they take control back in the game. They're just going to be super, super careful. So warding is going to be very important, and ensuring they combo their spells properly. Froggen, he's a little bit off to the side.
Oh, they're going to have to dive in and try and cover this one off. Svenskerin's going to get caught out. He will go down. Now Nif, teleport comes in, Wicked will join the party. He gets on there, Freddy. He's going to get locked up, the damage is on him. Pulverize still not used, he's going to come in. Headbutt, Pulverize on towards them. Now we can see backing in towards them. Alliance trying their best to stay alive. It is a tricky fight for them. SK zoning out well, but it is Tabs that finally gets in. A very tight exchange. Jez is not able to get a lot of damage down though. And there's the double ADs that come out on top.
Very, very well focused from Alliance. Pay very careful attention to how disruptive that Glacial Fissure is. 60% slow, it is also going to make life very difficult for SK to engage. And Jez he's not rift walking into the middle of the fight. Even though Alliance are focusing Freddy down, the very good chain CC, the knockups, the slows, and Froggen and Tabs were very safe throughout the entirety of that fight. Just using that long range and their ability to lay damage down very effectively.
We saw Shook. Shook was layering basically on top of Froggen, making sure he was the one that was going to get hit. He is getting hit this time away, safeguards away. Dragon up. Jungler taking a lot of damage, but the rest of Alliance are going to join this one. No teleport for Wicked, he comes around the side. SK start this one off. Good chompers, that's going to zone them out, and they may well get the Dragon before he manages to clear out. Wicked's going to come around the side. Dark Binding lands. They're going to go in towards the Dragon. He's going to get cleared out. Svensker and smites that one. Wicked now in trouble. No ultimate available for him. He's so squishy with only a Trinity Force. Now the reset comes in. Svensker leaps on towards it. Froggen having to back away from this one. The rest of Alliance, they're rotating around the side. SK have cut them in half right now. And see, they're going to run towards them. Where are they going to go? Tabs is running for his life. Shook's managed to find out. They're going to take down Jesus. Now they're coming back. You see around the side there, the defense is on. Freddy getting tanked down. Tabs has got a lot of damage, but the big rocket finally comes in. A Cathian surprise is not going to be enough to take them down. But look in the river. We can see Nif now closing in towards N-Rated. Froggen is coming back into the fight. He fancies a bit of Candy Panda, and now he's going to pour the damage back on towards him. You've got to feel, if he was involved in that fight, that could have gone massively in Alliance's favor.
Yeah, but it's such big mistakes. Alliance commit to a dragon fight without having the Unbreakable Will or the Glacial Fissure. So they instantly lose Wicked in that fight. On the retreat, SK Gaming then make a very big mistake by splitting up their forces. Jesus just gets, popped.
Ooh, it's a 4v3. Nif is going to try and get a range. Shook's going to get focused on Froggen. He's untouched on the side. He's getting free hits. Jumps in, pounces down, gets himself a double. Lumps across. Candy Panda goes down. It's the triple. Comes across. Gets the quadra kill. Jesus is going to be Tokus. He spoils the party. Gets himself a double himself. He can get a triple as well as he gets on towards Shook. There's a triple for Jesus. Wow, this game is opening right up.
3 for 4, and it is just a matter of people overcommitting and staying involved in these fights. So if you go all the way back, Alliance start the Dragon fight without having very crucial team fight ultimates. So that makes their life very difficult. It then gets compounded by SK Gaming splitting up. Shook combo is a very nice play with the Dragon's Rage and Sonic Wave duo. But look at the rest. Candy Panda and Nif, N-Rated rather, are not with Svensker and Freddy. So when they do rejoin the fight, Candy's now the one that's alone. And he tries to take on Froggen, who had that Infinity Edge static shift, gets good damage down. And all props to Froggen. Really, really good play, finishing off the low health members, thanks to some aggressive rocket jumping. But it does also mean SK Gaming, they were focusing Nif and Shook. Nobody looked at Froggen. Nobody's looked to try to kill him, and you can't afford to do that when you're fighting those AD comps.
So, 10-9 overall. Quadra and a triple back-to-back. Back and forth action. Gold still very close. Cassidin now 4-1-4. That usually spells massive danger for the opposition. Alliance are 2-1 up in this game, and with an unusual team comp being produced in this potentially final game. It is match point set effectively for Alliance. Can they get into that finals, or will Jesus be able to spoil the party on this Cassidin?
Well, if the team fights continue to be extended like they have been, double AD is going to be fantastic in those scenarios. Sven and Jesus are the two that need to ensure they end quickly. Or they can get the damage down and let Candy Panda execute with his ultimate.
Freddy's going to sneak around the side. He's flanking in back down the side. That's why they're going to try and chase. Svensker wanted to land the slow. Didn't get it on target. Froggen rocket jumps his way across that middle embankment. And they get to safety. They're looking to lock out. Wicked's walking blindly straight into
No flash.
SK Gaming. No flash available, but he has got his ultimate. There he goes. Now, headbutts in towards it. Freddy going to be focused on. The rest of Alliance comes around. There's Nif, lays down his Glacial Fissure. Is it going to be enough? Jesus split off the side. He's going to go down. He'll be picked off as soon as he comes back out of it. It's a kill for Wicked. Now they catch on towards them. They're chasing on. This is a perfect setup for Alliance. They leap out towards it. Candy Panda going to get focused on. He will go down. The double AD coming just shredding through the rest of SK Gaming. Svenskeren jumps away. No vision on him. Wicked's going to flash through. Now they're chasing towards him. Nif is going to come around the side. Froggen was already taken down in this exchange. Couple more shots from Tabs will be enough. And he gets himself the kill. And Rated is the only man standing. And another very close engage. This time a 4-for-2 in favor of Alliance.
And very well played by Alliance. That once again, just layering that CC. The Brown ulti, the Void Ooze, it makes it very difficult for SK to be mobile and move around. That was the most impressive thing. It looked like SK were trying to catch Wicked, and the calls from Alliance were great. They instantly turned back around. So Baron's been stopped, and Jesus fancies this fight.
Well, remember, Wicked hasn't got that ultimate available. He's going to get picked off here. Jesus will get himself the kill. There's no way he's escaping this one. Tries to take down Unrated in the path. Risky play from Alliance there. Teleport came out from Wicked as well to go on that Baron. They forgot. They took down Jesus first, and he had teleport available as well.
Yeah, never say the B word. Baron is causing problems, rather, that's a better word, for both of these teams. And I much prefer Wicked's build this time round. He's gone tank after Trinity Force. Remember that Cog Force should be able to put some damage down from a long distance. Here comes Froggen as well, with the Bloodthirster, with the Static Shield.
It's going behind. He's going to land the Void Spikes. He's going to have to jump away though. Shook is still there, and Rated's on next to no health. And again, they have to back away, but look at that. Static Shift doing wonders on SK as they're all grouped up. They're going to try and push them around. Glacial Fissure is back for Nif if he needs it in a second. Now they're going to push them away. They could try and shove down the middle turret. SK are not in the healthiest. Instead, they're going to choose wisely to step away. See what Froggen's going to buy.
If Alliance can force SK to fight in the jungle, their team comp becomes even more powerful. Because of the fact that all of their spells are like needing to hit multiple players, in tight corridors, that makes it life so much easier. So for SK to do this, they've got jumps, they've got leaps, they've got the ability to come in from side lanes. I think they need to try and maybe flank and get around the sides of Alliance. Easy dragon for SK, but Alliance, they're starting a fight.
This game is going a mile a minute as Alliance. Well, SK get themselves the dragon, but will they get out of it? The rocket comes out of Candy Panda, but to no avail. It's going to be Freddy that goes down quickly. Now Candy Panda's going to get chased. Froggen is going to flash on towards him. Static Shiv. Oh, Nif doesn't quite land the shot, but look at that. By taking chunks out of his back. Chompers go down. Stop that attack dead in its tracks. And Alliance simply get one kill for a dragon to SK.
Yeah, Alliance managed to punish SK Gaming for not having the full complement of players in the Dragon Pit. So Alliance instantly realized it, dive right in there. I didn't expect the aggression, and it worked out brilliantly. In the 5v4, pushed SK into full retreat, and they're going to take a tower as well.
Towers go down so quickly. Jesus goes in, little bit too aggressive there. The rest of Alliance turn on towards him. Well, Wicked is not with this team, so they're going to try and pursue. And Nif will get caught, slowed down. He's in trouble. Not too sure if he's going to save here. Shook comes in with a safeguard, but Dark Binding catches on Froggen, manages to rocket jump just before it happens. Svenskeren on next to no health, and everybody disengages. 15-12, just 32 minutes into this game.
So close. The one thing I do want to say, you see how long it takes for Alliance to actually kill members of SK, like the tanky guys, and even when they're on Jezzes. Yes, it takes 5, 6, 7 auto attacks. But if Jesus can build up some more armor, if we see the likes of those Thornmails being built up, it's going to be so important for SK to survive and buy the time to get multiple spell reels off. Sven needs to get a couple of those Void Spikes. Jesus needs to get a couple of the Null Spheres and Rift Walks up. And he can only do that once his tanks are tanky enough to survive a lot of hits.
This is a tough, close match. They can see Candy Panda down the bottom, actually, which is why Alliance are being so aggressive as they come here. Svenskeren actually coming in. They want to steal away this blue buff. Froggen's get the damage down on towards it. They will catch it out. Now they jump in towards it. Svenskeren forced to leap away. And Rated focused out here. They're going to get the damage down on towards him. He'll get stunned out. He'll go down. Soul Shackles. Oh, Jesus! Sonya's hourglass used, but there's no way he's getting out of that one. He's picked off. It's a 2-for-0. Candy Panda finally joins the team, but Alliance have done the damage.
Second time in a row that Alliance punish SK for not having everyone around. Candy Panda was in the bottom lane, Alliance realized it, and they played super aggressively. Jungler is still available for SK Gaming. This is a 5-on-3, and they started off the Baron. With 2 AD carries and the amount of damage they have, Baron should be taken before SK can even get there. SK are not even making a move. They've got no vision of it, and they've completely given it up.
Yeah, they can't get in, they can't stop that Baron, and Alliance now break ahead, finally get a strong lead in this game. They clear out the minion waves, they've got themselves the Baron buff, and they have a double AD comp that will shred towers in seconds. Let's see how they continue to build. As you mentioned, this is, I would say, a ticking time bomb with the amount of armor that's possible to build up. You can see Freddy now with that full mail on him. But Alliance, they've got a lot of kills and a lot of gold and a lot of items on the 2 AD carries, which generally swings it in their favor.
I know, it's so difficult to read because in order for Alliance to win the fights, they do need time. They need to get lots and lots of auto attacks off, especially once armor and health become stacked, right?
You say that, but when Jez's only goes down in 3 shots and there's 2 ADs firing at you.
Very true.
That doesn't take too long.
The thing is, Jez's needs to be jumping in along with Freddy and Sven.
Look, 1-2.
So the second one was less effective than the critical hit from the first shot. But yeah, the point is, if Alliance are able to right-click a single target, they will shred him instantly. SK need to group and they need to go in hard, fast, and together. And they're simply not doing that when Freddy is being forced away.
Freddy actually is taking a lot of damage as well. Alliance, they're going to continue pushing this one. Wave clear comes out from Jez's, but they don't care. They're tanking down the damage. They're taking down the turrets. The double AD comp is just shredding this inhibitor turret. Shook goes incredibly deep on this one, way too deep in fact. Then rated caught out. Freddy locked up and taken down. One more shot. They're not going to follow it through. Nif is like, guys, anyone. Instead, it's going to be the turret down. The inhibitor will fall, and Alliance step away after victoriously basically plowing through SK's base.
Very well played. Despite the fact that Shook went super aggressive, it bought all the time that Alliance needed as a distraction. Because that's what we keep saying. In order for double ADs to kill, they need that time to get the auto attacks down, and Shook played the role he needed to. He kicked away the threat, allowed Alliance to get in, get the tower, get the inhib, and get out with very low costs.
Shook is 100% kill participation so far. 5, 3, 13. Nif also been heavily involved in everything, but we shouldn't discount Wicked. He's kind of been the guy, the defensive linebacker. I'm not sure the exact terminology that you'd use in America, but basically he is blocking, the goalkeeper, the Tim Howard of the team, maybe you could say after the World Cup. But SK Gaming instead, they can't break through, they can't get on Froggen, they can't get on taps, despite the fact Jez's and Svenskeren can leap into the team. It's a massive risk because they're leaping into a pulverize.
Yeah, and the few times that they have tried it, the CC from the rest of the from the Alliance members has been enough to deal with the engage, has been enough to deal with SK. The thing that's also great about this composition is the fact that SK Gaming may not see double AD comps, definitely not ones like this, very often. So when you do see it, it's very difficult to play against because you have to theorize and strategize almost on the fly. Almost on the fly. How do we counter it? Straight up head-to-heads have not been working for SK. I think they need to try get around the side. I really think they need Sven and Jez to jump on an AD carry super quickly.
They're trying it.
And see if they can make it work.
Sven wants it. He's going to try and jump for it, but the problem is when double AD turn on you, pretty squishy. At the moment, it seems that Alliance are quite happy to siege this one through. Baron buff is still available to them. Oh, Svenskeren, there we go. Alliance swats him away. Wicked. As you've probably seen many times, that flies don't tend to do much to cows. And Alliance with Wicked are just tanking their way through this one.
Yeah, much stronger performance on Alistar this time around. I think the role that Wicked is playing is suiting the team. We do see that SK's minions have taken a turret, but there's super minions on the Nexus turrets. So this is going to work out great for Alliance. The moment somebody from SK backs, instant victory.
They're both falling. Both those Nexus turrets. They're taken so low. There's the inner turret going down. Alliance pushing through. One Nexus turret will fall. Candy Panda comes around. Oh, he just about saves it. Just about. That's close though. And he's doing the job, but the rest of his team, they need him back at this tower.
If there was ever a signal to tell you that SK Gaming was flustered, to let that many super minions make it to your Nexus turrets at the risk of a team fight on an inner turret in the top lane is massive. We do see Wicked. He's going to be teleporting into this fight. They're going to continue the siege. There is a siege minion at the tower. And just look how quickly the team is doing damage from behind. This is the flank we talked about. We'll see if it works.
Last-ditch effort as well. Freddy finds on towards Tabs. Has he got the damage? They leap towards him, but he's already flashed away. Look at that, the headbutt on there. Shook follows through. Svenskeren taking damage from range. Froggen leaps in, gets himself the kill on towards it. Shook's the one that picks it up. Wicked, he's taking all the damage, and Soul Shackles is going to ping off. He'll go down. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Make that a 2-for-1 in Alliance's favor as they push on through. Those super minions still clawing the way through the base, but Alliance, they're going to retreat.
You could not have hoped for a better knockback onto Freddy. Kicking him over the wall, splitting him away from any sort of backup from the rest of SK Gaming. It was perfect. Once again, Nif throws down the ultimate for zoning. We see Wicked instantly trying to focus Jezzers and peeling away to Candy Panda. Nif and Wicked, all they're doing is keeping the rest of the damage away from their AD carries. And that allowed Froggen basically solo to take Freddy down because Tabs was still stuck in that top lane trying to push it down.
Inhibitor got taken down while that was all going on, so Alliance did sneak back in there. They now have themselves a 6,000 gold lead. One step away from the World Championships as SK valiantly hold off their base. They've got a big wave in the bottom, but that's not going to do a great deal. Nexus turrets, you can see, flattened. Nothing stopping Alliance storming into SK's base. Everybody goes back and buys, everybody returns, all gold spent, all pots stacked up, and Alliance are looking to make the killer move.
All they got to do is find the right time to jump in. With the amount of attack damage and the time that they can buy, they can even just sneak this Nexus away.
This is the big play. They have to make it. They want to catch out Froggen, but he's not going to fall for it.
SK are split. SK are split. If they don't recall from that Tribush, they're going to run the risk of giving up a kill or two and then being taken out. But I don't think anyone knows. I mean, Sven cancelled the recall. That is so risky and so scary. If they'd been found, that would have been game. But they didn't, so it's not. And SK's got a tiny thread of life.
Baron spawns. Looks like Alliance are going to make their move from Dragon to Baron, or will they just think, you know what, it's not worth it, we don't need to risk it, we can just push straight in. No, they want it.
We'll see how this plays out. Froggen going super good. Candy Panda's on the side. SK split. Ooh. So this is going to allow Alliance a potential opening.
Wicked desperately. He saw visions, he saw gold, he saw a flash engage. Freddy goes into the team and Rated focused off. Freddy just being burnt down at the side there. Glacial Fisher shreds them apart. Jezzers now gets focused. Pulverized on towards Svenskeren. That's going to be Jezzers shredded down, and SK Gaming are falling away from this game. They are in danger of going out. It's Alliance that seem to be clawing the way into this one, and Rated being chased. They don't need to. Just go straight to the base, Alliance. It is wide open for you. The double AD comp will push on through. Froggen still taking the Indian down. It's going to be Alliance, ladies and gentlemen, who will represent Europe at the World Championships. The super team has done it. All of the work back in October by Froggen and his crew have paid off. It's been a long time coming, I think it's safe to say, for Alliance. They worked hard, and honestly, we've got an epic final ahead of us between Alliance and Fnatic. It's what everybody expected, but my God, have these semi-finals proved something? The top scene in Europe is incredibly strong, and SK versus Roccat will be a fantastic game tomorrow.
A lot of questions raised this series for Alliance, and I think even more for the late game of SK when you watch it. But a great double AD composition. I think Alliance, they played that comp fantastically. It was bloody, it was chaotic, it was exciting. But the fights were almost always on Alliance's terms. They, barring one or two small mistakes in terms of being run down, they chained their CC effectively. They kept SK at arm's length and then just shot them to pieces.
We'll see how it works out for them, SK. While they may well be dejected right now, of course, they have a massively important match tomorrow ahead of them. Roccat themselves took Fnatic all the way. That's going to be a tight match for the final spot at World Championships. Of course, now we need to find out who is going to be the #1 and 2 seed as well, as Alliance and Fnatic play. And honestly, I couldn't call that game right now. Alliance maybe just showed their hand a little bit early. They obviously felt that they obviously had that in the bag. They had it in the pocket for a while. They knew if Maokai got selected, this is clearly what we're going to pull towards, or maybe just let Kassadin through. They obviously had that tactic worked out, and I don't think they probably wanted to use it yet, but they would force their hand. SK pushed them all the way.
Considering we've seen Kog'Maw bans.
Yes.
And allowing some of those super picks through, you know, letting the Kassadin, letting the Maokai, things like that, making you go, think about it, what do you want? It allowed Alliance to pull out a strategy that I think nobody was expecting. Very crucially, Fnatic need to step back and try to figure out what is the counter to that. Let's theorize you get a similar pick and ban strategy. How do you play against it? Because SK's engagers were left very, very wanting. I also want to say that SK Gaming, a team that has traditionally not done well in the laning phase, kept completely even with Alliance. So SK lifted their game, and Alliance were not really able to out 1v1 them, to outlane them. So that also might be quite telling for tomorrow's games, where Fnatic will be looking at it going, maybe they're a little weak. Maybe Alliance we're focusing on other sides of things outside of laning. Who knows?
It's been a long day of gaming for these teams as well. They've had to certainly go through the mill. 9 matches overall today, of course. Best of 5 going all the way in the first series. Probably the best of 5 we've seen at Gamescom.
In a long time. A really long time. I can't think of another European best of 5 that was as exciting or as interesting.
Yeah.
And this particular series was great for a whole plethora of other reasons. Because of the way the laning phase has played out, because of the double AD at the end of the series. But yeah, we've got 2 teams, Alliance and Fnatic. I think everyone expected them to win. They didn't deliver quite the way it was anticipated, but it did work.
Well, you can see it's fairly late here in Europe. I think we're closing in on 9 o'clock at night now. The actual event closed, I believe, probably about an hour ago. So everyone here is basically being kicked out. That's how it works out at Gamescom. When you're at a trade fair, everybody else is gone home, basically. It's just all hardcore League of Legends fans sticking around for that fantastic match. For now, though, let's hear from 2 victors. They're going to be with Shox over on the stage.
Thank you very much, G-Man. I'm here with Froggen and Tabs. You'll be making the trip to Worlds. You guys did it. A project a season long in the making, a year long in the making, and this is your first very big reward, Froggen. What are the first thoughts?
I'm just very happy we succeeded in doing it, especially after we had the very bad start in the spring. It's really good to be in the finals here.
Yeah, Tabs, give me the lowdown of the year as well for you, because as he said, it wasn't the best start all the way in the beginning of the season, but you guys are doing well here.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the best start. It was kind of disappointing for all of us, and we all had our doubts, but we worked hard, and in the end, now we're going to Korea, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Korea, you're being very ambitious there. Then tell me the road ahead, because I can imagine that there are a little bit of question marks, because this was not an easy series. The road ahead going into Worlds, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of work. We actually played this series really bad. Like, they outplayed us in rotations and stuff, but we managed to scratch the win anyway. And V1 might look like kind of easy on paper, but it was a really hard series.
Yeah, you guys were scrappy hanging in there, and then the double AD comp coming in the end, and I hear it wasn't really planned. Tabs, elaborate.
Well, before the last game, we were like, okay, let's just do a strat with Kassadin, because he's been like banned every game. And we're like, we feel like we can abuse the fact that this champion is in champion select, because they will probably prioritize it for some reason. And then, okay, we just counter it.
Yeah, fantastic. It worked out very well. Closing out the win for you guys. You guys are going to Worlds, but on Sunday, the grand final here versus Fnatic, very heavily anticipated. Did you catch the series just before this?
Yes, we did.
And what did you think of that? What would that be in the final? Because I feel like you guys can both step it up.
Yeah, I think both teams can definitely step it up, but on the other hand, Rocket played really amazing too, so it will be a tough match, and we will have to prepare a lot for it.
How important would it be for you to be able to go on a stage on Sunday?
Well, we obviously want to win a lot, and especially because Fnatic have won their 3 last splits, it would be even better for us to actually win it. So
you got to break that streak.
Exactly.
Is there anything you want to say to the Alliance fans? Both of you, Tabs, maybe first.
You want to go first?
You can both do it.
Right. Thank you guys for supporting us. It's really amazing to see all the support everywhere.
Well, yeah, what should I say? Yeah, I'm really happy that everyone supported us through like low and high, so even though we weren't doing too well in the spring.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys very much. Congratulations, you're going to Worlds, and we're going to go back to Demon and Quickshot for a look at what's coming up.
Thank you very much, Shocks. As Tabs just pointed out, it was not good in the spring. They started out 0-4, the very beginnings of that team. Who would have thought now they follow and go through as potentially the #1 seed? We'll find out on Sunday. So, looking ahead to the weekend, our first series will be taking place on Saturday. That is going to be SK Gaming and Roccat that will be facing each other in the 3rd place match, where, of course, the winning team will get the last European spot at Worlds.
Yeah, and on Sunday, it is the European LCS Summer Finals as Alliance take on Fnatic. And while both of these teams will be going to the 2014 World Championship, only one team will head there as the #1 seed from Europe. Very importantly, Fnatic will be looking to take their 4th consecutive LCS title. Alliance will be looking to dethrone them. And I am very excited about watching that game.
Yeah, massively important as well, because the #1 seed means you avoid the #1 North American, Korean, and Chinese seeds. So something that everybody absolutely will want. So the 3rd matches, of course, will be kicking off on Saturday. That is tomorrow if you're in Europe. It's at 3 p.m. Central European Summertime. That is 6 a.m. Pacific. I expect to see you guys up bright and early for that one. That does it for us, of course, today from Gamescom. We'd like to give a special thank you to Impaler for joining us on the analyst desk for this match. And on behalf of myself, Quickshot, Joe, Deficio, Shocks, and the entire broadcasting crew, thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
Yellow start falling low. Can they finish him off? Jankos dives in. He's overpowered and gets the kill. Reckless will fall as well.
Trying to recall, that's not going to happen here. You have to take the fight.
Or you just see what the ulti coming in. Overpowered also full.
There we go.
Meantime, boys.
Wild growth will be using it. Reckless now in position. He's blown to pieces. That's surely it here for Roccat. It's a double kill coming up for Sullivan. He's still at full HP. After all this has happened on the top side, Peke goes down. It's all down to the final game of the day. Sullivan's actually going offensive there. On to Peke. Shockwave in the back though. Sullivan goes low. There is Jankos. They get the 2 kills. But Fnatic will be the first European team to book their place at Worlds.
We are heading into the 2nd series where Alliance will square off against SK Gaming. Jesus goes in, catches on towards Froggen. He gets assassinated. Jesus, Svenskeren gets the lead. Shug gets taken down. Nif gonna get dropped as well. Leaps on Svenskeren. He gets the reset, gets the double. Freddy low though, he's gonna get dropped out here. Can Alliance pick up some kills? It's a 1-for-1 trade. Jesus hooked in. He goes down into double. Coming in for taps. Gets another. Gets on the triple. He's untouched to the side. He's getting 3 hits. Jumps in, pounces down, gets himself a double. Looks across. Candy Panda goes down. It's the triple. Cuts across.